9,996. His arms violently trembled, completely exhausted. Su Chen collapsed onto his bed, cursing his cursed system. I did not transmigrate to this parallel world just to suffer like this. 10,000 push-ups right off the bat. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, the door crashed open. Su Chen, the awakening ceremony is starting. Our turn is coming up next, so we need to move now. Zhao Zilong was his absolute best bro. Zilong grabbed him, trying to drag him out. But wait, I still have 4 reps left. I cannot break the 10,000 push-up streak now. But Zilong completely ignored his protests. This was the absolute most critical event in any person's entire lifetime. How could his friend just stay in his bedroom doing some pointless workout? Down in the massive stadium center, a massive crowd surrounded the evaluation monolith. So far today, absolutely 0 students had managed to awaken an overpowered combat-type class. Legendary roles like Archmage or Dragon Knight possessed a brutal awakening rate of merely 1 in 1,000. Securing such divine power was nearly impossible. Epic classes like Berserker and Shadow Assassin had already been claimed. Meanwhile, the restless crowd eagerly waited to witness the legendary Murong, and rumors claimed Murong Liulian was also attending. Murong was the peerless absolute genius of the Second Intermediate Martial Academy, treated like absolute royalty. Arriving breathless, Zilong finally relaxed. Thank the heavens their group had not been called yet. Let us rewind for Su Chen. 7 days ago, during a cataclysmic earthly quake, his soul crossed into this bizarre parallel realm. In this world, every single 18-year-old must face the crucible of the awakening ceremony. Destiny dictated they would unlock a specialized class. With tens of thousands of paths available, they were rigidly divided into combat support and ordinary lifestyle categories. Up on the grand stage, the female student Zhao Lu had just successfully awakened the ultra-rare mage class. Jealous and awestruck gazes locked onto her. The once completely ordinary girl had instantly transformed into the undisputed goddess of the entire academy. Zilong nudged his buddy's shoulder, smirking. Is not that Zhao Lu, your brand new girlfriend? Su Chen just awkwardly chuckled. How the heck was he supposed to know who this girl even was? Searching his inherited memories, the original owner had desperately chased her for 2 entire years. He finally used the sheer power of money to buy her a premium armor set, barely securing the girlfriend title. Right now, desperate fanboys swarmed her like bees. Some begged to absorb her good luck, while others eagerly offered to host lavish celebrations at the absolute finest restaurant in the entire city. Zhao Lu strutted forward with insufferable arrogance, flipping her hair smugly. In her own mind, she had already ascended into an untouchable and glorious golden phoenix. Su Chen casually walked up to offer basic congratulations, but she completely ignored his presence. Zhang Lei, you are right on time. We are officially breaking up. Su Chen froze in complete utter confusion. I am Su Chen, actually. Whatever. Su Chen, go fetch my orange juice. She whipped out a ridiculously thick notebook, violently flipping through the long pages. Spotting his name, she slammed it shut with a cold, ruthless finality. You are dumb too. Su Chen felt a massive vein pop. He did not even harbor feelings for her, yet being discarded like this felt exactly like a brutal corporate layoff. Zhao Lu mercilessly laughed right in his face, radiating a disgusting superiority complex. I can always recruit new boyfriends, but a pathetic simp like you will forever remain absolute worthless garbage. A blonde punk quickly slithered in to shoot his shot. Zhao Lu, my evaluation shows I will awaken as a spearman, Li Lingxiao proudly boasted. While not quite a mage, an elite spearman was still fiercely powerful. He smoothly invited her out for some late-night drinks. Instantly, her tone shifted into something sickeningly sweet. Oh, Lingxiao, I would much rather prefer an exclusive high-end seafood banquet. Lingxiao gently grabbed her hand, completely smitten. If this goddess demanded the literal stars from heaven, he would gladly build a stairway to the sky today. Sneering, Lingxiao threw a wicked glance at Su Chen. Hey, I need a servant to carry our orange juice. Want the job? Hearing this absolute disrespect, Zilong fiercely stepped up to defend his best bro. Su Chen has not even stepped up yet. You do not know who holds superior power. Lingxiao just smirked coldly. Miracles like that only exist in pathetic fairy tales. Everyone in the Second Martial Academy knew the combat class awakening rate was under 20%, and the vast majority merely ended up with average classes just like Ling Xiao's. Wealthy nobles were strictly nurtured with premium resources from birth. Commoners like Su Chen were destined to remain absolute trash. Suddenly, the loudspeaker echoed. Next candidate, Su Chen. Clenching his fists tightly, Su Chen marched forward. Keep your eyes wide open and watch a real legend. Ling Xiao's face darkened with sheer rage, furiously cursing the boy's arrogant attitude. As a genuine transmigrator with a destiny, Su Chen felt unstoppable. He would definitely awaken a supreme class and brutally slap all their arrogant faces. The evaluation monolith whirred to life. I am ready to receive your absolute worship, he dramatically shouted. The result, 0 class awakened. A deafening silence choked the entire stadium for 3 agonizing seconds until Ling Xiao's hysterical laughter violently shattered it. Pfft. Ha ha ha, I am literally dying. You're way more garbage than I imagined. The rest of the crowd stood completely paralyzed entirely, failing to comprehend the absurd situation. Even the worst candidates awoke basic trash tier jobs, with Su Chen actually the very first classless cripple in global history. Su Chen hopelessly gazed at the vast sky. This soul-crushing humiliation was unbearable. Where was the basic respect for a transmigrator? Just hand me any pathetic class at this point. Ling Xiao aggressively yelled from the ground below. Just get down already, you absolute joke. Suddenly, thick, ominous storm clouds rapidly swallowed the heavens. A terrified crowd erupted into chaotic murmurs. Could this possibly be a legendary awakening phenomenon? Su Chen burst into maniacal laughter, pointing proudly at the descending lightning. With an anomaly this devastating, I am destined to unlock a god-tier class. Ling Xiao's arrogant smirk completely vanished. He absolutely refused to believe a filthy commoner like Su Chen could trigger a cosmic anomaly capable of birthing such supreme power. Zhao Lu felt a sudden surge of agonizing panic. She just mercilessly dumped him. Would she actually have to beg him back? Su Chen arrogantly aimed his finger at Ling Xiao. Just you wait, prepare to call me your literal god. Demonic crimson-purple storms violently raged above. Through the catastrophic lightning strikes, a grotesque and massive monstrous claw tore directly through the dark clouds, descending straight towards the academy. Absolute terror gripped the screaming crowd. A brutal tail sweep violently launched several students into the sky. That is a demonic beast, a panicked voice shrieked. That is pure monster aura, not a heavenly awakening blessing. Sprinting for his life, Su Chen instantly tripped over its gigantic scaly foot. A blaring level 1 siren pierced the air. Demonic dragon invasion detected. Initiate immediate emergency evacuation. Su Chen violently crashed into the dirt. Was this his grand transmigrator privilege, witnessing absolutely terrifying monstrosities? Two heroic students aggressively charged forward to fight, but the dragon casually exhaled a shockwave, brutally blasting them across the entire courtyard. As the demonic beast ruthlessly devastated the grounds, the terrified crowd desperately cried out, "Why has Murong not arrived yet?" This creature radiated overwhelming B-rank energy. Only the legendary Murong could possibly stall its wrath. Sprinting like a madman, Zilong suddenly realized his buddy was missing. Su Chen was still paralyzed back there. He frantically screamed his best friend's name. Ling Xiao seized the chaotic moment to ruthlessly sneer. That pathetic clown absolutely deserves to die. Meanwhile, Su Chen was completely paralyzed with dread. Staring directly into those blazing crimson eyes, hovering merely inches away, escaping was completely impossible. The devastating beast unhinged its massive jaw to roar. Desperate, Su Chen frantically threw up a hand signal. Wait, just a second. Give me a brief timeout. Su Chen pushed through his final 4 push-ups. He desperately needed the system's life-saving reward. Meanwhile, bystanders watched from afar, completely baffled. What the hell is Su Chen doing? Is this really the time for a workout? Did the sheer terror completely break his mind? Li Lingxiao sneered, certain the idiot had lost his sanity. But suddenly Su Chen cleared the system's quota. A brilliant ethereal golden aura erupted from his body. Ding, the system awarded him 1 constitution point and the legendary charged strike. Its destructive power scaled flawlessly with his charging time and absolute burning rage. To let him taste true absolute power, the system offered a priceless gift, a free one-time trial of a 10-year charged strike. The demonic dragon's patience snapped, unleashing a heaven-shaking roar. Suddenly, a crimson-haired beauty descended on a flying sword, cursing the beast as danger peaked. "Stop right there, you monster, don't you dare hurt anyone else." Su Chen gritted his teeth. It was time to risk absolutely everything. The swordswoman struck like lightning, but her blade merely scratched the dragon's impenetrable scales. The furious beast unhinged its massive jaw, lunging straight into Su Chen's incoming fist. Sensing catastrophic danger, the girl desperately retreated. Boom! A devastating explosion violently ripped from the beast's jaws to its tail, an instant absolute kill. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. The demonic dragon is dead. Look, it's Murong Liulian. They worshipped their goddess, convinced her single heavenly strike annihilated the terrifying beast. But Murong frowned. Something was terribly wrong. That apocalyptic power wasn't hers. Her piercing gaze immediately locked onto a wildly celebrating Su Chen below. Holy crap, this charged strike is incredibly broken. I freaking love you, system. Keep drowning me in these glorious overpowered quests. Even Li Lingxiao stared at Murong with absolute awe. She was the Academy's legendary prodigy, supposedly slaughtering a B-rank magical beast with 1 hit. Adjusting her glasses, Zhao Lu secretly vowed to surpass this genius. Meanwhile, Murong landed gracefully. She knew her blade lacked that devastating force. And Su Chen was the only one standing closest. A flustered man sprinted toward the goddess. He eagerly introduced himself as An Huiji, the brand new principal of the 2nd Intermediate Martial Arts Academy. Thank you for saving our academy from sheer catastrophe. Everyone has been desperately waiting for Lady Murong. Please grace the students with your profound wisdom. The principal violently shoved Su Chen aside, treating him like an absolute eyesore. Wait, Murong suddenly raised her elegant hand. Ding. The system dropped a nightmare surprise quest. Scream. I love you to Murong 100 times, Su Chen grimaced wildly. Has this stupid system been reading too much trashy romance? Fellow student, what is your name? Murong initiated gracefully. But instead of answering, Su Chen just screamed at the top of his lungs. I love you. Murong's flawless face completely froze in shock. Su Chen, what the hell are you doing? The principal roared furiously. Murong only wanted to ask if he delivered that legendary killing blow. Ignoring everything, Su Chen squeezed his eyes shut and kept shrieking. I love you. The frantic principal lunged to silence him. He's lost his mind, absolutely insane. Guards dragged this lunatic away immediately. Two guys violently hauled Su Chen off. Even while being dragged, he continued, hollering his absurd confession. Li Lingxiao watched the pathetic scene, smirking mockingly. A miserable toad lusting after swan meat, Murong Liulian is destined for absolute greatness. How dare a worthless piece of trash dream so high? Zhao Lu adjusted her glasses, boldly asking Li Lingxiao for some elite mage skill books. Li Lingxiao scoffed arrogantly. Being a bit too direct, aren't we, Zhao Lu? We haven't even made our relationship official yet. Shameless as always, Zhao Lu completely ignored the jab. How many books do you actually have? Li Lingxiao boasted about his family's secret stash of 5 rare tomes, but he still needed his father's permission to gift them. Hearing that, Zhao Lu made an instant tactical move. Starting today, you are officially my boyfriend. Consider this your certification. She aggressively shoved a tiny slip of paper into his hands. Li Lingxiao stood dumbfounded but nodded smugly. A free victory. Meanwhile, Su Chen was mercilessly tossed into the courtyard. A four-eyed extra sneered cruelly. A classless piece of garbage dares to court Senior Murong. You'll definitely be the very first casualty in the upcoming awakening trial. Su Chen brushed off the insult. Screaming 100 confessions was infinitely easier than grueling push-ups. Suddenly, a menacing older guy swaggered over with 2 lackeys, glaring daggers at our hero. Su Chen calmly dusted off his clothes. What do you want, old man? The thug violently grabbed his collar, veins popping. I'm only 18, you blind little punk. A rat-faced lackey maliciously chimed in. Boss Li Lei, he's mocking you. If he doesn't cough up 1,000 credits today, cripple him. The memories flooded back. This 40-year-old-looking brute was the Academy's worst bully, constantly extorting protection money from the original body's pathetic orphan life. Forced to live with abusive relatives, he was a tragic target. Aside from his secretly caring uncle, the original owner was treated like absolute dirt, suffering school torment in agonizing silent despair. Li Lei's thunderous voice brutally snapped Su Chen back to reality. Hand over the cash or I'll beat you into an unrecognizable pulp. But the weak Su Chen was dead. A fiery defiance blazed in his eyes. Clenching his fist, he ruthlessly smashed it straight into Li Lei's arrogant face. Damn it, every ounce of past suffering ends today. Li Lei stumbled back, eyes wide with sheer disbelief. The punching bag actually fought back. Meanwhile, Su Chen lost his balance, utterly disappointed. Why was the charged strike so incredibly weak? Was the charging time drastically too short? Reality finally hit Li Lei along with the stinging pain. Cracking his knuckles, murderous fury erupted from the bully. You actually surprised me, trash. How dare a weakling strike back? Even the lackeys stood completely paralyzed in shock. They sneered, realizing Su Chen didn't know the terrifying truth. Li Lei had just awakened as a tank warrior. That pathetic punch was basically a mosquito bite. Before Su Chen could recover, the towering brute violently hoisted him by the collar. His foul breath blasted out a death threat. 10,000 credits, pay up or die right here. Cornered and powerless, Su Chen desperately begged for time. Li Lei mockingly dropped him hard into the dirt. You have exactly half a day to beg for the cash. I'll be waiting at your dorm right before dinner. As the thugs strutted away, Su Chen slowly scrambled back to his feet. Half a day was plenty, but he wasn't going to borrow a single dime. He sprinted across campus, hunting for Murong to finish his absurd quest. Finally, he spotted her being escorted by the groveling principal. Lady Murong, entering Xia country's absolute best higher academy makes you our ultimate pride. You are the immortal legend of the Second Intermediate Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, Su Chen leaped into her path. Murong, I love you, he roared. Not that anyone asked for his opinion. Inside the conference room, the principal pleaded with Murong. Please share your combat exam experience with the students. After all, the martial arts trials were only 1 month away. But Murong had zero practical advice to give. Her only secret, the overwhelming absolute power of her supreme awakened class. That brutal truth silenced the entire school board. Just then, Su Chen's voice echoed through the crack in the window. Senior, I love you. The principal kicked the window open. Su Chen, have you lost your mind? He bellowed. He quickly turned back. Ignore him, Murong. Failing to awaken a class clearly broke his brain. Ironically, those exact words immediately caught Murong's attention. She couldn't help but stare at the boy. If Su Chen remained unawakened, then the attack that crushed the demonic dragon wasn't his doing. Outside, he clung to a tree like a howling monkey, shouting his confessions and giving the principal a massive headache. "Someone please seal his mouth shut." Grabbing her blade, Murong vaulted straight out the window. Seeing her charge right at him, Su Chen panicked. She grabbed his collar and shot straight into the sky. The school officials craned their necks in absolute shock. She kept soaring higher. Was she really going to drop him? The principal suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Murong was known as the Great Demon King of Tianfu Academy. She was the ultimate nightmare of countless geniuses. Su Chen was definitely a dead man. High above the clouds, Su Chen screamed. "This is too high. What are you doing? Didn't you say you love me?" She smirked. "Confess 50 times before hitting the ground and I'll believe you." Su Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This crazy woman was taking the joke way too far. Without warning, Murong let go. "Better talk fast or you're dead," she warned. Plummeting toward the earth, Su Chen cursed her as an absolute lunatic. But covering his ears, he screamed his confessions until his lungs burned. Below them, the board members gasped in sheer horror. "He's falling. Lady Murong is truly ruthless." Peeking through one eye, Su Chen saw the pavement inches away and shrieked for his life. Flash Murong instantly caught him. "Consider yourself lucky. I believe you." Su Chen nearly got isekai'd a second time. "Are you an actual demon?" he gasped, completely traumatized. Murong just laughed, admitting that many people called her exactly that. Tossing him back to the principal, Murong prepared to leave. She had to report the Class B demonic dragon invasion immediately. "Lady Murong, wait." The principal desperately begged her to stay. Second Academy's only golden era was when Murong became the provincial champion. Since then, their talent pool had withered, spiraling into a pathetic decline. "First Academy aside, even Third Academy is crushing us now," he cried. Unfazed, Murong pulled a golden card from her pocket and tossed it over. The principal froze. It was an admission pass to Tianfu Academy. Murong declared that whoever ranked first in the freshman exam would receive a classless skill directly from her. The administrators erupted in absolute joy. A classless skill was the exclusive privilege of true heavenly geniuses. Normal awakening only granted basic class talents. Acquiring actual class skills required entering top-tier academies through elite restricted channels. Gripping the card, hope reignited in the principal's eyes. With this ultimate prize, Second Academy was guaranteed to dominate the upcoming college entrance exams. Meanwhile, Su Chen trudged home, his heart still hammering. Murong looked beautiful, but was brutally savage, dropping him from 1,000 meters like it was nothing. Thank God his fast-talking saved his skin. But there was one massive problem. He was still 3 confessions short of the system's quota, and his target was already gone. Back at the dorms, Li Lei's gang was waiting to extort him. "Su Chen, where is my 10,000 cash?" Boom! Suddenly, Li Lei was blasted through the locked wooden door like a cannonball. His 2 lackeys stared in sheer terror at Su Chen's smoking fist. He had just confirmed his power. With 5 hours of charging his one-punch skill, he could completely cripple a newly awakened combatant even without any built-up rage. Sprawled on the ground with shattered bones, Li Lei whimpered in agony. "Boss, I was wrong. Have mercy." Su Chen casually patted his bruised face. "So your name is Li Lei. Do you know a Han Mei?" Li Lei looked completely baffled. "No, I don't." Smack. Su Chen slapped him so hard the sound echoed down the hall. "Then why the hell did you take that name?" Holding his swollen cheek, Li Lei cried that his grandmother named him. Disgusted, Su Chen ordered him to find this Han Mei if he wanted to live. The very next day, armed with Murong's elite access card, the principal proudly addressed the entire student body. "Today is your first true survival assessment," he boomed. "Your results here will directly dictate your fate in next month's martial exams." This trial was brutally unprecedented. For the first time ever, the first, second, and third academies were clashing in a joint assessment. Warning them to avoid needless turf wars, the principal laid down the final rule. Form squads of 3 to 5. Move out immediately. Chaos erupted as battle formations quickly took shape. Ambition filled the air. One student swore to break through to a 1-star knight. His ultimate goal was total domination at the first military college. Meanwhile, wild rumors had already spread like wildfire. Everyone knew about Murong's legendary classless skill reward for the top ranker. It instantly became the ultimate prize. But amidst the fierce competition, Su Chen stood completely isolated. Grabbing a megaphone, he started roasting the entire crowd. "You heartless bastards, is no one seriously going to team up with me?" Just then, Zilong called out to him. Su Chen's eyes lit up with hope, thinking this guy was also a rejected solo player. But reality was cruel. Zilong chose to walk the lone wolf path, unlike Su Chen, who was just universally shunned. Seeing Su Chen wasting time, the principal yelled at him to find his squad immediately. Out of nowhere, Ling Xiao stepped up, mocking him like a petty street thug. "Ha ha. It's not that he doesn't want a team. It's that literally no one wants him." Who would partner with an unawakened loser? He's just dead weight waiting to drag us all down. Countless gazes filled with absolute disgust and pity locked onto Su Chen. Stay the hell away from our squad. He'll barely survive out there. Why is it classless trash even allowed in the trials? Just quit already. Suddenly, the deafening roar of helicopter blades shattered the tension. A mysterious youth leaped from the chopper, landing on the ground with immense, overwhelming swagger. Tossing aside his headset, he smirked at the principal. I'm not too late, am I? Thrilled, the principal quickly introduced him. Behold, a transferred genius from the first academy. He will be joining second academy and dominating this trial alongside you all. Stepping into the spotlight, the helicopter hotshot immediately kicked off his grand, arrogant speech. I am from Academy 1. I am not exactly the most talented prodigy there, nor the most handsome guy on campus. I am definitely not the elite or the funniest dude around. I am not even guaranteed to be stronger than everyone from Academy 2. Snagging first place. Yeah, that is a massive maybe. I cannot guarantee I will claim Senior Morgana's jobless skill either. His speech was bizarre, but that handsome, humble act had every girl instantly swooning over him. The fanboys hyped up the Academy 1 hotshot to unleash his true self. Meanwhile, Scott did not even know the meaning of confidence. The stage guy finally introduced himself. I am Will. I am only here for Morgana, and I swear I will absolutely dominate first place. Everyone who praised him instantly cringed hard. Damn, he was just flexing. What a waste of our hype. The principal then ordered Will to team up with Scott. Since Scott was utterly classless, having Will around guaranteed he would not get instantly wiped out. On the way, rumors spread of a newly spawned dimensional node. A perfect one-star dungeon, absolutely ideal for total rookies like them. Someone yelled to rush in. With 3 academies competing, the monster spawn rate might drop. 30 minutes later, Zion and Scott were practically rotting, waiting for Will. Scott curiously asked what class Zion awakened to avoid teaming up. Zion shyly mumbled he awakened as a warrior. Scott hyped up. Hell yeah, a main combat warrior. Zion scratched his head. No, a magical girl warrior. The air completely froze. Scott immediately demanded a transformation. Zion twirled as majestic background music echoed, unleashing blinding, sparkly magic effects. Censorship smoke mysteriously covered the unmentionables. In a flash, the beefy Zion transformed into a literal Sailor Moon. What the actual heck? Scott was completely flabbergasted by his bro's true form. Zion, I have a plan. Suddenly, Zion grimaced, swinging his battle axe and launching Scott into orbit. Get lost, honey. Bam! Zion reverted to normal, rushing to catch Scott. Strangely transforming cursed Zion with uncontrollable violent rage. Scott smirked, grabbing Zion's shoulder. I have decided. You are my official teammate. Just then, Will strolled past, and Scott immediately called out. Are you blind? We have been waiting for ages. Will coldly glared, demanding why they dared to wait. We are just following the principal's party assignment. No one is your fanboy here. Will turned his back, declaring his lone wolf status, refusing to carry absolute noobs. Scott muttered, damn this guy. His edgy flex is infuriating. Suddenly, Will froze in his tracks. Scott, I know you. You are the shameless trash who publicly confessed to Senior Morgana, utterly disrespecting her divine presence. Mentioning Morgana, Will went on a relentless rant. She was his ultimate life goal, his guiding light, his absolute goddess. Will had her contact, yet lacked the courage to even utter a single greeting. Meanwhile, Scott recklessly confessed on day 1, fueling Will's blazing fury. Get out of my sight before I crush you. Scott stayed silent. Even jumping into the darkest abyss could not wash away this massive misunderstanding. Will swore to claim first place and stand proudly beside Morgana. Nobody could halt his fateful advance. Boss Scott Liam sprinted over with his squad. Seeing only Zion, he was puzzled. Scott shrugged. It breaks my heart. Nobody wants us in their party. Liam patted his chest, inviting Scott. Those fools are completely blind. His female teammate instantly protested. Who wants a jobless loser anyway? But Liam had tasted Scott's devastating punch and trusted his hidden strength. The girl vehemently refused, terrified Scott would deadweight the team. Liam guaranteed Scott's elite value, promising maximum survival. His girlfriend stormed off, forcing Liam into a deadly ultimatum. Choose me or Scott. If we both drowned, who would you save? I would save Scott, Liam answered without hesitation, leaving the girl absolutely shell-shocked. What did you just say? Ditching your girlfriend for a trash mob? Liam shrugged. Beat it, romance only nerfs my punching speed. Furious, she vowed to find an overpowered carry. You will regret this. With Scott accidentally destroying a relationship, Zion felt totally awkward. Scott gave Liam a thumbs up. True Sigma behavior right there. The trio confidently marched inside. To onlookers, they looked like idiots diving straight into hell's abyss. Crossing the threshold, an intense mana fluctuation hit them, vastly different from the outside world. The area was cleared out, meaning they had to delve deeper into the dungeon. Soon quadruped beasts emerged. Scott recognized them as crimson boar demons from the monster encyclopedia. Liam crouched behind dry grass, analyzing the threat. Yes, 2 beasts on the plains. One is a crimson boar, and the other is also a crimson boar. Scott face-palmed. What kind of useless intel is that? Just attack already. Liam immediately shoved Zion forward. Zion shook his head, his fragile magical girl soul trembling. Liam glanced at Scott. Scott clicked his tongue. A low-tier Crimson Boar requires my legendary fist. You two charge. Zion refused, and so did Liam. Scott slapped Liam's head. You are the vanguard warrior. If you do not tank, who will? Liam warned that his aggro was dangerously unpredictable. Scott shoved him anyway. Quit your useless yapping. Instantly, the two Crimson Boars locked onto Liam and charged. Without hesitation, Liam launched a devastating double punch, flawlessly crushing both demonic skulls. Scott and Zion cheered. As expected of the top brawler, Liam's combat power was absolutely top tier. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed. An entire horde of obese Crimson Boars stampeded toward them, their massive bellies jiggling with pure chaotic energy. Zion collapsed in pure terror, legs turning to jelly. Liam casually explained that his hidden tank passive was an extreme monster magnet physique. If I strike a monster, every single beast of that species instantly locks onto me. Scott cursed violently. You idiots say that sooner. Run for your lives. Nearby, Chloe and Logan were battling 3 Crimson Boars. Chloe blasted 3 fireballs, but the beasts abruptly abandoned the fight and sprinted away. Logan was utterly confused until someone pointed at the massive boar stampede converging in the distance. Chloe's competitive spirit blazed. She was not missing this raid. Crimson Boar demons were the ultimate starter mobs. Farming these low-level beasts was absolutely crucial. Skipping them meant crippling their leveling speed completely. Zilong panicked as the boar horde multiplied. Running was a death sentence. But Su Chen sprinted toward the distant rocky hills, luring the entire monster wave into a massive kill zone. Su Chen, don't be reckless. There's too many, Zilong screamed. But Su Chen had been charging his power all day. Fall back, he commanded, facing the stampeding horde entirely alone. Fully charged strike, Su Chen unleashed a devastating earth-shattering punch. The sheer kinetic force erupted, blasting the entire herd of fat beasts straight into the sky. Outside the realm, the instructors nervously monitored the live rankings. Academy. 2 barely clung to life, with only Wei Si-hui and Zhao Lu surviving in the top 10. Principal Li of Academy 1 mercilessly mocked her rival. Just look at the scoreboard, she gloated. Academy 1 dominates the charts. Our monster kill count completely crushes the competition. Our Academy 3 genius Xiao Huo claims 2nd place. Principal Huang Lin chimed in with a smug grin. He turned to Principal Anne. Awfully quiet today, aren't we, old Anne? Principal enforced a painful smile. Academy 2 isn't doing horribly, he muttered defensively. We still secured the 4th place spot. Huang openly mocked him. Wei Si-hui transferred from Academy 1. She isn't even your original student. Principal Li sneered. Academy 2 lacked talent so badly, you had to poach my students. Truly pathetic. Principal, and crossed his arms, refusing to back down. If you're so capable, come poach my Academy 2 students, I certainly won't stop you. Huang stepped forward with a scoff. You really know how to flatter yourself. Does Academy 2 even have any garbage worth stealing? Without Wei Si-hui, you'd be crushed completely. Huang confidently declared, demanding that Academy 3 receive a massive increase in resource allocation this year. Cornered Principal, and desperately argued that the trial wasn't over yet, but veteran Principal Li just laughed. The trial just started, but the hierarchy is already set in stone. More kills equal explosive power-ups. The power gap will only widen. But suddenly, the digital leaderboard violently glitched. Su Chen instantly skyrocketed to server rank 1 with 98 points. Principal Li gasped in pure shock. Who is this? Nobody. An instant 98 points. How many monsters did he just obliterate? What on earth? Even Principal, and couldn't believe his own eyes. But he wasn't going to waste this perfect chance to flex. Ha ha ha, keep talking trash, Huang Academy 2 sits on the throne now. Bow down. Principal Huang turned pale, convinced the system had suffered a fatal error. Principal and didn't care, basking in the glorious triumph. Huang frantically checked the console. An absolute nobody like Su Chen dominating 1st place. The point gap is impossibly huge. This is fake. Principal, and ruthlessly fired back. The central AI controls everything autonomously. Everyone knows the supreme system never makes mistakes. Furious, Principal Huang slammed the desk, ordering an immediate system audit. Meanwhile, Principal N strutted around, grinning like a madman. Investigate all you want. We are undisputed. Number 1. Cry about it, and laughed. Academy 3 can only beat us in your wildest dreams. Back in the dungeon, Zilong was paralyzed by shock. One single punch had wiped the map. Su Chen's body began glowing with divine light, completely clueless about his own awakening. He's breaking through to a 1-star class, Zilong realized, achieving 1-star status right at the start. This ungodly speed totally crushed Academy 1's top geniuses. But Su Chen was classless. He literally felt 0 physical changes. Talk about anticlimactic. Meanwhile, in a hidden canyon, 2 bald hunters faced off against a massive pack of lone wolves. Foolish, 1-star trash, one hunter scoffed. Our combat power easily exceeds 1-star limits. In this beginner zone, we are absolute gods. His thick-lipped partner snapped him back to reality. Ignore these low-level bugs, focus on the real mission. The bald man pulled out a mysterious high-tech briefcase. His eyes scanned the terrain. Target location confirmed. This is it. This wasn't a newly spawned spatial rift. Ancient footprints from 1,000 years ago proved its dark history. They activated a glowing azure crystal, triggering a massive earth-shattering quake. The canyon violently ripped open, revealing a colossal gate. Sensing the dimensional shift, the monster's eyes burned blood red. Watch out. Their aura is surging, the thick-lipped hunter yelled. The bald hunter desperately forced the gate, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, a beast launched a savage ambush. Impossible. It just evolved into a 2-star monster. How did their levels spike instantly? Dread washed over them as they realized their fatal blunder. Activating the ancient crystal had mutated the entire zone into a deadly 2-star nightmare. Back with Su Chen's squad, Li Lei was experiencing the easiest dungeon run of his life. They walked for hours without seeing a single monster. Su Chen had literally wiped the map clean. They had to delve into the deepest zones just to find prey. Suddenly, armored iron head roosters spawned 1-star beasts way deadlier than the boars, Zilong warned. But before they could strike, a rival squad crashed the scene. It was Li Lei's toxic ex-girlfriend. Li Lei immediately stepped up, blocking their path. Zhang Yueyu, we found these beasts first, he declared. Yueyu burst into condescending laughter. You guys claiming this loot. You're decent, Li Lei, but carrying that trash. Su Chen cuts your combat power in half, she sneered maliciously. Even if I gave them to you, could you weaklings kill them? Li Lei immediately snitched to Su Chen. Boss. She's totally looking down on you. Show her your true power. Show off. Yeah, right. Su Chen had burned his entire daily charge on that single punch. Right now, he was weaker than a normal human. Zilong, you handle it. We can't let her disrespect us. Li Lei hyped him up. Obviously, Zilong refused to die. Fine, I'll do it. Li Lei aggressively rolled up his non-existent short sleeves, ready to brawl. Su Chen and Zilong desperately dragged him back. If Li Lei charged in, they'd all get butchered. Yue watched the chaotic trio with sheer disgust. All bark and no bite. Just a bunch of useless trash. Suddenly, an arrogant squad barged into the clearing. Young Master Huang of Academy 3 is claiming this zone. All irrelevant trash, get out. Huang Kai was Academy 3's rank 3 genius. Even worse, he was Principal Huang's blood-related son. His aggressive lackey acted as a megaphone, ruthlessly threatening both Su Chen's group and Yui's squad. Listen up, Academy. 2 losers. The young master has reserved this hunting ground. Scram. Li Lei rolled his eyes in disbelief. Reserved? What is this, a VIP nightclub? Yu immediately switched to her flirty persona, rushing toward him. Brother Huang, do you remember me smirking? Huang Kai recognized her, declaring that everyone except her had to disappear immediately. Yu shot Su Chen's squad a wicked mocking glare. Let them stay and watch Brother Huang show these peasants what true power looks like. Huang Kai nodded, indulging her cruel fantasy. After the trial, come check out my new mansion, he whispered slyly. My cat knows how to do backflips. With that cringy line, his elite warriors aggressively charged the beasts. They moved in formation, trapping the iron fowl. Suddenly, Zilong realized the truth. Those 3 were armored warriors. Li Lei scoffed in disbelief. With those scrawny builds, warriors, they look like walking tanks. Yu lifted her chin with arrogant pride. See that, Li Lei? I am rolling with the heavy hitters now. Dumping me for that trash, Su Chen. That was your ultimate mistake. Get ready to hit dead last in this survival exam. An overly confident youth stepped forward. The name is Huang Kai, a master swordsman. Stand back, peasants. Watch how a real pro handles this. She quickly rallied her squad. Let us crush this pathetic bird. But right at that moment, the earth began to quake violently. Huang Kai froze in terror. What is happening? The low-level fowl mutated into a grotesque sawtooth fiend. What the hell is that thing? A brutal slash sent him flying. The armored trio gasped in shock. Impossible. Zilong's eyes widened in dread. That is a 2-star sawtooth beast. How does a 1-star mob evolve into a 2-star nightmare? Huang Kai wiped off his blood, paralyzed by fear. A 2-star boss. How did this happen? His lackeys panicked in terror. Young Master Huang, just run. A 2-star beast will slaughter us all. We must fall back. Desperate, Yue grabbed his sleeve. Brother Huang, please save me. I am wounded. Do not leave me behind. Huang Kai ruthlessly slapped her hand away. Get off me. Sensing blood, the sawtooth beast charged straight at the warriors. Yue clung to his leg, sobbing pitifully. Brother Huang, do not leave me. You promised to show me your cat. He brutally kicked her down. Scram, you dead weight. I cannot carry you. Total despair washed over her face. No, will somebody save me? But Huang Kai was sprinting for his life. Run like hell. In a split second, the beast teleported into their path. The squad froze in panic. Young Master Huang, what is our play? Our combined strength cannot scratch one beast, let alone 2. Huang Kai arrogantly pulled out a sphere. Chill out, my dad gave me the ultimate lifeline. With a wicked sneer, he hurled it at Su Chen. A parting gif, losers. Su Chen caught the sphere. What is this junk? Zilong's face drained of color. Su Chen, throw that away. That is a beast-luring relic. It attracts monster aggro for a short time. The sphere shattered, releasing toxic green mist. The sawtooth fiends inhaled the scent and shriek in bloodthirsty ecstasy. They slowly closed in. Huang Kai laughed maniacally while bolting. Consider this my charity. Enjoy the monster buffet. Su Chen's eyes blazed with fury. That scum set us up. You are dead. System alert, rage points increased by 1086. Huang Kai just mocked him. You are monster food. Why would I fear a corpse? Yu collapsed, trembling in horror. We are finished. I do not want to die. Somebody please save me and I will do absolutely anything. Lilei snapped, his patience depleted. Shut your annoying trap. We are literally right here. Yue shot him a look of disgust. What can three pathetic losers do? You could not handle a one-star mob. How will you survive a two-star beast? The beast casually leaped over her. Su Chen whipped around, suddenly ambushed from behind. Lilei panicked. It is over. Brother Su cannot match its speed. Lilei clenched his fists. We can only fight to the death. But just as he charged, Zilong gripped his arm tightly. Stay out of this. This one is mine. The monster slid forward with deadly speed. Zilong blasted toward it with a torrential aura. His silhouette dissolved into the smoke. Zilong transformed into a breathtaking female warrior. Lilei's jaw hit the floor. What is that awakening? Her massive battle axe clashed against the blades. Zilong firmly ordered them. Su Chen, escape now. I will hold this nightmare back. Yu seized the chance to run. Yes, you hold it. We are leaving Su Chen. Lilei, carry me. We have to escape. But the beast shattered the defense. Sensing danger, Zilong backed away. Yu frantically yanked Su Chen's shirt. Are you deaf, Su Chen? While she distracts it, let us run. Su Chen coldly ripped his sleeve away. Run if you want. I am not leaving. She sneered with absolute venom. A jobless loser playing the fearless hero. Yu cursed the heavens in frustration. Why is my luck this garbage? Stuck with pathetic trash like you. Crack. Su Chen slapped her face hard. Will you finally shut up? Yu shrieked. You dared to strike me. She played the victim, whining loudly. Lilei, that loser hit me. Are you just watching? Lilei violently shoved her aside. Scram, I wanted to hit you too. Back on the battlefield. The monster launched Zilong into the air. She crashed down hard. Su Chen rushed forward. Fall back. You cannot solo this beast. Zilong gritted her teeth, blocking him. Su Chen, do not throw your life away. That beast already defeated you. A terrifying rage erupted from Su Chen. You dared to harm my sworn brothers, he roared fiercely. I will destroy you. Inspired, the team cheered in unison. Su Chen channeled his power, ultimate skill, rage charge, one punch. His burning fury materialized. The devastating strike triggered an earth-shattering explosion. Lilei watched in absolute awe. That is my big bro. Obliterating two beasts with one punch. What god-tier power is this? Su Chen stared at the system prompt. The system's tutorial finally made sense. The rage charge one punch scaled perfectly. Its output relied on charging time and the absolute peak of the host's fury, utilizing pure rage to fuel the strike. The theory was completely proven. Meanwhile, Yue trembled in disbelief. How is this even mathematically possible? There is no way Su Chen possesses that power. He must have stolen it. Our previous attacks definitely weakened the beast. Stumbling backward, she realized the grim truth. We are doomed. More sawtooth beasts are gathering here. Yue whined in despair. Even with a human shield, we cannot outrun them, Su Chen frankly confessed. The real issue, that strike just burned half my rage gauge. In a split second, his mind raced. If I want to survive, I need to completely enrage myself again. Su Chen unleashed a furious strike. Huang Kai, you absolute bastard. Rage plus 100, but his overall points barely budged. Su Chen clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it, even a scumbag like Huang Kai couldn't push his rage meter to the max. Seizing the opening, the jagged-toothed monster shrieked. His terrified teammates cried out, Brother Su. Blazing energy erupted from his clenched fists. He swung his massive blade, instantly decapitating the enemy. The system announced rage value plus 10.86. Su Chen ruthlessly swept through his enemies, fueling his attacks with historical fury. Remembering centuries of ancient wars, his inner wrath exploded. System notification, rage value plus 10.86. His boiling anger finally reached its absolute peak. He roared out legendary tales of fallen empires and unbreakable human spirit. In the face of ultimate destruction, humanity stands invincible. With every devastating uppercut, he channeled the sorrow of countless historical tragedies. From ancient invasions to burning palaces, he unleashed a symphony of pure destruction. This was an unstoppable wrath permanently carved into his very DNA. Just a single spark could ignite this powder keg. Lilei cheered like a massive fanboy. This is insane. Brother Su is an absolute monster. Fully consumed by his blazing fury, he charged forward with godlike power. I possess a single strike born from a lifetime of resentment. Su Chen roared, unleashing his ultimate blow. I will annihilate everything in my path. As the dust finally settled, he let out a heavy sigh. It is finally over, thank heavens. Yu Weiyu stood completely paralyzed, trembling in terror. A completely classless novice just slaughtered a horde of two-star beasts. Was this an actual miracle? Su Chen lifted his head boldly, declaring, "This world is crawling with deadly threats. But since I, Su Chen, have descended upon this realm, I will wage war alongside it. I swear to protect this domain just as fiercely as I loved my past life." Li Lei hesitantly stepped forward, totally bewildered. "Brother Su, is your true class actually a mage? He was just chanting some crazy spell. How does he keep getting stronger the more he talks?" Li Lei could only let out a defeated sigh. Watching Zilong revert to his base form, his mind went blank. I have no idea what happened, but consider me completely mind-blown. Meanwhile, the massive digital leaderboard outside glowed intensely. Rank 1 Yang Yan, 1st Academy 106 points. Rank 2 Huo Huo, 3rd Academy 99 points. Rank 3 Su Chen, 2nd Academy 98 points. Rank 4 Bu Li, 1st Academy 94 points. Rank 5 Wei Tihui, 2nd Academy 90 points. Rank 6 Bu Fan, 1st Academy 81 points. Rank 7 Chu Xuan, 1st Academy 76 points. Rank 8 Xiao Chun, 1st Academy 65 points. Rank 9 Luo Feng, 1st Academy 53 points. Shan Dai smirked with absolute triumph. Yang Yan finally crushed Su Chen and claimed the #1 spot. True genius cannot be suppressed. Huang Lin turned around, flashing an arrogant sneer. Huai Ji, lost your voice already. Your precious Su Chen just plummeted down to 3rd place. Huai Ji furiously furrowed his brows and shot back. So what if he is 3rd? 3rd place is still a phenomenal achievement. Huang Lin let out a blatantly mocking laugh, eyes full of utter disgust. What a joke. Stop completely deluding yourself. That completely unknown Su Chen has not gained a single point in ages. This undeniably proves his true colors. He is nothing but total awakened trash. Overflowing with arrogant confidence, Huang Lin pointed directly at the massive screen. Now that the real prodigies are unleashing their true aura, Su Chen will instantly plummet. But suddenly, the system leaderboard violently glitched. Shandai completely shattered the dead silence. What on earth? Rank 1 Su Chen 208 points. How is this even possible? How did he just instantly skyrocket to 1st place? Huaiji erupted into a booming, triumphant laugh. Meanwhile, Shandai stood entirely paralyzed, doubting her own vision. This defies all logic. Huaiji smugly patted his rival right on the cheek. Did that reality check sting a bit? Huang Lin, humiliated and boiling with absolute rage, he furiously protested. Director Li, this is completely rigged. There has to be a major system error. Either that worthless kid is cheating or the entire trial domain is fundamentally broken. Huaiji waved him off with a vicious sneer. Give it a rest. Imagine the pure embarrassment when they find 0 errors. Suddenly, a blinding crimson alert hijacked the entire system interface. Huang Lin totally panicked. What in the world is happening? This is a terrifying level 1 emergency. A catastrophic anomaly has invaded the trial grounds. He instantly seized the golden opportunity to strike back. Exactly as I predicted. The entire trial matrix is completely compromised. Huaiji, who looks like a total fool now, Su Chen's 1st place rank is completely invalid. Hao Lin sprinted toward them, gasping for breath. Directors, we have a massive disaster on our hands. He frantically started unloading the deeply horrifying truth. The dimensional node anchoring the students just experienced a severe mutation. The entire zone forcefully upgraded from a 1-star basic trial to a highly lethal 2-star dungeon. The 3 directors screamed in utter shock. What? Huang Lin stood totally frozen. How could an impossible glitch like this even trigger? Shan Dai demanded answers, her voice trembling. What caused this dimensional fracture? Do you know? Hao Lin swallowed hard, dripping with cold sweat. We still have 0 explanation. Ever since the dungeon forcefully ascended to 2 stars, every single 1-star beast has mutated into an incredibly deadly 2-star monster. The danger level is completely off the charts. She tightly clenched her trembling fists, utterly consumed by pure despair. This is an absolute nightmare. Unawakened rookies stand absolutely 0 chance against fully evolved 2-star demonic beasts. He instantly voiced his darkest fears. Even a supreme talent like Yang Yan would barely survive a slaughter like this. Huaiji desperately clung to a tiny shred of hope. Can we forcibly breach the dungeon gates right now? He solemnly shook his head, instantly shattering their last desperate lifeline. The spatial gateway is completely sealed shut. Although the entire domain mutated into a highly lethal 2-star zone, the fundamental entry restrictions remain completely locked. Only unawakened class holders under 1 star can cross the barrier. Every single instructor here is too high level to forcefully enter. Huang Lin went completely deathly pale, heavily sweating with pure dread. We are looking at a total catastrophe. Those 2-star monsters are going to trigger an absolute bloodbath in there. Huaiji instantly raised an eyebrow, fiercely cutting him off. I would not be so entirely sure about that. Huang Lin practically snarled, his voice dripping with pure venom. What do you mean not sure? Huai Ji, your second academy is completely pathetic. Your precious students will undeniably suffer the heaviest casualties. Huai Ji remained ice-cold, slowly pointing his finger with an intensely sharp gaze. Just moments ago, Su Chen's absolute ranking violently skyrocketed. Do you even realize what that truly signifies? Huaiji boldly dropped his ultimate theory. It absolutely means Su Chen is out there slaughtering two-star beasts. Only by annihilating an insanely overpowered boss could his score violently erupt like that. Huang Lin instantly rejected the claim, completely losing his mind. That is mathematically impossible. There is no way your trash-tier academy could ever forge a monstrous anomaly like that. Shan Dai had zero desire to argue, slowly nodding in absolute agreement. As completely insane as it sounds, it is the only logical explanation we have. Suddenly, Huai Ji completely snapped, brutally slapping Huang Lin right across the face with his literal shoe. Huang Lin furiously slapped the shoe away. What is wrong with you? Why did you violently attack me? Huai Ji intensely glared right back. That is exactly what you get for constantly trashing my second academy. Consider that a desperately needed lesson. He tightly gripped his rival's arm, flashing a deeply savage grin. I figured you might want an incredibly massive shoe to completely hide your pathetic embarrassment in. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, Su Chen turned to his crew, his voice absolutely deadly serious. The dungeon matrix has severely collapsed. That is the only logical reason a two-star beast just spawned. We need to violently smash our way out of here right now. Zilong frantically calculated their immediate escape route. The main extraction portal is located at the absolute edge of this secret realm. We still have a terrifyingly long path ahead of us. Yui desperately clung to him, acting cute. Big bro, please take me with you. Su Chen frowned, instantly rejecting her. Not even if you call me daddy. Suddenly, she dropped right to her knees. Her eyes sparkled with intense, desperate pleading. Daddy, please accept my complete devotion. Witnessing this shameless display, Su Chen stepped back in shock. Going that far? Meanwhile, Minggao frantically searched for an escape. What do we do? The bronze door is completely sealed shut, and two-star monsters are entirely surrounding us. Liu San anxiously analyzed the grim situation. A one-star zone upgrading to 2 stars is utterly unprecedented. He gritted his teeth. This anomaly definitely involves the artifact young Master Lua wants. This trial strictly limits entry to unawakened ones. He wiped his sweat. Young Master Luo paid an absolute fortune, using special items to smuggle us 1-star awakeners inside. I knew the artifact was extraordinary, but altering a spatial node's level, absolutely insane. Ming Gao furiously cut him off. What is the point of analyzing this crap? He panicked. How do we survive? Liu San quickly pointed out the only escape. The teleportation exit inside the bronze door. He stared fiercely. Whether claiming the artifact or escaping, we must force this bronze door open first. Minggao wailed in absolute despair. Then we are already dead, he screamed. This 2-star zone means opening the bronze door now requires a 2-star awakener. We are barely surviving against 2-star beasts. He fell to his knees. Who could possibly level up to 2 stars right now? Elsewhere, Su Chen's party cautiously explored. Zilong frowned deeply at the spatial anomaly. It has been so long. Why hasn't any academy instructor stepped in to save us? A grim realization hit him. They cannot enter at all. Looks like our survival completely depends on our own strength now. Li Lei sighed heavily at their doomed fate. 2-star nightmares swarm the entire path. Reaching the secret realm's end is impossible. How many students will die here? Meanwhile, Li Lingxiao ran for his absolute life. Watch out, it is catching up. He smirked confidently, spinning around with dual pistols. 16 rounds each, 3 seconds to prove my ultimate manhood. Bang bang. However, those devastating shots completely failed to scratch the demonic horned wolf. Li Lingxiao bolted in absolute horror. No way. My bullets cannot harm a 2-star beast. Zhao Lu stepped up confidently. Swap out. Her staff glowed, chanting rapidly. Mother Earth's sand transformation. Instantly, the beast plummeted into a deep quicksand trap. Li Lingxiao cheered with pure admiration. Lulu, you are amazing. The mage class is totally overpowered. She kept her focus locked on the struggling beast. Start moving immediately. I can only trap this monster temporarily to stall its fierce attacks. Li Li suddenly pointed, completely stunned. Wait, is that Zhao Lu's party fighting a 2-star demonic horned wolf? Hearing that voice, Li Lingxiao spun around, instantly sneering. Su Chen, you pathetic jobless loser, are actually alive. He crossed his arms arrogantly. I must admit your blind luck is incredibly impressive. Zhao Lu frowned with absolute icy disdain. Ignore that trash. We are splitting up. Li Lingxiao nodded like an obedient lapdog. Understood, Lulu. Let's avoid these deadweights completely. She shot Su Chen one last arrogant glare. Do not blame me, Su Chen. Our relationship is dead. Do not follow me. I will never carry a useless burden or save you. Su Chen remained entirely silent, watching them flee. Beside him, Li Lei exploded with raging fury. Who asked for their garbage help? The sheer audacity. Yui stomped her foot angrily. Oh, I absolutely despise brainless blind women like her. What a scumbag. Wait, she acts exactly like the old me. I truly cannot understand why big bro Su Chen liked her. She doesn't even deserve tying his shoes. Zilong stood completely speechless. Good heavens, she is literally roasting her past self. But Su Chen's patience had vanished. He furiously decided to slaughter his enemies. Damn it, I am furious. I will crush some two-star garbage to blow off steam. Cannot waste this rage. Without hesitation, he completely obliterated the wolf with one punch. Li Lei panicked at that godlike terrifying strength. Too powerful. What class is Brother Su playing? Is he actually jobless? I completely cannot comprehend his hidden depths anymore. Zilong nodded blankly, totally mesmerized. I cannot either. But Su Chen is officially 100% jobless. Suddenly, a blinding golden light crashed down onto his head. As the light faded, Su Chen blinked in sheer confusion. What just happened? Li Lei screamed with absolute hype. That was a two-star heavenly infusion. Brother Su, you reached the pseudo two-star realm, one tiny step from becoming a true two-star awakener. Su Chen tilted his head, genuinely baffled. Leveling up is seriously this ridiculously easy. Li Lei's jaw hit the floor. Easy. This is the very first time anyone has ever called leveling easy. Li Lei tried explaining carefully. Reaching 1 star is a breeze. Why? Because after awakening, your base stats naturally push you right to the 1-star threshold. But pushing past that first star, the power gap becomes an absolute nightmare. The brutal difficulty instantly multiplies by tens of thousands of times. Most awakeners will die without ever touching the 2-star realm. Even peerless academy geniuses hit unbreakable bottlenecks at 2 or 3 stars, completely trapped forever. Zilong stepped forward grimly. And it gets worse. Advancing past 2 stars requires surviving a class advancement trial, which mercilessly eliminates countless awakeners. Su Chen looked completely puzzled. A class advancement trial? Li Lei stared bewildered. Brother Su, the academy taught this. Did you skip class? Su Chen smirked smoothly. Just testing your basic knowledge. Right on cue, Yui eagerly volunteered her ultimate knowledge. Big bro Su Chen, I know this. Every single awakened class possesses its own dedicated star tower. To break through, awakeners must conquer their specific tower's brutal tests. You only earn your next star if you emerge entirely victorious from that trial. However, those mysterious star towers are absolute death traps. Every year, countless arrogant geniuses are slaughtered inside or violently crippled, shattering their heroic careers entirely. It is an insurmountable heavenly gate crushing countless veterans. Zilong stared with absolute worship, explaining further. That is exactly why high-star awakeners are considered ridiculously rare living legends. The only logical reason you leveled up this incredibly fast is because you effortlessly slaughter monsters way above your own tier. It breaks all system laws. A 1-star executing a 2-star is pure fantasy. Su Chen pinched his nose, suddenly realizing a flaw. If advancing requires entering a specific class tower, then where does a totally jobless person go? Li Lei froze his brain, completely short-circuiting. Honestly, I have absolutely no idea. Su Chen crossed his arms, searching for a loophole. Is there actually a hidden trial tower specifically built for jobless classes? He shook his head, whispering with absolute certainty. As far as I know, they don't exist, he reasoned, a thrilled smirk crossing his face. Every star tower strictly divides awakeners by class. No class means absolutely no entry. Wait, no, star tower? Li Lei stammered, completely caught off guard. Does that mean I can just instantly rank up my stars without passing a single trial? Hard to say, Zilong muttered darkly. The worst-case scenario, it might mean ranking up is entirely impossible, but Su Chen's eyes only blazed with pure excitement. Let's move. We'll just slaughter a few more 2-star beasts and find out. Su Chen's party quickly advanced to the gathering zone. Pausing at the cliff's edge, he gazed down at the chaotic battlefield below. Incredible, Zilong gasped in awe. Someone is actually going toe-to-toe with a 2-star beast. Down below, a jagged tooth monster launched a desperate assault. Facing it, Chang Yan's expression remained ice-cold as she activated her stealth skill. In a flash, she vanished into thin air, striking with lethal precision from above. Chang Yan viciously plunged her dagger straight into the beast's neck. Sensing the killing intent, the monster violently swatted her away. The sheer force sent both of them crashing backward. Chang Yan gritted her teeth, swallowing the agonizing pain. Even if I can read its fatal blind spots, she cursed internally, I only just awakened to the 1-star realm. My combat level is simply too weak right now. My attacks can't deal any real damage to a 2-star monster. Meanwhile, the terrified crowd exchanged panicked whispers. Who is that girl? How does she dare fight a 2-star beast? Are you blind? That's Chang Yan, an admirer shouted with absolute reverence. The ultimate genius of the first academy and the top talent across all 3 schools. How can you not recognize our goddess? Her awakened class is the Shadow Assassin, someone explained. It's an overwhelmingly powerful combat path. In fact, humanity's legendary 9-star powerhouse possesses this exact same class. The student then cheered with burning hope. Chang Yan is our final lifeline, truly worthy of the #1 prodigy title. To think she can match a 2-star terror. None of us even compare to her. Hearing this pathetic surrender, Li Lei scoffed fiercely. Who says we don't compare? So what if she can fight it to a draw? My big bro Su Chen could insta-kill that 2-star beast. Hearing this, Huo sneered with dripping disdain. Are you drunk? How many drinks did it take to spew that garbage? The crowd erupted into ruthless mockery. Insta-kill, a 2-star beast, I'm dying of laughter. This guy is completely delusional. Crazy or not, Xiaoji is right. He's definitely out of his mind drunk. Li Lei waved his hand, his voice brimming with absolute certainty. Just because you weaklings can't pull it off, you naturally assume no one else can either, right? That's just because your worldview is too pathetic. Li Lei then eagerly turned to Su Chen. Boss want to show them true power and slap their faces. Su Chen simply replied, stay humble. Furious Huo stepped up and roared his threat. Brat, do you even know who I am? How dare you look down on me? Pumping his chest, he arrogantly announced his name. I am Huo, the ultimate prodigy of the 3rd Academy. My power is second only to Chang Yan. Even I can barely retreat intact when facing a 2-star beast. Pointing a trembling finger, he spat out his disbelief. You claim this, nobody can defeat it. What an absolute joke. Huo's arrogant declaration left the onlookers completely stunned. If he actually wins, I'll call him daddy. Hearing this disrespectful bet, Yue furiously snapped. Shut your mouth. Huo crossed his arms with a confused sneer. And who are you? Mind your own business. But Yue stubbornly shot back without missing a beat. Don't you dare try to steal my daddy. Huo scratched his head. What? Then it clicked. Who wants your dad? Huo groaned in utter disgust. You're completely insane. Su Chen rubbed his temples, helplessly sighing. Yue, what are you even saying? Stop talking nonsense. I am not his father. Huo smugly rubbed his nose. Kid, at least you know your place. Smart move. Su Chen smirked, chuckling darkly. Aren't you just taking advantage of me? Yue nodded with innocent agreement. Exactly. He's totally using you. Huo choked on his burning rage, his voice trembling. I offered to call him daddy. How is that taking advantage of him, you people? He was suffocating on his own fury, on the verge of coughing up blood. Clenching his fists tight, Huo viciously barked. Today, I will absolutely teach you trash as a painful lesson. But right at that moment, the jagged tooth beast unleashed a deafening roar and lunged forward. Chang Yan desperately warned the crowd. Another beast is ambushing us. Retreat to the safe zone immediately. The terrified students panicked. Two 2-star monsters, even Chang Yan can't hold them off. Run. The beast's sudden strike violently knocked her back several paces. Fueled by pure outrage, Chang Yan launched herself into the air. You filthy animals, stay right there. As if sensing her plan, the monsters swiftly split up. Watching one charge blindly toward the helpless students, she cried out in despair. Damn it, I can only block one. We're doomed. Huo pointed a furious finger. Consider yourself extremely lucky, punk. If it weren't for this ambush, I would have beaten you into the dirt. I'll settle this score with you later. Turning around, all the color instantly drained from his face. The 2-star monster is charging. Hurry up and run. Sprinting frantically, Chang Yan pleaded with the fleeing crowd. Fellow students, someone intercept the monster ahead. If it breaches the normal academy zone, the casualties will be absolutely catastrophic. Su Chen's cheerful mockery almost made him trip. Hey Huo, she's calling for you. Trembling with rage, Huo roared. Keep your damn mouth shut, but Su Chen ruthlessly pressed on. Isn't this the 3rd Academy's ultimate prodigy? Didn't our great genius just boast about easily stopping a 2-star beast on his own? Hearing these twisted words, he angrily snapped back. Su Chen, you absolute bastard. When did I ever say that? Unyielding Su Chen grinned wickedly. Here's your chance to shine. Go be a hero. Spotting him, Chang Yan decisively barked an order. Huo, hold that beast off for just a moment. Once I repel this one, I'll back you up immediately. Panic paralyzed him. I can't. Resting his chin on his hand, Su Chen taunted him relentlessly. Is our genius too scared? Snapping back to reality, Huo defensively shouted, who says I'm scared? I am the top prodigy of the 3rd Academy, summoning his courage. Huo sprinted forward with reckless abandon. I represent my school's pride. How could I possibly fail to block a mere 2-star beast? Just seconds later, the beast batted him away, like a weightless rag doll. Humiliated and terrified, Huo scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. Oh god, this 2-star monster is utterly terrifying, Chang Yan scoffed in bitter disappointment. What useless trash. Humiliated, he angrily pointed his finger back. A nameless nobody dares mock me. Let's see how fast you get torn to shreds. Meanwhile, Chang Yan fiercely slashed her enemy away. Get lost. She then confidently gestured to Su Chen. Run toward me, I'll protect you. Ignoring her, Su Chen practically vibrated with energy as he swung a lightning-fast fist. Your luck is terrible. My pent-up anger just peaked. Seeing this, Huo maliciously cheered. What is this idiot doing? A suicidal fool is actually attacking a two-star beast head-on. Does this trash seriously think he possesses Chang Yan's overwhelming power? Chang Yan screamed a desperate warning. That's way too reckless. A normal student cannot fight a two-star horror. Shutting them all up instantly, Su Chen blasted the monster away with a single devastating palm strike. Huo's jaw practically hit the absolute floor. What in the world was that? A single punch completely shattered the sawtooth beast into flying debris. Witnessing this absolute destruction, Chang Yan froze in pure shock. If her own eyes had not seen it, she would have called it a bluff. I always thought I was the undisputed champion of the third academy, yet someone actually possesses more overwhelming brute strength than me. Just whose monster of a student is this guy? Right at that moment, a mysterious aura violently surged around him. What is this legendary power? Suddenly, Su Chen gripped his head and roared in utter agony. Zilong and Li Lei rushed over in sheer panic. Su Chen, what is happening to your body? Su Chen, are you holding up all right? He massaged his temples with a deep, frustrated frown. I am fine. This sensation means I just broke through to the two-star realm. I just never expected a two-star awakening to feel like my skull was violently splitting open. Zilong's eyes widened into massive saucers in absolute disbelief. 2 stars. You actually broke through without even stepping foot inside the Star Tower. Su Chen, your latent talent is literally unmatched in this entire world. Zilong remained utterly stunned. Then again, a jobless awakening is already a legendary anomaly, so bypassing the Star Tower actually makes sense. Meanwhile, Su Chen was secretly celebrating his newly acquired upgrade. The amazing news was that leveling up required 0 dangerous tower trials. The terrible news. While normal awakeners gain massive combat stat boosts at 2 stars, he felt 0 physical changes whatsoever besides that mind-numbing, skull-cracking headache. Breaking his train of thought, Chang Yan strutted over with a highly confident smirk. What exactly is your real name? Obliterating a 2-star beast with just 1 single strike. How could I have never heard of such terrifying combat prowess before today? What is your exact awakening class? Facing her intense curiosity, he replied with total chilling indifference. I am Su Chen, an entirely jobless mortal. She froze mentally, repeating his impossible answer. Jobless. Assuming he was just hiding his true power, Chang Yan let out a heavy sigh. Whatever. If you want to play mysterious, I will not force the truth out of you. After all, we are destined rivals on this battlefield. Her mana aura flared as she made a fiercely bold declaration. Su Chen, hear my words. You are the very first worthy opponent that Chang Yan has ever truly acknowledged. A raging competitive fire burned brightly within her piercing eyes. Let us settle this in a real duel. I absolutely refuse to lose to someone like you. Su Chen just rolled his eyes at her dramatic challenge. Who even has the free time to spar with you? I am leaving this instant. I told the absolute truth, yet she refused to believe a single word. Are the brains of these so-called prodigies just completely wired differently? Sensing the rapidly rising tension in the air, he urgently 40 Bayer signaled his loyal squad. We need to move out immediately. Lingering in this danger zone is a total death wish. But as he turned around, Su Chen blinked in sheer confusion. Huo was just standing there like a frozen, terrified statue. Why have you not moved a single inch yet? The guy rubbed his neck with an incredibly awkward, desperate grin. Please drag me along with your group. Right now, sticking by Su Chen's side is the ultimate survival strategy. I must cling to this overpowered protagonist's legs at all costs. Su Chen crossed his arms with a highly amused, arrogant smirk. Go ahead and give me one single valid reason to drag deadweight like you along. Dropping straight to his knees, he delivered a dramatic martial arts oath. I, Huo, have wandered aimlessly for half my life, searching for a true master. If you do not cast me aside, I shall pledge my undying loyalty and call you Godfather. The entire squad stood paralyzed by his shameless historical quote. Well then, Su Chen burst into roaring laughter and clapped his hands in total approval. You are an absolute comedic genius. As they continued their dark dungeon exploration, Li Lei reported the latest tactical data. According to the system guide, we are basically at the final escape checkpoint. Just beyond that, ancient bronze gate looming up ahead. There lies the exact teleportation array we need to ditch this hellhole. Suddenly, Zilong frowned at the massive sea of students blocking the narrow path. Something feels totally wrong about this setup. Why is an entire army of awakeners just cowardly gathered outside? Why is absolutely no one entering the bronze gate? He nervously grabbed the trembling shoulder of a random magic student. What exactly is the current tactical situation up ahead? The exhausted student let out a highly despairing, broken sigh. Brother Lei is an absolute nightmare. This cursed bronze gate strictly requires a 2-star combat class just to break the magical seal. We are completely trapped between a lethal rock and a deadly hard place. Just moments ago, we barely managed to pool our dwindling mana together, just to survive a terrifying, bloody ambush from 2-star monstrous beasts. Hearing this incredibly grim reality, Li Lei immediately turned with eyes full of desperate hope. Only a 2-star powerhouse can physically unlock that massive barrier. Su Chen, the fate of our survival entirely rests on your almighty shoulders now. But before anyone could formulate a plan, the cavern ground violently trembled. A terrifying horde of sawtooth fiends and horned wolves charged like a raging tsunami. Their bloodthirsty auras suffocated the entire area. The trapped crowd erupted into hysterical panic. We are utterly doomed. The 2-star nightmare wave has returned to slaughter us all. Hurry up and manifest your defensive magical arrays right now. Frontline Vanguard, stand your ground and block that deadly monster tide. Get out of my way, I am a fragile support class. I need the absolute backline. In the chaotic stampede, they aggressively shoved Li Lingxiao and Zhao Lu aside like trash. Scram immediately. Do not block our designated escape route. Let this master secure a highly safe position in the rear lines. Li Lingxiao's aura flared as he roared with immense, humiliated frustration. What is wrong with you cowardly, brainless fools? I am the great Li Lingxiao, an elite rapid-fire gunslinger. My specific combat path boasts devastating attack power but completely zero physical defense. By the sacred laws of battle tactics, I belong safely behind the meat shields. A towering brute named Shi Hao from the 3rd Academy sneered with utter malicious contempt. I do not give a single damn about your pathetic little awakening class. The elite 3rd Academy will forcefully command the safe inner circle. You garbage from the 2nd Academy will serve as human shields against that monster wave. The oppressed students instantly erupted into a furious, venomous uproar. Those arrogant bastards from the 3rd Academy would never dare provoke the 1st Academy elites. Yet they boldly oppress our 2nd Academy like we are entirely worthless stepping stones. This monster wave is twice as terrifying as the last one. Are they literally just tossing us to the ravenous wolves as disposable cannon fodder? Unable to swallow the disrespect, Zhao Lu haughtily marched forward, with her glowing staff raised. Listen closely, you uncultured brute. I am the highly esteemed Zhao Lu. My combat path is the exceptionally noble mage class, making me the undisputed top genius of the 2nd Academy. I highly suggest you grant me the face and respect my magical rank rightfully deserves. The massive brute's face darkened with absolute terrifying condescension. Shut your highly annoying trap, you fragile little spellcaster. I am Shi Hao, the 2nd highest ranking prodigy of the invincible 3rd Academy. Your so-called prestigious reputation holds absolutely zero weight in this bloody slaughterhouse. The raw combat power of our academy completely crushes your pathetic little school. Therefore, the weak will obediently bleed, while the absolute strong command the entire battlefield. She violently gritted her teeth, etching his arrogant face deep into her vengeful memory. Shi Hao was it I will thoroughly remember this deeply humiliating insult. Suddenly, Su Chen's commanding voice sliced cleanly through the heavy, suffocating tension. Step aside and clear the path. Let me pass through right now. Li Lingxiao fiercely furrowed his brows, muttering curses under his shallow breath. Is that seriously Su Chen's pathetic ragtag squad? How in the world have those bottom-feeding weaklings not perished yet? Meanwhile, the tyrannical Shi Hao barked with explosive, fiery rage. Are you completely deaf to the absolute, undeniable orders of your superior? Every single maggot from the 2nd Academy belongs outside the protective magic barrier. Unfazed by the deadly aura, Su Chen spoke with a crushing, icy calmness. I boldly said to move out of my way. Let me casually blast this ancient bronze gate wide open for everyone's survival. Hearing such absolute delusional audacity, Shi Hao burst into maniacal mocking laughter. Are you actively trying to play a terrible joke on a living god? This legendary bronze gate strictly demands the aura of a 2-star awakener to break the holy seal. He arrogantly crossed his massive, heavily armored arms. Right now, humanity's only glimmer of salvation lies entirely with Chang Yan, the absolute undisputed #1 prodigy of our glorious 3rd Academy. Every single soul trapped here is desperately praying for her majestic, heaven-sent arrival. Shi Hao violently spat on the ground with pure, unadulterated disgust. What kind of pathetic, delusional trash do you honestly think you are? If a weakling like you shatters that seal, I will drop to my knees and call you daddy. Su Chen's face scrunched up in completely genuine, hilarious bewilderment. Is developing deep daddy issues a mandatory requirement to officially graduate from the 3rd Academy? That sarcastic razor-sharp strike instantly triggered an explosive, fiery wrath within the massive brute. You completely worthless piece of 2nd Academy garbage. Do you seriously possess a death wish by provoking an apex predator like me? Shi Hao aggressively pointed a highly threatening, battle-scarred finger straight at his calm face. Do you completely lack the mental capacity to understand your exact place in this food chain? A completely mundane extra like you has absolutely zero right to breathe the same air as heavenly chosen prodigies. In perfect response, Su Chen casually lifted a highly disrespectful singular middle finger. Did you feast on a toxic garbage dump earlier today? Because your foul breath is absolutely polluting the dungeon air. Seeing the legendary disrespect, Li Lingxiao fiercely scolded the jobless boy. Su Chen, who the hell do you honestly think you are right now? How dare a bottom-tier, talentless weakling like you speak with such reckless, suicidal arrogance toward the almighty Shi Hao? Zhao Lu flipped her hair, letting out an incredibly conceited, delusional chuckle. He is obviously desperately trying to win my romantic favor by acting tough. Standing in my divine presence clearly infected him with highly false, silly confidence. Completely ignoring her massive ego, Shihao's blood boiled as he reached out to ruthlessly crush Su Chen's skull. Are you literally begging for an early, violently brutal trip to the underworld? Today, I will personally detach your worthless, annoying head from your incredibly fragile spine. Watching the highly lethal strike approach, Li Lingxiao coldly whispered in total agreement. This incredibly arrogant, brainless fool absolutely deserves to be brutally beaten into a bloody pulp. Huo wasted zero time. He unleashed a brutal slap. Get the hell out of my sight. The heavy blow sent Shihao flying, crashing directly into Li Lingxiao. Clutching his swollen cheek, he screamed in absolute fury. Who the hell hit me? Huo glared daggers at him. You fat pig, have you gone completely blind? Recognizing him, Shihao instantly bowed like a coward. Big brother, Huo, why are you here? Gasps echoed through the panicked crowd. That is Huo, the absolute top genius of the Third Academy. Rumor has it, his raw combat power matches even the legendary Kang Yan. Before the fat guy could speak, Huo rained down merciless kicks. Who gave you permission to lay a finger on him? How am I supposed to fix this absolute disaster now? Shihao collapsed right back onto Li Lingxiao. He whined pathetically to defend himself. Big brother, that kid is just absolute trash from the Second Academy. He actually forced me to call him daddy. I had to teach him a lesson. Hearing this nonsense, Huo delivered another freezing slap. Like you were even worthy to call him daddy. Going down a third time, Shihao looked up in pure confusion. I am not worthy. Li Lingxiao scrambled away, whispering frantically. Zhao Lu, why is a monster like him helping our weak Second Academy? She flashed an incredibly arrogant smirk. There is only one logical explanation. He is doing all of this just to give me face. Li Lingxiao gazed at her with absolute awe. That makes perfect sense. Only someone as flawless as you could command respect from a supreme genius like him. Dusting his hands off, Huo asked nervously. Are you satisfied with how I handled this trash? Zhao Lu confidently adjusted her glasses. Very satisfied. Li Lingxiao immediately bowed with overflowing gratitude. Brother Huo, you are way too kind to us. On behalf of the entire Second Academy, I deeply thank you. Disgusted, Huo violently shoved both of them aside. Who the hell was talking to you too? Get out of my way. He slowly walked right past them. The arrogant duo froze with burning embarrassment. Huo stood respectfully at attention before the real master. Is there anything else you need? Just say the word. Witnessing this impossible scene, Li Lingxiao practically choked on his breath. What in the world? Why is a supreme genius bowing down to a total piece of trash? Zhao Lu gritted her teeth in bitter humiliation. Huo, right? I will remember this insult. Suddenly, Kang Yan and her elite squad blasted onto the scene. Ignoring the drama, they charged directly into the monster horde, weapons blazing with lethal energy. The hopeless crowd erupted into wild cheers. It is Kang Yan, Wei Bi, and Chu Xuan Bufan are here too, the absolute top 10 strongest students. We are finally saved. Hope is not lost yet. Emitting a terrifying aura, she shouted her command. Everyone stand back, I will shatter the bronze gate myself. Channeling overwhelming magical power, she struck the massive doors. Open up. Meanwhile, Wei Tihui was violently blasted out of the fierce battle line. Coughing up blood, he desperately gasped. Kang Yan, our defenses are completely collapsing. Did you breach it yet? Her voice trembled with crushing despair. It will not open. Only a true two-star awakened can break this ancient seal. Terror instantly paralyzed the remaining students. Even our strongest warrior failed to open the bronze gate. Without accessing the Star Tower, achieving two-star status is literally impossible. We are totally doomed. Our last lifeline is officially gone. But cutting through the absolute panic, Su Chen stepped forward calmly. Let me do it. Wei Tihui glared with pure toxic disgust. Are you out of your freaking mind? Su Chen held his ground without a single flinch. I can shatter this bronze gate. Wei Tihui mocked him mercilessly. Open it with what your zero-level trash skills. Stop joking around. Rushing over, Wei Tihui blocked his path angrily. Stop causing chaos. You are not even on our combat squad. Just surviving this long is a total miracle for a total loser. Li Lingxiao eagerly jumped in to fuel the fire. Su Chen, who the hell would believe you? Only a brainless idiot would trust a fake. Ignoring the barking dogs, Su Chen shoved him aside. I know the ancient incantation to open this. Get out of my way. Wei Tihui scoffed with unbelievable arrogance. Incantation. Stop talking. Absolute garbage. Only a verified two-star class can crack this barrier. Magic words do not exist in reality. As a dead silence fell over them, Su Chen chanted with a completely deadpan expression. Li Lingxiao is a massive idiot and Wei Tihui is a pathetic paper tiger. Hocus pocus, let these two absolute morons grant me divine power. Supreme gods of the universe, make it happen right now. The crowd listened to the ridiculous spell in total shock. Is he seriously casting magic right now? Wait, did he just call Li Lingxiao an idiot and Wei Tihui a paper tiger? Is this a joke? There is zero chance that pushes the door open. Su Chen took a deep breath, pressing his palms against the ancient metal. Open for me, Li Lingxiao barked out a pathetic challenge. If you actually move that door, I will literally eat dirt on a live stream. A split second later, Li Lingxiao dropped his jaw to the floor. What in the world? With a deafening groan, the massive bronze gate violently swung open before their eyes. Wei Tihui stood frozen like a shattered statue. The two bullies stuttered in pure, unadulterated shock. Did he seriously just open the impossible seal? The terrified crowd erupted into a wild frenzy of absolute disbelief. It is open. He actually cracked a 2-star dungeon gate. I did not sense a single drop of class aura from him at all. Could that ridiculous chant actually be a legendary spell? But Kang Yan instantly understood the horrifying truth. 2 stars has Su Chen secretly awakened as a 2-star powerhouse. How is that even physically possible at his age? Suddenly, elite monsters spawned from the shadows, violently smashing students into the cavern walls. Utter chaos exploded everywhere. 2-star elites are spawning right now. We cannot fight these 2-star rank beasts. Run for your lives. Everyone get inside the bronze gate immediately. Hiding in the dark distance, Liu San watched the madness unfold. A no-name kid opening a barrier with just words. Truly unimaginable. Ming Gao urgently nudged him. Move out. We must rush inside to complete young Master Luo's secret mission. The survivors carefully crept into the dark cavern. Suddenly, Kang Yan let out a blood-curdling gasp. Towering above them was a monstrous, terrifying spider queen. Drool dripped from its lethal fangs. Fresh human flesh. The sweet memories of an absolute feast are rushing back to me. Students screamed in utter terror. A 2-star dungeon boss, the legendary Spider Queen. Boss-tier anomalies are only supposed to spawn in medium dungeons ranked 3 stars or higher. Will someone please tell me what kind of nightmare this is? How does a low-level zone have a final boss? The beast screeched, raising its razor-sharp size. Come closer. Become nourishment for my stomach. Instantly, a horrified student was locked in its deadly sights. Puddles formed beneath the boy's trembling legs. Somebody please save me. Showing zero mercy, the queen snatched him up instantly. In one sickening crunch, he became her terrifying midnight snack. The monster shrieked with absolute sickening delight. Delicious perfection. Paralyzed by pure dread, the helpless crowd wailed in despair. We are all going to die right here. They traded one slaughterhouse for a much worse nightmare. Thinking fast, Kang Yan shouted her command. Fall back immediately. Retreat to the surface. But Wei Tihui shook his head in absolute horror. We cannot escape. The entrance is completely blocked by 2-star beasts. Clenching her fists, she made a desperate suicidal call. Then we have no choice but to slay this queen ourselves. The beast swatted her away like a pathetic fly. Since when does food fight back? Seeing the academy goddess hit the floor hard, Su Chen dashed over to catch her. Are you injured? Wiping fresh blood from her lip, Kang Yan admitted the brutal truth. A 2-star boss is completely invincible. Its pure strength is universes beyond anything we can handle. The Spider Queen cackled with wicked delight. Her monster instincts told her that humans who fought back always tasted the sweetest. A desperate warning instantly rang out. Scatter right now. Do not let those venomous claws touch you. The trapped students panicked in pure despair. Hide where exactly? There is zero room to run. Massive, jagged legs crashed down toward them like lethal spears. Su Chen gritted his teeth in blazing fury. Are we just livestock to you? Easy prey to slaughter. A terrifying aura erupted from his very core. You really pissed me off. Go straight to hell. System alert. Rage points increased by 10,000. Chang Yan screamed out. Do not fight it head-on. Even a 2-star awakened would be slaughtered. Ignoring the warning, Su Chen unleashed a devastating palm strike, instantly getting blasted backward. The monster shrieked with mockery. What foolish prey, practically throwing itself into my jaws. But suddenly, a sickening crack echoed out. Her armored legs shattered. What in the world? How is this even possible? Chang Yan stared in absolute awe at the unbelievable impact. He actually managed to crack a boss-tier monster. His hidden strength outclasses mine. Despite the hype, Su Chen frowned at the grim reality. That was my absolute maximum rage output, and it only managed to chip a single massive claw. A calamity-class beast like this could easily wipe out our entire squad. Hiding behind the debris, the terrified students noticed the terrifying barrage of attacks had finally paused. Someone actually shattered the queen's armor. It has to be Chang Yan. Infuriated by the sudden resistance, the massive beast hissed out a lethal command. Rebellious food must die. My precious children, it is time for a bloody feast. Right on cue, a massive, sickening swarm of giant spiders poured from the dark shadows. They lunged forward with absolute bloodlust. Wei Tihui raised his heavy shield and shouted a desperate plan. Chang Yan, let us gather the top 10 prodigies and break through. Li Lingxiao shut that down instantly. It is useless. The exit is guarded by 2-star horrors. Charging out there is straight-up suicide, but waiting here guarantees death. Stalling buys us precious time. Rushing out gets us butchered instantly. Completely annoyed by their constant bickering, Su Chen snapped loudly. Everyone shut up right now. Listen to me. The chaotic battlefield instantly went dead silent. Su Chen stepped forward with absolute seriousness. Wei Tihui, give me Murong Liulian's personal number. The entire squad froze in pure bewilderment. Wei Tihui completely lost his mind in blinding fury. Are you mentally insane? We are literally facing a total wipeout right now. Meanwhile, back at the prestigious Heaven's Might Academy, Murong Liulian was battling the terrifying clown boss. She smirked coldly. Is this really the nightmare boss for a 4-star awakening? The demonic jester let out a blood-curdling shriek and lunged at her. Without hesitating, Murong Liulian activated her lethal crescent blade slash. With a single devastating strike, she scoffed in pure disappointment. Honestly, you are embarrassingly weak. Suddenly, glowing ancient runes erupted from the earth, solidifying her overwhelming victory. Meow Meow squealed in pure excitement. The 4th floor lit up. That is my amazing wifey for you. The Ice Queen stepped forward completely unfazed. Congratulations on your promotion. Murong Liulian instantly blocked her face with a single hand. Do you want me to literally kick your butt into next week? The playful sidekick just winked shamelessly. Oh, absolutely. Please discipline me right now. I have been extremely naughty. Rolling her eyes at the shameless flirting, she changed the subject. Enough nonsense. I still have to deliver the Master's Combat Lecture to the entire Academy today. She sighed heavily internally. The Academy Director is so incredibly lazy, making a student do a professor's job. Meow Meow skipped happily behind her. Wait up, my lovely wifey. Back in the death trap, Su Chen practically demanded the device. Dial the damn number, I have a plan. Wei Tihui scoffed with pure disgust. Keep your hands off my goddess. Su Chen dragged a hand down his face in pure exhaustion. I am trying to save our lives. The elite defender logically analyzed the situation. Senior Murong Liulian is miles away. Even if she picks up, she cannot magically teleport into a locked dungeon to rescue us. Your so-called plan is pure delusion. Su Chen held his ground with blazing confidence. You claimed opening the bronze gate was impossible to, yet I did it. Completely losing his patience, he roared out loud. Stop whining and hand over the damn comms. Wei Tihui handed it over like a sacred relic, glaring daggers at him. Take it, but do not disrespect my goddess. Meanwhile, the stunning swordswoman was setting up her seminar. The massive auditorium was buzzing with electrifying hype. The legendary campus beauty was finally hosting a highly anticipated masterclass. She truly is the undisputed queen of our academy. If I could just brush her hand, I could die a very happy man. Keep your voice down, idiot. She might look like an angel, but her Demon King title is painfully real. For one touch, I would gladly solo an abyssal nightmare dungeon. Dropping a massive pile of letters, the Ice Queen raised a perfect eyebrow. What is all this trash? Meow Meow giggled mischievously. Just another daily batch of pathetic love confessions. Standard protocol applies. Inform the student council instantly. Every single student who wrote these will be banished to the toxic alchemy realm to gather raw materials. Until they grind out 100 contribution points, they are completely exiled. These privileged kids have way too much free time. She slammed the wooden podium in pure frustration. These pathetic boys seriously need a heavy reality check. Everyone knows I am the only partner you will ever need. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone cut through the grand hall. Glancing at the screen, Meow Meow frowned at the unknown caller ID. Some random number is calling. Want me to decline? The swordswoman nodded. Put it on speaker. Without a second thought, the call was accepted and broadcasted perfectly. A breathless, desperate voice echoed out. Senior Murong Liulian, it is Su Chen. Listen to me very carefully. Her icy facade slipped into pure confusion. Why is the Academy reject calling me? Meow Meow blinked blankly. Who the hell is this? Then the absolute bombshell suddenly dropped. A terrifying, suffocating silence instantly crushed the massive auditorium. Thousands of students froze in utter disbelief. Back in the dungeon, Wei Tihui screamed in pure horror. Have you lost your mind? He stubbornly shouted it into the mic again. I love you. The Ice Queen's face twisted into absolute fury. Meanwhile, Su Chen let out a massive sigh of relief. Ding! The public confession survival quest was finally complete. Back at the academy, absolute chaos erupted. Who the hell is this suicidal fresh meat? How dare he completely humiliate our flawless goddess in front of everyone? We only slide secret letters and he broadcasts his feelings live. He just became public enemy number 1. Track his location right now. We are going to absolutely crush him. There is zero chance our Ice Queen would acknowledge a loser. Meow. Meow was practically radiating murderous aura. Murong Liulian, this absolute creep, crossed the line. To pull a stunt like this during an official broadcast, his shamelessness knows no bounds. Exile him straight to the abyssal dungeon. At that exact moment, she rose to her feet and commanded the room. Silence. The panicked academy students instantly froze. Murong Liulian calmly dropped a massive bombshell. As you can plainly see, his name is Su Chen. The bewildered students whispered among themselves. Su Chen, what class? Which academy? I know all the top-tier prodigies, but I have never heard of a Su Chen. Without missing a beat, she casually confirmed their relationship. He is my boyfriend. The revelation struck the massive crowd like a devastating bolt of lightning. What? The female students thought in absolute disbelief. Boyfriend, the ultimate ice queen, just admitted she has a man. Leaving those words behind, Murong Liulian confidently exited the grand hall. A cunning smirk played on her lips as she walked away. Su Chen, you stubbornly refuse to change your arrogant ways, right? You really want to play this game. I will let you play to your heart's content. With you acting as my ultimate meat shield, my future academy life will definitely be a whole lot more peaceful. The furious male students viciously cursed him. Do not let me catch that guy. Not just anyone can become senior. Murong's man Su Chen. I will carve that name into my brain. That nameless trash is not even fit to carry Murong Liulian's shoes. We must hunt him down. Right now, find that bastard immediately. Young Master Lang furiously barked his orders. You have exactly 10 minutes. I want every single piece of background information on this Su Chen. Meanwhile, the awakening system chimed with a joyful notification. Congratulations to the host for achieving a hidden milestone. You've received 100 I love you declarations. Congratulations to the host, vitality stats increased by 1 point. Congratulations, the host has received 10,000 donkeys. Hearing this absurd reward, Su Chen froze in absolute disbelief. What the heck, system, are you trolling me again? The system's robotic voice echoed coldly once more. Congratulations to the host, vitality stats increased by 1 point. Congratulations, the host has received 10,000 donkeys. He exploded with blazing fury. 10,000 donkeys. Are you trying to mock me with these stupid beasts? You useless piece of junk. In this critical life or death moment, what good is a damn donkey? Are you planning to feed donkey meat to the Spider Queen? Su Chen buried his face in his hands, completely overwhelmed until the system prompted again. Special reminder, 10,000 donkeys possess a unique skill. Head-crushing kick, area of effect skill, demonic donkey stampede, causes devastating physical trauma. On the other side of the dungeon, Liu San asked with mounting dread. What do we do now? If this continues, we are truly going to die in here. Meng Gao pulled out a glowing orb and sneered. I actually have a backup plan. Liu San gasped in shock. Wait, is that the forbidden artifact, the monster-attracting holy relic? He lowered his voice with a sinister tone. I brought quite a few of these along, just in case of emergencies. A horrifying realization suddenly hit Liu San. You are planning to use those academy students as monster bait for us. Ming Gao ruthlessly confirmed his dark scheme. Exactly. Right now, our only chance of survival is to sacrifice those weaklings to buy ourselves some time to escape. He pondered for a second before nodding in grim agreement. Fine, let us do it. The moment you throw the monster-attracting relic, we will use the chaos to sneak right behind the Spider Queen. That is where the dimensional gate is located, holding exactly what young Master Luo desires. Suddenly, an eerie green aura violently erupted and swallowed the entire area. The trapped students began screaming in absolute terror. What the hell is this creepy energy? Oh no, this is the aura of a monster-attracting relic. What? Which absolute bastard triggered that forbidden item? Are they trying to sentence all of us to a slow, agonizing death? Immediately after massive swarms of 2-star monsters completely blocked both escape routes, the students wailed in deep despair. The beasts have been drawn in. The relic's power is making them go completely berserk. Every man for himself. There's literally nowhere left to hide. I guess this is the tragic fate of our generation ever since those spatial rifts first appeared on Earth. They desperately unleashed their ultimate martial arts techniques. One unfortunate student was brutally torn apart by the spider swarm. Somebody just kill me quickly. I refuse to be eaten alive by these demonic beasts. The monstrous Spider Queen cackled with sadistic glee. To think some foolish human actually sprinkled extra seasoning on my dinner. This fear will make your flesh taste absolutely delicious. Seizing the perfect opening, Ming Gao urgently barked out. Now is our chance. Run for your lives. Witnessing their betrayal, Li Ling Xiao roared with blazing fury. How dare those filthy traitors stab us in the back at a time like this? Wei Tihui pointed an arrogant finger, mocking him. Hey Su Chen, did you not claim you wanted to save everyone? It is finally your turn to shine, he aggressively sneered. That trash is nothing but all talk. Aside from spewing arrogant nonsense, what else can a weakling like him possibly do? He is just wasting everyone's precious time to escape. Su Chen's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Shut your mouths, I know exactly what needs to be done. He stepped forward with an overwhelming aura, though his mind was racing. I cannot just summon 10,000 donkeys into this dense crowd. If I do, these students will get trampled to death by whoos before the monsters even touch them. A terrified student shrieked. Su Chen, what the hell are you planning? Do you have a death wish? Li Ling Xiao let out a cold, mocking scoff. Let that useless trash die. His pathetic sacrifice will buy us enough time to find a way out of here. Meanwhile, Su Chen began chanting his bizarre incantation once again. Li Lingxiao is a complete idiot and Wei Tihui is nothing but a paper tiger. You two fools lend me your power. At that exact second, a tidal wave of bloodthirsty spiderlings lunged forward. Su Chen looked up at the dungeon ceiling and triumphantly roared. Donkeys descend. A bystander groaned in sheer frustration. How can you still act tough at death's door? Are you really making dumb jokes right now? Suddenly, the heavens opened up and an endless barrage of donkeys rained down from the sky. They happily stomped directly onto the vicious spiders. Wei Tihui choked on his words. What on earth is happening? The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded watching a massive donkey herd violently chasing the monsters. What kind of sorcery is this? Why are thousands of donkeys suddenly dropping from out of nowhere? Is this not just pouring salt on our wounds? Dealing with a monstrous spider army was already bad enough. Wait, something feels wrong. The donkey army is not attacking us at all. The terrifying spider queen shivered, deeply confused by this absolute madness. Why are there foreign magical beasts invading my domain? Seeing the unstoppable sea of hooves charging her way, she screamed in panic. Oh no, this insane wave is heading straight for me. Without a moment's hesitation, the lead donkey unleashed its legendary skill, head-crushing kick. They ruthlessly trampled all over her giant body. The severely battered spider queen gritted her fangs in pure agony. Why the hell are these ridiculous beasts relentlessly attacking me? Are they not supposed to be servants of the wild god? Following the leader, the entire herd took turns stomping, unleashing the ultimate area skill, demonic donkey stampede. Meanwhile, deeper in the cave, Ming Gao triumphantly announced, "The treasure young Master Luo requested has finally fallen into our hands." He frantically urged his partner, "Let us go." Young Master Luo is anxiously waiting outside the teleportation array. "We need to exit this place right now." Just as they turned to leave, the solid ground began trembling violently. Liu San asked in rising panic, "What is that deafening sound?" A stampede of berserk donkeys blasted through the tunnel instantly, ramming the traders and sending them flying through the air. What in the world is happening? Where do all these donkeys come from? They are charging straight into the magic array. Outside the dungeon, young Master Luo was pacing furiously. Why is it taking those two useless fools so long to get out? Given their high power levels, they should have easily secured the artifact and safely teleported back by now. I spent countless months preparing for this and paid a devastatingly high price. If I fail to get that item, I will never accept it. Suddenly, a loyal henchman eagerly reported, "Young Master Luo, the teleportation array is glowing. Someone is finally coming out." He praised them with a greedy, triumphant smirk. "Excellent, that item is absolutely crucial for my glorious future. With its power, I will finally be qualified to enter the divine realm." But the moment he finished speaking, the earth began to violently quake again. What is this overwhelming pressure? Before young Master Luo could even finish his sentence, an avalanche of donkeys launched themselves directly at his face. At the very same time, back inside the monster cave, everyone was rubbing their eyes, in pure disbelief. Oh my god, what in the world just happened? Did that unstoppable wave of horrifying monsters seriously just get trampled to death by a bunch of donkeys? The biggest question is, where did these heaven-defying donkeys come from, and why did they save us? Li Lei shook violently as he demanded answers. "Zilong, give it to me straight. Is Brother Su hiding his true power as a legendary summoner?" Zilong shook his pale face in absolute shock. "I have no idea. My mind is completely blown." Wei Tiui's jaw hit the floor in disbelief. Did Su Chen seriously summon all those donkeys? Is he truly a god-tier summoner? No way. What kind of summoner calls upon thousands of donkeys? This totally defies all known logic. Meanwhile, Su Chen curiously picked up a glowing dropped item. What is this thing? Without hesitation, he cracked open the chest, revealing a mysterious key inside. Su Chen gasped as the object suddenly moved, merging directly into his body. It felt like a legendary artifact meant to unlock a hidden power. Xuan Yan approached the crushed remains of the Spider Queen. She muttered in absolute shock. How could a terrifying boss be trampled to death by a donkey stampede? This feels like a bizarre fever dream. Nearby, young Master Luo finally dragged himself up after being brutally trampled. He sobbed uncontrollably, crying his eyes out. "Can somebody please tell me what the hell is going on here? Why are there so many freaking donkeys?" I demand a logical explanation, but the rest of the surviving students collapsed in sheer relief. We are actually saved. I thought we were dead meat for sure. Who exactly saved our lives? Was it really that guy named Su Chen? Did he actually summon that donkey army with a magic spell? The hyped-up crowd suddenly realized something crucial. Wait, what was the exact incantation? I need to write that down to save my life in the future. Li Lingxiao is a massive idiot, and Wei Tihui is a total paper tiger. Those two fools grant us supreme power. Yeah, that sounds right. I better memorize this for my next dungeon raid. Li Lingxiao and Wei Tihui cursed furiously upon hearing this mockery. Damn it all, I am absolutely certain Su Chen is not some classless loser. He is hiding his true strength like an absolute master. Li Lingxiao stared blankly, his mind utterly shattered by the revelation. No way, this is absolutely freaking impossible. I have no idea where that beast Stampede came from, but Su Chen could never save everyone. Back at the second academy, everybody knows he is just a classless piece of trash. Wei Tihui scoffed and turned his back in deep resentment. Su Chen just smirked. Yep, you really are a massive idiot. Just as the group started to evacuate, a terrifying horde of two-star monsters suddenly ambushed them. Pure panic erupted as they screamed at their teammates. The Spider Queen might be dead, but the sawtooth fiends are still swarming. We need to escape this dungeon immediately. Hurry up, get inside the teleportation circle now. We are finally getting out of this hellhole. But as Shihao sprinted for his life, Zhao Lu viciously cast a binding spell. Mother Earth Sand Burial. Instantly, Shihao's legs were violently sucked into the ground. He looked around in sheer terror. What the hell is happening? Watching the sawtooth fiends close in, Shihao screamed at the top of his lungs. No, please save me. But his pleas were useless as he was instantly devoured by the brutal monsters. Zhao Lu coldly crossed out a name in her little black book. I warned you, Shihao. I held a grudge against you, and this is the ultimate price for getting on my bad side. She arrogantly capped her pen, her eyes flashing with malice. Next on the chopping block is Hu Hu. Meanwhile, Su Chen groaned as a massive migraine struck him. Damn it, this skull-splitting headache is back again. It seems wiping out that massive monster horde with my donkey Stampede triggered another star-rank breakthrough. Noticing his struggle, Zilong rushed over in a panic. Brother Su, are you holding up okay? Su Chen exhaled deeply and smirked. I am perfectly fine. In fact, I just broke through to 3 stars. The group stared in awe, throwing up a thumbs up. That is absolutely insane. 3 stars already. Brother Su, whatever hidden class you actually possess, your insane leveling speed is destined to become an absolute legend. Outside the dungeon, Principal Shan Dai paced around anxiously. How much longer until that 5-star spatial mage finally arrives? Hao Lin wiped his sweating forehead. The Star Tower Alliance reported that spatial mages are incredibly rare. There are barely any available, and most are currently trapped deep inside their own dungeon raids. They just dispatched an emergency rescue unit, but it will take at least a full hour to get here. Principal Huaiji slammed his fist down. We cannot afford to wait that long. Our precious students are getting slaughtered by the second. We have to violently smash through this magical barrier ourselves. Principal Huang Lin sighed in utter defeat. It is completely useless. With our measly 4-star power levels, even sacrificing our own lives would not scratch that shield. He grabbed his hair in absolute despair. We have no choice but to break it down methodically. My own flesh and blood, Huang Kai is trapped inside too. Do you think I am not losing my mind with worry? Huaiji roared furiously in his face. You pathetic coward. How can you tell me to calm down? If you refuse to step up, I will tear that barrier down myself. But just as Huaiji turned around to strike, the giant holographic leaderboard violently updated. Rank 1 Su Chen, 2nd Academy, 1,388 points. Rank 2 Shuangyan, 1st Academy, 186 points. Rank 3 Huo Huo, 3rd Academy, 99 points. Rank 4 Han Buli, 1st Academy, 94 points. Rank 5 Wei Tihui, 2nd Academy, 90 points. Rank 6, Bufan 1st Academy, 81 points. Rank 7, Chu Tian, 1st Academy, 76 points. Rank 8, Xiao Liang 1st Academy, 65 points. Rank 9, Luo Feng 1st Academy, 53 points. Rank 10, Hao 3rd Academy, 52 points. The teachers stared blankly at those mind-bending numbers. Principals, you need to look at the live scoreboard right now. Look at Su Chen's insane score. Huang Lin's jaw dropped to the floor. How is that humanly possible? Over 1,000 points. Principal Shan Dai squinted at the glowing screen. Unless the central mainframe is utterly glitching out, can somebody please give me a logical explanation for this? How the hell did Su Chen's score skyrocket so dramatically? This defies all known logic. Huaiji trembled with sheer adrenaline. Abnormal. This is completely and utterly absurd. Scoring 1,388 points in a beginner trial does not just crush the 3 academies' historical records, it completely shatters the all-time high score for the entire empire. Even the Thunder God, the most terrifying genius to grace the empire in 300 years, only scored 980 points back then. A spark of wild hope lit up Huaiji's eyes. Is it actually possible that our second academy has birthed a legendary monster capable of rivaling the Thunder God? The other two instantly shot that idea down. Shandai shook her head in sheer denial. Absolutely impossible, but there has to be a legitimate reason behind Su Chen's astronomical score. Huaiji awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Well, the thing is, he is actually a classless student. Huang Lin aggressively scoffed at the idea. Classless? Do not make me laugh right now. Huaiji, are you completely out of your mind? Do you seriously think a classless nobody can rival a literal god? Geniuses are born every year, but a thunder god only appears once a century. You are blatantly disrespecting his absolute legend. Suddenly, a panicked staff member burst through the command center doors, screaming in pure excitement. Great news, we have a massive breakthrough. The surviving students just stepped out of the teleportation array. The 3 principals completely froze, stammering in utter disbelief. Are you serious right now? Say that again. What did you just say? The staff member confirmed it with absolute certainty. It is the truth. I saw the students being teleported out with my own eyes. At that exact moment, the grand teleportation array activated. Su Chen and the surviving students poured out of the portal. Smiles lit up their faces as the system announced everyone had successfully exited the secret realm. Reward calculation had officially begun. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with sheer excitement. This secret realm was incredible. Clearing this massive dungeon actually triggered a hidden rewards settlement phase. The more he looked at it, the more this world felt like a perfectly designed video game. But the escalating thrill only fueled his burning desire to explore everything. Su Chen listened closely to his final score. Based on your heaven-defying performance as the MVP, your expedition rating is an S rank. You earned 1 God Slayer point and obtained the Spider Queen's sleeping potion. The moment he spotted his students, Principal Huaiji sprinted over with absolute joy. So many of you survived. This is a miracle. Huang Lin interrupted with burning curiosity. But who managed to turn the tide and save everyone from that nightmare? Shandy declared without a single shadow of a doubt it was definitely Shuang Yan. There is simply no other explanation. In terms of pure strength, she is the #1 genius of our 3 academies. Only she possesses the power to create such a miracle. Huang Lin stubbornly cut back in, hey, it could have easily been my Xiao Huowo. He is a wild card. The most promising star of my 3rd academy, Huaiji offered his own logical deduction. It could also be Su Chen. After all, his total points were absolutely astronomical. The other 2 scoffed in absolute disgust. No way, impossible. Huang Lin glared fiercely and warned Huaiji, wake up from your delusion. Stop bringing up that useless, jobless class. If that kid actually saved everyone, I will personally grant him entry to the Void Mystic Realm, which opens only once a year at our 3rd academy. Huaiji sighed at the bitter irony. This is the closest my 2nd academy has ever been to surpassing the 3rd academy, even though I know it is practically impossible. Losing her patience, Shandy eagerly asked, Shuangyan, tell us, how did you manage to save everyone? Shuangyan blushed with shame and confessed, the one who saved everyone was not me. Shandy gasped in utter shock. It wasn't you. Hearing this, Huang Lin ecstatically patted his student's shoulder. Incredible work, Huo, you truly outdid yourself. Our 3rd academy didn't just crush the 2nd academy, we are about to trample the 1st academy too. Xiao Huo awkwardly scratched his head. Principal, I literally didn't do anything. Huang Lin laughed heartily, praising him to the heavens. No need to be so humble. Tell us, what epic world-shaking deeds did you accomplish inside that secret realm? Xiao Huo blinked in pure confusion. Epic deeds, he replied with naive innocence. Does finding a sugar daddy count? Lightning seemingly struck Huang Lin's soul. A sugar daddy, trembling with blazing fury, he slapped the boy hard. How dare you make a fool out of me? Shuangyan stepped forward, explaining calmly. Principals, it was Su Chen who used his power to save us all. Huaiji snapped his head towards Su Chen in absolute disbelief. Was it really you? He muttered inwardly in a panic. Why are my palms sweating so much right now? Su Chen saved everyone. Why does this feel like a fever dream? Unbothered, Su Chen casually raised a hand. Quick question, do I get any bonus rewards for saving lives? Shandy made a solemn promise. Yes, furthermore, this massive contribution will be directly reported to the Star Law Alliance. Hearing this, Su Chen instantly claimed all the credit. Then there is no problem. It was definitely me who saved everyone. Huaiji was overwhelmed with ecstasy, throwing his head back in wild laughter. Finally, heaven has blessed my 2nd academy. Even though Murong ranked 1st in individual points back then, our 2nd academy's overall score still couldn't beat the 1st academy. But now, Su Chen's solo score is utterly insane. It is higher than the 1st and 3rd academies combined. This time, the 2nd academy takes the absolute #1 spot. Huang Lin refused to believe it, glaring back with bitter resentment. Impossible. He is just a trash, jobless class. He could never achieve something like this. I am not looking down on him, but forget about killing a boss. Even if I stood perfectly still, this useless brat couldn't even scratch me. Without wasting a single breath, Su Chen instantly launched a devastating punch right at his face. The entire crowd froze like statues for several seconds. Huaiji roared with victorious laughter. Huang Lin, you promised it yourself. Hand over the entry rights to the Void Mystic Realm. Shandy stepped in, her voice booming with absolute authority. Everyone step back right now. During this chaotic incident, a 1-star dungeon forcibly mutated into a 2-star disaster. This is a completely unprecedented anomaly, and the situation regarding the 10,000 fire spirits summoned by Su Chen is extremely complex. The Star Law Alliance will decide how to handle this. Su Chen tilted his head, suddenly asking, by the way, what exactly is a God Slayer point? Huaiji explained with newfound reverence, a God Slayer point can only be awarded when someone's performance is absolutely flawless and heaven-defying. Even monstrous geniuses with an S-rank rating have barely a fraction of a chance to earn one. Shandy's eyes widened as she urgently asked Su Chen, don't tell me you actually got a God Slayer point. Su Chen replied with absolute nonchalance. Just one little point, Shandy screamed in utter terror. Just 1 point. Do you have any idea that legendary prodigies at elite universities can't even earn a single point before graduation? Pondering deeply, Shandy questioned him with intense focus. Su Chen, exactly what kind of terrifying things do you do inside that secret realm? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by just a good score since monstrous talents emerge every year. But the fact that you unlocked a God Slayer point, that truly shakes my soul. As far as I know, you are the very first middle-tier academy student in history to ever receive this legendary point. Huizi proudly placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, praising him endlessly. This is beyond glorious. You are the undisputed supreme champion of this year's freshman trial. As the eternal pride of our second academy, this will help you obtain a classless universal skill. You must grasp this heavenly fortune. Su Chen merely smirked, feeling inwardly exhausted by all the hype. Murong Liulian is probably so angry right now she might just try to slice me into pieces, he thought. Just then, Shuangyan walked over, issuing a fiercely arrogant declaration of war. Su Chen, you may have outperformed me this time, but the human race's grand exam is our true battlefield. I will see you in the testing arena next month. I, Shuangyan, swear upon my honor to claim the province's ultimate top scorer title. Su Chen bluntly shut her down. I highly advise you not to compare yourself to me. She frowned deeply, completely baffled. Are you looking down on me right now? Su Chen indifferently explained his supreme truth. No. It's just because I am a literal away from keyboard player. Shuangyan stared blankly at him. Away from keyboard, are you saying that is your actual jobless class skill? Meanwhile, in a desolate, blood-soaked wasteland, a terrified victim shrieked into the void. Somebody please save us. Bound in chains, they sobbed and begged in utter despair. I am begging you, please spare our lives. Surrounding them was a sinister cult of bizarre figures, kneeling in fanatical twisted worship. Oh, great wild God, you are the undisputed future master of this rotting world. We are the devoted cultists of the savage god, your most loyal servants. Even if this entire world crumbles, we will fight for your glory. Suddenly, a dark crimson aura erupted around the screaming sacrifice. Agonizing wails echoed through the chamber. Wei Tian shouted in sheer ecstasy. A reaction. The savage god has answered us. These massive offerings finally worked. A terrifying demonic phantom materialized before their very eyes. His eyes burned with fanatic devotion. It truly is our god. Su Ming dropped to his knees in awe. Just a mere phantom, yet this overwhelming aura makes my soul tremble. I cannot believe it. Our supreme deity has actually descended upon this humble branch of our cult. But the demonic entity roared with heaven-shaking fury. I am enraged. Wei Tian bowed, trembling in fear. Great savage god, what has triggered your divine wrath? Your loyal cultists will slaughter anyone for you. The phantom bellowed in pure hatred. My fourth prince recently hunted for human flesh, but some mortal trash dared to murder him. That is why I have manifested. The two cultists boiled with murderous intent. What? Who possesses such a death wish? My god, who slaughtered the fourth prince? The deity commanded with freezing malice. Investigate this mortal realm and report back. Wei Tian accepted the mission without hesitation. Rest assured, Almighty One, the fourth prince was a B-rank demonic beast. A battle of that scale surely left massive traces. Our cult will uncover the truth for your glory. Fading into the void, the demon left a chilling vow. No matter who it is, my divine punishment shall obliterate them. Even the Thunder God would pay the ultimate price. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mountain villa, Ming Gao asked with deep concern, Young Master Luo, are you all right? Bruised and battered, Luo snapped furiously. Shut your mouth. Getting trampled by hundreds of donkeys hurts like hell. The subordinate then reported a critical update. Young Master, our investigation is complete. Inside the secret realm, a student named Su Chen displayed terrifying strength. The legendary item you desire is definitely in his hands. Young Master Luo's face twisted with sinister greed. That artifact is my destiny. I will obtain it at any cost. I will crush that little brat with my own hands. Ming Gao panicked and blocked his path. Master, wait, Su Chen saved countless students in that realm. The Star Tower Alliance already knows his name. If you strike him yourself, the consequences. Luo sneered with supreme arrogance. Do I look afraid? Does the mighty Luo family fear anyone? The servant quickly tried to soothe his ego. Of course, you are fearless, Master, but causing a public scandal would damage your noble reputation. His eyes flashed with cold-blooded murder. Then hire the underworld, send 2 5-star assassins, rip that artifact from his dead hands and bring it to me. Ming Gao bowed deeply. Consider it done, Master Luo. Suddenly, the entire mountain violently shook. Luo screamed in absolute panic. What is that terrifying earthquake? Is the world ending? Ming Gao stared out the window in sheer horror. Young Master, we are doomed. A monstrous herd of donkeys is charging right at us. Luo's jaw dropped in total disbelief. What those cursed donkeys again? Before he could react, a massive hoof slammed into his gut. He wailed hot tears of absolute humiliation. Damn it all. The Stampede utterly flattened the grand mansion. Clutching his bruised stomach, Luo sobbed over the ruins. I literally just bought this supreme estate, his face twisted in agonizing despair, and now it has been trampled into dust by livestock. Meanwhile, at Su Chen's house, the breaking news blared. This city just suffered an apocalyptic donkey stampede. Miraculously, 0 casualties were reported, except for one young heir of the Luo family. A cold sweat dropped from Su Chen's forehead. He completely forgot his 10,000 summoned donkeys were still roaming free. He quickly snapped his fingers. System, can I recall my 10,000 donkeys? The mechanical voice instantly echoed, your 10,000 beasts are bound by Summoner's Law. You may recall or deploy them at any given moment. He sighed in relief and issued the absolute command. Recall them all. In a flash of light, the massive herd vanished into thin air. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with wild excitement. I command an army of 10,000. I can drop this stampede on my enemies anytime. A brilliantly chaotic strategy formed in his mind. Just then, Zilong rushed in completely out of breath. Su Chen, emergency alert. The Academy assembly is starting right now. Su Chen frowned in total confusion. What kind of assembly requires a red alert? His friend eagerly revealed the shocking truth. During the final Secret Realm trial, a massive anomaly occurred. Almost everyone failed to secure a single star. The Great Human College entrance exams are just 1 month away. The top 3 academies just unlocked extreme secret realms and demon zones for an ultimate power-leveling bootcamp. Su Chen's eyes narrowed dangerously. Demon zones, Zilong nodded gravely to explain the lore. Territories completely conquered by hellish demonic beasts. Remember that demon dragon that attacked our campus? It came from there. Unlike the mindless monsters in secret realms, these beasts possess terrifying intelligence and brutal cunning. Worse yet, demon zones exist in our physical reality. The alpha beasts claim mountains and crown themselves as kings. One wrong step into their domain means absolute death. Su Chen crossed his arms deep in tactical thought. If they exist in the real world, why haven't the legendary 9-star masters wiped them out yet? Zilong sighed, revealing humanity's grim reality. First of all, there are simply too many zones, and new apocalyptic rifts are constantly spawning across the globe. Secondly, these zones hide incredibly catastrophic alpha beasts. The 9-star masters cannot risk a reckless assault. It could trigger a worldwide beast tide. That would mean total human extinction. Over the years, humanity's safe zones have been constantly devoured. Our entire species is standing on the absolute brink of annihilation. Su Chen rubbed his chin, piecing the lore together. The real question is, where do these demonic entities originate? Zilong simply shrugged in helpless ignorance. Some escaped from shattered secret dungeon instances. Others poured in during the catastrophic dimensional descents. That is all the classified intel I have. To uncover the true cosmic secrets, we must enter the supreme higher academies. Suddenly, a cold blue system screen forcefully materialized in Su Chen's vision. Ding, epic quest triggered many children, many blessings. Sire 3 descendants to ensure humanity's eternal survival. Su Chen almost choked on his own spit. System, are you freaking kidding me right now? The AI responded with absolute deadpan precision. This system is entirely professional. I do not make jokes, unless absolutely necessary. Su Chen completely lost his mind in furious disbelief. What kind of trash quest is this? I am way too young to become a father. Reroll this garbage objective immediately. The system's robotic voice echoed relentlessly. Once a quest is issued, it cannot be altered. Please complete it immediately. Su Chen flushed bright red, drowning in absolute despair. I don't even have a girlfriend. How am I supposed to have kids? Can't you at least match me with a woman? The system brutally rejected his plea. Access denied. Su Chen desperately begged. Come on, you can definitely make this happen. But the cold system remained entirely unyielding. That feature simply does not exist. Pushed to the absolute brink, he awkwardly turned to his friend. Zilong, let me ask you something. Zilong tilted his head in genuine confusion. What is it? Su Chen threw away his pride and blurted out, can your female summon have a baby? That twisted question froze Zilong solid for 5 whole seconds. Meanwhile, the classroom erupted into chaotic whispers. What exactly happened back in that secret realm? Did Su Chen really save all our lives? Yeah, that has to be the undeniable truth. Everyone saw it, but the higher-ups are still verifying the facts, so the official trial rankings are delayed. We all thought Wei Tihui was the second academy's ultimate prodigy, but now, the true king is clearly Su Chen. Wei Tihui trembled as burning jealousy consumed his entire soul. I am the absolute best. I will never bow down to anyone. Sooner or later, I will crush him. I won't let that trash taint my gorgeous goddess Murong ever again. Meanwhile, Su Chen stepped into the room drowning in sheer panic. This twisted quest is infinitely worse than confessing my love. How am I supposed to clear this? Nearby, the gossiping students continued their relentless mocking. Honestly, Wei Tihui's performance was completely pathetic. Aside from his arrogant boasting, that guy has absolutely nothing special going for him. I bet Su Chen isn't a classless loser at all. He must possess a legendary hidden class, making him infinitely stronger than Wei Tihui. Hearing this, Wei Tihui's sanity snapped. He slammed his desk and roared, "Shut your mouths." Wei Tihui aggressively pointed a trembling finger right at Su Chen. "Stand up right now." Su Chen calmly met his furious gaze. "What is your problem?" The arrogant rival sneered. "I just want to announce that everyone here is complete trash." Su Chen froze, utterly baffled by this sudden outburst. A second later, a dangerous calculating smirk crept across his face. "Wei Tihui, sit down like a good boy. I want to play too." That dominant aura made Wei Tihui instantly flush with humiliation. Suddenly, Instructor Huai Ji stormed into the classroom, striking the chalkboard. Absolute silence. He delivered the glorious news with booming pride. "I will keep this brief. During this brutal trial, our second academy achieved overwhelming glory, all thanks to the legendary performance of Su Chen. Beyond the massive bounty from the Star Magic Alliance, Su Chen has unlocked VIP access to the Third Academy's formless secret realm. Plus, he can visit Murong Liu Lian at the Heavenly Whale Academy to claim a priceless classless skill." Half an hour later, the instructor dropped one final heavy bombshell. "Listen closely. We only have 1 month left until the Grand Human Race University entrance exams. This is the ultimate crucible that will forge your entire destinies. The top 3 academies have joined forces to unlock 3 brutal demon zones. From this moment on, regular classes are completely optional. You must form powerful hunting parties and dive straight into those demon zones. Grind relentlessly, shatter your limits, and level up your classes. Furthermore, our second academy utterly dominated the competition, seizing the supreme #1 rank. We hold absolute priority entry." Huai Ji roared, his chest swelling with undeniable victory. "This is our first monumental triumph in decades. You must seize this fateful opportunity." Exactly 1 hour later, Su Chen let out an exhausted, soul-draining sigh. Good heavens, Director and Bao claimed he would be brief, yet he relentlessly dragged on for over a whole hour. From a distance, Li Lei enthusiastically waved his hand. "Su Chen, when are we invading the demon zone?" The guy was practically vibrating with battle-hungry excitement. "I am fully geared up." Right on cue, Yu passionately threw her hand into the air. "Count me in 2. You have to carry me, please." She fired off a highly lethal, flirtatious wink. "I want to grind levels with my darling Su Chen." Li Lei instantly intervened, his face twisted with raging jealousy. "Hey Yue, we have not even settled your shady tagging-along stunt from last time. Back off. Su Chen has zero connection with you. Why should he carry your dead weight?" Yu arrogantly crossed her arms, issuing a bold challenge. "Who said we have no connection? I have already called Su Chen my daddy." Su Chen stood paralyzed, utterly shattered by her shamelessness. Suddenly, a chaotic chime erupted in his mind. "System alert! Congratulations on acquiring a descendant. Expanding your bloodline grants boundless blessings. Quest progress updated to 1/3 complete." Su Chen violently gritted his teeth, his sanity crumbling into dust. "Are you kidding me? That actually counted. This stupid system is totally glitched." Out of nowhere, Wei Tihui emerged like a dark storm cloud. "Su Chen, we need to talk." He jabbed a threatening finger forward. "Stop harassing my precious sister Murong right now. If you don't, I will personally destroy you." Su Chen frantically waved his hands, completely dismissing the dramatic threat. "Relax, Wei Tihui. I have absolutely zero romantic interest in Sister Murong. Rest assured, I will never approach her again." The rival narrowed his eyes in extreme suspicion. "Are you serious?" Su Chen nodded with absolute unshakable resolve. "Since you don't believe me, let me offer you a mind-blowing deal. That exclusive VIP ticket for the classless skill, I will sell it straight to you for a cool 10 million star coins." Deal. Wei Tihui's eyes practically exploded with starry-eyed shock. "You would sell it to me? That supreme privilege is unimaginably precious. It is a treasure beyond all worldly wealth. You are not trying to scam me, right?" Su Chen leaned in with a devilish predatory smirk. "Why on earth would I scam you? The epic skill ticket is officially yours, but I have one tiny little condition." Blinded by greed, Wei Tihui agreed without a second thought. "Just name it. I will agree to literally anything." "From this moment on, Su Chen, we are absolute blood brothers." He enthusiastically threw an arm around his former rival's shoulder. Su Chen's lips curled into a fiendishly wicked smile. "Then call me daddy." Wei Tihui froze, feeling profoundly violated. "I treat you like a sworn brother, and you actually want to be my father." Su Chen shrugged with an infuriatingly cool indifference. "Hey, if you don't want to call me that, I definitely will not force you. I guess I will just take back my priceless skill ticket." "Wait!" Wei Tihui desperately screamed. Swallowing his last shred of pride, he squeaked out Daddy. Su Chen victoriously patted the boy's head. "Good boy." Right on cue, the holographic interface flared up again. "System alert. Congratulations on securing another descendant. Blessing levels rising. Quest progress updated to 2/3 complete." His eyes blazed with triumphant realization. "It actually works. Clearing this impossible quest is going to be a total breeze now. All I need is to track down Huo. Suddenly, Su Chen's smartphone buzzed violently. He stared at the glowing caller ID with deep suspicion. It was his uncle. "Ever since crossing over into this parallel world, I have not even met the original host's only living blood relative. What could he possibly want right now? Masking his guard, Su Chen politely answered, "Hello, uncle." From the other end, Ming Chang's weary voice gently echoed through the speaker. "Su Chen, do you have any free time? If you do, please come visit home." Without missing a beat, Su Chen quickly agreed. "Sure, I will head over this afternoon." Suddenly, his vicious aunt barged into the background, letting out a heavy, venomous sigh. "What is going on? Have you finally called that pathetic nephew of yours I ordered you to call him ages ago?" Ming Chang desperately tried to pacify his toxic wife. "I already called him. Su Chen is coming over this afternoon." Her face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated disgust. "I did some digging into your precious nephew. During the Grand Awakening ceremony, that boy turned out completely classless. He is absolute trash. We wasted so many years feeding a useless parasite. The moment he steps foot in this house, you better kick him out immediately." Facing her wrath, Ming Chang could only offer a devastatingly weak defense. "Seth is still just a student. If you kick him out right now, where is he supposed to survive?" Aunt Susan's eyes held absolute venom. "The academy has dorms. If not, the streets are fine. Our ties with him are utterly severed. He will not drag our family down," her husband pleaded desperately. "But the human faction's awakening exam is only 1 month away. Let him stay until the trials end, please. We cannot ruin his awakening score." Destiny sneered, her heavily powdered face twisting with sheer disgust. "Father, he is completely classless. What good is an exam score for trash like him? No elite academy would ever accept him. Just throw him out already. It is summer break, and having him lurk around is completely ruining my vibe." Hearing this, her mother eagerly fanned the flames of cruelty. "Exactly. Our precious Destiny is dating the son of the first academy's dean. If anyone spots that loser here, it ruins our reputation." Susan instantly shifted to a sickeningly sweet tone. "Destiny, darling, have some fruit and chat with me. How are things progressing with your beloved Kyle?" She continued her obsessive matchmaking. "When will he grace us with a dinner visit?" Destiny rolled her eyes in frustration. "A catastrophic incident struck the hidden dungeon yesterday. Countless awakened users utterly failed to level up their designated classes." Destiny touched up her makeup with immense pride. "Kyle is taking me to power grind in the demon zone this afternoon." Susan gasped, her face paling slightly. "I heard the rumors. Several cadets actually perished. What on earth caused such slaughter?" Destiny lowered her voice cautiously. "I honestly have no clue. When the disaster hit, I simply hid inside a rock fissure and refused to move. They say a mysterious hero saved everyone. The Celestial Magic Alliance is still verifying their identity. The legendary reveal should happen very soon." Meanwhile, Seth strolled casually toward his uncle's estate. He unknowingly brushed past two highly suspicious figures. Howie grinned wickedly, seizing his golden opportunity. "I originally thought assassinating Seth inside the Second Academy would be an absolute nightmare, but the fool actually wandered out alone." Damon smirked arrogantly without leaving his newspaper. "Sending 2 elite 5-star assassins to eliminate a basic cadet is a complete waste of our lethal talents. This mission is an absolute joke." He cracked his knuckles with sadistic glee. "Let us find a desolate alleyway. A flawless execution guarantees a top-tier system rating." Suddenly, Blaze sprinted over, panting hard and bowing submissively. "Godfather, I have arrived. I abandoned my dungeon raid the second you called." Right on cue, a robotic chime echoed. "System alert. Congratulations on acquiring a loyal descendant. The generational blessing achievement is now complete." Blaze wiped his sweaty forehead in confusion. "Godfather, why did you summon me?" Seth simply shrugged with absolute indifference. "It was nothing. You can return to your grind." The glowing interface flashed its final reward. "Achievement unlocked. You've acquired the legendary tactical retreat skill." Seth clutched his head in absolute disbelief. "System, are you mocking me? Fleeing is an actual combat skill now." The holographic window remains stubbornly active, flashing another notification. "When running for your life while holding a bucket, your evasion speed increases by 10 times. Seth released a soul-crushing sigh, desperately trying to cope with the absurdity. Whatever, any system perk is a win. Off to my uncle's estate. Soon he stepped into a dangerously quiet alleyway. Scanning the gloomy environment, Seth mentally mapped out his route. Suddenly, Howie leaped from the shadows with lethal intent. "Listen closely, little rat. I am the Grim Reaper sent to end your pathetic existence." Seth frowned, his aura completely unbothered. Seeing him frozen in place, the assassin mentally cheered. This garbage-tier kid is absolutely paralyzed by fear. He is practically accepting death. Yet Seth wasted absolutely no words. He instantly unleashed a devastating, fully charged strike. Howie's eyes bulged in pure terror as he screamed. "What the hell?" The assassin's face drained of all color as his ribcage violently shattered. Blasted backward by the sheer shockwave, Howie vomited blood. "How do you possess such monstrous strength?" Seth casually retracted his smoking fist in surprise. "He survived. This guy is tankier than those 2-star dungeon beasts." The crippled assassin clutched his mangled arm, trembling with absolute fury. A legendary 5-star assassin, brutally maimed by a mere student. This humiliating reality proves I can never underestimate my prey again. Seth's voice dropped to a freezing absolute zero. Assassin. Who bought the bounty to end my life? The bleeding killer sneered. A shadow client dropped a fortune on the dark web for your head. Suddenly, a second murderous aura materialized from the void. Cease your pathetic resistance and we promise you a swift journey to the underworld. A chill ran down Seth's spine. Another enemy had manifested directly in his blind spot without triggering a single warning. These bloodthirsty shadows were definitely 3-star awakened users at minimum. Maintaining his icy composure, Seth offered a deadly counter deal. Let us negotiate. I will double your bounty if you annihilate your client instead. Do we have a deal? The second assassin flared with murderous rage. You dare insult our sacred guild code. An elite killer never accepts a negative system review. Our dark reputation completely eclipses your pathetic gold. With a feral roar, he lunged forward like a bloodthirsty predator. Seth's aura instantly flared, launching another devastating charged strike. But the Shadow Rogue anticipated the heavy blow, bending backward in a matrix-like dodge. Did you actually think your clumsy fists could touch me? Seth's eyes widened in genuine shock. He evaded that. What terrifying evasion stats! Before Seth could react, a phantom fist smashed directly into his jaw. The overwhelming kinetic force sent him flying across the concrete. Mid-air, Seth twisted his body forcefully, digging his boots into the ground to break. The assassin smirked with absolute arrogance. Kid, your sluggish attack speed is completely useless against our guild. We awakened the legendary rogue class. Ghostly agility and blistering speed are our absolute domains. Seth grimaced violently, wiping a trail of crimson from his bruised lip. This was his first actual life-or-death battle against fully awakened users. The terrifying reality of class-specific stat advantages was finally hitting him. Facing two elite speedsters was a tactical nightmare. Suddenly, both killers activated their sprint skills simultaneously. End him swiftly. Let us secure the bounty. Outnumbered and outsped, Seth made a split-second tactical choice. Fall back. The assassins burst into mocking laughter. How incredibly naive. Escaping a rogue is literally statistically impossible. There is nowhere to hide. Cold sweat dripped down Seth's face. This chase was absolute suicide. Their agility modifiers were insanely high and the deadly gap was rapidly closing. Just as death loomed closer, an old street peddler appeared ahead, yelling about knife sharpening. Seth's eyes locked onto the merchant's gear, instantly formulating a desperate survival strategy. Old man, I am confiscating this for emergency survival. Seth violently snatched the carrying buckets, leaving the peddler utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the lead assassin's blade nearly grazed Seth's spine. I promise you a bloody demise, the killer roared. But exactly at that microsecond, a golden interface exploded in Seth's vision. System alert, tactical bucket evasion skill activated. In a literal flash of light, Seth blasted forward like a sonic missile, instantly vanishing down the street. The assassin halted, his jaw dropping in pure disbelief. What the hell? That speed is completely impossible. Yet the assassins refused to quit, relentlessly trailing him. Do not let him escape. Meanwhile, the poor street vendor was left behind, wailing, my bucket, give it back to me. Su Chen swiftly calculated his odds. Sprinting away with that bucket had miraculously multiplied his speed tenfold, completely enough to lose them. However, these two bloodhounds were elite 5-star assassins after all. They would likely hunt him down to the bitter end without resting. The breathless assassins were utterly baffled by this twisted reality. How on earth could this mere brat's speed completely outclass ours? Even if a high schooler awakened an agility-based class, they absolutely could not explode with such terrifying velocity. This defies all common sense. Su Chen sharply drifted into a narrow alleyway, his mind instantly locking onto a ruthless decision. To completely sever any future troubles, the absolute best option was to eradicate them here. He deliberately lured his prey into a desolate, dead-end alley. The two lethal shadows finally arrive at the alley's entrance. Su Chen stood fearlessly upon the steps, his aura completely calm. The arrogant assassins sneered, wondering why their target had frozen in place. Realized you cannot outrun us, so you are surrendering. Su Chen coldly delivered his final warning. Listen closely. I am about to unleash my ultimate skill. No matter how fast you are, this narrow space offers absolutely zero room to dodge. The arrogant assassins mocked his words, erupting into a fit of maniacal laughter. We fully admit your escape speed is legendary, but when it comes to actual combat, if you can harm even a single hair on our bodies, we will gladly accept total defeat. Wasting 0 seconds, Su Chen violently unleashed his ultimate chaotic summon. A monstrous stampede of donkeys violently erupted from the void, leaving the duo completely paralyzed with shock. What the heck? Oh no, is this the apocalyptic donkey disaster trending on the recent news? Closing the gap in a flash, the lead donkey launched into the air. The endless herd behind it charged forward with blazing fury in their eyes. The poor street vendor was caught in the crossfire. What in the world is happening? Making matters worse, a rogue donkey locked onto his position. The vendor desperately pressed his trembling body against the cold brick wall. This is a nightmare. How can anyone survive a tidal wave of livestock? Mere minutes later, the elite assassins were trampled into unrecognizable dust. Su Chen leaned on his hand, observing the utter devastation. What a terrible shame. They crossed over way too fast. Now I cannot interrogate anyone to uncover the mastermind behind this hit. Dusting off his hands, he turned to leave. I have been out here way too long. I need to hurry back to my uncle's place. Just as he reached the exit, the bruised street vendor loudly called out to him. Freeze right there, brat. Su Chen flinched, looking down at the desperate man tightly gripping his ankle. He scratched his head awkwardly. Oops, I almost forgot to return your precious bucket. The old man furiously interrogated him. Listen here, punk. This is no longer about that stupid bucket. Your demonic donkeys brutally trampled my old bones. Su Chen tried his best to defuse the ticking bomb. Sir, please just stand up first, and then we can talk calmly. However, the stubborn vendor coldly swatted the boy's helping hand away. Unless you pay me 100,000, I am absolutely not moving, Su Chen shrieked in disbelief. 100,000, old man, are you trying to violently rob me? Sir, your body looks completely fine and undamaged. How could my donkeys have possibly hit you? The shameless street vendor rebelliously glued his behind to the dirty asphalt. I do not care if they actually struck me or not. You scared my soul out of my body, so you must pay up. Hand over the cash or you are trapped here. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with a wicked idea. Hold on, let me make a quick phone call. He deliberately amplified his voice. Wei Bihui, it is Su Chen speaking. Transfer 5 million to my account immediately. I need to quietly dispose of a dead body. The extortionist vendor instantly turned pale with utter terror. Snapping his phone shut, Su Chen casually announced, Old man, just wait right here. I will personally deliver the compensation money to your grieving family later. Following that, he snapped his fingers, summoning the herd. Hearing their master's command, the demonic donkeys instantly charged forward. The terrified vendor sprinted for his miserable life, cursing his terrible luck for messing with a true monster. You ruthless little brat, you are purely evil. Su Chen cheerfully waved at his retreating back. Sir, punishing greedy scammers is my absolute specialty. High atop the legendary Cultivation Peak, a sacred sanctuary for supreme beings, the Lord of Nine Stars, the Thunder God, sat deep in meditation. Suddenly, an anxious royal guard rushed in to pay respects to His Divine Highness. In that exact fraction of a second, an absolutely furious bolt of lightning materialized, violently locking onto the intruder and leaving the trembling guard paralyzed with dread. Doom approached. Fortunately, the majestic Thunder God showed mercy and spared his fragile life. The spatial fabric before him glowed with blinding radiance. The traumatized guard remained breathless, realizing his close brush with death. Each spark held catastrophic destructive power. A single graze would incinerate his soul into absolute nothingness. No wonder the almighty Thunder God could single-handedly suppress such a nightmare-inducing demon realm year-round. Annoyed by the interruption, the deity speculated coldly, rushing in here like this. Has the abyss finally descended upon us? The shivering guard hastily denied the terrifying assumption. It is absolutely not the abyss descent, my lord. All of the global intermediate academies have recently concluded their crucial awakening trials, but a completely unprecedented anomaly has just occurred in Sector 16. The Thunder God's booming voice echoed. What kind of anomaly? The trembling guard proceeded to deliver utterly earth-shattering news. A mysterious student named Su Chen secured an astronomical trial score of 1,388 points. However, the deity simply brushed it off. 1,388 points. That actually surpasses my ancient record. Is not the birth of a new prodigy an excellent thing? The guard frantically waved his hands in explanation. Your divine eminence, if it were merely a high score, the Star Tower Alliance would never dare dispatch me to disturb your sacred meditation. The most horrifying detail is the secret realm's sudden mutation. The dungeon violently upgraded from 1 star into a deadly 2-star zone. Yet this boy Su Chen has not awakened any class at all. He is entirely classless. In other words, a totally classless zero managed to achieve 1,388 points inside a mutated 2-star nightmare. This reality completely shatters all known logic. Hearing this, the Thunder God erupted in absolute disbelief. Such a ridiculous impossibility actually happened. The breathless guard urgently pressed forward. Therefore, I seek your supreme guidance, my lord. Should we deploy shadows to investigate this boy's secrets? It is highly probable that Su Chen secretly awakened an ultra-rare hidden class or possessed some heaven-defying artifact. However, the Thunder God dismissed the idea with a wave. Absolutely unnecessary. The endless cosmos contains countless fake classes, and every supreme path guards its own fatal secrets. Each warrior is entitled to their own heaven-sent destiny and fortunate encounters. Their survival methods vary vastly, so there is no point prying into their hidden cards. Feeling slightly conflicted, the guard raised his voice. Then how should we publicly broadcast this earth-shaking news? How on earth do we classify his official combat tier? The entire Intermediate Academy network is eagerly awaiting an official verdict from the Star Tower Alliance. Behind his back, the Thunder God's mighty fists clenched tightly, yet his divine voice remained perfectly tranquil. Broadcast the absolute truth to the world. Su Chen is entirely classless and completely unranked. Furthermore, grant this anomaly full entry privileges to the legendary Heavenly Leviathan Academy. The stunned guard shrieked in absolute horror. What did you just say? Send a 0 to the Heavenly Leviathan Academy. He genuinely could not trust his own trembling ears. Every single year during the grand human trials across the entire third planet combined, no more than 3 supreme geniuses earn recommendations to that sacred ground. To think the Thunder God valued a classless nobody this heavily was simply unfathomable. Regardless of his inner shock, the loyal guard bowed deeply. Understood, my lord. Left alone, the Thunder God plunged into deep reflection. Since the catastrophic descent of the Star Tower is this brat Su Chen truly our first official classless anomaly. Yet humanity's current generation remains blissfully ignorant of a forgotten truth. In the distant ancient past, long before the Star Tower ever materialized, absolutely everyone was born completely classless. Back inside the peaceful residential district, Su Chen strolled homeward, carrying 2 heavy grocery bags. Thanks to Wei Bihui's generous 10,000 star coins, I can finally pack my bags and move out of Uncle Lee's cramped house for good. The timing is perfectly aligned to have a serious talk with them. His heart felt a heavy emotional swirl. Gaining true independence had been his ultimate lifelong dream. He simply lacked the financial foundation to survive on his own before. He hadn't even reached the door when the screaming started. It's been so long, yet you can't handle one simple task. I don't care, I'm tossing his trash out right now. Ming Chang desperately tried to stop her. Please don't. Su Chen will be here soon. Just wait a little longer. But Su Chen's aunt showed no mercy, throwing his belongings. That parasite is just stalling. I told you it's useless. Today we cut all ties with him for good. Heartbroken, Ming Chang pleaded with her. At least be gentle, Su Chen still needs to use those things. Turning around, he gasped. Su Chen, you're here. Su Chen's voice was ice cold. Uncle, aunt, greetings. The wicked aunt sneered violently. Greetings, my foot. My life is a nightmare with you here, Su Chen. It's not that I'm cruel. You're grown now. It's high time you survived on your own. I understand perfectly. In fact, I came here today to tell you I'm moving out. Ming Chang panicked. Su Chen, there's no rush. You can stay until you find a place. Instantly, his wife slapped him hard across the face. Shut your mouth. Our family is done with him. Finding a room is his own problem. Unbothered, Su Chen calmly set his box on the floor. Uncle, I bought these gifts for you too. I'll leave them right here. Goodbye. The aunt scoffed with absolute disgust. Take your pathetic garbage away. We fed you for years and you bring cheap fruit. Who wants that? Su Chen had been suppressing his blazing fury. He wanted nothing more than to smash her face in. But he held his temper. Ignoring her venom, Ming Chang stepped forward. Let me carry that, Su Chen. Here is 1,000 credits. Please take it. You will need money out there in the real world. Don't refuse it. It was his secret savings from the past 6 months. Uncle, I really don't need it, Su Chen declined. But Ming Chang shoved it into his hands. Take it quickly before she sees. Your uncle is powerless. I couldn't protect you. Ming Chang sighed heavily. You must survive out there. Suddenly, Yuting walked through the front door. Brother Can, this is my house. The aunt's face instantly lit up. Yuting, you're back. And is this your boyfriend, little Huang? The young master bowed with fake elegance. Greetings, auntie. I am Huang Kan. My father is the principal of the Third Imperial Academy. The aunt gushed with greedy delight. Wonderful little Huang, you are incredibly handsome. A perfect match for our Yuting. Truly a match made in heaven. Yuting glared at Su Chen with pure disgust. Why is he still here? She complained. Brother Can, this is the useless cousin who's been leeching off us for years. A total trash who hasn't awakened any combat class. We're finally kicking him to the curb. Hearing this, Huang Can's expression suddenly darkened. Wait, it's him. How did he survive the secret realm? Clueless, the aunt kept fawning over him. Little Huang, stay for dinner. I'll cook an absolute feast for you today. Su Chen stared down his mortal enemy. Of all the people, it just had to be this bastard. This scum used a divine artifact to lure monsters and kill him in the dungeon. What perfect timing. Yuting shrieked. Get lost already, disappear. Just looking at you makes me sick. Ignoring her entirely, Su Chen locked eyes with him. Remember when I said I'd hunt you down? The aunt mocked him, trying to act tough in front of little Huang. You're out of your league, trash. Little Huang is Yuting's man. He wouldn't even look at garbage like you. Yuting aggressively chimed in to humiliate him further. Look in the mirror. Are you and Brother Can even on the same level? Huang Can smirked arrogantly. So what if I remember? What can a loser like you do? Before me, you are nothing but. Before he could finish, Su Chen's fist exploded into his jaw. I'll shatter your arrogant mouth. Everyone froze in absolute shock. What just happened? The aunt pointed a trembling finger at him. Su Chen, have you lost your mind? You dare strike young master Huang? Huang Kan spat, blood eyes full of contempt. You dare sneak attack me, brat, you're dead meat. Su Chen's aura flared wildly as he charged again. I needed a punching bag to vent my rage. Your timing is flawless. Instantly, Huang Can drew his blade with killing intent, seeking death. Then I'll end your pathetic existence. Yujing crossed her arms eagerly, watching the impending slaughter. What an ignorant fool! Brother Can was a powerful combat-class swordsman unleashing his 100 falling flowers technique. A jobless loser charging at him was literal suicide. Terrified, Ming Chang rushed forward to intervene. Su Chen, don't be reckless. But in the next split second, Su Chen shattered the glowing steel blade with his bare hands. Huang Kan's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What? With just one hand, Su Chen slammed the elite swordsman into the dirt. The three spectators gasped in absolute horror. How was this even possible? Yuting's arrogant confidence instantly shattered into a million pieces. Her mighty brother Can was completely defenseless against Su Chen's overwhelming aura. Why was this happening? Su Chen casually strolled over to the defeated trash. Grabbing his collar, he sneered, submitting, yet Ming Chang watched his nephew with overwhelming pride. Su Chen was completely different now. He had truly awakened. Sensing the danger, Yun Rong screamed out a desperate threat. Su Chen unhand young Master Huang this instant. His family holds terrifying power in this city. Have you even considered the catastrophic consequences of your actions? Hearing this, Huang Can seemingly regained his arrogant confidence to threaten back. You've crossed the line, peasant. Kneel before me now, or my family will make sure you suffer a fate far worse than death. Su Chen ignored his pathetic empty threats, unleashing a brutal barrage of punches right into his face. Still acting tough. Let's see what breaks first, your pride or your skull. The wicked aunt trembled in sheer panic. He's crazy, utterly insane. Don't just stand there, Ming Chang. Stop your nephew. But Ming Chang ignored her entirely, stepping forward towards Su Chen. Su Chen, your journey has just begun. Stand firm in your beliefs and do what you must. Don't end up like your powerless uncle living a life of pathetic regrets. Her jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. What, Su Ming Chang, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind too? Are you trying to anger me to death? But Ming Chang bravely continued. A man must forge his own path. I once dreamed of fighting for humanity, but fate gave me a lifestyle class. When I look at you, I see my youthful fire reborn. Never back down. Let your blood boil. I will always support you. Touched by those heartfelt words, a surge of emotion hit Su Chen. Uncle. Ming Chang's aura suddenly flared with long-lost passion. This is an era of absolute chaos. Alien beasts have invaded humanity. Desperately needs powerful class awakeners. We need true heroes. Shedding the blood of alien scum is a man's greatest romance. That is the ultimate thrill of battle. Unable to stand it anymore, Yun Rong slapped him hard. Shut your mouth. But after witnessing this outburst, Su Chen looked at his uncle in a whole new light. In his memory, his uncle was always a pushover who just nodded along. Who knew he had such fiery words in him today? Perhaps the burning passion of a warrior hadn't completely died out in his heart after all. Huang Kai had never suffered such humiliation. His pride was completely shattered. You little punk, you expect me to yield to you. In your dreams, if you have the guts, beat me to death. Because if I survive, you are dead meat. Su Chen's eyes turned icy. Then I will gladly grant your death wish. Yun Rong let out a cold snort, her lips curling into a mocking sneer. Su Chen, do you even dare? Young Master Huang's father is the Academy Dean. He could crush a bug like you with just a single finger. Yu Ting quickly chimed in from the sidelines. Do not be afraid, Kai. This trash is just bluffing. Let him try to hit you. I bet he lacks the guts to kill. Without a word, Su Chen raised his fist, aura surging violently. Die terrified out of his mind, Huang Kai shrieked, I yield. He dropped to his knees, trembling violently. I admit my mistake. I surrender. I am just a scumbag. During the trial, I never should have used a divine artifact to lure beasts and frame you. I have brought immense shame to my father's years of teachings. I am a total disgrace. If there is a next time, I will castrate myself as punishment. Su Chen turned away, his eyes dripping with absolute disgust. You coward. If I ever see your face again, I will beat you into a bloody pulp every single time. Yun Rong rushed over in a massive panic. Young Master Huang, please get up quickly. Why are you kneeling? Yu Ting took the chance to act concerned. Oh my gosh, Kai, are you hurt anywhere? Only then did Huang Kai whisper with a sly grin. How was my performance just now? The two women froze in pure shock. Wait, performance. He scoffed, acting as if he had masterminded the entire situation. It seems my acting skills are top tier. I completely fooled everyone. That punk does not possess even a trace of class aura. He is definitely a worthless, classless loser. The only reason he could overpower me is because he swallowed forbidden drugs, relying on illegal stimulants for a temporary burst of extreme strength. A wise man knows when to tactically retreat. I faked my apology for now. But the moment his drug wears off, I am going to utterly slaughter him. Yun Rong nodded eagerly. Your tactical analysis makes perfect sense. Young Master Huang's logic clears everything up. Su Chen has been a pathetic weakling since childhood, gaining such overwhelming power out of nowhere. He definitely abused forbidden potions. He smirked and continued. That is exactly why I purposely wet my pants. That little puddle of urine completely shattered his guard. Hearing this, Yu Ting gave him a worshipping thumbs up. Oh wow, you are an absolute genius. Yunrong instantly joined the relentless flattery. Young Master Huang's acting was incredibly realistic. You were practically a professional strategist. Suddenly, a holographic system interface materialized out of thin air, a Star Tower broadcast. She instantly recognized it and gasped. It is an urgent bulletin from the Supreme Star Tower. Whenever a monumental event shakes the Alliance, the Supreme Star Tower instantly transmits it to everyone. The last broadcast was when Murong Liulian solo slaughtered a 5-star boss. What could possibly trigger the system this time? The bulletin began displaying the trial rankings for all 3 intermediate academies. Huang Kai sneered with extreme arrogance. Perfect timing. One look at the global rankings and the ugly truth will be fully exposed. Forbidden drugs are strictly blocked inside the trial dimension. The central AI would instantly detect any cheating. That garbage punk's ranking is guaranteed to be an absolute pathetic disaster. Meanwhile, I farmed an insane amount of elite monsters before the secret realm collapsed. My score is easily top 50 material. Hell, I might even crack the legendary top 20. Yu Ting clapped her hands in sheer excitement. Oh, I cannot wait to see. Only the official Star Tower rankings can truly prove an Awakener's genuine combat strength. I wonder how many leagues above that loser my dear Kai is ranked. Right on cue, legendary names flashed across the golden leaderboard. But as their eyes locked onto the screen, their jaws hit the floor in paralyzing shock. Rank number 1. Su Chen, failing to grasp the apocalyptic reality before him, Huang Kai stared at the top name with overwhelming pride. I knew it was him. My father actually met this supreme genius. He said Su Chen was a student who suddenly awakened god-tier power. Because of his solo carry academy, 3 failed to surpass Academy 2, forging absolute history. Yunrong's brain short-circuited as she pointed at the hologram. Yo Master Huang, is there a glitch in the system? Could the rankings possibly be bugged? He looked at her as if she had lost her mind. Auntie, what on earth are you talking about? These rankings are calculated by the Supreme Star Tower's central AI. An error is mathematically impossible. That is basic Awakener knowledge. She stared blankly at the glowing screen, a cold dread creeping up her spine. But look at Su Chen's terrifying score. Huang Kai was still blinded by sheer excitement. Even I did not expect his accumulated points to utterly eclipse Li Changyan's legendary record. Everyone knows high-level trial rankings heavily dictate the National College entrance exams. I am definitely having my old man introduce me to this god-tier powerhouse later. A peerless genius with such limitless potential. He is destined to become a supreme pillar of humanity. Hearing this, Yunrong and Yu Ting exchanged horrified glances, their souls leaving their utterly petrified bodies. Noticing their pale, terrified stares, he quickly tried to soothe the awkward tension. Yu Ting, auntie, there is no need to look at me with such shock. I totally understand. Once I secure a connection with Lord Su Chen, I will personally introduce you both. Yunrong lowered her head, violently trembling as she whispered. No, please do not. He scratched his head in total confusion. Do not. Unable to bear the crushing despair, she pointed a shaking finger dead ahead. That guy right there is Su Chen. The words struck like a devastating thunderbolt from the heavens. Huang Kai froze, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. What in the world? Yu Ting desperately scrambled for any excuse to deny this apocalyptic reality. Is it possible that they just share the exact same name? He latched onto that fragile sliver of hope like a drowning man. Right, exactly. It has to be a coincidence. By pure chance, that supreme genius is also named Qiu. That explains absolutely everything. Suddenly, the booming arrival of Huaiji brutally shattered their delusion. Su Chen, I finally found you. The man straightened his prestigious uniform and announced with immense reverence. You secured first place in this brutal trial. As the absolute dean of Academy 2, I am officially representing the Alliance to bestow your supreme rewards. The trio's jaws practically hit the core of the earth. It really is him. Were we completely blind? Meanwhile, Ming Chang was practically vibrating with euphoric pride. Excellent. Truly magnificent. The Su family ancestors have finally blessed us. Haha. What overwhelming glory. If your late father knew this, he could finally rest in peace. But Su Chen completely ignored the clowns, grabbing his bag to leave. Dean, let us talk when we get back. Yunrong forced a sickeningly sweet, desperate smile. Su Chen, dinner is already prepared. Please stay for a meal. But his icy gaze pierced right through her soul. Save it. I have absolutely zero ties with your pathetic family anymore. Panicking at his merciless rejection, she frantically turned her wrath toward her husband. Say something right now. He is your own flesh and blood nephew. Make him stay immediately. Her husband's patience finally snapped, his voice booming with absolute fury. Wake the hell up. You were the one who demanded we sever all ties with the boy. Do you seriously have the nerve to ask him to stay? Look at your own venomous actions, have some basic human decency, and leave Su Chen alone. Regret crashed over Yunrong in devastating waves. To think she had kicked out a peerless genius, branding him as absolute trash. Losing him entirely stung far worse than death itself. I deserve to die for my foolishness. Meanwhile, Director Huaiji walked briskly beside Su Chen. Boy, do you know why I summoned you so urgently? Su Chen casually replied, definitely not to confess your love. The director puffed his chest proudly. Nonsense. Listen closely. The Alliance has awarded you a direct admission ticket to Heaven's Might Academy. You've completely rewritten the history of our 3 academies and all of Hedong Province. As your director, seeing you get directly recruited makes me overflow with absolute pride. Yet Su Chen remained completely unfazed by the monumental news. Is that it? Don't they have any actual practical rewards? Even a luxury villa would do. Completely ignoring the boy's cheekiness, Huaiji continued his passionate rant. You absolute brat, do you even grasp the magnitude of this? Heaven's Might is the absolute pinnacle of the Dragon District. This direct admission is priceless, handed to barely 3 geniuses a year. It is an unprecedented honor. Did you think being ranked first guarantees your admission? Countless top provincial scholars fail their exams every single year. With this guaranteed slot, our academy's reputation is finally secured. Plus, Murong Liulian is currently studying there. You already have that classless skill manual she promised you. This is your perfect chance to go meet her. Hearing that name, Su Chen's expression turned incredibly flat. I am definitely not looking for her. Utterly baffled, Huaiji stopped dead. What do you mean? Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. I already sold it. The director's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. You did what? Have you completely lost your mind? That was an unfathomably rare divine skill. Countless awakened professionals spend their entire lives begging for one skill upgrade, and you sold it. I have never met a student as infuriating as you. Suddenly, a glowing blue system prompt materialized. New quest. Achieve the required milestone within 10 hours. Clear a 2-star dungeon 10 times. Staring at the glowing holographic panel, anticipation surged through his veins. A new quest had already dropped. To ordinary awakened skill, books were priceless treasures. But for Su Chen, he just needed to grind system quests to harvest an endless supply of legendary skills. Completely unaware, Huaiji continued his furious lecture. Murong Liulian is an absolute legend there. She is destined to claim a seat among the 9 stars. Getting close to her would not just grant you skills, it would practically guarantee your entire future. Do you understand the magnitude of your mistake? I am dying of rage here. Having heard enough nagging, Su Chen smoothly pivoted. Director, I actually have one tiny question. Still boiling with fury, the older man snapped at him to speak. Scratching the back of his neck, Su Chen asked innocently, can I sell this direct admission ticket for cash? The sheer audacity of the question broke the poor director's mind. Get the hell out of my sight, he roared. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious penthouse, young Master Luo glared out the window with absolute disdain. Will somebody explain to me how 2 elite 5-star assassins completely failed to wipe out that worthless brat? Ming Gao bowed his head respectfully. Young Master, those assassins possess terrifying skills. They must have run into an overwhelming counterattack. Beside him, Liu San nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. They were fully certified 5-star killers. Luo spun around, his eyes blazing with dark intent. Fine. I will hunt that wretched boy down myself. The ancient ruins are on the verge of opening. I absolutely must reclaim that ruin key. Stepping out from the shadows, Uncle Tian finally broke his silence. Young Master, the Grand Human Awakening exams are rapidly approaching. Your absolute priority must be dominating Tienjing Academy. Do not let one insignificant setback derail your glorious future. Leave this trivial extermination to your humble servant. Luo adjusted his collar, a sinister smirk creeping onto his face. Uncle Tian, so you have finally arrived. With a 4-star spiritual archmage making a move, absolute victory is completely guaranteed. Meanwhile, back at the academy gates, Su Chen stood perfectly still, his sharp gaze searching the horizon. Waving frantically, Li Lei sprinted toward him. Su Chen, we finally made it. 3 major demonic zones just opened up. Which terrifying realm are we dominating today? Su Chen did not hesitate for a single second. None of them. We are heading straight back into that 2-star dungeon. Just the memory of that hellish place made Li Lei shiver. Are you insane? The monsters in there are fully mutated. 3 people is basically a death wish. Just then, Su Chen locked eyes with Wei Bihui passing by. Short on manpower, perfect timing. Hey, Wei Bihui is right there. Without missing a beat, Su Chen blocked the rival's path. Yo, want to run a death-level dungeon with us today? Wei Bihui simply shot him a look of utter disgust. Save your breath. Go play by yourselves, I actually have important business to handle. As he walked away, a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. Teaming up with those losers is pure suicide. I am heading straight to Tienjing Academy to seek an audience with Senior Sister Muron. Once I secure that legendary classless skill manual, I will absolutely annihilate the competition and claim the provincial champion title. To think that idiot Su Chen actually sold a divine skill. He has no idea what legendary power he tossed away. Sometime later, arriving at the glowing dungeon portal, Su Chen blinked in sheer confusion. Since when did this place turn into a crowded marketplace? Li Lei quickly pointed toward a massive rippling rift. A huge demonic portal just opened right next door. These awakened are either gearing up for a bloodbath or dragging their half-dead bodies back from one. Real-world demonic zones are absolute meat grinders, but surviving them guarantees massive drops and legendary loot. As the trio marched boldly toward a different glowing gate, the surrounding crowds began whispering, "Where the hell are those three rookies going? The actual demonic zone is over here. Wait, are they walking straight into that mutated 2-star death trap? Hold up, isn't that the Academy's #1 genius, Su Chen?" Suddenly, a massive crimson system alert flashed before their eyes. Dungeon title lair of the Arachnid Empress. Minimum requirement, a full raid party of exactly 40 awakened professionals. Staring at the terrifying blood-red text, Su Chen frowned in confusion. That is weird. This insane party requirement definitely was not here the last time we entered. Zilong crossed his arms, analyzing the ominous warning. The Supreme Tower must have generated this alert to prevent massive casualties. It is a direct warning to all awakened about how lethal this mutated zone has become. To think a simple mutation turned this into a massive 40-man raid boss zone. The difficulty scaling in there must be absolutely off the charts. Hearing this, the color completely drained from Li Lei's face. Su Chen, are we seriously not calling for backup? Walking into a 40-man raid with 3 people is practically suicide. But driven by his thirst for leveling up, Su Chen completely ignored the danger. Forget backup. We are wasting daylight, let's move. As the trio boldly stepped into the swirling portal, the spectating crowd erupted into absolute chaos. Holy crap, they actually stepped inside a 40-man death zone. Rumor has it that kid possesses 0 awakened classes. Is he literally throwing his life away? Exactly, I heard his first place rank was pure luck. A donkey practically fell from the sky, handing him the ultimate advantage on a silver platter. Bragging or not, 3 guys trying to clear a 40-player 2-star dungeon, that is pure suicide. They are definitely going to die in there. Inside the secret realm, they spawned at a random location. Su Chen gave a familiar order. Li Lei, use your hidden trait to draw out the mob. Li Lei immediately trusted him. Su Chen, my fragile little life is entirely in your hands. Moments later, exceeding all expectations, he dragged a massive horde of monsters right toward them. The sheer numbers made the earth violently tremble. Running for his life, Li Lei screamed, "Su Chen, save me right now." Su Chen flashed a deeply satisfied smirk. Honestly, Li Lei's unique monster magnet physique was way better than any legendary bait artifact. Talk about peak farming efficiency. Now witness a true miracle. Raising his hand, Su Chen instantly summoned his own overwhelming army of beasts. The 2 chaotic forces violently clashed. In mere seconds, his summons utterly dominated the enemy wave. Witnessing this epic slaughter, Li Lei gasped in pure shock. Hundreds of 2-star monsters were instantly crushed to dust. Another miracle had descended. Meanwhile, deep within the boss room, the catastrophic shockwaves alerted the dungeon's apex predator. The Spider Queen lazily woke up. Commotion outside had fresh meat finally delivered itself. Suddenly, a brutal tremor shook the ceiling, dropping spiderlings to the floor. The Queen sensed absolute danger. This was not normal prey. The massive gates blew open and a terrifying beast horde flooded in. Seeing the invaders, a primal fear gripped her soul. Damn it, not these crazy donkeys again. Fired up, Li Lei eagerly volunteered. Su Chen, my blood is boiling, I will go pull the next wave. But Su Chen cut him off with chilling calmness. No need. Li Lei froze in massive confusion. Wait, why not? Su Chen simply smiled, oozing mysterious confidence. Because we just cleared it. 1,000 questions short-circuited Li Lei's brain. Stop joking around. We just walked in. We have not even explored 1% of this map. Right on cue, the system's mechanical voice shocked them both. Spider Queen's lair successfully cleared. Would you like to teleport out of the secret realm? Reality finally slapped Li Lei in the face. Holy crap, we actually cleared it. Meanwhile, oblivious to the monstrous speedrun inside, the crowd outside kept trash talking. Su Chen's party is totally dead meat. What a pity. They were practically star students on the Star Tower broadcast. Even if they survive, they can never beat the boss. Getting trapped in a dungeon for days, they are doomed. What an absolute clown show. Let's go, the show is over. Watching from the shadows, Uncle Tien shook his head in pity. Kids these days are way too arrogant. A massive 2-star dungeon like this. Even a 4-star class like me, leading 2-star veterans would struggle. Yet, these cocky rookies march straight to their graves. Looks like I do not need to dirty my hands. Time to report the good news. On the other line, young Master Luo lounged arrogantly on his velvet sofa. Uncle Tian, is the trash finally taken care of? The old man answered with absolute certainty. Young Master Luo, everything is settled. I will grab the keys for you right now. Luo gloated in his twisted fantasy. Brilliant, that is my loyal Uncle Tian. When my veteran general returns, I will personally throw a massive victory feast. The old man faked humility, hiding a wicked smirk. Serving the young master is my eternal duty. A humble reward of 1,800,000 will do. I dare not ask for too much. Mid-celebration, Luo's eyes snapped to the screen. Su Chen's party had just warped out. Burning fury shattered his joy. Reward my foot. Uncle Tien was completely stunned by the sudden rage. Huh. Luo angrily gritted his teeth. Look behind you, you idiot. The old man spun around, his jaw dropping in pure horror. When the hell did you brats get out? The surrounding crowd completely lost their minds. Can someone explain this? What is going on? How did they exit so fast? Did the dungeon glitch? Whatever happened, there is zero chance they actually cleared it. The bizarre event sparked a chaotic debate. Nonsense. Nobody can clear that stage this fast. If they did, my roommate will livestream himself eating dirt. A self-proclaimed expert chimed in to kill the noise. Stop arguing. I know the truth. When we cleared the Star Tower class advancement, everyone received an emergency teleportation stone. That skill stone instantly aborts the trial and warps you straight out of the dungeon. The crowd blindly swallowed this baseless theory. One student scoffed in disgust. So that is his secret. Su Chen is nothing but a cowardly fraud. What a tragic waste of a rare escape stone. When Su Chen wakes up to reality, he will realize his early luck has completely run dry. Suddenly, a global system notification detonated like a bomb. Congratulations to Su Chen, Li Lei, and Zhao Zilong for completely annihilating the Spider Queen's lair. You shattered the all-time dungeon record. New clear time, 7 minutes and 28 seconds. The massive slap to the crowd's face hit harder than a freight train. What the hell? They actually cleared it. This unprecedented god-tier achievement threw the entire plaza into a frenzy. 7 minutes. What kind of broken reality is this? This is fundamentally impossible. Even in a completely empty dungeon, just sprinting from the entrance to the boss room takes at least 30 minutes. Right, where is that so-called genius from earlier? Did you not just swear on your life that Su Chen used an escape stone? Explain to me how they speedrun the whole thing. Speak Up cornered and humiliated, the fake expert desperately wished the ground would swallow him whole. Oh, well. This completely defies the laws of logic. Meanwhile, Li Lei was practically floating on cloud 9. Haha, shattering records like it is child's play. Nobody can match our rocket speed. The system chimed in again, evaluating dungeon performance. Final rank S-Class epic loot acquired Tears of the Spider Queen. Su Chen inspected the glowing loot, his mind calculating the gains. Bonus rewards are great, but there are no god-slaying points this time. Sensing his thoughts, Li Lei quickly chimed in. Su Chen, forget about the god-slaying points. The system rules are absolute 1 point maximum per dungeon. To claim this epic reward, absolute perfection in your first dungeon run was required. Suddenly, a massive surge of aura erupted from both of them. Zhao Zilong pumped his fist in pure ecstasy. I have broken through to 1 star. All I did was take a stroll and boom, instant level up. Man, this is easier than breathing. Li Lei was equally hyped, his eyes shining. Heck yeah, I have officially hit the 1-star rank too. Thank God that absolute idiot Wei Si Hui is not here. He has no idea what kind of epic carry he missed out on. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained completely unfazed, acting like this miracle was just Tuesday. A deeply satisfied smirk crossed the protagonist's face. At this crazy grinding speed, knocking out 10 2-star side quests is going to be an absolute breeze. Meanwhile, in the dark shadows, Uncle Tien was desperately pleading. Young master, I was careless. Please just give me one more chance. I will wipe them from existence. Reluctantly, young master Luo gave him the green light. Uncle Tien, you are an elite 4-star awakened. I am trusting your divine power. Crushing these 1-star pieces of trash should be as easy as stepping on ants. I have already poured the victory wine for your glorious return. Hearing this, deadly killing intent flared in the old man's eyes. Young master, since you trust me, keep the comms open. I am going to live stream this brutal slaughter just for you. Yet 5 minutes later, the dungeon boss room was a total joke. The terrifying Spider Queen was being mercilessly trampled by the donkey herd again. Are you freaking kidding me? Not again. Someone save me. The trio casually strolled out of the portal under the shocked gaze of the crowd as the system voice chimed globally. Ding, congratulations to Su Chen, Li Lei, and Zhao Zilong. Your elite party has cleared the Spider Queen's secret realm and shattered the all-time server record. New clear time, 6 minutes and 18 seconds. The onlookers gasped, their jaws hitting the literal floor. Su Chen just came out, and he already smashed his own insane record. My freaking roommate just broke the internet again. He shaved over a whole minute off the previous legendary time. I am not even worthy of breathing the same air as him. From now on, I am officially calling him God Su. Of course, intense jealousy burned in the eyes of many bitter players. Man, I would kill to join their party. Keep dreaming, loser. Clearing massive-scale dungeons like this showered them with a mountain of experience points. 2 back-to-back runs had maxed them out, but without an awakening tower nearby, they could not take the class trial to hit 2-star. Being hard-capped at 2-star meant further grinding was completely pointless. But exactly at that moment, Uncle Tien was blitzing toward their location with terrifying speed. Young master, the brat is finally out. Get ready for the greatest livestream of your life. I am going to obliterate him in a single devastating strike. Pop the champagne, young master. But before the assassin could even unleash his dark aura flash, the trio teleported straight back into the dungeon. The old man froze mid-step. What the hell? Why did they go back in? On the other end, young Master Luo was losing his damn mind with rage. Even the massive crowd was utterly baffled by this galaxy brain move. Wait, why did God Su enter the portal again? I do not understand his strategy at all. Their experience bars are totally maxed. Isn't farming this an absolute waste of time? Bro, we mortals just cannot comprehend God Su's realm. Deep inside the instance, the once fearsome Spider Queen was violently shivering in a dark corner. This absolute psychological nightmare had been looping for 2 straight hours. She clutched her head, her voice cracking with pure trauma. 10 times, this is the 10th time those damn donkeys have trampled me today. Stop bullying me. Why the hell did the system let me keep my memories? Every single time I respawn, why am I trapped in this hellscape? Is this a twisted glitch in the system or just pure psychological torture? The donkey Stampede crushed her into the dirt until she could not even twitch. Honestly, even Li Lei started feeling bad for the monster. Man bullying a 2-star boss this hard, it almost feels like a war crime. But Zhao Zilong's sharp eyes caught onto a terrifying detail. Hold on, something is seriously off. According to system laws, dungeon monsters are supposed to get a hard memory reset upon death. So why the hell does this Spider Queen remember our every move? He narrowed his eyes, theorizing that this bizarre bug was tied to the earlier terrifying mutation of the realm. After one final brutal round of torment, the Spider Queen's health points hit absolute zero. Su Chen's face remained utterly stone cold as he casually walked past her fading pixels. It is finally over. Let's log out. But as the boss's shattered digital corpse lay dying, a demonic soul-deep hatred boiled within her veins. I will annihilate you. I sacrifice my very soul and flesh to unleash the curse of ultimate despair. Whoever orchestrated this humiliation, I doom you and everyone you love to a gruesome death. May your name be eternally damned. Instantly, a sickly pitch-black wave of abyssal curse energy exploded outward. Meanwhile, the trio was already safely teleporting through the gate. Su Chen stretched his arms, feeling absolutely invigorated. The grind is finally over. I wonder what god-tier loot the system is going to drop this time. I am actually incredibly hyped. But suddenly, an overwhelming surge of raw power spiked in his core. Su Chen collapsed violently, clutching his agonizing head. Panic flashed in Li Lei's eyes. Su Chen, wait, is your body breaking through to the next star rank again? Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand, his mind racing with deep suspicion. I have just broken through to 4-star, but why does every single rank up feel like my brain is being ripped apart? It felt like a literal bomb going off in his skull, and the excruciating pain was scaling up exponentially. The weirdest part, his combat stats had not changed at all. At this rate, if I hit 9-star, will my head literally explode? Zhao Zilong let out a deeply frustrated sigh. Damn it. We are hard stuck at the 2-star threshold. Until we conquer the Awakening Tower, all this juicy experience is just going to absolute waste. If the system had not capped our levels, clearing 10 of these 2-star dungeons in a row would have easily rocketed us straight to 3-star rank. Suddenly, the glowing blue system panel materialized in his mind. Ding, achievement unlocked. Cleared 10 2-star dungeons within 10 hours. Epic reward granted. The exclusive skill, Master of Unclothing. Hearing that absolute wild skill, named Su Chen, literally choked on his own breath in pure shock. System, repeat that right now. The robotic voice flatly replied, skill confirmed. True to its name, this divine ability allows the host to instantly strip any equipped item off an enemy's body and perfectly steal it for yourself. Staring dead-eyed at the floating status screen, the protagonist could not hold back a massive roar of absolute frustration. Are you freaking kidding me? What kind of degenerate trash tier skill just strips people naked? What is the tactical advantage here? Am I supposed to be the world's most legendary pickpocket? But mid-rant, a chilling sensation crawled up Su Chen's spine. A sinister foreign aura violently invaded his bloodstream. What the hell is this? Immediately, a blood-red warning screen flashed. Alert, host is currently under the lethal effects of the Spider Queen's Curse of Despair. His pupils shrank in absolute shock. Curse of Despair. Since when do dead dungeon bosses launch post-mortem psychic attacks? A suffocating pitch-black grip suddenly crushed his heart. This malicious freezing energy felt like the literal icy touch of the Grim Reaper. So this is the true terror of the Spider Queen. Seeing his pale face, his 2 teammates panicked simultaneously. Boss, what is happening to you? Fighting through the agonizing pain, Su Chen frantically barked out an order. System, purify this curse right now. But the only response from his overpowered cheat was a glowing silent red exclamation mark. Error. Request exceeds current system authority. Hearing this robotic prompt, Su Chen's blood boiled. He cursed aloud. You might not be human, but you're definitely a complete dog. Suddenly, the Spider Queen manifested from the heart, curse her aura radiating pure fury. I was born a noble sovereign, never before have I been so ruthlessly trampled. Now I shall sacrifice my very soul as the ultimate price. I curse you to endure this exact same absolute despair. You will slaughter the one standing closest to you. Your hands will forever be drenched in their blood, cursed by the world. Li Lei froze in utter disbelief. What did she just say? A death curse. Zilong stammered, his face draining of color. Kill the closest person. Su Chen's mind raced. He never expected such a catastrophic turn of events. This demonic beast was terrifyingly ruthless. The situation had just spiraled completely out of control. Su Chen immediately barked an order. Both of you, get away from me right now. The two companions hesitated, completely paralyzed by confusion and fear, but Su Chen meanwhile hiding in the shadows. Uncle Tian watched Su Chen like a starving predator. Perfect. Now I don't even need to enter the danger zone. To think this mere brat cleared a 2-star dungeon 10 times in a row. His talent utterly eclipsed the young master's. What a shame. Offending the Luo family leaves you with only one path: death. I cannot afford another failure. I will eliminate him in exactly 5 seconds. Maintaining the live video feed for the young master had slightly suppressed his true combat power. Completely oblivious to the hidden assassin, the trio was still frantically arguing. Run, both of you need to leave before the curse activates. But Zilong planted his feet firmly, stubbornly refusing to retreat. Su Chen, I am not abandoning you. If the curse demands blood, then take my life. Su Chen's anxiety peaked. These foolish brothers of his just wouldn't listen to reason. Get out of here, are you deaf? Li Lei clenched his fists tightly, tears of resolve welling in his eyes. Su Chen, I might be terrified of dying, but I am the weakest link here. Strike me down, I only ask one thing. When you eventually conquer the 9-star system, don't forget me. Just use a resurrection token to bring me back. Watching the 3 hunters desperately argue, the Phantom Spider Queen reveled in her triumph. This dark drama was exactly what she wanted. Ha ha ha. It is far too late to run. Slaughter your beloved comrades or perish yourself. What a spectacular tragedy, suddenly shattering the tense atmosphere. Uncle Tien burst from the shadows with explosive killing intent. Your life ends here, brat. Hearing the sudden roar, the trio whipped around. The old assassin gripped his deadly dagger, closing the distance with overwhelming, suffocating bloodlust radiating from his entire body. Ha ha ha, paralyzed by fear are we. You naive children know nothing of this cruel world. However, instead of panic, Su Chen's eyes remained chillingly calm. He didn't even flinch. You actually showed up at the perfect time. Uncle Tien paused, deep confusion crossing his face. Perfect time. In that exact fraction of a second, Su Chen roared at the top of his lungs. Target the closest person to me. Instantly, a sinister surge of dark energy materialized into a cursed arrow. It locked onto the old assassin's heart, shooting forward with terrifying speed. What is this magic? Absolute terror gripped the veteran killer's soul. Wait, this is a high-tier curse aura? Realizing his fatal mistake, Uncle Tien thrashed wildly, begging in absolute despair. No, please, save me. Watching the terrifying assassin melt into a gruesome puddle of blood, Zilong stepped forward, completely speechless. Talk about poetic justice. The bastard came here to slaughter us, but ended up acting as our cursed meat shield. Meanwhile, Su Chen calmly investigated the remains, his mind analyzing the chaos. This aura. He must be from the exact same faction as that 5-star assassin who ambushed me earlier. Far away, young master Luo was snoring loudly on his luxurious sofa. Suddenly, a blaring ringtone shattered his peaceful nap. Seeing his boss groggily rubbing his eyes, his lackey Ming Gao quickly handed over the vibrating device. Young master, Uncle Tien is calling in. The target must be eliminated. Luo stretched lazily, letting out a massive yawn as a few sleepy tears formed in his arrogant eyes. Taking this long just to crush a pathetic intermediate student, Uncle Tien really needs to consider early retirement. He snatched the phone from his lackey's hands, casually swiping the answer button on the incoming video call. Resting his chin on his knuckles, Luo spoke with an incredibly arrogant drawl. So Uncle Tien, did you secure the artifact? But as the video feed loaded, Su Chen's mocking, grinning face filled the entire screen. Well, hello there, little nephew, what were you hoping to secure? Luo's heart practically stopped. His hands trembled so violently he dropped the phone. How are you alive? Boiling with explosive rage, Luo pointed a shaking finger at the screen. Where the hell is Uncle Tien? Why do you have his comms device? Su Chen let out a dark chuckle. That rusty old assassin, I already sent him to the afterlife. Su Chen gripped the stolen phone tightly, his aura turning instantly murderous. Now, tell me, who exactly are you and why did you put a hit on me? Recovering his composure, the rich heir crossed his arms with ultimate arrogance. Listen here, you filthy peasant. Since my cover is blown, I'll be direct. Back in the trial dungeon. You looted a tiny cursed box, didn't you? The one hiding a legendary key. Su Chen placed his hands on his hips, bursting into loud laughter. Who are you calling peasant? You can address me as your honorable uncle. Or better yet, just call me daddy. That single sentence turned the young master's face totally purple with fury. You are literally courting death. Talking tough won't save you from your inevitable destruction, you worthless trash. Su Chen's eyes narrowed dangerously, sensing the dark truth. Wait a minute. when that one-star dungeon suddenly mutated into a two-star hellscape, nearly massacring every cadet inside. Was that your doing? The arrogant heir glanced at the glowing teleportation pillar next to him, scoffing coldly. That pathetic trial ground. It was originally the sacred training hall of a supreme spatial element powerhouse. My family knew about its existence for years, it only recently materialized from the Void Rift. Your stupid academy mistook it for a regular spatial node and turned it into a mere student testing ground. Forcibly activating that domain triggers unpredictable, catastrophic dangers. That's exactly why I refuse to risk my own life entering it. Luo clenched his fists, his eyes burning with toxic greed. That key is the divine legacy left behind by that master. It unlocks the core of the ancient ruins. There were only 5 fragments created in total. The other 4 have already been claimed by powerful figures, which means I absolutely must secure this final piece. Su Chen stared directly into the camera, lips curving into a mocking sneer. The legendary key has fused with my system. How exactly do you plan on extracting it? A deeply sinister smile twisted the young master's face. Oh, that part is incredibly simple. Once I completely obliterate your physical body, the system drop will automatically manifest. Playing the innocent victim, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Ah, I see. So this is a fight to the bitter end. Only one of us survives. Hearing this, Luo laughed wildly, aggressively, flipping off the camera screen. No, idiot, you die and I live. Think you're some hidden dragon. Even without my terrifying family backing, my raw power alone could easily crush you. Letting him finish his villainous monologue, Su Chen casually glanced off-screen toward Li Lei. Did you manage to record all of that? The arrogant heir froze instantly, complete confusion replacing his smugness. Wait, record what? Li Lei safely tucked his own device into his pocket, flashing a triumphant wink. Every single word, Su Chen. The mighty Luo family intentionally sabotaged a student dungeon for personal gain. If we submit this footage to the Star Tower Alliance, that's a monumental high-level treason charge. Watching the two commoners openly mock his downfall, reality finally crashed into Luo's arrogant brain. You worthless bastards. You deliberately baited me into a confession. Su Chen pulled a mocking face into the lens. Stay mad, you absolute idiot. Consider this your first lesson from your dear uncle. With a satisfying click, the call ended in total darkness. Zilong's face darkened with heavy anxiety. The Luo family is a legendary powerhouse in this dragon district. They harbor countless awakened elites. As a rising century-old clan, crushing them takes more than mere evidence. Su Chen snapped his fingers, breaking the silence. At least they won't dare assassinate me in broad daylight anymore. We'll take our sweet time toying with that brat. Meanwhile, young Master Luo's fury exploded violently, smashing his glass against the wall. Shattered glass exploded across the luxurious room. Trembling with pure rage, Luo gritted his teeth. These bastards, I have lived my whole life as royalty and I refuse to swallow this disgusting humiliation. His subordinates sweat profusely, nervously offering a dark solution. Young Master, what if we hire the Assassin Syndicate? They're running a special promotion. We can deploy a newly awakened 6-star killer with a premium membership. Leaning against the wall, Hawaran shook his head in sheer frustration. Absolutely not. If Su Chen exposes that evidence, the powerful alliance will immediately launch an investigation. Our Luo clan would face a massive nightmare. We can probably suppress it eventually, but a public assassination right now is out of the question. Ming Gao stepped forward, his voice trembling with sheer panic. Then what's our move? The ancient ruins open right after the human awakening exam. Without that key, we'll be locked out for another 100 years. Young Master Luo pointed a menacing finger, barking his absolute orders. Contact the elders right now. Force an immediate school transfer for me. I'm entering their pathetic human awakening exam right here. And while the entire world is watching, I will personally crush that arrogant brat to dust. Casualties are perfectly legal during the great exam. Even the Alliance won't dare interfere. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Gao Yang gripped his tablet tightly, interrogating Liu Lian. Where on earth did you get this picture? When was this taken? Muron Liu Lian's beautiful features hardened into total seriousness. Just 10 days ago, I encountered this terrifying magical beast at my academy. I wanted to show you immediately, Master, but you vanished from the Heavenly Whale Academy. Gao Yang locked his intense gaze onto the demonic dragon on the glowing screen. And what happened to this monster? Liu Lian maintained a completely emotionless poker face. It was slaughtered. The massive revelation hit Gao Yang like a truck, nearly causing him to drop the expensive tablet. Slain. You cannot be serious. She stared at her master's horrified expression with absolute confusion. Master, what's wrong? Why are you sweating? It was just a random low-level beast. Gao Yang's face immediately darkened like a raging thunderstorm. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. This wasn't some ordinary magical beast. Unless my eyes deceive me, that is the 4th heir of the Savage God. The exact nightmare that has devastated human forces on the Origin battlefield for decades. Liu Lian nodded in grim realization. The 4th heir. I knew its dark aura felt suffocatingly unique. To think my first encounter was a literal demigod. Gao Yang frowned, deeply overwhelming anxiety flooding his veteran eyes. The savage god is notoriously vengeful. Slaying his bloodline invites an unstoppable wrath. But fear not, you are my beloved disciple. I will never let that false god touch a single hair on your head. Liu Lian frantically waved her hands in sheer panic. Wait, I didn't kill it. Her master froze in absolute shock. It wasn't you. Then who possesses that kind of monstrous power? Even the dean of your academy couldn't slay it. After all, it's the heir of the savage god, a terrifying B-plus rank mythical disaster. Suddenly, the undeniable image of a certain arrogant boy flashed in Liu Lian's mind. If I had to bet my life, it was a student named Su Chen. Gao Yang stroked his chin, desperately digging through his vast memories. Su Chen, why does that name ring a powerful bell? Just a few days ago, he utterly dominated the Hedong province secret realm trials, snatching the undisputed first place. She hastily added fuel to the fire. Not just that, master. He shattered the ancient record set by the legendary Thunder God. It made front-page news at the Star Tower. Gao Yang gasped, his voice trembling with disbelief. He surpassed the Thunder God's ultimate legacy. This brat possesses an absolute god-tier talent, but just as the excitement peaked, Gao Yang's expression darkened as he stared right at Liu Lian. Slaying a savage god's heir while humanity is already fighting on all fronts. Once the god's divine wrath descends, that genius boy is a dead man walking, sweating profoundly. She nodded in absolute agreement. It's not just the savage god himself. His fanatical dark cultists are a horrifying underground empire. We failed to purge them for decades. Su Chen's future just turned into a living nightmare. Suddenly, Meow Meow skipped merrily into the room, shouting at the top of her lungs. Wifey, somebody is outside asking for you. Liu Lian blinked in sheer confusion. Asking for me? Who is it? Her friend pouted adorably. I didn't ask. They just mumbled something about getting that ultra-rare classless skill. Her heart skipped a dangerous beat. It had to be that arrogant Su Chen. He finally showed up, but as Liu Lian stormed outside to confront him, she slammed right into a total stranger. The stranger arrogantly smoothed his expensive jacket. Flashing a disgustingly fake smile, he bowed. Senior Sister Mirong. The name is Wei Tihui. It is a profound honor to finally meet a goddess. Disgust flashed across her gorgeous features. Cutting right through the pointless pleasantries, she demanded coldly, "Cut the act." Whereas Su Chen, Wei Tihui offered a sickeningly sweet sycophantic grin. Oh, that guy couldn't make it. I'm here to claim his glorious reward on his behalf. Liu Lian planted her hands on her hips, her aura flaring with absolute suspicion. She wasn't buying a single word. On his behalf. As far as the system is concerned, Su Chen claimed absolute victory. Only the undisputed champion has the right to this divine skill. He nervously tilted his head, scratching his neck with an awkward chuckle. You're totally right, Su Chen crushed the trials, but the idiot didn't even want the prize. He literally sold his champion slot to me. Liu Lian's brow twitched violently, killing intent freezing her beautiful eyes. He sold his champion slot. She brutally ground her teeth together, desperately suppressing a towering explosive rage. Su Chen, you absolute bastard, how dare you auction off my precious reward like cheap trash. Next time I see your arrogant face, I am ending your life. Sensing her suffocating, killing intent, the boy panicked. Wait, senior sister, don't leave. What the hell am I supposed to do? Liu Lian glared menacingly at his pathetic, teary-eyed expression. Crawl back to whatever hole you came from. My divine skill goes exclusively to the ultimate champion. Tell Su Chen to drag his own body here. Before she could even storm off, young Master Ling swaggered out from the shadows flanked by his elite bodyguards. Exactly. Let's drag that pathetic Su Chen out into the open. Standing faithfully behind him, Han Dang nodded with a sinister sneer. Damn right, rumor has it the kid pulled off an absolute miracle in the trial zone. Now he's supposedly here to claim the legendary classless skill from our senior sister. Ling tilted his chin, arrogantly extreme jealousy twisting his rich features. If Mirong Liu Lian was dating an absolute monster from the High Academy, I'd accept it. To think he is just a lowly junior academy student, what an absolute joke. How many pathetic kids can actually survive the Heavenly Whale Academy's brutal admission? Just thinking about it made young Master Ling's blood boil. Thick veins bulged furiously across his forehead as he violently ground his teeth. Even if those weaklings survive the system, only a fraction become true human elites. That trash doesn't deserve a goddess. Suddenly, one of the lackeys spotted a lone figure approaching and screamed, "Young Master Ling, it's him. Su Chen is here." All three elite bullies whipped their heads around. But the shadowy figure wasn't Su Chen at all. It was the absolute loser Wei Tihui dragging his exhausted feet like a total zombie. Blinded by pure rage, Ling roared at his elite hounds. Crush that idiot into the dirt. Bloodlust completely boiling over, the vicious thugs lunged forward. You're dead meat, kid. Prepare for absolute destruction. The thug swung his leg in a brutal arc. Wei Bihui froze his eyes wide with utter confusion. Before he could even blink, Han Dang's heavy boots smashed directly into his face. Clutching his throbbing, swollen cheek, he stammered, "What do you think you are doing?" But before Wei Bihui could finish, both attackers lunged forward, raining down a merciless barrage of blows. He wailed in absolute agony. "Who are you people? Why are you beating me?" Gazing down at the pathetic figure, the thug coldly stomped right on his leg. His battered face winced as his entire body trembled. Yet Wei Bihui kept pleading for answers. "Why are you treating me like dirt? I have taken your beating, but can you at least tell me why I am being punished?" Young Master Ling crossed his arms, glaring down with ice-cold eyes. "Has it still not clicked in that thick skull of yours, Su Chen?" Hearing that name, the battered man forced himself up, pointing a shaking finger at his own bruised face. "Su Chen, damn it, not Su Chen again. Open your eyes and look at me. I am Wei Bihui." The arrogant young master blinked, sudden doubt washing over his face. "Wait, you are not Su Chen." Yuan Rong hurriedly pulled out his phone and shoved the screen forward. "Young Master Ling, I think we beat up the wrong guy. He really is not Su Chen." Looking at the photo, the faces do not match at all. Realizing his embarrassing mistake, Ling turned on his heel without a shred of remorse. "What a waste of time. Let us go." Wei Bihui was left curled up in the dirt, choking back miserable sobs. "I threw away an absolute fortune and did not learn a single thing. Now I just get beaten half to death and cannot even complain about it. I never should have bought that stupid academy quota." Meanwhile, in a completely different location, Su Chen and his two companions advanced cautiously, their sharp eyes scanning the desolate environment. Far in the distance, three cloaked figures watched them like vultures circling prey. "Are you certain it is them?" One of the shadowy stalkers pointed a pale finger forward, his expression twisted in malice. "The whole world thinks Murong Lulian slaughtered the fourth prince, but after analyzing the surveillance footage countless times, it is obvious that she never even had the chance to strike. The true mastermind who killed His Highness was none other than Su Chen." His partner smirked, a fanatical gleam in his eyes. "Slaying him will earn us massive merits. The savage god will bless us, granting us true spiritual transcendence." The scene shifted to Gao Yang's luxurious estate. He leaned back on his plush sofa, leisurely sipping wine. "I must admit the Wood McKay clan's brewing techniques absolutely crush human craftsmanship." Noticing Liulian gathering her gear, he raised a brow. "My dear disciple, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?" Her beautiful face remained an unreadable mask of ice. "I am going to find Su Chen." He swirled the crimson liquid in his glass, completely unbothered. "And why exactly are you looking for him? That boy is already marked by the savage god. Given humanity's fragile current state, if a deity wants a nameless kid dead, the human alliance is completely powerless to stop it. So do not get yourself dragged into his deadly mess." But Liu Lian's stubborn resolve did not waver for a single second. "I am going to settle the score with him myself." Gao Yang smirked, a mysterious glimmer dancing in his eyes. "Crossing thousands of miles just to settle a score with a mere high schooler. This is completely out of character for our little Lulian. Could it be that my frosty disciple is actually falling for a man?" Meanwhile, Su Chen's trio pushed deeper into the demonic domain, surrounded by apocalyptic ruins. Right before them, a terrifying one-horned demon wolf crushed a human skull beneath its razor-sharp claws. He marched forward, his vigilant gaze sweeping the dead city. "So this is a demonic domain. I always assumed these zones only spawned in the wild mountains. This is totally unexpected." Zilong frowned, his expression turning incredibly grim. "The brutal truth is most demonic domains crash straight into human cities. This ruin used to be Ping'an County, a once thriving and incredibly wealthy little city." He paused heavily before choking out the dark history. Then a dimensional node tore open the sky. In the blink of an eye, thousands of beasts flooded in. Only a tiny fraction of the population managed to escape. Demonic domains do not just randomly appear, but when they do, it is an apocalyptic catastrophe. Like a slow plague, these demon gods are constantly devouring humanity's living space. Su Chen stepped slowly through the rubble, gently picking up a torn teddy bear. He stared at the toy, his aura turning ice cold. A demonic domain is pure hell. For the innocent people living here, it was literally doomsday. Li Lei clenched his fists, intense frustration radiating from his body. Furthermore, wiping out a demonic domain is nearly impossible. The monsters just keep pouring endlessly from the dimensional nodes. Unless a supreme human powerhouse anchors the zone thoroughly, purifying a demonic domain is just a hopeless dream. Not to mention, the highest tier domains are ruled by terrifying demon kings. Their overwhelming power can crush even our strongest human elites. Su Chen spun around, declaring firmly, "Let us head back. Grinding in this lower-level domain will not boost our stats anymore." Yet deep in his mind, a chilling wave of anxiety violently churned. Witnessing the absolute devastation of this dead zone, seeing countless innocent souls buried beneath this rubble who never even got a chance to fight back, I finally understand the horrifying reality of human survival. Hidden in the shadows, the three cultists had been tracking Su Chen's squad the entire time. Su Ming hissed impatiently, "Should we strike now?" Wei Tian raised a hand, stopping him instantly. "Hold your horses, Ping. And County is currently crawling with star-leveling students preparing for the elite college entrance exams. That means powerful academy instructors are guarding the perimeter. We will wait until they leave the safe zone before we strike. Like predatory ghosts, the trio silently relocated to a perfect ambush spot. Wu Wang practically vibrated with impatient bloodlust. Why are we still waiting? If we hesitate any longer, they will make it back to the academy. Our window of opportunity will vanish completely. His gaunt skeleton-like face twisted as he finally barked the order. Attack. Take them down now. Instantly detecting the killing intent, Zilong whipped around roaring aloud. Watch out. An ambush. Wei Tian lunged forward, his face warped into a savage snarl. Su Chen, just roll over and accept your death. The young hero gritted his teeth, pure fury blazing in his eyes. Seriously, not again, damn it all, this is the third time I have been ambushed this week. Su Chen channeled explosive energy into his right arm. A blinding halo of searing flames erupted around his fist. You guys are pushing your luck. He unleashed a devastating punch straight ahead. One strike to send you all to heaven. The assassin showed zero fear, laughing like an absolute maniac. Arrogant brat, this is a real life and death battle. Did you ask your granddaddy for permission before dreaming of one-shotting us? Instantly, Su Chen's monstrous punch blasted them away. Unbelievable. His overwhelming aura violently warped the surrounding space. Crushed by his terrifying pressure, they could not even advance. All three cultists violently coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Wei Tian collapsed to his knees, staring at the boy in absolute horrified disbelief. Are you kidding me? Is this really the combat power of a high schooler? His heavily injured comrade clutched his bleeding chest, gasping for air. Our intelligence network completely screwed us. The destructive force behind that punch, not even an elite academy dean could unleash something like that. Su Chen tightened his blazing fist, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Let me guess. Did young Master Luo send you trash too? Hearing that name, the cultist roared in absolute insult. Young Master Luo, who the hell is that nobody? We are elite enforcers of the savage god cult. We serve the ultimate deity. You dared to murder the fourth son of our god. Today you will pay for your sins in blood. Li Lei peeked out from his defensive cover, his eyes wide with shock. It is the notoriously evil savage god cult. Every single fanatical zealot worshipping that twisted deity absolutely deserves to be wiped from existence. Brother Su, you can farm karma points just by wiping them out. Sensing the shifting atmosphere, Su Ming desperately drew his blade. He hurled the dagger skyward, its cold steel catching the light. We severely underestimated Su Chen's power, notified demon god Yashin immediately. But before Su Ming could react, Wei Tian violently plunged a dagger straight into his own chest. Su Chen froze in absolute shock. These lunatic cultists were actually sacrificing themselves. Without a single second of hesitation, the other two zealots followed suit, ripping into their own flesh. With our devoted hearts and boiling blood, we summon the almighty demon god Yashin. O Great One, heed the final cry of your loyal servants. A sinister purple barrier suddenly erupted above them. We have finally found the one who slaughtered your fourth prince. Descend from the heavens and obliterate this sinner. Witnessing this gruesome display, Zilong leaped forward, his voice laced with pure dread. This is bad. They are using a forbidden blood-soaked ritual to summon an evil deity. Run, get out of here now. But Wei Tian merely lifted his head, a twisted demonic grin warping his bloody face. Run. Not a single one of you is leaving alive. The sky began to twist violently as a blinding ray of ominous light shattered the clouds. Li Lei stared upward, his expression turning grim. Such an overwhelming aura. Damn it, what tier of demonic magic is this? A colossal nightmarish face with jagged fangs and twisted horns materialized from the void. I am Yashin. The moment the abyssal entity manifested, the bleeding cultists dropped to their knees in absolute terrifying reverence. Almighty Lord Yashin, we have found the human insect who murdered the fourth prince. It is Su Chen. Grant him your divine wrath. Su Chen blinked, utterly baffled. Wait, what? A demon god? This was a cataclysmic being that threatened humanity's very existence. Even legendary 9-star awakeners had fallen to his might. Trembling with fear, Li Lei slowly turned to Su Chen. Brother Su, since when did you anger a literal demon god? That spider queen, we barely survived. She is absolute garbage compared to Lord Yashin. Su Chen's eye twitched violently as he immediately threw his hands up. I want to know that myself. Hey Yashin, did you get the wrong guy? The deity roared, his colossal eyes blazing with apocalyptic hellfire. Insignificant mortal speck, you slaughtered my beloved fourth son exactly 1 month ago. Cold, sweat-drenched Su Chen's back as he gritted his teeth against the crushing pressure. Wait, was it that demonic dragon I killed at the academy? How is my luck this ridiculously bad? My very first kill in this world turned out to be a divine prince. Meanwhile, high above another city, Murong Liulian surfed the winds on her flying sword. Cao Yang chased frantically behind her. My fiery disciple, slow down. Wait for your master. She shot him a skeptical glare. Master, why are you even tagging along? He bellowed back, his voice thick with panic. How can I not go? If Yashin descends, not only will you fail to save that rookie prodigy, but that demon god will absolutely use the chance to annihilate you. Murong Liulian stayed silent, her spiritual aura flaring as she pushed her speed to the absolute limit. I am not going there to save him, but if there are demons to slaughter, count me in. Cao Yang slapped a hand over his face, letting out a massive sigh. Do I not know my own student? You act like an arrogant ice-cold queen. They literally call you the Great Demon King. Refusing to be left behind, he kept lecturing her through the howling wind. But deep down, your heart bleeds for humanity more than anyone else. You can never stomach seeing our people suffer. If there is even a sliver of a chance to save a life, you would never just stand by and watch. Right in the middle of their fierce argument, a suffocating sea of black clouds swallowed the sky, violently spewing toxic purple miasma. Murong Liulian's eyes narrowed as she stared at the terrifying phenomenon. Before Murong Liulian could even process the horror, Cao Yang's voice trembled. That is the aura of demon god Yashin. I never expected his manifestation to be this fast. We are in massive trouble. Hearing this, she clenched her jaw and muttered. Yashin's true body cannot cross over entirely. Su Chen might still have a fighting chance, but her master's face instantly darkened, absolute despair filling his eyes. It is too late. Even if Yashin cannot personally set foot in our realm, he possesses 10,000 different ways to obliterate that boy. Against a cosmic horror like him, Su Chen is just an ant. Back at ground zero, Su Chen ground his teeth, his facial muscles locked in intense stress. Zilong, is there any escape route? The warrior shook his head, pure panic bleeding into his voice. With Yashin personally making a move, our survival rate is absolute zero. High above the demonic entity, let out a bone-chilling scoff as his colossal visage slowly began to fade. Pathetic human worms. You flatter yourselves entirely too much. Are you even worthy of my personal strike? As Yashin vanished into the cosmic void, his booming decree shattered the silence. I shall bestow divine punishment. I will make this entire pathetic city bleed for your sins. Every single human breathing in this wasteland will be buried alive to mourn my fallen son. Without warning, a pitch-black spatial rift tore open directly behind them, vomiting a wave of deathly freezing aura. Su Chen's brow furrowed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What the hell is that? Li Lei staggered backward, his entire body shaking violently. A space and time distortion. It is a stabilized spatial node. Yashin is trying to drag this entire zone into the demonic realm. Zilong's face drained of all color, completely paralyzed by primal fear. Once that node stabilizes, an endless tide of magical beasts will flood out. This whole city will become another massive graveyard in seconds. Instantly, Su Chen's eyes locked onto the rift and a surging explosive aura erupted around his body. Is there any way to shut it down? Zilong darted his eyes, wildly calculating the odds. The only option is to obliterate the node before it stabilizes, but with our current power levels, that is virtually impossible. Suddenly, a seductive silhouette stepped out from the chaotic void, accompanied by a wicked giggle. Your sweet nightmare has arrived. It was a high-tier succubus. Seeing her unholy arrival, the surviving cultist zealots screamed in fanatical worship. The succubus has descended. Every succubus possessed tier C power or higher, and their mind-warping abilities were an absolute nightmare to counter. It seems this demonic invasion is going to be apocalyptic. Burn it all down. Only through complete annihilation can rebirth happen. Lord Yashin shall conquer this entire world. Crossing her arms, the succubus radiated an aura of lethal, icy confidence. O almighty Yashin, I shall execute your divine will and lock down this domain. Staring at the sickening purple smog swallowing the heavens, the cultists roared. Slaughter them all, then let the citywide massacre begin. Miles away, Murong, Liulian, and Cao Yang charged desperately toward the violently churning darkness. A rare flicker of genuine panic flashed in her usually cold eyes. Master, tell me my spiritual senses are playing tricks on me. Cao Yang immediately cut her off with a grim nod. You are not wrong. That lunatic Yashin actually burned massive energy just to tear open a brand new spatial node. He is turning that zone into a demonic wasteland. Hearing the sheer scale of the disaster, she ground her teeth with immense force. Even at our maximum velocity, that spatial node will be completely locked in by the time we arrive. We are going to be too late. Surprisingly, her master forced himself to remain fiercely calm. I have already fired off an urgent call to the Alliance. Right now, our only mission is to pull as many survivors out of that hellscape as possible. In a flash, both warriors accelerated at terrifying speeds. The succubus slashed her razor-sharp claws right at Su Chen. The savage god's absolute will cannot be defied. Every single human here is doomed to die. Once you perish, I will slowly devour your pathetic tender bodies. Cold sweat drenched Zilong and Li Lei. Their racing hearts practically pounded out of their chests from overwhelming dread. However, Su Chen's fury erupted, his power spiking by 10,000 newtons. I will never let that happen. Unfazed, the demoness boldly stepped right up to his face. You won't let me. Who do you think you are? Your pathetic words mean absolutely nothing. Before she could finish, Su Chen roared. Muscles bulging, he launched a devastating punch. Get lost. His explosive strike smashed into her face, shattering the very air itself. The succubus was sent flying, completely unable to block the overwhelming force. She violently crashed into the ground. Clutching her bruised face, she shot up and shrieked, "You damn mortal, how dare you strike my beautiful face!" Rising up, she unleashed her demonic art, the bone-melting charm smile. Her eerie laughter tore through the air. "I will drain you dry. You will suffer the most agonizing death imaginable." Recognizing the deadly skill, Li Lei screamed a warning. "Do not look at her, or you will lose your mind." The succubus smirked, her eyes gleaming with absolute arrogance. "My charming arts are at the divine realm. Even without looking, my voice and scent alone will enslave your very soul. No man alive can resist me." Su Chen clutched his chest, face flushed, fighting the mental invasion as he watched Li Lei fall under her spell. "Zilong, we cannot hold on. It is all up to you now." Suddenly, glowing heart shapes completely took over Su Chen's mesmerized eyes. The demoness slowly approached her prey. "Defy the savage god, and no deity can save you. I will rip out your heart as a sacrifice." She raised her lethal claws, ready to strike. "Die." But suddenly, a glowing dagger materialized in his hand. Zilong transformed into a beautiful woman, leaving the monster utterly stunned. "What the hell?" The succubus ground her teeth, completely baffled that her magic failed. "Impossible. You are a man. How do you keep your sanity?" Zilong simply smirked. "Sorry about that." He offered a wicked, knowing smile. "I can be either a man or a woman." Instantly, Zilong lunged forward, thrusting the dagger at the demoness with deadly pinpoint accuracy. "Kill!" The succubus spat out dark, corrupted blood. "How could I die this easily?" Wei Tian's squad watched in sheer terror as the monster was swiftly and brutally executed. What, the succubus is actually dead? An intermediate student just slaughtered a C-rank magical beast. Am I blind? With the demon dead, the other two snapped out of their hypnotic trance. Su Chen smiled. "Outstanding work, Zilong." His comrade exhaled a heavy sigh of absolute relief. "That was incredibly dangerous. That demon's skill was terrifyingly strong. It instantly wiped our minds. Thank heavens, Zilong was here." He turned around, his expression still dead serious. "I only won through a sneak attack. Otherwise, a C-rank beast equals a 3-star dungeon boss. We would have had absolutely zero chance of victory." From the heavens above, a booming voice violently shook the realm. "You lowly insect scum dare to rebel. I will execute you all." Furious, Su Chen flipped off the sky. "I spit on you, savage god. Stop barking and come fight me yourself." Hearing this, Wu Wang angrily pointed at him. "Insolent fool, you dare insult a deity." Standing nearby, Su Ming ground his teeth. "You hateful bastards." Su Chen ignored them and kept trash talking. "You cannot actually descend to this world yourself, can you? Otherwise, you would not be up there, throwing a pointless tantrum." Surprisingly, the divine being did not rage at the mortal's insults. "Pathetic ants, my divine power is indeed too massive to descend. But the demon realm has already arrived. No one will escape. You will all become fodder for thousands of beasts rotting away into nothingness." A terrifying two-headed demon hound burst from the spatial rift. Seeing the monstrous creature, raw panic immediately flooded his eyes. "That is a supreme-level demon hound. We must destroy the spatial node instantly, or millions in this city will be wiped out." Su Chen charged forward, aura surging in his hands as his fury spiked to 100,000. "I will stop this." From the celestial vortex, the savage god's mocking laughter echoed. "You foolish humans always amuse me. You are just a frail two-legged insect. How could you possibly stop this?" Gripping his glowing, aura-infused fist, Su Chen threw a devastating punch straight at the dimensional rift. "Shatter for me." Taking the catastrophic blow, the spatial tear visibly shrank. The god poked his head out, his eyes wide in utter disbelief. "What?" The spatial node shrank by a third. "No wonder you killed my fourth child. To think a mortal possesses such terrifying, monstrous strength." A blazing aura of wrath erupted around Su Chen, peaking at 100,000. "I told you, I will never let this happen." He unleashed another strike, this one violently intensifying his fiery power to a catastrophic level. The void tear kept shrinking, collapsing into nothingness. Witnessing this nightmare, the savage god frantically roared, his voice laced with pure panic. "Stop him. Do not let him destroy the spatial node." Countless demon hounds instantly swarmed forward to attack. Completely fearless, Su Chen calmly unleashed another tyrannical, earth-shattering blow. "Get out of my way." However, razor-sharp fangs violently clamped down on both of his arms. Su Chen was totally immobilized, losing all ability to defend himself. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, he glared at his ally. "Li Lei, cover me." Hearing this, Li Lei excitedly leaped from above. "All right, all you filthy beasts, look at me." Clasping his hands together, Li Lei hammered a brutal strike onto its skull. Monster-baiting physique activated. The attacked hounds immediately snapped their fiery, murderous gazes right onto him. Seeing the deadly threat, Li Lei bolted for his life. "Look at me. Hey, look over here. Let me announce something. The savage god is my little son." Enraged, the beast pack chased him down. Seeing their distraction, Su Chen launched his ultimate strike at the rift. Final blow. "Let's end this." Unable to withstand the catastrophic impact, the dimensional tear finally sealed shut. Wei Tian's squad backed away in sheer horror. That crazy kid actually stopped the spatial node from descending. This is unbelievable. How can an intermediate student possess such godlike power? This completely shatters my reality. Completely enraged, the savage god swiped his monstrous clawed hand downward. You've truly provoked my divine wrath. A tiny mortal dares to repeatedly mock me. Even if the world's will erodes me, I will personally crush you into dust. The massive celestial hand crashed down towards Su Chen, drenched in sweat. Su Chen's mouth twitched before he screamed. Damn it, the savage god is this overpowered system. Save me. The savage god's colossal palm brutally smashed the ground. Zilong stared in utter shock, his jaw dropped and his whole body trembling. Yet Su Chen simply crouched on the earth, looking completely confused. I survived. Did the system save me? But as the dust cleared, a slender figure stood before him, physically holding back that colossal hand. It was not the system. Mirong Liulian had actually come. The savage god's furious roar echoed across the sky. Morong Liulian, I know you, the brightest human genius of the past decade. To block my strike, your power is indeed worthy of praise. You deserve death, she spat, unleashing a devastating sword strike before leaping backward. Liulian's blade aura surged like a divine punishment, slicing cleanly right through the giant hand. The colossal appendage shattered into the void, leaving only the deity's echoing laughter. What an unexpected delight, I will slaughter you right here. If I crush humanity's prodigy today, your pathetic race loses a future 9-star powerhouse. The savage god unleashed his next terrifying art, raining down murderously purple spheres, falling black stars. The fanatic cultists threw their hands up in absolute ecstasy. Divine punishment, obliterate everything. The savage god is peerless. Let the world burn and be reborn from the ashes. Zilong stared at the descending dark spheres, his body completely paralyzed by fear. It is over. That is an inescapable forbidden technique. Suddenly, a figure blitzed across the horizon at blinding speed. Savage god. You want to kill my disciple? Did you ask for my permission? Gao Yang uncorked his mystical gourd, instantly sucking in the deadly dark stars. One by one, the apocalyptic spheres were completely swallowed up. The deity's murderous roar shattered the sky, making the very fabric of space violently tremble. Master Gao. So you finally showed up. Su Chen's eyes lit up with absolute hope. Humanity's 9-star legend had personally arrived. They were finally saved. Ignoring the deity's taunt, Gao Yang hurled his glowing gourd toward the heavens. Crawl back to whatever hole you came from. The artifact unleashed a blinding pillar of light, piercing straight through the chaotic purple clouds. The divine manifestation ground to a dead halt, choking on its own furious roar. Humiliated step by mere mortals, the deity's rage reached a boiling point. You wretched insects. This is absolutely unforgivable. The magical gourd smoothly returned to Gao Yang's palm. Savage god, never underestimate humanity. Our strength is constantly evolving and multiplying. The day will come when we personally drag you false gods out of our realm. Down below, Su Chen's exhausted body finally gave out, collapsing to the dirt. It was finally over. The sky regained its crystal blue hue as the violent purple rift slowly sealed shut, but a final echo remained. One day, I, the savage god, shall truly descend upon this world. Just as the voice faded, Gao Yang's expression violently twisted. Not good. A sinister purple streak shot down, slamming right into Su Chen's chest. Panic gripped the young man as he frantically patted himself down. What the hell just happened? Did that thing hit me? Gao Yang instantly dropped from the sky, firmly gripping the boy's arm. Do not move an inch. Let me examine your aura. After a tense inspection, he carefully placed his glowing palm near Su Chen's ear. Just as I feared, the savage god planted his cursed mark on you. Su Chen blinked in absolute confusion. A mark. Gao Yang stepped back, tracking his energy. You have been branded with his divine tracking sigil. From now on, the savage god can lock onto your spiritual signature and track your exact location, no matter where you hide. Su Chen's heart hammered wildly against his ribs in pure panic. Does not that mean that monstrous deity could drop from the sky and slaughter me at any second? The elder crossed his arms, his expression dead serious. Theoretically, yes, he could strike at any moment. But practically speaking, your situation is not an immediate death sentence. While the savage god possesses overwhelming might, the will of our world violently rejects his true body. Projecting even a mere phantom drains an astronomical amount of his divine energy. Furthermore, as long as you avoid corrupted zones like the Abyss or frontline battlegrounds, his connection to you remains extremely blurred. He will only sense your general coordinates, nothing precise. Su Chen nodded slowly, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. So, is there any way for you to shatter this curse? The 9-star master solemnly shook his head, his gaze heavy with regret. Impossible. This demonic brand is etched directly into your very soul. Only when you shatter your limits and reach the 8-star realm will your soul undergo the qualitative evolution needed to purge it yourself. Suddenly, a sly, calculating gleam sparked in Gao Yang's eyes. He paced around Su Chen like a curious predator. However, This raises a very fascinating question. The savage god only brands humans he considers terrifying anomalies. He only targets prodigies destined to become catastrophic threats to his dark empire. For example, the legendary thunder god received this exact mark back in his youth. So kid, what the hell did you do to earn a god's absolute hatred? Su Chen let out a heavy soul-weary sigh. What else could it possibly be? I slaughtered his precious son. Gao Yang immediately frowned and shook his head dismissively. Nonsense. That is absolutely not the reason. That deity has countless disposable heirs. He only lashed out today because his divine ego was bruised. He could not care less if one of his spawn drops dead. Su Chen tilted his head, utterly bewildered. Then, could it be because I shattered the dimensional node? Gao Yang's eyes practically bulged out of his skull in sheer disbelief. Wait, what? You completely shattered a spatial node. Sweeping his sharp gaze across the devastated wasteland, Gao Yang gasped. I was so hyper-focused on battling that deity, I completely failed to notice the dimensional anchors in this sector had vanished. A cataclysmic demonic domain was completely aborted before it could even fully manifest. He crossed his arms, mind racing, nipping a demonic invasion in the bud like this. It is practically unheard of in the Alliance's entire history. Did you seriously pull that off by yourself? Su Chen just shrugged like it was just another Tuesday. I mean, half the squad watched me do it. Hearing this casual confirmation, Gao Yang burst into hearty laughter, clapping Su Chen heavily on the shoulder. You absolute madman. You have just secured an unimaginably massive merit for humanity. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Li Lei was running for his life, chased by a vicious pack of hellhounds. Stop casually chatting and save my life, damn it. Without missing a beat, Zilong launched a devastating flying kick at the beasts. Incoming. Summoning a massive battle axe into his grip, Zilong glared at the encroaching demonic swarm. Just as they were surrounded, Wu Qian charged onto the scene with his elite teammates, arriving right in the nick of time. The Blood Core Glory Squad has arrived. The elite unit violently crashed into the sea of monstrous beasts. With a terrifyingly precise blade strike, Wu Qian cleaved a hellhound clean in half. Leave absolutely no survivors. Slaughter them all. Burning with explosive battle aura, Li Lei swung his axe, instantly decapitating a massive beast. Completely drained, he braced his hands on his knees, panting heavily as he stopped right in front of Su Chen. Brother Su. That is a top-tier Alliance combat unit. I cannot believe they were deployed as our backup. The Blood Core Glory Squad is legendary in the inner circles. Rumor has it they single-handedly crushed an entire monster stampede. Their combat record is absolutely insane. Suddenly, an icy voice from behind sent violent shivers down Su Chen's spine. Su Chen? Li Lei straightened up and leaned in, whispering nervously. Su Chen, why do I get the terrifying feeling that senior sister Murong is glaring at you like prey? Su Chen felt a phantom blade against his neck, completely clueless himself. Right, her eyes are practically bleeding murderous intent. She is not even trying to hide it. Moving like a rusty machine, Su Chen stiffly turned around, throwing up an extremely awkward wave. Senior sister Murong, long time no see. Before he could even blink, a resounding slap echoed across his cheek, gripping him violently by the collar. Murong Liu Lian dragged him close, her eyes blazing. Did you not claim to love me? If you love me so much, why did you coward out and sell off your academy spot? Realizing his darkest secret had been brutally exposed, Su Chen trembled like a leaf in a hurricane, desperately trying to defuse the ticking time bomb. Senior sister, please, just give me 3 seconds to explain. Murong Liulian ignored his protests, dragging him away. Su Chen panicked, terrified of losing his innocence. Senior sister, don't do this. It's broad daylight. She pinned him in a dark corner. Only Su Chen's desperate screams echoed out. Crazy woman, we live in a lawful society. Please stop, senior sister. Li Lei watched, trembling with a pale face. This is way too horrifying. Meanwhile, Zilong was brutally cleaving a demon hound in half with overwhelming aura. After annihilating the pack, Zilong planted his axe, wiping his sweat with a heavy sigh. Lu Wuqian turned around. Seeing Zilong, his eyes completely glazed over. What a breathtaking stance. Wuqian's subordinate approached, saluting briskly. Captain, the area is secure. Why are you just standing there, spacing out? His gaze was glued to Zilong's back. That girl's combat performance was absolutely stunning. The subordinate nodded. A mid-tier student who just awakened, displaying such insane battle power, truly a monster. Smirking, the subordinate nudged Wuqian's shoulder. Captain, if she caught your eye, then you should totally go after her. Wuqian's face flushed ruby red as he daydreamed. Go after her. Overhearing the juicy gossip, another squad member rushed over. You're the fearless leader of our Blood Core team, a D-rank monster slayer. What are you afraid of? The other guy chimed in. Exactly. Finding true love on the battlefield is incredibly rare. Playing the ultimate love guru, he advised, you need to break out of your shell, be aggressive and totally proactive. You always act so shy around pretty girls. Wu Qian still hesitated. Wouldn't that be too painfully awkward? His men grabbed his shoulders, firing up his spirit. Captain, fierce girls like her worship absolute power. with your elite status striking first guarantees a 100% success rate. Gathering his manly courage, Wu Qian whispered, "All right, today I'm taking charge." He confidently strutted forward, flashing a charming smile. "Hey, gorgeous, let's get to know each other. I am Lu Wu Qian, captain of the glorious Blood Core team." He struck a legendary heartthrob pose. "I want to treat you to dinner and make you my woman." Zilong crossed his arms, glaring in pure disgust. "If I pull mine out, it's bigger than yours." That critical strike instantly shattered Wu Qian's entire world. He stumbled away like a soulless zombie, shoulders slumped in devastating defeat. "Someone dig me a hole to die in." His men panicked in absolute shock. A cross-dressing powerhouse. A deadly trap. They stared helplessly as Wu Qian curled into a traumatized ball. Had the introverted captain's one shot at romance permanently closed its doors? Meanwhile, Su Chen's blood-curdling screams echoed with devastating tragedy. "It burns. Just end my suffering already. I am an indomitable man of heaven and earth. You will never force yourself on me." Li Lei shivered as he listened. Brother Su sounds absolutely crushed. "Should we launch a rescue mission?" Zilong scoffed coldly. "Do you have a death wish?" Li Lei furiously waved his hands. "Even with 10 lives, I wouldn't dare. Senior Sister Murong is an authentic demon king. She literally tanked a strike from a wild god." Inside the ruins, Su Chen lay bound on the freezing floor. "What the hell do you want? Don't do anything crazy." Completely ignoring his desperate pleas, Murong Liulian ruthlessly plunged a terrifying needle right into his flesh. His agonizing roar instantly shattered the dead silence. "What kind of venom did you inject?" Yanking the needle out, Murong Liulian's voice was absolute ice. "It's a specialized artifact to track the wild god. If that monster ever hunts you again, the serum in your veins will instantly synchronize with the central mainframe." Her piercing gaze locked onto him. "It will calculate its spatial trajectory and expose the exact origin of that beast." Panic seized Su Chen's heart. "Track a wild god? Are you insane?" Placing a hand on her hip, she sneered. "That's above your pay grade. I'm simply using your body as bait. You will take this secret to your grave." Struggling to sit up, Su Chen tried to strike a desperate bargain. "Fine, I'll play your game, but our past grudges are completely wiped clean." Turning away, Murong Liulian ruthlessly crushed his hopes. "In your dreams, weakling. From this second on, you are my official boyfriend." Su Chen's brain completely short-circuited. Official boyfriend? What kind of twisted logic is that? Watching her walk away, he screamed in total disbelief. This woman is an absolute psycho. It's a trap. A demonic conspiracy. She dragged him out into the light. Furiously untying his bindings, he met a worried Li Lei. "Brother Su, did you survive?" Su Chen frowned, his expression impossibly grim. "Listen to me very carefully. What happens if someone becomes Murong Liulian's boyfriend?" Slumping his arm around Zilong's shoulder, he braced for Li Lei's horrifying answer. "Senior Sister is an untouchable national goddess. You just provoke the endless wrath of every single man. You better sleep with one eye open, or you'll catch a brick in the dark." Zilong mercilessly added fuel to the fire. "The supreme geniuses of humanity will revolt. They will challenge you to endless death matches, turning you into a bloody pulp." Hearing his doom, Su Chen yanked his hair in a full-blown panic attack. The penalty is an instant death sentence. Trembling with pure outrage, he roared at the heavens. "Break up. We are breaking up right now. I refuse to be a sacrificial boyfriend." Amidst his meltdown, Gao Yang casually strolled over. Su Chen, surviving today's crisis, was a monumental achievement. Once the Star Tower Alliance reviews the data, you three will receive massive rewards for your heroic contributions. A wild god's manifestation is a catastrophic event. To prevent mass hysteria, this must remain classified as a top-tier secret until the Alliance issues an official statement. Catching Murong Liulian's murderous glare, Su Chen waved his hands frantically. "Senior Sister, can we please just cancel the relationship? I demand a breakup. Don't force me to physically destroy you." He cursed the heavens in despair. This tyrannical woman had absolutely no logic. Even with a guaranteed ticket to Skywhale Academy, his life there would be pure hell. "If I attend the same elite academy as her, won't I just become her personal punching bag every single day? I definitely need to apply for a different Supreme Academy." 3 days later, at the colossal Central Plaza, an ocean of students stood shoulder to shoulder. A massive holographic screen crackled to life. "Today is June 24th, Star Tower calendar year 998. Humanity's ultimate college entrance exam has officially commenced." The announcer's eyes blazed with electric excitement. This year, 5 million candidates are competing in the Dragon Zone's 16th division. Across all of humanity, a staggering 50 million warriors are fighting for their destiny. We wish every single one of you legendary success in these brutal trials. One leap to absolute fame, pave your bloody path to becoming a supreme powerhouse. As the announcement echoed out, the sea of young, awakened warriors erupted into pure chaos. The day had finally arrived. Once the Great Awakening exam was over, pass or fail, every single one of us would have to bleed on the front lines for humanity's survival. I wonder how brutal this year's trials will be. I barely managed a 1-star rank. Standing in the corner, Su Chen and his two friends sank into heavy thoughts. The suffocating tension felt exactly like the college entrance exams from his past life. Except this time, it was a massive worldwide trial that determined life or death. Suddenly, the astral tower descended from the heavens, materializing right before their eyes. Zilong gasped, his eyes wide with absolute overwhelming shock. The astral tower is here. The great trial is about to begin. Su Chen stared, unblinking at the massive structure, his mind swimming with countless questions. So this is the legendary astral tower. Ever since crossing into this world, I have realized that humanity's entire existence is inextricably bound to this monument. Seeing Su Chen's intense expression, Li Lei could not hold back. To be exact, this is just one of the 18 subordinate spires connected to the supreme astral tower. This awakening exam exists to forge future powerhouses and dictate the very destiny of our race. Achieve a glorious rank here and you will instantly earn the total backing of the Alliance. In short, this monumental exam is the absolute first step on the bloody path to becoming a true supreme being. Hearing this, his fists clenched tight. Pure hatred burned in his eyes as Yi Shen's arrogant face flashed in his mind. I have been marked by that bastard, meaning deadly danger lurks everywhere. There is no turning back now. Only by acquiring absolute power can I completely shatter this cursed fate of mine. Ding, a holographic prompt suddenly materialized. System mission alert. Shatter 3 historical records in the Grand Awakening exam. Su Chen's brow furrowed, his face tightening with sudden pressure. This system quest is insanely brutal. Historical records are not something just anyone can crush. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the depths of the astral tower. This year's humanity entrance trial consists of 3 grueling phases: the point accumulation battle, the elimination rounds, and the Supreme Academy clash. Only by hitting the massive point quota can you advance to the next bloodbath. A girl whispered frantically to her friend, "What on earth is the Supreme Academy clash? They have never held a trial like this before." Realization suddenly struck Li Lei, his eyes shining with wild excitement. I read a leaked forum post. It is a special battlefield forged by the Alliance for hidden geniuses who could not fully unleash their true power in the first 2 stages. Only absolute monsters qualify. You would need the raw power of a provincial champion just to survive against the top-tier freaks of the Dragon Sector or even the entire world. As the panicked whispers of the students faded, that godlike voice thundered once more. Examinees of Hedong Province, Dragon Sector, District 16. The Alliance Astral Tower trial officially begins now. Instantly, countless azure spatial portals ripped open, bathing the entire square in a mesmerizing glow. Marching into the dimensional rifts, the nervous students desperately hyped themselves up. I have to survive the points phase. I must make it into the deadly elimination rounds. That is the absolute only way to secure a spot in an elite awakening academy. The survival rate for a trash tier zone like District 16 is ridiculously low. We need every single point. Meanwhile, nearby Li Lingxiao blocked Xiao Lu's path, demanding answers with a desperate glare. "Xiao Lu, why are you tossing me aside? It has only been 1 month. Why do you want to break up?" She lazily jotted something down, snapping her notebook shut with cold indifference. "You failed your practical internship. You are useless to me now." His heart shattered, his knees slamming into the dirt. As Xiao Lu walked away, Li Lingxiao pathetically clung to her leg, sobbing uncontrollably. "Xiao Lu, the next time we meet you have to be happy, okay? Promise me. You have to live a joyful, completely beautiful life." "Xiao Lu, I literally cannot survive without you." Catching sight of this pathetic display, Li Lei scratched his head. "Wow, brutal. Looks like another hopeless simp just got dumped. That Xiao Lu swaps out boyfriends faster than she changes clothes. But honestly, something about her vibe feels dangerously off." Su Chen ignored the drama completely. "Enough talking. Let us step into the portal." The moment they crossed the threshold, the trio was violently separated. Su Chen materialized inside a desolate, crumbling castle. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his sharp eyes analyzing the terrain. "So this is the points arena. Looks like we are all locked into solo combat instances." The Astral Tower's cold mechanical system voice echoed out. "Phase 1 point battle officially commencing now. Objective: annihilate the heavy combat turret." Suddenly, a mechanical monstrosity rose from the ground, looking like a deadly steel beast with 4 legs. A combat turret. Rumor has it these things are forged by the central supercomputer. Down in the brutal Abyss battlefront, they act as heavy fire support for high-tier awakened warriors. Before you could even process the thought, the turret violently launched a homing missile. A deafening roar echoed as the flaming warhead tore through the air, locking right onto Su Chen. He rapidly vaulted backward, but the payload relentlessly tracked his movements. It screeched right over his head, looping back for a second strike. Su Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with danger. "Damn it, those are heat-seeking rounds." With lightning reflexes, Su Chen yanked a metal bucket from his spatial inventory. The barrage did not stop. Another missile screamed toward him, forcing him into a desperate combat roll using the bucket as an improvised shield. A devastating explosion rocked the area behind him, sending up a massive dust cloud. Narrowly surviving, Su Chen locked his fierce gaze onto the beast. Thank the heavens I brought this collapsible bucket, or I would be a pile of ash right now. But the machine showed no mercy. It unleashed an absolute rain of hellfire, sending dozens of screaming rockets zeroing in from every possible angle. Su Chen scrambled backward, his muscles pushed to the absolute limit. If I use my heavy punch now, my stamina will hit rock bottom. I cannot waste my energy swatting flies. I have to dodge perfectly and find a window to crush the main core. Sensing its target was still alive, the turret ruthlessly deployed 2 additional heavy gun barrels. The mechanical beast went into total overdrive, unleashing a chaotic storm of artillery that ripped the very air to shreds. Drenched in cold sweat, Su Chen danced on the razor's edge of death. It can actually scale its firepower. This first stage is pure nightmare fuel. A chain of earth-shattering explosions erupted, transforming the arena into a blazing inferno. A split-second opening finally appeared. He launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning. Now is my chance. Channeling every ounce of explosive aura into his fist, Su Chen roared with absolute fury, fully charged. Strike shatter for me. But right as his fist connected, the massive turret simply vanished into thin air. At that exact moment, a glowing holographic panel popped up. Phase 1 point battle has officially concluded. Candidate Su Chen inflicted absolutely 0 damage to the heavy combat turret. Time limit exceeded. Total score awarded. 0 points. Reading the brutal verdict, rage blazed in his eyes. Are you kidding me? There was a hidden time limit. Why didn't the system warn me? Taking a deep breath, Su Chen firmly clenched his trembling fists. I let my guard down. This system evaluation definitely calculates clear time and total damage output. If those are the hidden parameters, then I know exactly how to play this game. Meanwhile, a massive crowd gathered before the giant broadcast screen outside the arena. The first phase of the ranking tournament had concluded, and the live leaderboard was finally updating its scores. Rank 1, Li Changyan from the 1st Academy, 18 points. Rank 2, Xiao Huohu from the 3rd Academy, 16 points. Rank 3, Huang Kai from the 3rd Academy, 15 points. Rank 4, Han Buli from the 1st Academy, 14 points. Rank 5, Wei Bihui from the 2nd Academy, 13 points. Rank 6, Yi Bufan from the 1st Academy, 11 points. Rank 7, Zhao Lu from the 2nd Academy, 10 points. Shan Dai and the other instructors stared in absolute disbelief. This ranking list. Huaiji furrowed his brows, desperately scanning for his star pupil. Why is Su Chen's name missing? She was equally bewildered. I do not understand this either. Wait, Su Chen is not even in the top 20. Beside them, Huang Lin burst into arrogant laughter. His true colors are finally showing. I told you that brat Su Chen was just riding on blind luck. He simply stumbled upon a hidden realm mutation. Otherwise, how could trash like him score higher than Lei Shen in the trials? Refusing to accept this insult, Huaiji barked an order. Star Tower, manually verify Su Chen's evaluation score. Instantly, the giant screen flashed with the boy's actual standing. Rank 7,726 Su Chen, from the 2nd Academy, 0 points. Huaiji's jaw dropped, his eyes trembling in pure shock. What is 0? Huang Lin rubbed his temples, flashing a brutally mocking smirk. This is absolutely hilarious. So this is the supposedly peerless genius of your 2nd Academy, and he actually scored a pathetic 0. Oh, and Huaiji. This time, your precious 2nd Academy will definitely be crushed under our heel. Meanwhile, back in the trial zone, Su Chen stood calmly as the system chimed. The second phase of the ranking evaluation begins now. Objective: eliminate 3 wind demon beasts. Instantly, 3 monstrous figures materialized with blood-curdling roars. Without warning, the first beast launched itself forward at blinding speed. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, his expression sharpening into deadly focus as he tracked their erratic movements. Their agility is insane. No wonder they are called wind demon beasts. The monster unhinged its massive jaw, bearing razor-sharp fangs as it lunged straight for his throat. With a mere pivot, Su Chen smoothly sidestepped the lethal strike. But my reflexes are vastly superior. Suddenly, a brutal hoof materialized out of nowhere. Huoji delivered a devastating kick to its skull, leaving the beast completely disoriented. The monstrous creature stumbled sideways, desperately fighting to regain its balance. Seeing their comrade humiliated, the remaining beast's charged eyes blazing with violent crimson fury. In a flash of light, a stampede of summoned donkeys spawned from Su Chen's side, crushed them into the dirt. The relentless herd split into 3 terrifying waves, pummeling the wind demon beasts with merciless hooves. Then the Star Tower's mechanical voice echoed. The second phase of the ranking tournament has concluded. In just 56 seconds, Su Chen inflicted catastrophic damage upon the 3 targets, securing a massive score. Because your performance has shattered historical records, your final evaluation is currently being calculated by the central mainframe. A glowing blue interface suddenly materialized before his eyes. System notification: congratulations, you have successfully completed 1/3 of your exclusive quest. He casually glanced at his donkey, who was currently striking a dramatically handsome pose. System alert. Your mount has slain enough monsters to trigger an evolution, permanently upgrading all base stats. Hearing this, Su Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even my absurd donkey managed to level up. The beast proudly puffed out its chest as a mystical razor-sharp horn sprouted directly from its forehead. He walked over and curiously patted Huoji's snout. As expected of an elite beast chosen from 10,000, it certainly looks intimidating now. But what kind of hidden ability did this mutation unlock? Without warning, the creature unhinged its jaw, unleashing a spatial vortex that dragged Su Chen inward. Completely caught off guard, he was swallowed whole by the twisting dimensional rift. He instantly materialized in an unknown void. Damn it, that idiotic donkey actually ate me. Su Chen spread his arms, realizing his body was weightlessly floating in midair. Where am I? This dimensional space feels infinitely vast. Could this be the secret skill that stupid donkey gained after evolving? Does this mean I can use its stomach like a high-tier spatial ring? Testing his theory, he quietly commanded, "Exit." To his absolute surprise, the dimensional forces obeyed, instantly warping him back to reality. Overjoyed by this discovery, he looked down at Huoji, who was flashing a ridiculously smug grin. Just as I thought, I have total mastery over this inner spatial dimension. Suddenly, the Star Tower's booming voice shattered the silence. The second evaluation phase is now officially complete. Congratulations on establishing a new historical record, awarding you a flawless 56 points. Outside the arena, the live scoreboard refreshed. Rank 1, Li Changyin from the 1st Academy, 48 points. Rank 2, Xiao Huo from the 3rd Academy, 43 points. Rank 3, Huang Kai from the 3rd Academy, 39 points. Rank 4, Han Buli from the 1st Academy, 38 points. Rank 5, Wei Bihui from the 2nd Academy, 37 points. Rank 6, Yi Bufan from the 1st Academy, 35 points. Rank 7, Zhao Lu from the 2nd Academy, 34 points. Shan Dai crossed her arms, a deep frown creasing her face. The second ranking match is over, yet the top standings haven't shifted at all. Beside her, and Huaiji gritted his teeth, cursing internally. What the hell is Su Chen doing in there? Just because he secured direct admission, is he actually slacking off? This is the most prestigious global tournament for all intermediate-level awakeners. The absolute honor and reputation of our entire academy rests on this very event. Huang Lin maintained his insufferably smug grin. Failing to make the leaderboard after 2 whole rounds proves he is nothing but a total fraud. At the end of the day, he is just another worthless, jobless piece of trash. And Huaiji, stop living in denial and accept your miserable fate. But before his cruel mockery could echo further, the golden leaderboard abruptly shattered and reformatted. Rank 1, Su Chen, 2nd Academy, 56 points. Rank 2, Li Changyan from the 1st Academy, 48 points. Rank 3, Xiao Huo from the 3rd Academy, 43 points. Rank 4, Huang Kai from the 3rd Academy, 39 points. Rank 5, Han Buli from the 1st Academy, 38 points. Rank 6, Wei Bihui from the 2nd Academy, 37 points. Rank 7, Yi Bufan from the 1st Academy, 35 points. Rank 8, Zhao Lu from the 2nd Academy, 34 points. The 3 instructors stared at his unbelievable score, their jaws hitting the floor. What is the meaning of this? Shan Dai quickly covered her mouth, gasping in sheer awe. He is pulling off the exact same legendary comeback. Su Chen just rocketed straight to the absolute pinnacle, and Huaiji immediately seized the chance to mock his rival. So much for that absolute gap you were bragging about, huh? Huang Lin ground his teeth violently, furiously shaking his head. No, this defies all logic. He scored absolutely 0 in the first phase. How could he instantly usurp the throne in round 2? And how did he even manage to secure a perfect 56 points in a single trial? Doesn't that mean he completely shattered the historical record? And Huaiji beamed as if he had struck pure gold, shouting triumphantly. For a monster like him, shattering records is just another Tuesday. Talk about an absolute gap. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly icy presence materialized right behind them. It was the Alliance's head supervisor, Si Qingsheng. What is the meaning of this commotion? And Huaiji instantly bowed his head in deep respect. Greetings, Lord Supervisor. Huang Lin scrambled to smooth things over with a nervous smile. It is nothing serious, sir. One of our examinees simply achieved an outstanding score, catching us all off guard. The terrifying man ignored the excuses, his piercing gaze locking onto the radiant scoreboard. Rank 1, Su Chen. Rank 2, Li Changyan. Rank 3, Xiao Huo. Rank 4, Huang Kai. Rank 5, Han Buli. Rank 6, Wei Bihui. Rank 7, Ye Bufan. Rank 8, Zhao Lu. 56 points. You consider this merely surprising, it just proves that your precious District 16 is nothing but a pathetic backwater zone. You clearly possess 0 true geniuses. A pitiful score like this. If he were placed in any of the superior districts, he would not even scrape the bottom of the top 10. Director Anne stepped up defensively. Inspector C, he reasoned, District 16 might be an underdog, but we still possess brilliant prodigies. Hearing this, C just threw his head back and burst into mocking laughter. No offense, Director, and C sneered. For this assessment, I will be teleporting through the Star Tower to personally inspect every single testing zone. I am just speaking the harsh truth. The so-called geniuses in other districts completely overshadow your pathetic roster. Unable to tolerate this anymore, Qian Dai finally broke her silence. The exam isn't over yet. Inspector CA shouldn't jump to conclusions, she snapped. But Qing Sheng simply rolled his eyes with absolute disdain. You people act tough every single year only to get slapped in the face by reality. Suddenly, the massive arena speakers echoed through the air. Points Tournament Phase 2 has begun. Eliminate the maximum number of demonic beasts before time runs out. Glowing portals materialize before Su Chen, spitting out a massive rock golem. He stared blankly at the incoming horde of stone monsters. Looks like this level is purely a numbers game, he muttered calmly. With a casual wave of his hand, Su Chen made his move. If that is the case, I will stop holding back. On his command, an absolute stampede of summoned donkeys charged forward. They crashed into the golem horde, absolutely obliterating them. Meanwhile, in a separate testing chamber, Li Changyin was hopelessly surrounded. This difficulty spike is insane, he panicked. These golems are spawning way too fast. There is barely any time to strike back. Surviving this wave is completely impossible. Xiao Huo was not faring any better. I am running on fumes. Why do their numbers multiply when I attack elsewhere? Li Lei was sprinting for his life, leaving a trail of dust. Curse this stupid monster-attracting physique. I would be a goner without Brother Su. Suddenly, several heavy golems tripped over each other, creating a massive roadblock for the rest of the horde. He gasped in pure disbelief. Wait, these rock brains have zero intelligence. They are literally trampling their own allies to death just to get to me. Cutting back to Su Chen, his bizarre donkey army had already wiped the floor with the golems. A deeply satisfied smirk crossed his face. This stage is a total joke. The system's spawn rate cannot even keep up with my summons kill speed. We might as well just camp the portal and spawn kill them all. The sudden blare of the announcement speakers made Su Chen flinch. Phase 2 of the points tournament has officially concluded. Within 5 minutes, the candidate annihilated 100 magma beasts. Historical record shattered, 50 points awarded. Instantly, a digital system chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have completed 2/3 of the hidden quest. Back in the observation room, Qing Sheng arched an arrogant brow and turned his back. Wasting breath on you losers is pointless. The round 2 results are about to drop. I am going to check if any elite districts crack the 100-point threshold. Historically, breaking 100 points practically guarantees the championship title. But before he could take 3 steps, the digital leaderboard flared to life. Rank 1. Su Chen, First Academy, 106 points. Rank 2. Li Changyin, First Academy, 86 points. Rank 3. Xiao Huo, Third Academy, 73 points. Rank 4. Huang Kai, Third Academy, 69 points. Rank 5. Han Buli, First Academy, 58 points. Rank 6. Wei Bihui, Second Academy, 57 points. Rank 7. Yi Bufan, First Academy, 55 points. Rank 8. Zhao Lu, Second Academy, 53 points. Reading the board, the inspector's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Su Chen, 106. A trash-tier District 16 student broke 100. Huaiji beamed with absolute triumph. The director roared with laughter. Simply peerless. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Qian Dai mercilessly mocked Qing Sheng. Inspector C, your eyes work just fine. That is the sound of reality slapping your face. Even Huang Lin could not contain his massive ear-to-ear grin. Even though his insane score kept my third academy from beating the second, this feels amazing. It is much better than being looked down upon by an arrogant dog. The furious inspector was pushed to his absolute limit. Gritting his teeth, Qing Sheng barked a command. Star Tower scan for the absolute highest score across the entire points tournament. The system quickly processed the query. The top scorer was Han Yan from District 1 with exactly 100 points. Furthermore, 25 elite students had officially surpassed the 100-point milestone globally. Scraping back a fraction of his shattered pride, the inspector tilted his chin up haughtily. Look at that. Do not get too arrogant, you country bumpkins. First place hit exactly 100. There are 25 prodigies out there crushing that milestone, easily outclassing your precious Su Chen. Refusing to argue, she replied in an icy tone. We are not arrogant. We are actually being incredibly modest. That calm response instantly lit a fire under Qing Sheng's temper. Modest. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Without missing a beat, Huaiji proudly dropped the bombshell. Because Su Chen earned his 106 points from just 2 rounds, he literally completely skipped the first phase. The inspector froze entirely. What? How is that even mathematically possible? Huaiji erupted into another booming laugh. The kid was invincible. Stripped of his former cockiness, Xing Sheng stood there, looking utterly bewildered. Scoring that high in just 2 phases. That means he would have to shatter historical records back to back. What kind of glitch in the system is this? Qiandi and Huaiji were speechless. You are the Grand Overseer managing the entire Dragon Zone's exams. If there is a glitch, should you not know about it? He coughed awkwardly to salvage whatever dignity he had left. Fine, I admit my miscalculation. Who could have predicted a freakish prodigy spawning in the weakest slum like District 16? Even the legendary Murong Liulian could not pull off such a feat back in her day. She only skyrocketed to the heavens after entering the Supreme Academy. With that, Qing Sheng restored his arrogant facade and turned to leave. However, the upcoming knockout stage is the true crucible of power. This little point scramble was just an appetizer. The knockouts will pit 2 entire districts against each other in one bloody arena. Good luck surviving that. Pray you do not cross paths with a Titan district. Anyway, I am off to witness the terrifying strength of the real monsters from the elite zones. Huaiji glared daggers at the man's retreating back, furiously spitting on the ground. That pompous dog of an inspector is finally gone. He is supposed to be an impartial judge, yet he blatantly spits on our district's name. Beside him, Qiandai just shook her head with a weary sigh. We cannot blame them. 20 years ago, that catastrophic anomaly crippled our district, completely drying up our talent pool. We have been bearing the weight of that prejudice ever since. But Huaiji's eyes suddenly burned with absolute confidence. Then we will just let our peerless student keep slapping their arrogant faces. Huang Lin, silent until now, spoke up grimly. Huaiji, do not celebrate just yet. According to the brutal rules of the knockout stage, students are allowed to viciously hunt each other and steal points. I am afraid he will face a brutal struggle here. Resting his chin on his hand, he frowned deeply. During the elimination round, everyone knows Su Chen holds a massive score. Knowing he is a jobless class, they will definitely hunt him down. His true selfish motive finally surfaced. He just wanted to crush the 2nd academy. I ordered every single student in the 3rd academy. The moment they spot Su Chen, they must swarm and annihilate him. Huaizi ground his teeth at this shameless declaration. Huang Lin, you absolute bastard, is this really worth it? The elimination match is entirely different from the point phase. Other districts will be hunting us too, but Huang Lin did not even blink. Absolutely worth it. I could not care less about the other schools. My lifelong dream is to completely obliterate the 2nd academy. Meanwhile, the system broadcast echoed across the arena. You may now enter the elimination battlefield. This elimination round was a pure survival mode. Every competitor received a digital tag displaying their current score, allowing them to scan enemy targets. Shatter an opponent's tag and their points are yours to steal. Suddenly, Su Chen was teleported to an unknown wilderness. He checked his device. Su Chen, 106 points. A confident smirk crossed his face as he scrolled. So the whole point is a massive battle royale. Now this is way more thrilling than grinding monster mobs. The system broadcast chimed again. Attention all participants. The 16th and 5th districts have been placed in the exact same battle zone. All teleportations are complete. Special warning, intentionally taking another student's life during this round is strictly forbidden. Su Chen instantly summoned his Firebird mount, riding it out to scout the terrain. He knew powerful predators from other regions were lurking nearby. Let's track down Zilong and Li Lei first. Back in the viewing room, Huaiji panicked. Did I hear that right? The 5th district TND slammed her fist down. This is outrageous. The 5th district holds the absolute #1 ranking. We always face evenly matched regions. Why the hell are we dumped with the apex predators this year? Realization suddenly hit Huang Lin. Wait, could this be because of Su Chen? That kid's performance was so overwhelmingly broken that the central AI miscalculated our overall combat power. It literally bumped us into the god tier. The other 2 instructors realized he was absolutely right. That has to be it. He pointed an accusing finger at Huaiji. And Huaiji, your 2nd academy and that freak Su Chen just doomed us all. Their baseline power levels absolutely eclipse ours. The 16th district is guaranteed to hit dead last at this rate. Deep in the wilderness, Bai Lu and Fan Qing scanned the horizon. These 16th district rats sure know how to hide. It has been hours and we have not found a single target. Fan Qing smirked, completely relaxed. Patience. We have plenty of time. The 5th district struck absolute gold today, getting matched with the weakest trash tier of them all. We will just farm these losers for free points. I can already taste my first-class academy admission. Suddenly, the thundering footsteps of Su Chen's Firebird broke the silence. Fan Qing's eyes lit up with predatory greed. Look, a lone sheep from the 16th district. Bai Lu grinned like a maniac. That is literally a walking loot box. Cut him off. Su Chen noticed them instantly. Hostiles ahead. Judging by their gear, they are 5th district elites. They dashed forward completely, blocking his path. Halt, hand over your point tag right now. Su Chen's eyes turned icy. And if I refuse, Despite his arrogance, an unknown pressure from Su Chen made Bai Lu shudder. Just try it. Bai Lu's body suddenly vibrated violently, his muscles expanding into a terrifying towering giant. Su Chen raised a curious eyebrow. Gigantification. That is a rare class you do not see every day. Meanwhile, Fan Qing tapped his tracker. Let's see how much loot this trash is carrying. The scanner beeped as Su Chen's stats loaded. 16th District. 106 points. Fan Qing's jaw dropped before turning into a greedy smile. 106 points. We struck the jackpot. He is richer than both of us combined. The giant Bai Lu raised a massive foot to crush him. Surrender the tag and leave peacefully or lose your life right here. But as his gigantic foot crashed down, the firebird's sharp horn pierced right through his soul. Bai Lu screamed in agony, yanking his bleeding foot back in sheer terror. Su Chen leaped gracefully from his mount with a proud chuckle. Not bad, you silly bird. You actually learned how to auto-attack. He gave the beast an encouraging smack on the rear. Go get them, crush them all. The beast launched forward like a blazing missile. Fan Qing instantly summoned his heavy shield, stepping up to protect his wounded comrade. Leave this overgrown chicken to me. The bird's drill-like horn slammed into the metal, bringing it to a dead halt. Fan Qing let out an arrogant laugh. I am a flash shield warrior. Absolutely nothing can pierce my frontal defense. But the firebird was not stupid. It instantly vaulted straight over his head. Exploiting his blind spot, the beast delivered a brutal kick right to the back of his neck. Su Chen cheered from the sidelines. That is the way exploit the back attack multiplier. Stumbling forward, Fan Qing clutched his neck in pain. Wait. Does this summoner possess two separate soul beasts? Enraged, Bai Lu lunged back into the fight, activating his brutal charge skill. In response, the firebird unhinged its beak, generating a terrifying vortex of suction. Even in his giant form, Bai Lu could not resist the gravitational pull. With one massive gulp, the beast swallowed him whole. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Target devoured. So that is the true power of its spatial stomach. But suddenly a barrage of system alerts flashed before his eyes. Warning. Living energy detected within the spatial dimension is being consumed. Is it digesting him into pure aura? My beast is absorbing his life force. Panic flashed across Su Chen's face as he barked an order. Stop the conversion right now. The system rules explicitly ban killing during this phase. If you digest him completely, he will literally turn to ash. Crisis averted. Su Chen slowly turned his deadly gaze toward the remaining enemy. Fan Qing backed away trembling. He just disappeared. What exactly is your hidden class, a summoner or a spatial mage? Su Chen smirked, walking toward him like a grim reaper. Me, just a casual gamer. Moments later, Su Chen casually crushed a glowing item in his palm. Around him, both elite warriors lay completely defeated in the dirt. Now I just need to shatter their tags to claim the loot. The system pinged immediately. Eliminated 2 5th District students. Rewarded 32 points. Su Chen frowned, clearly disappointed. Are the 5th District elites really this pathetic? 32 points between the two of you? Hearing the ultimate disrespect, they roared in humiliated fury. Damn you, I refuse to be eliminated like this. Su Chen, wipe that smirk off your face. District 5 is hiding an absolute monster. The legendary Yang Bashi has completely vanished. Listen up, District 16. None of you are making it out alive. Meanwhile, young Master Luo scouted the perimeter. The final elimination round had officially begun. Dark energy swirled as young Master Luo unleashed his awakened form. You foolish insects, the ultimate hunting season starts right now. He vaulted across the rooftops with terrifying agility. Down below, 2 clueless students wandered straight into a death trap perfectly served as his next victims. Suddenly, one of them sensed a chilling aura. Watch out, it is an ambush, but before another breath could be drawn, Luo struck with devastating force. The second student froze in pure terror. What kind of monster is this? Moving at light speed, Luo delivered a shattering blow, sending him flying through the air. Luo reverted to human form with a cold smirk. Hand over your point cards right now. The battered student coughed up blood. What in the world is your awakened class? Luo completely ignored the pitiful question. Su Chen, just you wait, I will shatter your bones before you can break those cards. Nobody steals from me and lives to tell the tale. Deep within the arena, the atmosphere grew tense. A girl known as Bunny Girl whispered softly, the survival matches have been raging for hours. Are you not going to make a move? Beside her stood the feared Yang Bashi. His eyes gleamed with dark ambition. Let those weaklings farm the points for now. I will reap the final harvest when the time is right. A sinister plan formed in his mind. Send a telepathic order to all District 5 Awakeners. Tell them to completely wipe out District 16 first. After that, they can butcher each other. It is the ultimate strategy. Bunny Girl bowed deeply. Understood, broadcasting the command immediately. She closed her eyes, casting her mental transmission spell. Bashi leaned back with supreme arrogance. What a joke to be placed against District 16. The top rank of this arena already belongs to me. I might even crush the global awakening record today. Meanwhile, chaotic footsteps echoed through the forest. Zhao Lu and Li Lingxiao were sprinting for their lives. This is your last warning. Surrender your points, Zhao Lu desperately yelled over her shoulder. Li Lingxiao split up. Stop following me. But the boy stubbornly shook his head. I will never abandon you, Zhao Lu, she groaned in absolute frustration. We broke up ages ago. You are just dead weight, so leave me alone. Yet Lingxiao clung to her like a shadow. Do not worry, my love. I will shield you. But their dramatic escape was suddenly cut short by Huiqi. End of the line, losers. Zhao Lu raised her magic staff in pure panic. Wind sprint activation. But the enemy closed the distance, instantly interrupting her cast. Curse it all. District 5 has 2 phantom warriors. Their terrifying speed makes it impossible to chant my heavy damage spells. With no other choice, the duo scrambled away in terror. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the path ahead. It was Su Chen watching them flee from District 5 hunters. Huiqi barked out a ruthless command. Block their escape routes and take them down. Yang Bashi just issued the kill order on everyone from District 16. In a flash, the ambushers completely boxed in the trio. You pathetic trash from District 16. Your little survival game ends right here. Zhao Lu skidded to a violent halt, her heart pounding. We are completely trapped. District 5 elites have sealed off every single exit. Sweating bullets. Ling Xiao turned to his old rival. Su Chen, let us team up to protect Zhao Lu. But our hero shot him a look of utter disgust. Are you completely out of your mind, Li Lingxiao? Why on earth would I sacrifice myself for her? Desperate, the simp fired back with the most ridiculous logic imaginable. Su Chen, this is your perfect chance to win back her heart. Please do not waste it. Hearing this absolute garbage, Su Chen barely contained a burst of mocking laughter. Wow, I finally get it now. You are not just a regular simp, you have reached the ultimate evolution, the legendary level of shamelessness. You are beyond saving. Hearing this, Zhao Lu arrogantly flipped her hair. Stop putting up a front, Su Chen. I know you are just acting petty because you are still madly obsessed with me. Invisible question marks literally popped over Su Chen's head. The sheer audacity of this narcissist. She genuinely believed his indifference was just a twisted scheme to grab her attention. Fine, I admit, your little trick worked perfectly. You have recaptured my interest. Su Chen facepalmed in complete exhaustion. Is this delusional girl completely out of her mind? Ignoring his obvious disgust, she kept bragging. Playing hard to get is pointless. You used to worship the ground I walked on, giving me everything without a single complaint. I know your heart better than you do, so drop the act. Su Chen just shook his head at the hopeless situation. This girl's ego was literally touching the heavens. Snapping her spellbook shut, she declared like a queen. Your devotion has been noted, Su Chen. I grant you permission to court me again. Raising her glowing staff, she commanded. You two peasants buy me some time right now. I need to channel my ultimate magic to wipe out these District 5 trashes once and for all. But Su Chen's eyes remained as cold as ice. He turned his back on her instantly. I do not have time for your insanity. Meanwhile, the assassins were done waiting around. Attack. The mage is charging her skill. Interrupt her cast right now. Yet, facing certain doom, Zhao Lu still screamed like a spoiled brat. Su Chen returned here immediately. 1-2. Her threats bounced right off his absolute indifference. He scoffed internally. Was the previous owner of this body blind to fall for such toxic garbage? Panic finally cracked her arrogant facade. Get back here right now. If you make me angry, you will never hold my hand again. The sip nearby frowned in severe disappointment. Zhao Lu, forget him. He is completely ungrateful to your kindness. Zhao Lu stomped her foot in frustrated disbelief. Damn it all, why is my charm suddenly failing on this loser? He used to act like my loyal dog. One word from me and he would come crawling back. Su Chen merely smirked from afar, grabbing metaphorical popcorn for the upcoming slaughter. Whatever, charging out alone is basically suicide. Anyway, District 5 will grind him to dust. But right on cue, Huiqi locked his bloodthirsty gaze onto our hero. Hey kid, if you just stroll away, it makes my Phantom Warrior class look completely useless. Annoyed by the buzzing fly, Su Chen patted his mount and commanded. Let us step on it, flame foul. In a burst of fiery speed, the bird vanished, leaving the assassin grasping at thin air. Huiqi scowled, his pride deeply wounded. That summoned beast is pretty fast, but it is absolutely nothing compared to a Phantom Warrior. We possess the absolute highest agility of any melee class in existence. Vaulting through the trees, he chased after them like a predator. Hand over those points or die. Su Chen, pulling out a bulging pouch, Su Chen smoothly hopped off his fiery mount. Now scatter. Huiqi's jaw dropped at the unbelievable sight. What the hell? Down below, Zhao Lu and Li Lingxiao stood completely frozen in shock. His voice trembled in pure disbelief. Su Chen actually dodged the Phantom Warrior's relentless pursuit and managed to escape. The hunter's deadly gaze instantly shifted, locking straight onto her and Li Lingxiao. Hand over your point cards right now, or we won't hesitate to slaughter you. Left with no options, he frantically turned to her. Lulu, we can't escape. I'm afraid we're going to be eliminated this time. Yet Zhao Lu didn't show a single ounce of fear. No, I cannot be eliminated. My ultimate goal is Tianjing Academy. Li Lingxiao stared at her, utterly stunned. Lulu, do you actually have a backup plan? Finally revealing her true twisted nature, she smirked. Are you willing to sacrifice absolutely everything for me? But this hopelessly lovesick fool didn't care at all. Lulu, honestly, when we first met, I just wanted to make you mine. But now I am so irresistibly drawn to you, I am ready to do absolutely anything you ask. Losing patience, one of the ruthless pursuers lunged forward for the kill. Zhao Lu spun around with a commanding glare. Then it's time to unleash my true power. Suddenly, a horrifying hand violently smashed through the thick concrete floor. The attacker stared in absolute terror. What the hell is this? Seizing the moment, she unleashed her falling lightning spell, blasting the ambusher backward. But then the undead corpse of Shi Hao clawed its way out of the ground. Li Ling Xiao gasped in shock, instantly recognizing the figure. That is Shi Hao, the legendary genius of the Third Academy. His face turned deathly pale. Didn't he completely die, even the fleeing? Su Chen slammed on the brakes. What in the world is happening back there? Why is Zhao Lu summoning a dead guy? The surrounding thugs from District 5 began staring at her with immense dread. A necromancer. Don't tell me you possess that evil forbidden class. But Zhao Lu completely ignored their panic. She turned and ordered Li Ling Xiao, your turn is up next. He froze in shock. Lulu, do you want to turn me into an undead too? Pushing up her glasses, she coldly mocked him. No, you are far too weak. Even as an undead, you could never match a genius like Shi Hao. Hearing this brutal insult, Li Ling Xiao felt a sharp sting of humiliation. Then what do you need me to do? Zhao Lu raised her hand, summoning a mysterious tone. Book of Destiny, reveal your true form. The magical text materialized, glowing brightly in her palm. She opened the pages, pointing directly at him. Sweating profusely, Li Ling Xiao stepped back. What is this? His eyes widened in absolute awe. Could this be the legendary mage's signature weapon, the Book of Destiny? This exclusive artifact could multiply a user's skills and natural talent to terrifying levels. It was an unimaginably precious treasure that money simply could not buy. Lulu, you are definitely not an ordinary mage. Impatient, she scowled and barked her command. Your pathetic remaining fate still has some use. Let's accelerate the burning of your remaining life force. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming power blasted straight through Li Lingxiao. Magical aura enveloped his entire body. He gasped, absolutely intoxicated by the rush. What kind of insane power is this? I feel like I could crush any class right now. Snapping out of their daze, the District 5 thugs roared, charge at them. It's just one undead monster. It can't stop all of us. The undead Shi Hao fiercely counterattacked. He violently swung his fists for a lethal blow, but the enemies barely dodged. Zhao Lu barked her orders from behind. Go, you and Shi Hao, buy me exactly 2 minutes. She then stretched out her arms gracefully. Starting from this moment, let the gears of destiny turn. Undying flames, in my name I summon you forth. Become the weapon that rules my destiny and mercilessly crush everyone who dares block my path. The District 5 gang finally sensed the catastrophic danger approaching. What kind of terrifying skill is that crazy mage casting? Target Zhao Lu, force your way through and interrupt her spellcasting. They fiercely charged forward for a frontal assault. Suddenly, Li Lingxiao dashed out like a heroic knight protecting his beloved. As long as I breathe, no one disrupts Lulu's spell. A thug recklessly sprinted up to challenge him, mocking a weak quick shooter like you will die in 3 seconds. Who the hell are you? Smirking arrogantly, Li Lingxiao rapidly fired a single bullet. The massive explosion launched that arrogant punk straight into the sky. The other two stood completely dumbfounded. Isn't a quick shooter supposed to fire regular bullets? Why did he just shoot an explosive cannonball? Witnessing their shock, Li Lingxiao laughed like an absolute maniac. What devastating firepower! Lulu literally boosted my class strength by more than 10 times. High on power, Li Lingxiao relentlessly unloaded several more explosive rounds. Call me handsome from now on. Up above, Zhao Lu continued chanting without pause. Fiery particles furiously condensed in her hands, tracing the arc of freedom's wings to form a perfectly flawless crimson fan. Sacrifice the heavens, incinerate the earth. 2 assassins silently closed in on her blind spot. Die. Calmly, Zhao Lu just pointed her finger at them. In this very moment, I am your absolute king. A powerful shockwave instantly blasted the 2 men away. They slammed into the ground, violently coughing up fresh blood. This power is completely insane. But wait, something feels wrong. One guy wiped his bloody mouth, glaring at her with trembling eyes. She is genuinely way stronger than a normal 1-star mage. But after chanting for so long, is that one blast really all she's got? Looks like we were stressing over nothing. Hearing this, Zhao Lu smiled wickedly and pointed toward the sky. Just one blast. Why don't you look straight up? Instantly, dozens of blazing meteors plummeted from the heavens. The arrogant thugs completely froze in absolute despair. What kind of hellish skill is this? Suddenly, one recognized the apocalyptic magic. That is a forbidden fire spell. How on earth can a mere 1-star mage cast forbidden magic? With their fighting spirit shattered, they desperately turned to flee. Run for your lives, hurry! But before they could escape, roaring fireballs viciously slammed into their backs. The lucky few who survived were barely breathing. Aren't forbidden spells strictly reserved for high-ranking grand mages? Judging by that terrifying aura radiating off her, she isn't some ordinary mage. She definitely possesses some kind of evil corrupted class. Trembling in fear, one guy attempted a desperate negotiation. Stop it right now. Such a devastating forbidden spell will slaughter countless innocent students. The Alliance will definitely execute you for this. But his pleas were instantly met with brutal force as Xiao Lu mercilessly rained down even more meteorites. She smirked, glaring down at them like worthless ants. Who cares if you pathetic bugs live or die? The Alliance worships absolute power above all else. As long as I display overwhelming strength, I can do whatever I damn well please. Terrified, the remaining thugs could only scramble like terrified rats. This forbidden magic is way too monstrous. I quit. Unable to endure the psychological terror, one guy crushed his own point card to escape. One by one, the shattered survivors were forced to do the exact same. Survival means everything in this cruel world. I'm forfeiting the exam. Her system interface chimed with a ruthless notification. 11 students from District 16 had just been eliminated, granting her a total of 200 points. Intoxicated by power, Xiao Lu decided to go all out. I'm going to level this entire exam ground. Every single student here will be wiped out in one fell swoop. After this trial, my name will become a legend across the Dragon Sector and the entire Alliance. Meanwhile, massive fireballs began materializing in the skies over other districts. Why are there literal meteors falling from the sky? Someone screamed. Is this some kind of twisted elimination round feature? I've never heard of this mechanic before. Everyone run for cover now. Countless players were caught off guard by the devastating ambush. Over with Bunny Girl and Overlord, an urgent system alert flashed. A catastrophic forbidden spell was about to detonate, striking their location in exactly 3 minutes. He shot up from his seat, trembling with sheer disbelief. A forbidden spell. What is going on? Back on the battlefield, Su Chen could no longer stand by and watch. Xiao Lu is straight up unleashing her ultimate move. She hit her true power. Well, he muttered. With the destructive force of this forbidden spell, no one can possibly stop it. She waved her hand with unbearable arrogance. Your name is already written in the book of destiny. Crawl back to my side and resume your place as my loyal dog. This is your absolute honor and your inescapable fate. But he just smirked with chilling calmness. Be your loyal dog, not in this lifetime. But being your daddy, I might just consider that. Those mocking words pushed Xiao Lu over the edge. Then die for me, she shrieked. Instantly, a barrage of apocalyptic meteors hurtled straight towards Su Chen. He frowned, issuing a cold command to Ignis. I've had enough of her nonsense. Charge Li Lingxiao burst into manic laughter, gripping his gun tightly. Su Chen, you absolute fool. That's a forbidden spell. If you actually survive that, I'll take your last name. Ignoring him, Su Chen roared his command. Devour it. Ignis unhinged its massive jaws, swallowing the blazing meteor completely whole. Li Lingxiao's eyes practically bulged out of his skull in pure shock. What the hell? Su Chen proudly patted his beast. It worked. Incredible job, Ignis. He charged forward on his mount, letting Ignis feast on the remaining meteor shower. Xiao Lu stared in absolute horror at the impossible sight. It ate them. My forbidden spell was devoured. How is this possible? Su Chen leaned low, commanding his beast to sprint straight at Xiao Lu to shatter her spell casting. Panic-stricken, she threw her hands out to defend. Keep dreaming. Someone stop him right now. A relentless storm of meteors crashed down before Su Chen, but Ignis didn't hesitate, swallowing every single burning rock into its belly. Xiao Lu arched her brow, violently clinging to her false confidence. Trash like you thinks you can challenge me. Let's see if your pet eats faster than my forbidden spell detonates. But fate loves a twist. Without breaking a sweat, the beast had already bypassed her attacks and appeared right behind her. She whipped her head around in pure terror. What? Before she could blink, Ignis delivered a brutal kick, sending her crashing hard into the dirt. Bruised and battered, Xiao Lu forced a twisted smile. To think you actually severed my forbidden spell. The pathetic mutt who used to grovel at my feet is actually making me feel threatened. Su Chen, do you realize you just ruined my one-way ticket to absolute glory? Screaming like a lunatic, she lunged at him. Su Chen was utterly speechless at the sheer audacity of this woman. Your path to glory is paved with the corpses of countless innocent students, he thought. She's completely lost her mind. Refusing to yield, Xiao Lu raised her hands, ready to fight to the bitter end. I am the goddess of destiny, and I will send you straight to hell. Reacting instantly, Su Chen leaped off his beast, channeling explosive power into a devastating punch. His fist collided with immense force, sending Xiao Lu stumbling backward in excruciating pain. Yet she stubbornly masked her agony. Such overwhelming physical strength. Su Chen, you were never a piece of trash after all. You really played the fool perfectly. Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk as he casually fired back. Right back at you. You're clearly not a traditional mage. What exact hidden class are you playing? Ignored until now, Li Lingxiao finally couldn't hold back and frantically intervened. Stop it right there. Don't you dare hurt my Lu. But suddenly, his own hands began to violently tremble. Li Lingxiao collapsed to his knees, his eyes widening in pure horror as his hands turned pitch black. My hands, Lu, what is happening to me? In a grotesque instant, his flesh shattered into countless decaying fragments. Zhao Lu finally revealed her sinister truth without a shred of remorse. The Book of Life forcefully accelerated the burning of your remaining lifespan. This is simply the ultimate price of sacrificing your vitality. He screamed in soul-crushing despair, staring at his vanishing limbs. I am a divine rapid-fire marksman. If I lose both my arms, doesn't that mean my entire legendary career is completely over? Su Chen casually pointed at the broken man, delivering a brutal reality check. A loyal dog ultimately ends up with absolutely nothing. I'm returning those exact words right back to you. Suddenly, his system interface flashed with a critical warning. Warning, Ignis's internal spatial dimension is heavily overloaded with highly unstable forbidden spell elements. Spatial storage temporarily disabled, purging and purifying forbidden spell elements to restore dimensional stability. Reading this, Su Chen shot a look of total disbelief toward his wicked opponent. This forbidden spell's raw power is no joke. I can't believe it completely maxed out his internal void. Meanwhile, in the central hub, Qing Sheng made his usual dramatic entrance. Mr. Shi has officially returned to the judges' panel. Several prodigies from other elite academies have already crossed the 300-point threshold. Let's see how our boy is doing. The scoreboard flickered on, revealing a shocking reality. Rank 38 Su Chen of Academy 2, 138 points. He burst into a fit of mocking laughter. What in the world am I looking at? 138 points. And this pathetic score belongs to the supposed #1 champion of District 16. As expected, entering the brutal elimination rounds immediately exposed his true colors. Qiandi ground her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. Su Chen, what is going on with you? This kind of performance is horribly inconsistent. Huang Lin quickly stepped up to defend his student. Examiner C. Su Chen, currently ranking 38th, just means he had a rough start. It doesn't mean District 16's overall strength is garbage. Suddenly, a massive system announcement echoed. District 16 examinee Su Chen has eliminated examinee Zhao Lu, successfully interrupting an apocalyptic forbidden curse and saving every single student in Districts 5 and 16. Following the supreme evaluation of the Central AI Core, this candidate has unlocked a massive milestone, rewarding an unprecedented 2,000 bonus points for the National College Entrance Exam. The colossal screen updated with blazing letters Su Chen Academy, 223,527 points. Seeing this absolute miracle, Wei Qi sighed in overwhelming relief. He really saved everyone. Zhuo Yang's face lit up with equal uncontainable joy. This astronomical score is completely mind-blowing. Principal Qian Dai smiled a mix of immense pride and lingering anxiety in her eyes. 3,527 points. The qualifiers just started, and he's already matching historical provincial champion records. Huaizi was so ecstatic, he practically jumped out of his skin. Su Chen just pulled off an absolute miracle, taking the undisputed lead. Huang Lin rubbed his temples, his face painted with sheer disbelief. You have to admit that crazy kid got incredibly lucky. Mages are notoriously weak in close-quarters combat, and he ruthlessly exploited her only fatal flaw. Anomaly detected in candidate Su Chen's score progression. To maintain absolute fairness in the sacred entrance exam, the central AI will now broadcast the granular breakdown of his bonus points to every single participant. He froze, instantly panicking. Wet Sea sneered coldly, crossing his arms as he threw a mocking glance at Huaiji. With a massive score of over 3,000 points publicly broadcasted to every hungry competitor, your golden boy just painted a giant glowing target right on his own back, didn't he? Academy 3 wasn't the only one targeting Su Chen anymore. Now every single examinee wanted a piece of him. He frantically turned around, shooting Qing Sheng a desperate, pleading look. Examiner C, didn't you swear the human race's college entrance exam was absolutely untouchable and completely fair? The Central Intelligence System is actively interfering with the exam right now. He furrowed his brows, rubbing his chin in deep thought. If an examinee's score shows massive abnormal fluctuations, the Central Intelligence has full authority to broadcast those points to maintain absolute fairness. Similar situations have certainly happened in the past, but suddenly skyrocketing by 2,000 points out of nowhere. Even I have to admit that feels incredibly suspicious. Normally, bonus points for the college entrance exam are strictly awarded only after the entire test concludes. This is literally the very first time I have seen bonus points injected mid-exam. Her smile vanished instantly. Turning her head with deadly seriousness, she spoke. Over 3,000 points will definitely make everyone attack him. But that is the brutal reality of the qualifiers. Everyone has a chance to reach the heavens in one step. If you do not eliminate others, they will inevitably eliminate you. Meanwhile, Granny Shi and Bunny Girl stood outside the plaza deep in thought. Her eyes snapped open, her voice trembling with pure shock. The forbidden curse has completely vanished. The giant screen suddenly flashed, displaying Su Chen's figure alongside his monumental score. Emergency broadcast Su Chen from Academy 23, 3,527 points. The massive screen played epic replay footage of him completely defeating her just moments ago. Examinee Su Chen of Zone 16 has successfully eliminated Examinee Zhao Lu. He stopped a devastating curse from wiping out the entire battlefield, miraculously saving all students in Zones 5 and 16. By Central Intelligence's official decree, he fully qualifies for the special entrance exam bonus policy and is awarded a massive 2,000 bonus points. Su Chen's current total score is 3,527 points. This serves as an official notification to all active examinees. Bunny Girl immediately covered her mouth, unable to hold back her gasp. What, 3,527 points is insanely high. He let out a cold smirk and swiftly issued a new command. This kid is a walking treasure chest. Notify all Zone 5 examinees to prioritize hunting down Su Chen. Young Master Luo, currently choking another student, froze and glared up at the massive screen. A savage grin twisted his face as killing intent erupted. You just gave me another absolute reason to slaughter you. Meanwhile, Su Chen was strolling down the street, sighing with deep emotional satisfaction. To think the day would come when I, Su Chen, get bonus points on the entrance exam. Suddenly, a menacing group blocked his path. Wu Zhui stepped up, barking, "Are you Su Chen?" dropping his hands. Su Chen innocently blinked. "Yep, that is me." Lin Zhui's face lit up with greedy delight as he stared. It really is him. I cannot believe our insane luck today. Finding Su Chen first, Qing Wen clenched his fists tight with burning anticipation. Look at this fat sheep, do not let him escape. He arrogantly raised his magic staff. Su Chen, those 3,527 points are ours for the taking. Withdraw yourself right now and do not force us to get violent. But Su Chen merely shrugged, completely unfazed by their threats. You absolute idiots. Do you seriously think I racked up a legendary score like this just by pure luck? He instantly lunged straight towards Su Chen. The 5 of us are more than enough to crush you alone. With our combined ultimate strike, even the mighty Yang Bashi would not dare underestimate our overwhelming power. Suddenly, brown hooves blocked his path, making Lin Zui's heart skip a beat. Instantly, a fiery kick sent him tumbling violently backward. Seeing Lin Zui smashed into the dirt, the inferno donkey snorted with absolute disdain. He struggled to his feet, groaning. Boss, I tested him. This punk is definitely a summoner. Hearing this, Wu Zhui immediately hoisted his magical staff high into the air. If he truly is a summoner, then let us have a glorious all-out showdown between summoners. In a blinding flash, Wu Zhui summoned a terrifyingly vicious giant black bear. It unleashed a blood-curdling savage roar right at Su Chen. Then he commanded the beast, giant bear, eradicate him. With just a single brutal swipe, the monster smacked the fiery donkey several meters away. Seeing this, he could not help but mock him mercilessly. Your pathetic little donkey looks like it cannot take a hit. My massive giant bear could easily obliterate 3 of those weak mules. Su Chen did not panic at all, instantly summoning 4 more allies. Then how about 4 of them? Even with 4 inferno donkeys teaming up, they could only push the monstrous enemy back a few steps. Wu Zhui grew even more arrogantly inflated, instantly sneering. I never expected you could actually summon this many beasts at once. It seems holding the top rank requires a tiny bit of real strength, and not just pure blind luck. He then summoned a mighty monkey king. But I am so sorry to say I can do that too. Su Chen casually picked his ear and asked, is that it? Wu Zui's smug, self-satisfied expression completely froze. Is that it? Since you are begging for it, I will make you taste true suffocating despair. Qing Wen stood right behind him, casting his ultimate support skill. My specific class is the absolute best assistant for any summoner. I can perfectly help a summoner call forth an additional battle pet. Immediately after, a massive monstrous crocodile materialized with a deafening roar. Lin Zhui clenched his fists, gathering aura, as he chimed in. I am a specialized assistant who boosts pet vitality. I can easily amplify these 3 summoned beasts' sheer destructive power by 2-fold. Ling Yu pushed his way forward from the back. It is my turn. I am the ultimate true support assistant. I can double a battle pet's absolute defense, making it nearly impossible for ordinary classes to even scratch them. The group, along with their 3 terrifying summoned beasts, glared at Su Chen with overflowing arrogance. This flawless tactical setup inflated Wu Zhui's confidence to the absolute maximum. Pointing dramatically at the sky, he proudly declared, 3 elite assistants combined with a master summoner. Even the legendary Yang Bashi wouldn't dare claim a guaranteed victory against us, let alone a pathetic weakling like you. How about it? Are you feeling total despair yet? But Su Chen kept his chill demeanor, asking, I guess it is finally my turn to strike. Qing Wen crossed his arms, mocking him. Make your move. Do you even have the power? Just surrender, Su Chen. He let out a cold sneer, casually waving his hand. Let me show you what true suffocating despair actually looks like. Instantly, a massive stampede of inferno donkeys charged from behind, swarming right in front of their terrified faces. Lin Zui's face went completely blank, frantically wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Am I hallucinating right now? There has to be over 10,000 summoned beasts here. He stared at the apocalyptic sight, utterly paralyzed by disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. What kind of god-tier summoner can call forth an entire army of beasts like this? She was the very first to snap back to reality, screaming while sprinting for her life. Run, run away, Ling Yu helplessly turned to Qing Wen. Run where exactly? With this storm of demonic donkeys raining down on us, there is literally nowhere left to hide. Having completely given up, he crushed the escape stone in his trembling hand. I am in total despair, I surrender. Instantly, the horde of inferno donkeys crashed into them, unleashing an absolute storm of brutal kicks and punches. Eliminated 4 students from Zone 5, gaining a grand total of 159 points. Su Chen scratched his head, flashing a delightfully bright smile. That 4-man squad was actually incredibly powerful. Under normal circumstances, they could have easily secured the top ranks. Sadly, they had the horrible misfortune of bumping into an absolute anomaly like me. Right now, he sat comfortably on his beast's back, pondering as he rode. The central intelligence system just broadcasted my exact situation to every single student out there. Now basically every examinee in the arena is drooling over my massive points. Instead of hiding from a million targets, I might as well play a massive gamble and wipe out all these annoyances in one clean sweep. Suddenly, a familiar figure darted into Su Chen's line of sight. It was Li Lai. Do not run. He was being fiercely chased by a horde of unknown attackers. You cannot escape us. Tell us exactly where Su Chen is hiding right now. Seeing this perfect opportunity, Su Chen immediately cupped his hands and cheerfully shouted, Hey, I am right over here. Hearing that familiar voice, they froze and turned around. Spotting Su Chen, Li Lei immediately sprinted over. Wait, Su Chen, is it really you? Looking down at his breathless friend, Su Chen asked, Where is Zilong? Li Lei replied, his voice heavy with panic. The moment I entered, those bastards from the 3rd Academy started hunting me down. I am exhausted as a dog. Huang Kai led the mob, howling in triumph. It is Su Chen. Lady Luck finally smiles upon me. Today, I will settle all our debts, Li Lei warned urgently. Su Chen, the 3rd Academy ordered everyone to target you. We need to run. They outnumber us. Su Chen winked, signaling him to stay calm. Do not worry. I have plenty of donkeys. Huang Kai scowled, pointing a furious finger at him. Su Chen, you are completely surrounded. Surrender now. Su Chen smirked, raising his hand high. You got it backward. You are the ones being surrounded. Instantly, a massive horde of flaming beasts materialized. The crowd turned pale with absolute terror. So many donkeys. The principal's analysis was actually spot on. Su Chen's hidden class is Summoner, specifically a mass-taming summoner, an unbelievably rare existence. The savage donkey herd charged forward, angrily trampling the terrified enemies. Agonized screams echoed out. Su Chen's eyes darkened as he coldly crossed his arms. Huang Kai, remember when I said I would beat you every time? Huang Kai crushed a glowing orb in his grip. Do not get cocky, Su Chen. I prepared for absolutely everything to take you down. Li Lei clenched his fists in panic. That is an instant signal orb. It instantly transmits a message to designated targets. Huang Kai smirked arrogantly. Su Chen, the entire 3rd Academy is rushing here right now. You are dead meat. This time, Huang Kai just smiled, staying perfectly within the rules. With those words, Huang Kai viciously crushed the orb. Instantly, a dense wave of energy exploded outward, echoing across the battlefield. The broadcast blared urgently. Su Chen's location confirmed. Moving hordes of students immediately stampeded toward his position. The principal ordered us to eliminate Su Chen. Even without orders, his massive points make him the ultimate target. Taking down Su Chen is our direct ticket to absolute glory. Huang Kai screamed until his voice went hoarse. Formation masters link up. Twin brothers drop down, slamming their hands into the earth. Giant tortoise formation activate. From within the glowing shield, his arrogant voice boomed. With a double-layered barrier, your donkeys cannot break through anytime soon. We can easily hold out until our reinforcements arrive. Even if you grew wings, you are not escaping this time. Su Chen turned his back, a mocking smirk on his lips. You idiots. I do not care about you guys. Stay hiding in your turtle shell. I am leaving. Huang Kai's jaw dropped in sheer panic. A follower whispered in horror, Brother Kai, you calculated 1,000 different outcomes. But you never expected him to just ignore us. If he leaves, we lose him. Huang Kai cupped his hands and shrieked. Can you please not go? Su Chen chuckled, his eyes gleaming with sheer provocation. You want me to stay? Then call me Daddy. Throwing away all pride, Huang Kai reached out. Daddy Su Chen was utterly speechless, sitting frozen on his donkey. Li Lei stared at the pathetic display with pure disgust and extreme disappointment. Su Chen, this shameless brat, actually did it just to stall you. The massive horde of students suddenly arrived, their battle cries shaking the ground. The battlefield erupted in deafening cheers. They are here. The 3rd Academy has arrived. Huang Kai pointed at himself, his face twisting with arrogant satisfaction. My acting skills are absolutely flawless. Calling you daddy successfully stalled for time until our backup arrived. Li Lei turned to Su Chen looking deadly serious. Su Chen, we can still break through before they fully surround us. But Su Chen simply smirked, exuding terrifying calmness. No need. They are exactly who I wanted. Principal Huang Lin roared with laughter, his face twisted in pure ecstasy. We got him. Huai Ji scowled in deep disgust. Huang Lin, did you lose your mind? Why are you laughing like a maniac? Huang Lin clenched his fists, buzzing with joy. The instant signal orb was triggered. My brilliant son captured Su Chen. He is about to be eliminated by my entire academy. Huai Ji angrily adjusted his tie. An entire academy ganging up on Su Chen alone. Only your shameless third academy would pull such a cowardly stunt, but I completely believe in his power. Huang Lin sneered with absolute malice. I recall we have a 10-second viewing window for each exam zone. Zone 16, I officially request to broadcast the status of my student Huang Kai. The massive central screen flared to life. It instantly broadcasted Huang Kai's pathetic wailing. Can you please not go? The camera zoomed in on Su Chen's mocking smirk. You want me to stay? Then call me daddy. Without a single second of hesitation, Huang Kai's desperate tone-deaf screech echoed across the stadium. Daddy. Huang Lin's hair stood on end, his triumphant smile freezing into absolute horror. Huaizi burst into hysterical laughter, sarcastically patting his shoulder. Your precious son caught him by calling him Daddy. Shandai covered her mouth, giggling softly. Principal Huang, you are hilarious. Huang Lin furiously gnashed his teeth. That unfilial disgrace. Once he gets out, I will beat him to death. But do not celebrate yet. Huaiji Su Chen is still completely surrounded. Elsewhere, Bunny Girl urgently updated her partner. We finally located Su Chen. But right now, the entire Third Academy is launching a massive combined assault on him. Ba Xiang immediately issued a critical command. Alert all students in Zone 15. Everyone mobilize right now. We cannot let anyone else steal his bounty. The surrounding mob buzzed with aggressive excitement. Once we eliminate Su Chen, the provincial champion title definitely belongs to our Third Academy. Our principal is a tactical genius for making us unite to crush him. The battlefield rapidly transformed into an airtight siege, completely trapping Su Chen inside. Su Chen analyzed his glowing hand, calculating his next move. With my new command, my absolute control over these beasts has skyrocketed. They no longer charge randomly. Huang Kai waved his hand, dismissing the defensive barrier. Su Chen, stop dreaming that these pathetic donkeys can save you. With our overwhelming numbers, your beasts mean nothing. Su Chen stood on his donkey, his aura flaring. Then let me show you. The donkey herd instantly multiplied, unleashing a devastating and overwhelming pressure. Sweat dripped down their terrified faces. Just how many summoned donkeys did this guy possess? It was absolutely unbelievable. Suddenly, someone pointed wildly at the sky. The area was already packed, but hundreds more charged in from the distance. Their stampeding footsteps made the very earth quake. It was the 5th District Cadets. What in the world was happening? Why were they teaming up? There were so many of them, outnumbering the 3rd Academy several times over. A cadet frantically raised his hand, barking orders. 3rd Academy members, hold your ground. But what good were numbers? Whoever claimed Su Chen head would be the ultimate victor. Su Chen just rested his hands on his hips and chuckled. You guys have impeccable timing. The cadet face turned completely pale. 2/3 of the entire exam zone had gathered here just to take down Su Chen alone. This kind of insane situation was utterly unheard of. Grabbing her hand, he launched himself toward the main character. This Su Chen is all mine. The crowd erupted into chaotic whispers. It was the South District top ranker Yang Boshi. Rumor had it he awakened a legendary class profession capable of fighting C-rank magic beasts head-on. Was the hype actually real? Boshi sternly extended his hand, issuing a cold command. Hand over your point card. Su Chen simply crossed his arms, his eyes flashing with provocation. Call me daddy and I might consider it. The ranker gnashed his teeth in absolute fury. Is Su Chen asking for death? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed out. Daddy. The crowd exchanged dumbfounded looks. Did someone actually say it? Yu desperately pushed through the massive crowd. Get out of my way, I need to get to him. Su Chen narrowed his eyes suspiciously as she sprinted toward his position. Why are you even here? Blazing anger burned fiercely within Yui's chest. These bastards are bullying you. I could not just stand by and watch. Another figure leaped out from the hostile crowd, calling his name. Su Chen turned around in sheer confusion. You came too? Li Changyan gave him a calm, steady look. You dispelled the forbidden spell and saved my life. I am here to repay that debt. Su Chen clenched his fists as pure determination surged through him. Zhang Yue Li Changyan. Since you are both here, let us fight side by side and tear this place apart. The surrounding mob sneered with vicious mockery. Fight side by side. Stop acting like a clown, Su Chen. There are only 4 of you. What exactly are you going to fight with? Even with your donkey summons, the combined forces of the 3rd Academy and 5th District are overwhelming. 2 people per beast is more than enough. Huang Kai extended a hand, pretending to be reasonable. Accept your fate, Su Chen. Hand over the card. Give it to me and consider it a contribution to District 16. She furiously pointed right at his face. What kind of absolute garbage are you spouting? Did you magically deafen yourself to the central system announcement? Su Chen, just save every single one of us. Now you want to rob his points. Are you even human anymore? Huang Kai let out a thuggish smirk. So naive. This is an exam zone. I am just following the rules by eliminating him. Yang Boshi began charging a blazing fireball in his hand. You extras talk way too much. It is time I end this. Chang Yan raised her head defiantly, calling out his full name with unyielding resolve. Yang Boshi. If you want to eliminate him, fine, but if you have any guts, fight me fairly in a one-on-one duel. Su Chen broke the forbidden curse. He prevented everyone here from being wiped out, yet you gang up on him like this. You possess absolutely zero honor. He laughed with sheer disdain, immediately launching the blazing sphere. Honor? What a foolish concept. We live in an era where the strong reign supreme. The weak can only bow their heads in absolute submission. Her reflexes flared as she instantly lunged forward, raising her sword to block. I have got this. The fireball violently detonated. The devastating shockwave sent Changyan flying backward. She skidded to a halt, wiping away fresh blood. Bring it on. But Su Chen reached out, gently stopping her. Li Changyan, stand down. There is no need to waste energy on him. Boshi laughed arrogantly. Good to see you understand your pathetic limits. Now, hand over the points. Do that, and I will guarantee you leave this place safely. Otherwise, against my absolute power, if I decide to kill you, you will not even have a chance to retreat. Su Chen pointed a commanding finger at the massive crowd, entirely fearless. Yang Boshi, Huang Kai, and every single rat here trying to steal my points today. Listen to me very carefully. Let me ask you one simple question. I saved every last one of your lives. Do you truly feel absolutely no gratitude whatsoever? The mob instantly roared back, voices dripping with synchronized mockery. Playing the guilt trip is useless. Su Chen, are you begging for mercy? Who asked for your help anyway? Did we ever beg you to save us? Talk about being hopelessly delusional. Do you seriously think you are some kind of holy savior? Were you not just doing it for exam points? Huang Kai stroked his chin with a sickeningly fake sigh. It seems Su Chen has truly hit a dead end. Now he resorts to playing the pathetic victim. He tightened his grip and shouted loudly. Only absolute failures cling to a pathetic concept like gratitude. Elite combatants like us share one singular goal: use any means necessary to crush the enemy and secure maximum benefits. The crowd eagerly chimed in. Does this Su Chen honestly believe he is some irreplaceable main character? Forbidden spell my foot, I refuse to believe we could not survive without him. Even taking 10,000 steps back, if he did not intervene, someone else naturally would have stepped up to save us. Boss Yang Boshi could have easily protected us. Su Chen frowned. His voice dropped to an icy chill. If that is what you want, then have it your way. He waved his hand, and his massive donkey legion was instantly unsummoned. His defensive line vanished. The mob jaws dropped in sheer disbelief. Did this fool just recall his only protection? Do not let Su Chen escape. Prepare to claim the ultimate kill. Then his voice echoed like a death sentence. I am returning the forbidden curse to you all. Huang Kai's jaw hit the floor. A terrifying barrage of apocalyptic fireballs instantly erupted. They rocketed into the heavens, turning the entire sky a violent burning crimson, blinding magical light concentrated at the epicenter. The terrified cadets below stared upward in absolute panic. What in the world is that? The bunny girl guide flew past in sheer panic. Has the forbidden spell manifested again? The crowd trembled violently, their voices trembling with pure dread. Is this the forbidden curse? Was that curse mage not already eliminated? Question marks filled the rancor, terrified eyes. How is it physically possible for the forbidden curse to return? Without a shred of hesitation, Su Chen violently swung his arm down. The celestial fireballs plummeted from the sky, bombarding the battlefield like apocalyptic fiery rain. Faces twisted in utter despair as cadets dropped to their knees, begging for their lives. No, I absolutely cannot withstand this terrifying pressure. Please stop this. Retract the spell immediately. We are doomed. If this continues, every single one of us will be wiped out. Su Chen just crossed his arms, letting out a bone-chilling, cynical laugh. Did you not arrogantly claim you could survive without me? Then go ahead and survive. In a desperate gamble, Boshi threw a punch at an incoming meteor. Damn it all to hell, shatter for me. But the fiery sphere slammed directly into his face, triggering a blood-curdling scream. The pleading mob scrambled like terrified ants, shrieking endlessly. No, we were dead wrong. We are so sorry. Please spare us from this forbidden curse. I take back everything I said. I was just spouting absolute garbage. We have not even earned a single point yet. Please do not eliminate us. But it was too late. The meteors mercilessly crushed them, painting the battlefield in blood and ash. Su Chen sneered with ultimate contempt, his voice freezing cold. Did you not say someone else would naturally save you? Then go ask them for help. The entire crowd burst into pathetic wailing sobs. Even Yang Boshi was pinned to the earth by a flaming meteor. Who was left to save them now? I am so utterly desperate I regret everything. We should have just been grateful, then things would not have ended this way. Watching this, Li Lei let out a booming, triumphant laugh. This is incredibly satisfying. You ungrateful scumbags completely deserve this. Yu Yu's eyes practically sparkled with pure hero worship. Boss, you are absolutely legendary. The most powerful and the coolest. Meanwhile, Huang Kai ran for his life. A massive fireball chased him down, but he still screamed bitter curses. Curse it all. How is this even possible? Stay away from me. But karma always collects its debts. The blazing sphere slammed into him, blasting his burning body across the battlefield. Ash-covered students sighed in total defeat. It is over. Survival comes first. I am tapping out. No one can survive a forbidden spell. Fall back. Hearing this, Zhuo Yang's face twisted in absolute panic. He jabbed a trembling finger at the scoreboard. Look, Su Chen's points are shifting again. Hearing this, Huang Lin smirked with smug satisfaction. Of course. It is only natural that trash gets eliminated. Has my genius son Huang Kai finally claimed first place? But the giant holographic display revealed a shocking truth. Rank 1 Su Chen from the 2nd Academy with 11,988 points. Rank 2 was Zhao Lu. She held 1,389.9 points and was already eliminated. Seeing the notification of his own son's brutal defeat, the man's jaw hit the floor in pure disbelief. What is the meaning of this? Staring at that astronomical score, Huaizhi rubbed his eyes in utter shock. Over 10,000 points, Shan Dai gasped, her voice trembling with absolute awe. This is completely impossible. Are we trapped in some kind of illusion? Huang Lin furiously spun around and roared. Contact Head Examiner C immediately. There has to be a massive system glitch with his score. Moments later, Qing Sheng rushed onto the scene. But as soon as he stopped, he puffed out his chest with an air of absolute arrogance. Why is everyone running around like headless chickens? What could possibly warrant such panic? He sneered. You are all esteemed academy deans, yet you lack even a shred of proper dignity. Huang Lin desperately pointed at the towering scoreboard. Examiner C, there is a catastrophic error with Su Chen's points. Completely clueless to the impending shock, Qing Sheng simply waved a dismissive hand. An error, you say? Even if there is a glitch, his score is merely a bit inflated. I am quite used to such trivial matters. Refusing to let anyone speak, he arrogantly declared. Listen well, I have already monitored the other zones. The top-tier prodigies in the other sectors are already closing in on the 1,000-point milestone. At this pace, crushing his record is entirely within the realm of possibility. But the moment his arrogant gaze landed on the screen. Rank 1 Su Chen, 11,988 points. Rank 2 Zhao Lu, 1,389 points. And eliminated. Qing Sheng's jaw unhinged in sheer terror. What in the heavens? Finally grasping the apocalyptic scale of this anomaly, he screamed his orders. Contact the Star Tower Alliance immediately. The system has suffered a catastrophic malfunction. Meanwhile, back in the heart of the savage battlefield, swirling clouds of ash and debris completely choked the sky between the ruined skyscrapers. Amidst the devastating crater, only Su Chen's squad remained standing. The rival teams were absolutely decimated, bleeding out on the rubble. Broken and terrified, countless participants crushed their badges to flee the slaughter. Li Xian stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer destruction. A forbidden spell wiped the entire map. Not a single soul is left standing. This is apocalyptic. Hearing her trembling words, Yue swallowed hard in pure terror. With power like this, anyone would drop to their knees and worship him. Su Chen swiftly turned to his stunned teammates. There is free loot scattered across the blast zone. You three go harvest their points. Boom! Yang Bashi smashed into the ground right in front of them. Su Chen ended this madness at once. Recognizing the arrogant intruder, Li Lei fiercely clenched his fists in blazing annoyance. I cannot believe this cockroach survived the blast. Yang Bashi raised his hand, manifesting a glowing broadsword from thin air. Spreading his astral wings, he dive-bombed straight towards Su Chen. You harvest the weaklings, I will claim Su Chen's head. His psychotic laughter echoed through the ruins. Did you seriously wipe them out just to feed my score? Thrusting his gleaming blade forward, he unleashed his killing intent. My power is absolute, now die. Unfazed, the main character calmly curled his fingers into a fist, gathering a terrifying vortex of energy. Clang! With just his bare hands, Su Chen instantly shattered the divine blade. The attacker's arrogant aura completely evaporated in seconds. This defies all logic. How can a mere summoner possess such devastating martial arts? Before the words even left his mouth, a soul-crushing fist connected squarely with his jaw. A shockwave sent him hurtling backward like a broken doll, violently crashing into the shattered concrete. Trembling uncontrollably, Yang Bashi stared up at Su Chen with eyes full of utter despair. To think, I was defeated so easily, crushed by an absolute nobody. Swallowing his bitter humiliation, he had no choice but to tap out. The world is vast, Su Chen. This is not over. Yet our protagonist stood completely indifferent, coldly watching the loser digitize and fade away. Holding a grudge is pointless. I will forever be the insurmountable mountain blocking your path. Watching the threat vanish, Li Lei finally exhaled a massive breath of relief. We actually survived Sector 16, the weakest zone, just shattered every record by crushing Sector 5, but their fleeting moment of victory was brutally cut short. From the swirling shadows, young Master Luo casually strolled onto the scene. What an absolutely spectacular performance. I thoroughly enjoyed the show. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine, forcing him to whip around. His heart instantly dropped into his stomach. There held hostage in the villain's grip was Zhao Zilong. The proud warrior had been brutally beaten. Li Xian's eyes narrowed in pure dread, sensing the putrid aura of a dark class awakening. Blazing fury erupted within Li Lei's core. He bared his teeth and roared, "Who the hell are you? Release our comrade immediately." But young Master Luo merely smiled in sinister silence. Slowly, the dark armor dissolved from his skin, revealing his venomous true face. "Su Chen, our fated encounter has finally arrived." Recognizing that arrogant sneer, the protagonist's eyes widened in sheer shock. "It is you, young Master Luo." The wealthy antagonist wasted zero time with pleasantries. "Hand over what rightfully belongs to me." The sheer audacity of this scum ignited a blazing inferno within Su Chen's soul. "Let him go this instant, or I swear I will end your life." Far from being intimidated, the villain's twisted grin only grew wider. "You dare threaten me? Watch me slaughter him right before your eyes." Realizing the danger, panic gripped the hero. "Do not you dare!" Swoosh, flame foul plummeted from the sky, delivering a devastating dive kick straight into the enemy's chest. Blindsided by the vicious strike, murderous wrath twisted the villain's features. "You think a pathetic beast can delay the inevitable?" Watching from the sidelines, Li Lei gasped in absolute horror. "This is a nightmare." Seizing the distraction, Li Xian dissolved into the shadows, aiming a lethal sneak attack at the villain's blind spot. But the Dark Awakener possessed terrifying instincts, instantly detecting her chilling bloodlust. A hidden class, a shadow assassin. In a split second, young Master Luo pivoted, deflecting her fatal dagger strike, but the agile assassin instantly transitioned her momentum, slamming a punishing kick into his ribs. Capitalizing on his momentary stagger, she hauled the battered hostage to his feet. Refusing to let his prey slip away, the villain brutally launched a throwing knife straight at her back. "You dare steal from the young master? Did you truly believe you could escape my grasp?" Squelch! The poisoned blade buried itself deep into the assassin's spine. Paralyzing pain surged through her nerves, stopping her dead in her tracks. Cackling like a maniac, the psychopath morphed back into his monstrous battle form and lunged forward. The scent of fresh blood is intoxicating. The thrill of slaughter is absolute ecstasy, but his grand entrance was violently interrupted. Moving faster than lighting, the main character intercepted the dark beast's path. "You degenerate scum! Are you begging for the grave?" Boom! A titanic fist slammed into the monster's chest, blasting him backward like a cannonball. Securing the perimeter, Su Chen gently caught his fallen comrade. His voice dropped its icy edge. "Li Xian, are you severely injured?" Her face was twisted in agonizing pain, yet she forced a weak, stubborn smile. "I will survive." Staring at her bleeding wound, the protagonist spoke with unshakable conviction. "I swear on my life, I owe you a massive debt for this." Brother Su Li Lei's horrific, blood-curdling scream shattered the moment. They completely shattered every single one of Zhao Zilong's limbs. Hearing that gruesome revelation, all color instantly drained from the hero's face. "What did you just say?" His body trembled with absolute rage. Coughing blood, the broken warrior whispered, "Crush your badges and run." His dark class gives him overwhelming power. He is a completely merciless butcher. But from the clearing smoke, the psycho casually tossed a glowing badge in the air, flashing a deeply demonic smirk. "Oh, Su Chen, Zhao Zilong's teleportation badge is right here. He cannot escape this slaughterhouse. If you run, his life is forfeit." Su Chen instantly spun around, locking eyes with young Master Luo. "You bastard, I will slaughter you." This reaction thoroughly pleased his enemy. "Furious, aren't you? I absolutely love seeing you filthy commoners boil with rage while being utterly powerless." Wasting no time, Su Chen waved his hand, summoning an absolute stampede of beasts. "Crush him into dust." Following his command, the herd violently surged forward. Suddenly, Luo vanished from sight, falling back with arrogant flair. "I must admit your summon's combat power is impressive, but against this young master it is completely useless." Hearing this, he summoned an even more massive horde. "Is that right? All forces obliterate him." Anticipating this, a glowing talisman appeared in Luo's hand. "I prepared specifically for you." Recognizing the artifact, Shang Yan gasped in sheer disbelief. "Is that a sealing talisman crafted by a grand seer?" Right as the stampede closed in, he swiftly unleashed the glowing paper. "Begone!" she immediately screamed in panic. "Su Chen, dodge it right now." Unfortunately, his realization came too late. The talisman slammed directly into Su Chen's chest. With his core power suppressed, the summoned beasts began to dissolve into thin air. Seeing his army vanish, pure shock painted his face. What, they are all gone? Su Chen panicked desperately, trying to channel his aura again, but the summoning system was completely blocked. Witnessing this pathetic struggle, young Master Luo laughed maniacally. The forbidden seal, talisman, nullifies any and all summoning skills. You are just a lamb waiting for slaughter. Li Lei clenched his fists, roaring. You cheated. I will report this to the Star Alliance. Yet, Luo remained entirely unfazed. Luo dashed forward instantly. Report me. Hilarious. You clearly know nothing about my family's terrifying influence. Besides, did you really think I would let you live to tell the tale? Meanwhile, atop a colossal mountain peak, a majestic figure sat in deep meditation. His eyes remained shut as auras swirled around his cultivating form. Suddenly, the blood god approached from behind, questioning sharply. Thunder god, you dare interfere with the human awakening exam? I will drag this directly to Alliance headquarters. Hearing this, he sneered with absolute disdain. Blood god, are you really that bored? Now you are meddling in my divine affairs. Looking displeased, the blood god frowned and snapped. This year's trial includes combat against elite awakeners. My student Yemi has unlocked an incredibly rare divine faith class. She must dominate this exam and bring supreme glory to humanity. I will absolutely not tolerate anyone sabotaging her path. However, the Thunder God brushed it off completely. It is not like you are ignorant. During the global trials, the Star Tower operates autonomously. Direct interference is simply impossible. I merely exploited a tiny loophole in the rules, making the central system award the completion points before the trial even finishes. Hearing this, the old man narrowed his eyes coldly. That candidate named Su Chen caught my eye. He is merely a jobless commoner who got incredibly lucky with a rare skill. Frustrated, the blood god finally turned away. I will command Yami to crush him utterly. The moment he vanished, the thunder god cursed under his breath. Absolute lunatic. As he left, Gao Yang materialized. Taking a swig of wine, he asked curiously, why go to such lengths? Do you actually value that kid so highly? Slowly standing up, the thunder god explained, an extraordinary destiny demands facing unimaginable trials. It is the only way to forge true strength. Gao Yang's expression suddenly darkened. Such rapid awakening always demands a devastating price. He whispered grimly, humanity's future grows darker by the day. True prodigies of the alien races will soon descend from the demonic realm. Our time is running out. Su Chen lunged, explosive aura erupting from his fist, blasting Luo backward. Channeling immense power, he unleashed a brutal barrage. Even without my summons, I will destroy you for hurting my brother. You are the first to ignite such burning rage in me. Unrepentant Luo mocked him. A bottom-feeding rat like you actually managed to surprise me. A summoner, with such monstrous physical prowess. Su Chen ignored the taunts, pausing his assault to speak with pure killing intent. Do your useless words change anything? Luo burst into arrogant laughter, pointing at his own chest. Of course, breaking your spirit before slaughtering you makes this infinitely more satisfying. Utterly disgusted, Su Chen condensed his aura and launched a devastating downward strike. If you have a trump card, use it now. Before Luo could react, the fist smashed into him. Divine armor. Shouting the command, Luo erupted with blinding lightning, violently knocking Su Chen backward. Xiang Yan froze, her bruised face pale with terror. Divine armor is an endgame artifact crafted only in the abyssal dungeons. Smuggling such an overpowered relic in here is blatant cheating. Snorting with supreme arrogance, Luo mockingly beckoned with his finger. What is wrong? Come on, try to hit me again. Eyes narrowing, Su Chen poured every ounce of his energy into a lethal charge, but hitting the impenetrable barrier triggered a massive shockwave, sending him flying backward. Watching in sheer terror, Li Lei panicked. It is hopeless. His armor's tier is astronomically high. Low-level awakeners like us cannot even scratch that defense. Crossing his arms, Luo cackled maliciously. To thoroughly crush you, Su Chen, this young master orchestrated the most flawless strategy. This is the absolute dominance of the Luo family, crushing an ignorant peasant. Finally launching his counterattack, he vaulted forward with terrifying momentum. Time to die, and I am taking that key. Unable to dodge, Su Chen took a brutal strike to the gut. Gritting his teeth, he dug his heels into the dirt, violently halting his skid. Zilong trembled uncontrollably, struggling just to stand. Su Chen, forget about me. You guys need to run away. Clutching his stomach, Su Chen violently coughed up blood. What now? There has to be a way out. I am a reincarnator with 2 lifetimes of knowledge. My story cannot end here. Strutting arrogantly, Luo slowly closed the distance. Nobody escapes. Even if you somehow survive this realm, the Luo family's assassination order would hunt you to the ends of the earth. Forcing his bloodied eyes open, his friend desperately pleaded. Su Chen, retreat right now. If you do not leave, I will detonate my own core. Su Chen's aura turned dangerously cold. Zilong, do not do anything stupid. I will just kill him again. He glared sharply. Come on. Fuel my raging inferno. Luo merely wiggled his finger, smirking tauntingly. Utterly pointless. My divine armor can block an ultimate attack from a 7-star powerhouse. You're just a pathetic bug struggling against a towering mountain. Tuning out the noise, Su Chen pushed his inner core to the limit and charged, Dai smirking darkly. Luo matched his strike. You absolute fool, perish. Su Chen thrust his palm forward. Heavenly armor dismantlement. In a flash, that ultra-grade gear shattered into worthless scrap metal. What, my divine armor? Seizing the perfect opening, he slammed a devastating punch into young Master Luo's chest. Blood sprayed the air. Drop dead, Luo was sent flying, his mind completely blank from the sudden impact. Zilong's trio froze in absolute shock. They gasped in pure disbelief. Xiang Yan pointed a trembling finger. What kind of monstrous skill is that? I have never heard of an ability that forces off another's armor. Li Lei planted his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. We just survived death itself. I knew we could always trust Brother Su. Su Chen celebrated his victory inward. It actually worked. I could not figure out this heavenly dismantlement skill before, but now I have completely mastered its flow. Trembling on the ground, his enemy still could not process the harsh reality. I actually lost. Damn it all, I do not even comprehend how I was defeated. Young Master Luo gritted his teeth, frantically pulling out his phone. You are utterly dead. Suddenly, a swift kick sent the device flying into the air. Trying to call for backup, keep dreaming. Su Chen crossed his arms, glaring down with a lethal aura. Yet Luo continued his arrogant threats. Hand over your point card, do that, and I swear the Luo family will spare your pathetic life. The very next second, a brutal slap echoed across Luo's face. Su Chen dropped to one knee, tauntingly patting the rich kid's bruised cheek. Are you still sleepwalking through reality? Cold sweat drenched Luo as he screamed, You dog! Do you actually dare to kill me? Su Chen did not hide his bloodlust for a second, throwing down a punishing strike. I told you clearly. Your life ends here. Battered and bleeding, Luo frantically raised his hands. Stop messing around. I am the heir of the Luo family. I apologize. Su Chen, just stop. Another vicious slap shut him up. Who the hell is joking? Su Chen's eyes turned pitch black as he gripped his blade. I have seen too many spoiled vile brats like you. Only the grave will permanently stop your rotting behavior. Pure survival instinct kicked in as Luo scrambled backward, desperate to defuse the situation. Su Chen, killing me brings you absolutely zero benefits. Your current score is definitely enough to enter Skyview Academy. You could even secure a spot in their most prestigious Heavenly Mansion tier. If you murder me, you violate the Grand Exam's sacred rules. Your points will be wiped out. Zilong anxiously intervened. Su Chen, intentional killing during the qualifiers is forbidden. Do not end his life, let it go. She quickly voiced her agreement. Hand him over to the Star Tower Alliance. You are the top ranker now. Do not destroy your future over a piece of trash like him. Li Lei sighed heavily, sharing their agonizing hesitation. I desperately want this bastard dead too. But your future matters more. Brother Su, stay your hand. Hearing this, Luo stood up and wiped his bloody mouth. Excellent, young master, Luo let out a mocking, arrogant laugh. Did you hear that? Su Chen, you peasants have to beg for a future. But for a young master like me, the future is handed to me on a silver platter. Even if I skip this grand exam entirely, my admission to Skyview Academy is guaranteed. That is the ultimate gap between our bloodlines. Wake up and face reality. Su Chen simply narrowed his eyes, his confident aura never wavering. I embraced reality a long time ago. Luo waved his hand with supreme arrogance. Since you finally know your place, hand over that point card. Without hesitating for a fraction of a second, Su Chen charged forward with his blade raised. But you still have to die. Luo's face turned completely blue from terror as he frantically waved his hands. Wait, you are an absolute madman. Kill me and your score becomes 0. You will completely lose your chance at Skyview. Unmoved by the warnings, Su Chen drove his blade straight through Luo's chest. He gave a cold sideways glance. What, did things not go as you scripted? Sorry to break it to you, but I already got a direct admission pass. Boiling with rage and fading fast, Luo slumped lifelessly onto Su Chen's shoulder. What? Su Chen turned his back to leave, tossing one final truth over his shoulder. No need to panic on my behalf. I secured my direct admission rights to Skyview Academy a long time ago. Xiang Yan spoke up, still reeling from the shock. But the historic record you set for the human race's grand exam, having it entirely wiped out like this, it is such a devastating waste. He smiled faintly and tossed a small object her way. Exactly why we cannot let those points go to waste. She caught it with perfect precision. Xiang Yan stared at the electronic device in total confusion. Huh, what is this? Su Chen pointed directly at the item. Start by eliminating me. Then crush your point cards one by one. Xiang Yan gripped it with deep concern. But if we do that, your glorious title as the top ranker. Su Chen replied with a relaxed shrug. Just do it. Who knows when the system will zero out my score? Do not let it go to waste. Tears streamed down Yue's face. He is so endlessly selfless, always sacrificing for our sake. I am going to cry my eyes out. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Huang Lin asked with burning impatience, Examiner C, has the Star Tower Alliance sent any updates? He replied that there was still nothing. But with an incident this massive, the Alliance will surely expedite the investigation. Huaiji beamed with immense pride. If there are no issues with this monstrous score, does that not make Su Chen the undisputed top champion of humanity's exam? Huang Lin immediately shot back. That is absolutely impossible. There must be a glitch in the system. The human race's champion has not come from my dragon zone in 10 years. Stop daydreaming. Suddenly, Qing Shang received an alert. The Alliance has finally responded. The official notice read clearly. Following a deep scan by the Star Tower Alliance headquarters, the central AI confirms that Su Chen's score is entirely legitimate. Huang Lin's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. How can there be no system error? Examiner Zai continued, his voice trembling. A flawless record. Humanity has truly birthed an unparalleled monster this time. Huaiji was practically radiating with absolute joy, crushing the competition, dominating the charts, taking the global throne. Suddenly, an automated system alert echoed. According to the sacred rules of humanity's grand exam, a punitive measure will be enforced against this candidate. Total score annihilation. Penalty takes effect in exactly 1 minute. Huaiji's celebration froze instantly. What did you just say? Huang Lin seized the moment to burst into mocking laughter. A total score wipe. Looks like your precious joy was completely useless. Huaiji. The live leaderboard refreshed globally. Rank 1, Xiang Yan from Academy Number 1, 12,355 points. Former Rank 1 Su Chen from Academy Number 2, 11,988 points. Status eliminated. Rank 3, Zhao Lu from Academy Number 2, 1,389 points. Status eliminated. The live statistics left everyone completely bewildered. The number 1 spot shifted. Wait, before the penalty triggered, Su Chen was actually eliminated by Xiang Yan. Shan Dai took her turn to gloat arrogantly. It seems the grand ultimate glory falls to my Academy Number 1 after all. But the digital board suddenly flashed again. Rank 1 Zi Long from Academy Number 2, 12,431 points. Rank 2 Li Lei from Academy Number 2, 12,395 points. Status eliminated. Rank 3 Yue from Academy Number 2, 12,380 points. Status eliminated. Rank 4 Xiang Yan from Academy Number 1, 12,355 points. Status eliminated. Rank 5 Zhao Lu from Academy Number 2, 1,389 points. Status eliminated. Shan Dai gasped in sheer disbelief. What is going on? It changed again. Meanwhile, Huaiji was riding the highest wave of euphoria. The crown is back where it belongs. Even with Su Chen's score completely wiped, the top 3 titans are all from my academy. Number 2. Huang Lin gritted his teeth, refusing to accept it. Are you playing games with me? The scores shifted simultaneously and with perfectly calculated margins. A blind man could see they colluded to eliminate each other. Examiner CI formally report this blatant cheating. He roared back without an ounce of hesitation. Report my foot. This masterclass tactic does not violate a single grand exam rule. Qing Shang stepped forward to cool the rising tension. This truly does not breach humanity's exam protocols. At the end of the day, commanding enough loyalty that allies willingly sacrifice their scores and face elimination. That phenomenon is a terrifying power all on its own. Outside the testing grounds, the broadcast echoed. Time is up. Humanity's Grand Academy exam has officially concluded. Congratulations to all awakened students for unlocking a brand new chapter in your lives. You will now forge distinct paths to serve mankind. There is no inferior class or awakening. Every single power exists solely for the glory of humanity. Li exhaled heavily. It was finally over. This year's Academy trial was an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, the system broadcast continued. Additionally, the top 100 examinees scoring over 1,500 points are invited to the Ultimate Super Cadet Tournament. This announcement made Zilong grit his teeth in frustration. A holographic prompt materialized. Do you wish to enter the Super Cadet Clash? Yes or no? Li beamed with joy, amazed that he and Su Chen had crashed the global top 100. However, this brutal combat tournament was no longer necessary. Zilong sighed bitterly. With my current shattered state, entering the arena is impossible anyway. Xian, on the other hand, practically burned with battle lust. I want to see it for myself. I need to witness humanity's absolute apex geniuses. She turned her gaze to him. Su Chen, thank you for granting me this chance. Su Chen waved it off. Do not mention it. Thank you for pulling Zilong from the brink. I owe you a massive favor now. If you ever need my strength, just say the word. Xian bid them farewell, promising to meet at the Heavenly Realm Academy. Meanwhile, Yu felt incredibly smug about her choices. Clinging to Su Chen was brilliant. A manipulative girl like me actually rewrote her entire destiny. I could literally cry right now. Su Chen, however, was sweating over his wiped score. How would the absolute system calculate this? Regardless, he had just shattered 3 historical records in humanity's grand trial. A cosmic chime rang out. System alert. Congratulations on achieving the impossible by shattering 3 historical records in the Grand Academy exam. Su Chen let out a massive breath. Thank the heavens the system recognized his points from the deathmatch phase, but the very next notification wiped the smirk right off his face. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill. Help me slash, Su Chen cursed out loud. What kind of garbage tier ability is this? It sounds completely useless. Help me slash. Is this a freaking joke? The system interface projected the full details. Help me slash allows the user to request aid from an ally, triggering them to unleash a single strike on your behalf. If the ally trusts you absolutely, the strike's power becomes randomized. At the absolute minimum, it will shred 10% of the enemy's total combat power. It even carries the terrifying potential to trigger a one-hit fatal strike effect. Su Chen weighed the odds. Help me slash guarantees a 10% debuff with a rare chance to instantly execute a target. This skill is actually totally overpowered, but requiring absolute unquestioning trust from an ally that is going to be incredibly difficult to pull off. Li hauled his battered brother back to the group. Su Chen, what do we do about Zilong's catastrophic injuries? Su Chen made a swift call. Let us move. We need to consult director, and immediately. Staring at the shattered divine armor scattered across the bloody dirt, Su Chen ordered, do not waste the divine carapace. Pack it up. Gao Yang observed this bizarre scene with narrowed eyes. What exactly is this kid scheming? He annihilated the Luo family heir and let his points get purged. Lu Chen chuckled darkly. Honestly, I think he played it flawlessly. He voiced his concerns. Without our dark horse, Su Chen, the Dragon District's performance in the upcoming Super Cadet Clash will likely be completely underwhelming. Lu Chen sighed in admiration. In the end, he distributed his points to his squad, triggering mutual elimination to secure their rankings. That tactical maneuver was sheer absolute genius. Why did not I think of that exploit back in my days? Gao Yang nodded. Now I see why you value Su Chen so highly. This kid is just like you. He refuses to play by the system's rules. Rushing Zilong into Director An's office, Su Chen demanded, what is the verdict? The old man's expression was grim. It is incredibly dire. His 4 limbs are shattered and worse, he has been infected by an incredibly stubborn phantom toxin. If we do not purge this immediately, he will not survive 7 days. Su Chen tensed up. Is it really that fatal? Huaiji tried to calm the rising panic. Do not despair yet. Hidden within the Third Academy's formless realm exists a divine herb capable of cleansing any poison. Since you secured access passes to the formless realm last time, I will venture in to retrieve it. Su Chen immediately intercepted. Director, let me handle this quest. You focus on keeping Zilong alive. Deep inside the formless realm, he rode his summoned mount like a rushing storm. Su Chen smirked in triumph. The dungeon's final exit was right ahead. He was about to clear the zone. Meanwhile, a furious Huang Kai smashed his fist through a concrete wall. He seethed with venom. Not only did we fail to steal Su Chen's points, but we also let him elevate the Second Academy to godlike status. I absolutely refuse to accept this humiliation. Huang Lin let out a heavy defeated sigh. The system has finalized the results. What else can we possibly do? Huang Kai snapped back. The absolute worst part is that he dared to enter our Third Academy's formless realm. That legendary loot was destined to be mine. It only unlocks once every 3 years, and I waited patiently. Yet Su Chen snatched my inheritance. My blood is literally boiling. His father warned coldly. The dungeon is sealed. If you play the game, accept the consequences. Su Chen is far too monstrous, his son roared in defiance. Father, I know there is an apocalyptic hidden boss sealed inside. Release it and let Su Chen rot in that dungeon forever. Huang Lin's aura flared with absolute fury. What kind of suicidal garbage are you spouting? Have you completely lost your mind? Stand down right now. Post-exam mankind does not feed useless trash. I will find you a decent factory job. Huang Kai rebelled fiercely. Why does that peasant get to attend an elite academy while I am reduced to slaving away on an assembly line? A dark voice echoed from the doorway. Exactly. Why should you settle? Huang Lin flinched. Who goes there? A squad of masked figures stepped from the shadows. Recognizing their sinister robes, he gasped. You belong to the Savage God cult. The lead shadow stepped forward with a chilling smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yun Luo, the Crimson Cardinal of the Heidong Province's Savage God cult. Huang Lin was stunned. A Crimson Cardinal, this was a catastrophic threat. You possess insane courage to infiltrate my domain. I will blow your head clean off. The Cardinal raised a hand. Hold your fire, Director Huang. Hear me out. We have a highly lucrative proposition for you. Huang Lin sneered. We walk completely different paths. A pact with you is impossible. The villain pushed his dark agenda. True, our paths clash. But right now, our destinies align on one single objective. We both want Su Chen utterly destroyed. Let us join forces temporarily. Consider this a token of my absolute sincerity. Staring at the glowing artifact in the cultist's hand, Huang Kai gasped. Wait, is that a classless legendary skill scroll? Yun Luo nodded wickedly. Exactly. Furthermore, knowing young Master Huang is an awakened swordsman, I brought a specific scroll designed to exponentially evolve your blade mastery. The boy trembled with greed. What kind of divine skill is it? Huang Lin roared in panic. Kai, shut your mouth right now. No matter the ultimate prize, we cannot strike a deal with the savage god cult. Ignoring the old man's absolute terror, the cardinal whispered, "It is a 6-star sword art. Master this, and you can unleash the devastating attack power of a 6-star awakened professional." Huang Kai stared in absolute obsession. A 6-star sword art that would multiply my current combat power by 100-fold. Yun Luo laid his dark trap. Our cult's singular demand is simple. We want Su Chen dead. Let us just pretend this never happened. Your family will be completely free from this mess. He desperately pleaded with Huang Lin. Dad, just agree to his terms. It is a win-win situation just this once. Furious, Huang Lin violently slapped his own son. Shut your mouth. Huang Kai refused to yield. I just want to become stronger. Is that a crime? How can a nobody like Su Chen crush the academy director's son? Yun Luo chimed in. Director Huang, our goals perfectly align right now. Why remain so stubborn? With the 6-star sword art, your son will easily crush trash like Su Chen. But Huang Lin stood firm by his principles. This has absolutely nothing to do with Su Chen. I may not be a saint, but I know right from wrong. I will never ally with the wild god cult. Kai begged, Dad, I just need your help. I refuse to waste away as a factory worker. I want to dominate the battlefield and become humanity's glorious hero. His father coldly replied, drop that foolish delusion immediately. Humanity's heroes require an unbreakable conviction. You are far from having that. Looked down upon by his own flesh and blood, Huang Kai trembled with blazing fury. Damn it. Suddenly, a ruthless blade pierced straight through Huang Lin's chest. He stared at Yun Luo in absolute terror. What? Huang Kai froze. Even at death's door, his father only worried about him. Kai run roaring with grief. Kai charged forward. I will kill you. Yun Luo brutally slapped the boy down. He collapsed right next to his father's bleeding corpse. Yun Luo smirked, young Master Huang. With the director out of the picture, we can finally cooperate. Kai spat back, you evil demons, you killed my dad. The bloodstained blade pressed directly against Kai's forehead. Trembling uncontrollably, he stuttered in pure terror. Yun Luo issued his final threat, will you join us or not? Pale as a ghost, Kai instantly surrendered. Yes, please do not kill me, I will join you. Yun Luo tossed him the secret manual. Excellent. The 6-star sword art is yours. From now on, we are partners. Kai immediately began absorbing the 6-star sword art. A sinister energy flow violently connected his body to the ancient scroll. A wicked third eye ripped open upon Kai's forehead, the 6-star sword art. I finally understand I possess absolute power, Yun Luo commanded. Now lead us into the dungeon to execute Su Chen. Kai smirked with dark confidence. Lord Bishop, there is no need for such hassle. The formless dungeon contains a hidden boss that has never been awakened. Once I unleash it, Su Chen is guaranteed to die. Kai callously looted his own father's corpse, pulling out a golden command token. Found it. Yun Luo hesitated. A hidden boss. Is it reliable? We cannot afford any mistakes this time. Kai eagerly revealed, Lord Bishop, this monstrous entity possesses apocalyptic strength. Awakened hunters below 6 stars are mere insects to it. Furthermore, its mechanics are entirely bizarre. Even 9-star professionals would be utterly helpless. In fact, its very existence created the formless dungeon. Yun Luo calculated the risks. A boss capable of generating its own dimension, boasting at least 6-star combat prowess. This is quite an unexpected surprise for me. It seems awakening this guardian is a far safer bet than getting our own hands dirty. Given the green light, Kai crushed the jade token. The ancient seal shattered. A deeply twisted grin warped Kai's face. Su Chen, our grudge ends today, burn in hell. Deep within the formless dungeon, Su Chen finally spotted the glowing spirit herb. Analyzing its mystical aura, he was absolutely certain this was the ultimate detoxifying elixir. A blue system window flashed. Congratulations on clearing the formless dungeon. Calculating your outstanding combat performance for final adventure grading. S rank achieved. Su Chen gasped in awe. He never expected this zone to yield God Slayer points. Earning these legendary points required not only flawless execution but also conquering highly restricted instances. It seemed the formless dungeon held secrets far beyond a basic instance. Holding the mysterious skill book, Su Chen stared in disbelief. The formless guide was designated as a completely ordinary skill book. Yet this was the very first time an instance clear rewarded him with physical literature. Regardless, he secured the elixir and needed to extract immediately. Zilong was still waiting. But the moment he uprooted the glowing herb, the dungeon floor began violently trembling. System rewards flooded in, including the strange formless guide. Suddenly, an apocalyptic pressure erupted from the depths. A massive floating cube breached the cracked earth. He stumbled back in shock. What is that? The entire dimension was collapsing. A red system warning screamed, ancient seal breached. The primordial miracle descends upon this world once more. Su Chen braced himself against the shockwaves. What is going on? A robotic voice echoed from the cube. External forces have awakened the formless dungeon's hidden boss. Escape is currently impossible. He froze. A hidden boss. Those were mythological rarities in normal instances. No wonder he received God Slayer points. The floating entity suddenly declared, I am the formless. I am the absolute destruction of all tangible matter in this universe. I sit at the apex and untouchable god among mortal lives. Su Chen immediately chose survival and dashed. A talking cube named the Formless. Was this the very core of the dungeon? But escape was futile, as the entity teleported directly into his path. What the hell? Su Chen was completely caught off guard. Instant teleportation. A massive shockwave blasted him violently backward. The Formless mocked him. You cannot even control your own pathetic fate. That is the tragic sorrow of a lower life form. Refusing to yield, Su Chen summoned his combat beasts. You think I am an easy target? Bizarrely, his summoned creatures phased right through the boss. Su Chen's jaw dropped. They passed right through. Does this thing lack a physical body? Wait, if it has no mass, how did it blast me away earlier? The entity arrogantly sneered. I am the formless little boy. An inferior bug like you could never comprehend my existence. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen unleashed his ultimate punch. Power strike. Yet Su Chen's fist completely phased through the formless time seemed to freeze as his attack hit nothing but empty air. Panic settled in. I cannot touch it. It is physically invincible. How am I supposed to fight a ghost? It was the boss's turn to counterattack. It is over, child. Weeping might ease your suffering. Realizing the danger, Su Chen grabbed his gear and bolted for his life. Devastating explosions trailed relentlessly right behind his heels. Relying on his veteran instincts, Su Chen analyzed the battlefield. I cannot damage it and I cannot escape, but no boss is completely invincible. There has to be a mechanic. The Formless refused to let his prey survive. Allowing a lesser life form to escape my domain is the ultimate humiliation. Su Chen's eyes darted to the manual still in his grip. He frantically flipped through the Formless guide. The weakness must be recorded in this book. Suddenly, the earth beneath his boots violently ruptured. What now? The Formless ambushed him from beneath the soil. Su Chen cursed loudly. Damn it, what is this freak trying to do? Carry me into the stratosphere and drop me to my death. It relentlessly dragged him skyward. Choosing his own terms, Su Chen leaped off, but like a relentless phantom, the Formless materialized instantly beneath his feet. He was violently launched upward into the sky yet again. Damn it, this formless entity can teleport anywhere. No matter where Su Chen jumped, the monster instantly materialized right beneath his feet. He desperately flipped through his skill manual searching for any kind of countermeasure. His eyes scanned the ancient text. Formless and invisible, it strikes without a shadow and leaves without a trace. This mysterious being was a literal spatial lifeform. To defeat a master of space, you have to use space itself. But the manual noted something bizarre. The Formless had a twisted obsession with collecting the tears of living creatures. Fight space with space, Su Chen gritted his teeth. I am not some ultra-rare spatial mage. How the hell am I supposed to outmaneuver this thing? Suddenly, the Formless launched them higher. It dragged him 25,000 meters into the freezing sky. Cry for me, the monster echoed. Survive this drop, and I will spare your pathetic life. You have got to be kidding me, Su Chen roared as the entity vanished into thin air. Plummeting toward the earth in a deadly freefall, he spread his arms wide. It was time to pull out his trump card. A flash of summoning light erupted from his palms, but instead of a majestic flying beast, he summoned a literal donkey. Now both man and beast were plummeting to their doom. Su Chen balanced on the poor animal's back. By rapidly summoning and unsummoning his mount, he reset his falling momentum perfectly. Honestly, this had to be the most traumatized donkey in the entire world. Moments later, his boots slammed safely onto solid ground. He let out a massive breath. A flawless landing. The formless entity manifested completely baffled. Brat, how do you have an infinite supply of donkeys? Are you questioning my class mechanics? Su Chen scoffed. You made a deal. You said if I survived the fall, you would let me walk. But the monster's aura shifted darkly. Impossible. A surge of irritation hit Su Chen. What did you just say? The entity coldly broke its promise. Mortal oaths mean absolutely nothing to me. I am the supreme formless. I am bound by nothing. Su Chen pointed a furious finger right at its face. The only stubborn beast here is your shameless self. With a burst of mana, he summoned his trusty donkey back onto the battlefield. He had a crazy theory to test out. Could the infinite storage space inside his summon actually trap this spatial monster? The formless drifted dangerously close to the beast's massive jaws. Su Chen's eyes lit up with wild hope. It was actually working. The beast swallowed the entity whole. But a split second later, the formless teleported right in front of him, delivering a devastating strike. The system loophole was a total bust. Damn it, that didn't work. Because the entity possessed instant teleportation, the dimensional stomach of his summon could not contain its power. The monster blasted forward like a missile. Shed your tears for me. The impact was so crushing. Su Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. But through the agonizing pain, a realization struck him. Why was it so obsessed with his tears? Then the puzzle pieces snapped together. The system manual had specifically warned him about this creature's twisted fetish for collecting the pure tears of the living. The entity began preaching with terrifying arrogance. All lives are unique but pathetic weaklings like you have no purpose. In response, Su Chen smirked and pulled out an epic item. The Spider Queen's Tear, a legendary drop from his previous dungeon raid. Let us see if you like the taste of this. The monster physically recoiled at the sight of the gem. Is that a crystallized tear? Su Chen grinned like a maniac. He had found its absolute weakness. The Formless stared in pure, unadulterated awe. A living tear of such supreme quality. I have never added something so devastatingly beautiful to my collection. The creature who shed this must have died with immeasurable resentment. Right on cue, the donkey lunged forward with its mouth wide open, pretending to eat the legendary item. The entity completely lost its mind and dove after the beast. Keep your filthy mouth shut. That divine treasure belongs to my collection. Blinded by greed, the almighty Formless flew right into the ultimate trap. Hook, line, and sinker, Su Chen cheered. Now it was time to see if this dimensional prison would hold. He immediately teleported into the summon's internal subspace. The entity sneered from inside the void. Do you know why I did not bother dodging your pathetic trap? Su Chen crossed his arms. Because your arrogant ego believes nothing can contain you. Exactly, the monster boasted. I am the Formless, the literal embodiment of absolute omnipotence. A low-tier pocket dimension could never hold me. With a surge of chaotic energy, it blasted another lethal shockwave straight at Su Chen. Su Chen just brushed off the dust, smiling like a true villain. Are you quite done showing off? The entity triggered its spatial warp to escape, but instead of teleporting, it plummeted helplessly into the pitch-black abyss. Panic shattered its arrogant facade. This is utterly impossible. How did a filthy mortal seal my powers? What forbidden spatial magic are you wielding? Su Chen laughed out loud. It is called the ultimate power of the system, idiot. Deep down, he was absolutely thrilled. It turned out his unique system's authority rank was galaxies above this supposedly omnipotent creature's magic. The trapped entity demanded answers. What the hell is his system? Su Chen waved goodbye with a savage smirk. Enjoy your stay in solitary confinement. When you are ready to call me daddy, we can talk. The monster thrashed wildly, but its spatial cage was completely unbreakable. Curse you, you cowardly brat. You utterly shameless bastard. Release me at once. Ignoring the rage-filled screams, Su Chen warped back to reality, bringing the legendary loot straight to Zilong. Director Huaiji nodded in profound relief. The spirit herbs from that hidden realm are miraculous. Zilong's lethal poison has been completely neutralized. However, fully restoring his damaged foundation will require the advanced resources of the higher academy. Su Chen patted his friend's shoulder confidently. Do not sweat it, Zilong. Even if you drop dead, I will farm a revival token for you in the next dungeon. These minor flesh wounds are practically nothing. Once we enroll in the prestigious Sky Whale Academy, I guarantee you will be back to full strength. Suddenly, a student burst through the doors. Director, the High Alliance envoys have arrived. They are here to officially reward Su Chen for single-handedly stopping the demonic realm invasion. The crew rushed down to the main courtyard. Their jaws practically hit the floor. It was the legendary Blood Corps Vanguard. This was the exact same Captain Lu Wuchen who had been shamelessly flirting with Zilong's female gaming avatar. The veteran commander stepped forward with absolute authority. Su Chen, the human domain owes you a massive debt. By stopping that dimensional breach, you saved hundreds of thousands of innocent lives. Therefore, the Supreme Alliance has officially granted you the military rank of First Lieutenant. I am here to personally pin this honor upon your chest. Director Huaiji nearly choked on his own spit. A commissioned officer rank, First Lieutenant Huaiji had a massive internal meltdown. I have spilled blood for decades just to become a sergeant. If I run into this brat on the front lines, I actually have to salute him. Lu Wuqian handed over the gleaming insignia. You earned this, kid. The director quickly masked his jealousy and patted Su Chen's shoulder. Outstanding work commissioned before even graduating. The Second Academy has truly bred a peerless dragon today. The captain smiled, his eyes gleaming with respect. For the record, Su Chen, you are officially the youngest first lieutenant in the entire history of humanity. Congratulations on forging your legend. Su Chen weighed the medal in his hand and deadpanned, quick question. Is there a cash prize that comes with this? Lu Wuqian sweat dropped. No, this rank grants you absolute supreme authority. That glory is the ultimate reward. The human domain does not operate a standard military structure. Once you step into the abyssal war zones, every awakened citizen is considered a soldier. During catastrophic emergencies, absolute command defaults to the highest-ranking officer present. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Got it. So hypothetically speaking, how much gold could I pawn this shiny badge for? The veteran captain's brain completely short-circuited. I am sorry, what did you just ask me? Su Chen pointed to the sacred insignia. I said, what is the street value of this thing? Director Huaizi instantly slapped a hand over the boy's mouth. He is suffering from battle fatigue. Thank you for coming, Captain Liu. Please allow us to escort you to the VIP lounge. But Lu Wuxian raised his hand. Hold on. I actually have a highly classified matter to discuss with Su Chen. Once our business concludes, the Blood Corps Vanguard is deploying straight to the abyssal front lines. Hearing this, the director nervously yanked Su Chen backward, whispering a frantic warning into his ear. Su Chen snapped out of it. Stop talking nonsense. That captain rank is the ultimate dream for countless awakened professionals. It comes with absolute privileges. You could even use military merits to wipe away a murder charge. Reach major rank and those elite families won't dare touch you. It's basically an invincible protective charm, Su Chen nodded. Put it that way and I understand perfectly. He realized his assassination of young Master Lu couldn't stay hidden forever. According to the dean, if he secured the major rank, the Luo family wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. Wu Qian pulled Su Chen aside. Let's talk. Is that cross-dressing guy from before still here? Su Chen casually pointed at Zilong. Right over there. Wu Qian's eyes widened in shock. No way. How could she be a fat dude? Su Chen commanded. Zilong equipped the female outfit. Instantly, he transformed into a breathtaking woman. Wu Qian blushed furiously. She changed. It really is her. But what happened? Su Chen replied. She's severely injured. All 4 limbs are broken. Wu Qian made a vow. Don't worry, little sister, I swear I will heal you. Zilong blushed deeply, completely speechless. Wu Qian revealed, the Abyss Dungeon has divine healing elixirs. Even severed limbs can be restored. I'll fetch them for you immediately. Zilong shouted back, I'm a guy. But Wu Qian was blindly in love. It doesn't matter, gender means absolutely nothing to me. At this point, Zilong was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Huang Kai was waiting anxiously. Yun Luo grew suspicious. It's been so long. Why is there no news from the secret realm? Suddenly, violent tremors erupted from the realm. He pointed excitedly. A reaction. A massive earthquake is tearing through the formless realm. Huang Kai turned pale as realization hit. No, the formless realm is collapsing. But how is that even possible? As far as I know, a formless realm only collapses when its boss creator leaves. What exactly is happening here? He interrupted. I only care about Su Chen's fate. He firmly believed Su Chen was dead. Lord Bishop, whether killed by the boss or erased with the realm, Su Chen has definitely perished. Yun Luo was still skeptical. Are you absolutely certain? Huang Kai patted his chest confidently. I swear to the heavens, I am 100% sure. Seeing his confidence, the bishop was satisfied. He immediately returned to report the joyful news to the wild god. His subordinate pointed at Huang Kai. Lord Bishop, what about this kid? Huang Kai wisely fell to his knees. I am willing to join the wild god cult. I pledge my eternal loyalty. Meanwhile, Su Chen's group prepared to leave the academy. Zilong sighed with a heavy heart. Heading to the advanced academy. I wonder when we'll ever return. Li Lei added, I'm just disappointed I never found Han Mei like Brother Su mentioned. Yue arrived late, dragging a massive pile of luggage. Wait for me, Papa Su, I'm coming too. Li Lei asked in shock, Yue, are you glued to Brother Su now? And why did you bring so much stuff? Are you moving houses? She frowned in annoyance. Obviously, girls naturally have a lot of things. Su Chen rushed them. Let's go, the train is leaving. Yu shouted from behind, guys, please help me carry this. Su Chen rejected her instantly. Who has the time for that? Keep up if you can. If not, just stay behind. Forced to choose, she declared, fine, I'm leaving it all. The party finally headed to the meeting point. Zilong reminded him, Su Chen, your second uncle's house is just ahead. You lived there for years. Aren't you going to say goodbye? Su Chen paused. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. At the Su household, Su Chen's aunt warmly offered Huang Kai food. Eat up, Xiao Huang. Failing to enter the advanced academy isn't a big deal. With your family's powerful background, you'll still live a wealthy life. Huang Kai thought bitterly. My dad is dead. What background do I have left? Thank God I joined the wild god cult. Yuding chimed in. Exactly. Even if you didn't pass, you're still 100 times better than that useless Su Chen. Mingyang frowned in displeasure. What's wrong with you? We were having a nice conversation. Why drag Su Chen into this? Yun Rong slammed her chopsticks on the table. Why shouldn't I? Let me tell you a secret. I checked Su Chen's exam score. Guess what? 0 points. I'm dying of laughter. Even sleeping through the exam wouldn't get you a 0. The men of the Su family are all absolute failures. Ming Yang slammed his bowl down in fury. Don't push it. My patience has a limit. She mocked him ruthlessly. Did I hit a nerve? You thought the Su family produced a genius. Turns out he's just the biggest joke in town. Who knows what dark corner Su Chen is hiding in now, probably begging to sweep streets, but nobody wants him. Huang Kai smirked inwardly. Hiding? He's not hiding anywhere. I personally sent him to hell. He's as dead as it gets. Just then a knock echoed. He stood up eagerly. I'll get it. Must be the birthday cake I ordered. The door handle clicked, but Huang Kai froze in absolute terror at the person standing there. What the? He collapsed to his knees in panic. How is this possible? Is Su Chen still alive? Is he human or a ghost? Su Chen smirked coldly. Good, you know your place. Kneeling immediately, Ming Shuang happily called out, Su Chen, you're here. Come join us for dinner. Yun Rong yelled without an ounce of respect. Eat what? There's no food left for a loser like him. Yu Ding helped Huang Kai up, glaring. What terrible luck. Just seeing you made Brother Kai collapse. Su Chen looked right at his uncle. Second, Uncle, I'm not here to eat. I came to say goodbye. I'm leaving and I don't know when I'll be back. Ming Shuang asked in shock. Leaving? Where are you going? His aunt scoffed with a mocking laugh. Where else? He failed his exams, so he's obviously going to do manual labor. Su Chen calmly replied, I got accepted into Heavenly Whale Academy. I'm heading there to enroll. Yun Rong laughed until she cried. Hilarious, you a loser with 0 points. She sneered arrogantly. If you actually got into Heavenly Whale Academy, I will literally eat dirt on livestream. Even Ming Shuang doubted it. Su Chen, don't lose hope. Failing isn't the end of the world. I'll find you a job. To prove his words, Su Chen pulled out his official admission letter. Su Chen, congratulations on becoming a new student at our prestigious academy. Carry your dreams and burning passion forward. May your future steps be steady and victorious. Admissions Office, Heavenly Whale Academy. Ming Shuang beamed with pride. This is real, a genuine admission letter from Heavenly Whale Academy. Yuding snatched the paper away. Who are you fooling? Did you print a fake letter just to save your pathetic pride? Yun Rong stormed into the house in a rage. I'm getting a lighter. Let's burn this trash right now and see if he still acts tough. Her words pushed his anger to the boiling point. Preposterous. Have you all lost your minds? If anyone dares lay a finger on Su Chen's admission letter, I will not let this slide. Yet Su Chen simply smirked. Let them burn it. The arrogant woman sparked her lighter, catching the corner of the parchment. At least you know your miserable place, she scoffed. As the flames devoured the paper, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Warning, Level 2 alert. Yu Ding froze in confusion. What is happening? Why is the Alliance alarm blaring? The central system announced malicious destruction of a Heavenly Leviathan Academy admission letter has been detected. This is a Class A crime against humanity. Evidence secured. The perpetrator must surrender to the Guard Bureau immediately or face a doubled sentence of at least 10 years behind bars. The aunt's legs gave out. What, I am a criminal now? Prison. Yu Ding turned pale as a ghost. The admission letter. It was actually real. Panicking, she pointed a trembling finger at him. Su Chen, why didn't you say it was real? Did you set a trap for me, you vicious brat? His uncle roared in defense. You ignorant fool, you insisted it was fake and burned it yourself. Now you shift the blame. Your stupidity is beyond saving. Desperate, she crawled toward Huang Kai. Young Master Huang, please save me. With your family's immense power, you can definitely make this disappear. Huang Kai scoffed inwardly. Not a chance. Risking my family's connections for a useless pawn is a joke. Just then, Yu Ding stepped forward. Please ask your father to intervene. It is just a minor issue. Huang Kai sighed arrogantly. Su Chen, do me a favor. Tell the Alliance this was just a misunderstanding. Slap. Su Chen backhanded him fiercely. Your face means absolute garbage to me. Huang Kai clutched his swelling cheek. Fine, reject me. But why hit me? Su Chen hoisted him by the collar. I will ignore the exam tampering for now. But inside the formless secret realm. You rigged it, didn't you? The coward played dumb. I have no idea what you mean, Squelch. A blade pierced deep into Huang Kai's thigh, drawing a blood-curdling scream. The aunt stuttered. What are you doing? Yu Ding shrieked. Su Chen, this is illegal. His killing intent flared. Shut your mouths or I will cut out your tongues next. He turned back to his prey. I did my research. The formless secret realm has never glitched like that in history. Tell me exactly what you did. Huang Kai gritted his teeth. Su Chen, I swear I know nothing. You have a bright future now. Just calm down. Slash. A second blade buried itself into his stomach. Coughing blood, Huang Kai's face twisted in horror. You actually dare. The two women trembled in the corner, completely paralyzed by fear. Su Chen's voice dropped to a demonic whisper. Last chance. Confess or die. The rich kid gasped. If you kill me, the Alliance will execute you too. Aren't you afraid? Su Chen calmly pulled out a military badge. Do not test my temper with your pathetic logic. I could slaughter you right now and walk away free. Huang Kai's pupils shrank. A first lieutenant badge, you earn a military rank. The mother and daughter gasped in disbelief. What, Su Chen is a first lieutenant? That rank held more absolute authority than Huang Kai's entire bloodline. It was the ultimate honor. Su Chen mocked. The coward is literally wetting his pants. Finally, the broken boy confessed. I will talk. I will tell you everything. Moments later, he sobbed out the truth. I was jealous of your talent, so I forcefully awakened the hidden boss in the realm. I deserve to die. Su Chen pressed for more system lore. Tell me, what is the true origin of that formless entity? Shivering violently, he cried, I swear I do not know. I only know that centuries ago, the formless being descended alongside the Supreme Star Tower. It slowly morphed into a secret realm. Having extracted the intel, Su Chen turned away. Uncle, I am leaving now. Take care of yourself. Wait, Su Chen. His uncle handed him a weathered, mysterious box. Take this. The young awakener blinked in surprise. What is inside? His uncle smiled softly. It is the legacy your parents left behind for you. I never planned to give it to you. Your father ordered me to hide it unless you awaken unimaginable power and surpassed everyone in your generation. Su Chen was stunned. A legacy for my parents. But in his memories, they were just ordinary workers, powerless citizens who perished in a tragic demonic beast wave years ago. His uncle's eyes shined with pride. I thought this box would gather dust forever. But you gave me the greatest surprise today. Seeing his power, the greedy ant suddenly changed her tune. Su Chen, why don't you stay for a lovely family dinner? Get lost. The two men roared in unison. Humiliated, she froze. From the shadows, Huang Kai glared at the protagonist's departing figure. His heart burned with toxic venom. Just wait, Su Chen. Once I master the 6-star sword art, I will obliterate your arrogant face with a single strike. Soon the party arrived at the train station. Li Lei scratched his head nervously. This is my first time leaving this safe zone. I am actually shaking a bit. Yue adjusted her gear. I checked the system map. The route to Heavenly Leviathan Academy cuts straight through the perilous wastelands. Most of it is swallowed by demon domains. Stay sharp, everyone. The naive boy laughed it off. Relax, it will be totally fine. This armored train has run safely for a century. With elite awakened guards on board, no demonic beast would dare attack us. Su Chen's eyes locked onto the approaching metallic beast. The train is here. As the massive locomotive slowed down, Yue felt a cold chill. Something about this train felt completely wrong. She checked her smart terminal again. Guys, this train arrived exactly 10 minutes early. Li Lei remained oblivious. Early is great. Let's get on board before we miss it. Seeing her hesitate, he waved her over. Yue, what are you staring at? Hurry up, she muttered under her breath. It is too quiet. Why is the platform completely dead? Where are the other passengers? Li Lei shrugged casually. That is normal nowadays. With demon domains popping up everywhere, no sane person wants to travel outside the city barriers. Su Chen's hunter instincts flared. It is strange. A main transport line to the mega city shouldn't be this deserted. Despite the eerie silence, they boarded and the heavy train blasted off toward its destiny. In the adjacent cabin, a hype passenger leaned in. Brother Yang, are you serious? Jian Cheng smirked arrogantly. Of course I am. I am an elite student of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Right in the capital, we are second only to the legendary Heavenly Leviathan Academy in the Dragon Sector. Jian Cheng, an awakened martial student. Ina clapped her hands in awe. You are so amazing, Brother Yang Yue Chan, and I only managed to scrape into the Heavenly Spirit Academy. He puffed out his chest, flexing his status. That is nothing. My older cousin goes to Heavenly Leviathan Academy. Give me your network ID. I will take you girls on an exclusive tour someday. Her eyes sparkled. Really? That is incredible. Getting into Heavenly Leviathan has always been my ultimate dream. Jian Cheng smoothly transferred his contact code. Here, Yue Chan. Add my ID and I will guarantee you that VIP tour. Yue Chan shook her head gently. I appreciate the offer, but I plan to rely on my own true strength to enter Heaven's Might Academy. Jian Cheng smirked, dripping with pure arrogance. Come on, Yu Chan, more connections mean an easier path. I practically run the capital, Ina quickly chimed in. Just listen to him, Yu Chan. Brother Yang is completely right. Think of it as a tactical alliance for future dungeon raids. Yu Chen finally sighed in defeat. Fine. Jian Cheng then sneered at Su Chen's crew. You losers heading to freshman registration too. Su Chen simply nodded. That is right. Jian Cheng raised a mocking eyebrow. Oh, which academy? Maybe we will end up as classmates. Heaven's Might Academy, Su Chen replied flatly. The entire train car went dead silent. Heaven's Might. Jian Cheng burst into hysterical laughter. Bro, is that supposed to be a joke? Li Lei glared right back at them. Who is joking? All four of us actually got accepted. Jian Cheng wiped a tear from his eye. Old man, you are killing me. You took the college entrance exam. By a mirror. How old are you anyway? Hitting 40, Li Lei furiously jabbed a thumb at his own chest. Screw you, I am literally 18. Jian Cheng just scoffed at the squad. Look at your pathetic party. A middle-aged boomer, a cripple in a wheelchair, all boarding from Hedong province. Everyone knows Hedong is absolute trash tier. Even the top valedictorians barely make it into Heaven's Might. Claiming all four of you got accepted, even a ghost would not buy that garbage. Ina rolled her eyes in disgust. Bombing the exam is fine, but why lie about it? Why try to flex on us, especially when your bluff is this incredibly pathetic? Yuichin frowned, stepping in to mediate. Enough, both of you. You do not know them, so do not judge. Jian Cheng aggressively crossed his arms. Yu Chan, if these losers are telling the truth, I will literally call them daddy. Ina nodded enthusiastically. Seriously, Yu Chen, stop being so naive. One look and you can tell they are absolute bottom feeders. Li Lei clenched his fists, his aura flaring with pure rage. Yueo, you are the absolute queen of roasting. Destroy these arrogant fools, but Yui was freezing, her nose twitching rapidly. Guys, do you smell that? Zilong sniffed the air, completely confused. I do not smell anything weird. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. What did you detect? Her face went pale. Demonic beast scent. Jiancheng let out a mocking snort. Oh, getting embarrassed are we, so you instantly changed the subject. A demonic beast on a passenger train. Try coming up with a better lie. Ina laughed condescendingly. You country bumpkins are totally clueless. This train is reinforced by a Tier 7 Grand Magus. No beast can even get close. The defensive arrays would instantly vaporize them. Ignoring their taunts, Su Chen looked at his teammate. Are you absolutely certain? Yu nodded, trembling slightly. Without a doubt, my awakened hidden talent amplifies all 5 senses by tenfold. My sense of smell never lies. The demonic stench is getting suffocatingly thick, yet the train just keeps moving. The locomotive maintained its blazing speed. But outside, a colossal demonic worm had already hijacked the tracks. It slithered off the steel rails, plunging straight into the desolate wasteland. Panic completely seized Yueyu's voice. Su Chen, the entire train is drowning in demonic aura. I am actually terrified. Jiancheng clapped slowly, completely unbothered. Wow, give her an award for that performance. Even if a beast magically appeared, I would obliterate it with a single palm strike. Ina stared at him with starry eyes. Brother Yang, you are so dominant, truly worthy of the Heavenly Martial Academy. That is exactly how a true awakener should act. But a shadow of doubt crossed Yuechen's face. Both of you quiet down. Whether it is a lie or not, we need to verify the situation first. Su Chen immediately took command. Li Lei forced that window open. Check our surroundings. Li Lei strained against the glass, his veins popping. Damn it, it is jammed shut. It will not budge an inch. Su Chen's expression turned incredibly lethal. Just as I suspected. Smash it to pieces. Cracking his knuckles, Li Lei grinned. With pleasure. Jiancheng rolled his eyes in sheer annoyance. Are you clowns seriously taking this act that far? Destroying train property is a one-way ticket to prison. Ignoring the warning, Li Lei's fist exploded against the glass. Yet the window remained completely scratch-free. No way, it will not break. Su Chen stepped forward, mana gathering in his stance. Step aside. Let me. He unleashed a devastating punch straight into the pane. The brutal recoil sent tremors through his entire body, yet even his overwhelming strength failed to shatter the barrier. Now this is a serious problem. Yu quickly offered a magical solution. I can use astral projection to scout outside, but you need to guard my physical body. Do not let anyone interrupt the casting. Su Chen nodded with absolute focus. Do it. Be quick. Suddenly, Jiancheng slammed his hand down aggressively. Enough of this circus. Stop causing a scene. You losers are ruining my vibe. There are plenty of empty seats over there. Take your pathetic roleplay somewhere else and stop interrupting my conversation with these ladies. Su Chen shot him a death glare. And you step the hell back. Do not come any closer. Jiancheng's face twisted in arrogant fury. A pathetic weakling from some garbage academy who cannot even break a simple window pane actually dares to order me around. Su Chen ruthlessly backhanded him across the face. Meanwhile, Yui's astral form phased through the train and sheer terror instantly gripped her soul. What in the world am I looking at? Back in the cabin, a shocked Ina rushed to help Jiancheng up. Brother Yang, are you okay? Spitting out blood, he gritted his teeth furiously. I am fine. The little rat just caught me off guard. Ina glared daggers at Su Chen. You violent, uncultured savage. Your pathetic lies got exposed, so you resort to physical violence. Trash, like you should be thrown directly into the abyssal battlefield. Murderous intent flared wildly in Jiancheng's eyes. You dare strike me. Think you can survive in the capital after this? I will end you right here. Suddenly, Yue's soul snapped back and she burst into terrified sobs. Li Lei rushed to her side. What is wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Tears streamed down her trembling face. It is an absolute nightmare. I saw a gargantuan insect. Guys, we are literally trapped inside its belly. The horrifying revelation hit the team like a physical blow. What Zilong's brow furrowed in deep concern. Are you absolutely positive your vision was not playing tricks? Yui gripped her clothes, shaking uncontrollably. I swear on my life I am 100% certain. I am literally crying from the sheer horror of it. The terrifying truth finally clicked in Su Chen's mind. No wonder the train arrived early today and why the passenger cars were practically empty. We walked straight into an insectoid monster illusion. Yui's voice completely cracked with despair. Worse, we are totally off the rails. Heaven only knows where this monster is dragging us. Su Chen's eyes flashed with decisive leadership. It does not matter where it is going. We are breaking out of here right now. Jiancheng raised a glowing fist, totally fed up. Damn it, your delusions are getting out of hand. Are you psycho freaks completely insane? Ina smirked, crossing her arms in defiance. They are just fabricating another wild story because they are terrified. Brother Yang is going to brutally crush them. Completely ignoring the noise, Su Chen pointed forward. Move out. Let us check the adjoining cabins. Without a second of hesitation, Yu Shan hurried after the group. Wait, I am coming with you, Jiancheng shouted from behind, utterly bewildered. Are you serious, Yu Chen? You are actually buying their garbage story. I would sooner believe I am the emperor of mankind than trust these fools. But Yu Chen's survival instincts were fully awakened. When life and death are on the line, I would rather be safe than sorry. Suddenly, Yui let out a blood-curdling gasp. It is here. A grotesque, slime-dripping tentacle slithered down from the ceiling. Ina shrieked at the top of her lungs. What the hell is that monstrosity? Jian Cheng remained stubbornly in denial. It is just a cheap illusion they conjured up. Watch a real master shatter this parlor trick. But before his aura could even manifest, the fleshy appendage violently snapped around his throat. As excruciating pain crushed his windpipe, the horrific reality finally dawned on him. This absolute nightmare was completely real. Su Chen did not even look back as he led his team forward. Absolute moron, he muttered coldly. Gasping for air, the arrogant student desperately reached out. Ina, save me, but her face was drained of all color as she backed away. Brother Yang, I am too terrified. You are so overpowered. Just save yourself. Seth barked his orders. Warn every passenger on this train. Leon sprinted into the next cabin, shouting for everyone's attention. Listen up, we've been swallowed whole by a colossal worm, he warned urgently. Evacuate your seats right now, or you're dead meat when it ambushes. The crowd scoffed in disbelief. What a psycho. Is this some kind of sick joke? They sneered, mocking the younger generation's dramatic nonsense. Leon sighed heavily. No one was listening. Suddenly, monstrous tentacles erupted from the floor. Passengers were hoisted by their necks, their arrogant smirks morphing into sheer terror. What the hell is that? The same people who mocked him were now begging for their lives. Save us, kid, we should have listened to you. Liam cracked his knuckles. Let's test the durability of this alien flesh. He threw a heavy punch, shattering a tentacle after 3 solid blows. A decent display of brute force. Too slow. Let me, Luna interrupted coldly. Her shimmering blades sliced the appendage in half. Leon gasped, realizing she was an awakened sword saint, a truly top-tier combat class. But the nightmare was just beginning. A massive kraken-like monstrosity materialized. Luna stumbled back. There are too many, I can't cut them all. Seth materialized behind her. Step aside. His fist collided with the beast, instantly obliterating the tentacles into bloody mist. Luna watched, completely paralyzed by his explosive power. This wasn't the aura of a basic 2-star warrior. The trapped passengers gasped for air. Thank the heavens, we almost got crushed to death. A true hunter just saved us. Luna gritted her teeth. We need to break out or kill the core. Our stamina will drain completely. Do you have a strategy? Seth narrowed his eyes. I'm analyzing the situation. A high-level beast wouldn't swallow a civilian train without a reason. The risk is too high for just a cheap meal. Leon scratched his head, finally connecting the dots. Seth, you mean this monster is hunting a specific target on board? We're just collateral damage. Seth nodded sharply. It's the only logical explanation. If we track down the target, we might uncover the system's hidden objective. What absolute garbage, Ken sneered as he stepped forward. Ina instantly clung to him. Ken, you're safe. With your elite power escaping, this dungeon will be a breeze. He arrogantly flashed his golden badge. Listen up, peasants. I am Ken, a second-year prodigy at the Heavenly Martial Academy and an active military warrant officer. The crowd erupted into pathetic worship. A warrant officer, we have a military elite among us. They cheered, blinded by the arrogant student's shiny credentials. Ken puffed out his chest. I'm taking command of this zone. You will follow my absolute orders. Does anyone dare object to my authority? The sheep eagerly agreed. No objections. In a dungeon break, military rank rules all. Sir, what's our battle plan? We trust your elite judgment. Ken scoffed, hands on his hips. Swallowed by a giant worm. Bullshit. I won't accept such wild theories until I've personally verified the perimeter. Here's your scouting mission, he ordered. Seth, you and your squad will clear the adjacent cars, gather all survivors, and report back to me immediately. Seth glared at him with icy disdain. I don't have time for your little power trip, Ken raged. You dare defy military law, Seth responded with a devastating backhand slap. Who do you think you are? Seth growled. Ina pointed a trembling finger. Insolence. You struck an officer. Seth silenced her with another brutal slap. Shut your mouth. Ken spat blood. This is treason. I'll have you court-martialed. Suddenly, a swarm of spiked tentacles lunged. Luna reacted instantly, severing the lethal vines with a brilliant sword art. Watch out. A second wave is coming. Vines erupted from the shadows, tightly binding Seth and Luna. Leon cursed loudly. Damn it, the floor is crawling with them. The cowardly passengers panicked. The strong guys are captured. Sir Ken, what's our move? But the so-called elite officer simply turned his back on them. Fall back, evacuate this sector, he commanded cowardly. The sheep eagerly followed. Run, stay away from those monstrous vines, we're getting out of here. Leon roared in blazing fury. Hold it right there. We literally just saved your pathetic lives and now you're abandoning us. They replied with shameless excuses. We just lack the power. Those tentacles are terrifying. We can't fight that thing, they cried out. You're on your own now. Leon struggled violently against the crushing grip. You ungrateful bastards, Luna desperately called out to her former classmate. Ina, please help us. Ina hesitated, but Ken coldly whispered his toxic advice. Respect their cursed fate, Ina. Don't burden yourself with weaklings. Ina's face hardened as she turned away. Take care of yourself, Luna. Zane shouted a grim warning. The swarm is multiplying. Break free now or we're dead meat. Seth closed his eyes and activated his ridiculous summoning system. Come forth, my steeds. Two summoned donkeys materialized furiously, kicking at the monstrous vines, but even they were instantly entangled. Seth clicked his tongue. Damn, first time the divine donkey strategy failed. Luna slashed wildly in total despair. Damn it, is this really how it ends? I refuse to die here. Seth's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, I forgot my ultimate buff skill. Someone lend me a hand and chop, he shouted. The party stared blankly. Huh, what the hell are you talking about? Seth smirked. Literally, just swing a blade and chop these things. Leon blinked in pure confusion. I don't get it, boss. How is a random swing going to save us? Seth's voice was filled with absolute confidence. Don't think, just trust the system. Yuna gripped her heavy meat cleaver. Quit whining, I trust my dad. Let me take the swing. She chopped down blindly and a terrifying aura instantly vaporized the entire tentacle swarm. Leon gripped his head, completely shattered by the reality. What kind of cheat is this? I had to throw 3 full power punches, and she annihilates the whole cabin with a rusty cleaver. Yuna stared at her trembling hands. Am I secretly an overpowered hero? How did I not know this? Seth brushed off the severed alien flesh, his mind racing with system calculations. This ridiculous assist skill absolutely breaks the game's mechanics. One strike triggers an insane damage multiplier. Used correctly, this buff can wipe out an entire dungeon floor in seconds. Yuna faced the incoming swarm with absolute swagger. I am a god of destruction now. But a massive tentacle suddenly whipped her side, sending her cleaver clattering to the floor. The buff has a cooldown. 1 strike per person, Seth roared. Next up, Leon snatched the fallen blade, his aura flaring. My turn to trigger the boss's divine buff. The massive appendage was sliced into confetti. Luna was utterly stunned. An aura that amplifies allies' stats infinitely. Is Seth a mythical oracle master? A regular oracle could never achieve this godly multiplier. Seth snapped Zane out of his trance. You're up next. Channel the buff and shatter that reinforced window. Zane gripped the weapon, his eyes burning with resolve. Got it. He hurled the blade like a shooting star. Leon cheered wildly as the indestructible glass splintered. The barrier is cracking. It works. Seth calculated the damage. That strike wiped out at least 30% of the monster's HP. One more hit would shatter the window. Meanwhile, Ken's group came screaming back, dragging a swarm of tentacles behind them. Run! The tentacles are right behind us. An old man was violently yanked into the air. He begged in pure terror, please save me. But the tentacle brutally ripped his head off. The passengers completely lost their minds. This is a nightmare. We are totally powerless against it. What do we do now? Didn't we call the Alliance for help? When will the Alliance backup finally arrive? I don't want to die here. Yet Kent was still barking orders. Seth, I command your squad to hold off those tentacles. Leo flipped him off, cursing. Damn it, are you completely out of your mind? Go to hell. Suddenly the severed head of the old man spoke. You pathetic 2-legged creatures. You are paralyzed by fear right now, aren't you? The passengers recoiled in sheer terror. Is the monster actually talking to us? This is sickening. It's using a human head as a twisted mouthpiece. The horrific puppet continued. Do you insects wish to live or die? A trembling man shouted. Of course, we want to live. The system beast stated its terms. Most of you are utterly useless. I will grant you 1 chance at survival. Simply slaughter these 3 men and 2 women and I will let the rest of you walk away. The grim ultimatum cast a heavy silence. The tentacles commanded I will count to 3. After 3 seconds, your lives are forfeit. The desperate passengers immediately looked to Kent to make the life or death call. What should they choose? I have no clue. Let's ask the warrant officer. Officer, what is our move? The countdown began. 3. Kent put on a righteous face. As a military officer, I will never harm my fellow humans. The demonic tentacle counted down to 2. Another passenger desperately interrupted, but we refuse to die in this hellhole. Officer, think about the bigger picture. Sacrificing a few to save the majority is entirely worth it. Exactly. This is for the greater good of humanity. Kent seized the perfect excuse. Well, Seth's squad publicly defied my direct orders. They violated the Alliance's military laws. They are the true traitors to humanity. Wouldn't you all agree? The cowardly mob blindly agreed. Yes, exactly. The officer is absolutely right. We saw everything. We will gladly be your witnesses. They betray humanity first, so executing them is absolute justice. Luna glared at them in absolute disgust. Do you even hear yourselves right now? As awakened humans, our ultimate duty is to fight the invaders together. Dying in battle is better than surrendering. The corrupt passengers defended their twisted logic. Listen here, little girl, your heroic speeches are useless. Right now, our only priority is survival. She spat back with zero hesitation. You spineless cowards. No wonder humanity's front lines are collapsing. It's because trash like you multiply every single day. The monster finalized the deal. Then make your move. My patience has completely run out. Kent fiercely urged them on. Attack now, slaughter them all. Three awakened humans viciously lunged forward. Don't hold this against us. You brought this upon yourselves by breaking military law. Just accept your fate and we will grant you a swift death. Luna unsheathed her blade with blinding speed. I absolutely despise scum like you. Her glowing sword pierced straight through an attacker's chest. Leo laughed in pure exhilaration. That felt amazing. These hypocrites deserve to be wiped out. One attacker trembled in absolute horror. Terrifying. Her hidden class is overwhelmingly strong. The tentacle beast roared in deep frustration. You useless trashes, what are you so afraid of? Charge at them all at once, I will lock them down and you will finish the execution. Seth instantly realized the truth. This cunning beast was using the mob as cannon fodder to drain their stamina. I need you to strike the barrier. We only have one shot left to break out of here. Your name is Luna, right? She blinked in absolute surprise. Huh, yes it is. Seth locked eyes with her. Do you trust me? Luna nodded with absolute conviction. I trust you. If I didn't, I wouldn't have fought by your side. He quickly outlined his desperate plan. Perfect. Leave this angry mob entirely to me. You deliver the final blow to shatter the train. She didn't question him for a second. Understood. The bloodthirsty crowd surged forward once again. Kill them. Let's finish this fast and escape this hell. Seth instantly summoned his magical herd of donkeys. With a devastating stampede skill, the crazed passengers were completely crushed. What in the world is happening? Why are there so many donkeys? We are getting trampled to death. Seizing the opening, Luna dashed forward with explosive aura, direct hit. Her sword cleaved straight through the carriage wall. The starry outside world was finally revealed. Leo cheered wildly. We actually did it. Seth praised her incredible power. That strike was way stronger than expected. It definitely dealt over 10% damage. Excellent work. Following his lead, they slid right out of the beast's stomach. Let's get out of here. The tentacle monster screeched in blinding rage. Stop them immediately. Do not let my prey escape. The remaining passengers watched in a mix of shock and joy. They actually broke out. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and follow them. The monster roared menacingly from the shadows. Every single one of you deserves to die. Moments later, the terrified crowd finally tasted the sweet relief of survival. We are outside. I can't believe we actually survived this. If we knew they could break the barrier, we never would have attacked them. Daisy suddenly turned pale with terror. It is not over. That monstrous worm is coming back. The colossal worm aggressively locked its sights on them. Not a single one of you will leave this wasteland alive. Two passengers fell to their knees in absolute despair. It is completely over. If that thing hits us, we are instantly dead. It's moving too fast, we can't even dodge. Luna's eyes lost their light. Is there really no escaping our fate? Seth clenched his fist, gambling everything on one crazy move. He signaled his summon to step up. The demonic worm roared out. I will grind your bones to dust. Suddenly, the donkey opened its massive jaw. An overpowering gravitational pull sucked the giant worm right in. What is this power? The massive boss shrunk into a tiny bug and vanished into the donkey's mouth. The passengers rubbed their eyes in disbelief. We are alive. The boss monster completely disappeared. Luna gasped in realization. No, it didn't vanish. His summon just swallowed it whole. Seth can summon a massive donkey herd, use strange language arts, and even command spatial magic. What on earth is his actual hidden class? Transported to a strange dimensional space, the worm completely panicked. Where the hell am I? Deep within this void, it came face to face with its ultimate nightmare, Void. Void was equally startled by the sudden intruder. What the heck is this ugly bug? Burning with rage, Void aggressively charged at the worm. You dare crash into my domain, I will absolutely obliterate you. The system worm fumed with anger. How did I even get trapped here? Void relentlessly beat the boss to a pulp. I have been holding on to so much rage. You are the perfect punching bag. Seth smirked confidently. Let Void play with that oversized bug for a while. Leo looked around the desolate landscape in utter confusion. Where exactly are we? I'm afraid we've been dragged deep into the lethal wastelands. Luna checked her system interface. I successfully contacted the Alliance. A nearby squad will definitely rush over to extract us. Just then, Kent called out from behind them. Seth, we need to have a little chat. Seth shot him, an icy glare. Speak. Kent quickly revealed his true colors. That entire mess earlier was just a tiny misunderstanding. I expect you to keep your mouth shut when the Alliance arrives. Leo instantly flipped the hypocrite off again. You have absolutely zero shame, Kent scoffed, puffing out his chest with arrogant pride. I am just giving you a friendly warning. You blatantly violated military protocol earlier. Even if you snitch, no one will ever believe you. The majority stands with me and I am a high-ranking warrant officer. My word is absolute law out here. Ina shamelessly walked up to them with a fake smile. Luna, I am so glad you're safe. Let bygones be bygones. We are still besties, right? Ina swatted the air in pure disgust. Get back, you are literal trash. The sheer audacity left everyone utterly speechless. They actually wanted to steal the battle glory. Forget everything, we must team up to survive. Exactly. The glory for this monster kill belongs to all of us equally. Jian Cheng sneered with absolute arrogance. Know your place or you will be the ones to suffer. But Su Chen's voice cut through the air like a blade. Freeze. Jian Cheng turned with a cocky smirk. What do you want, Bam? He ate his third devastating punch of the day. What do I want to crush you? Ina shrieked in absolute panic. Are you insane enough to strike a military officer? Su Chen showed zero mercy, driving a blade straight into his flesh. Ina trembled uncontrollably in pure terror. Are you crazy? Why are you using a weapon? Su Chen's eyes were cold as ice. Because he is absolute scum. Clutching his bruised face, Jian Cheng spat out a deadly threat. Su Chen, your life is over. You will rot in a dungeon forever. Another blade sank deep into his thigh. Agony ripped through his body as Jian Cheng let out a blood-curdling scream, my leg. But Su Chen was not finished delivering a flurry of brutal strikes. The arrogant officer collapsed, writhing in complete despair. My limbs are shattered. Su Chen, you absolute demon. You dare to cripple me. Li Lei just scoffed in utter disgust. If trash like you stayed intact, countless innocent lives would be destroyed. Yue Tian nodded, her gaze dripping with pure contempt. Your actions are far worse than any monstrous beast. This is simply karma coming to collect her due. Suddenly, the deafening roar of rescue choppers echoed above. The legendary Blood Corps Glory Squad had arrived on Alliance orders. The survivors gasped in absolute awe. The Alliance is finally here, and it is their elite strike force. They were the most feared unit in the entire realm. Their commander stepped forward, his aura blazing. Where is the demonic beast? Swallowing his agony, Jian Cheng forced himself to stand. Captain Lu, I am Warrant Officer Jian Cheng of the Sky Martial Academy. We have already exterminated the beast. Captain Lu raised a suspicious brow. Exterminated? By who exactly? The shameless crowd instantly began stealing the credit. Warrant Officer Yang commanded our flawless victory. I landed a crucial strike. And me. The glory belongs to us all. Yue Tian watched their pathetic display with a mocking smirk. These fools really have a death wish, stealing military merits so blindly. Seizing his chance, Jian Cheng played the ultimate victim. Captain Lu, look at my horrific wounds. Someone here tried to murder me. The elite captain narrowed his eyes in deadly focus. Who exactly dared to attack you? That monster right there. He completely defied the sacred alliance laws. Ina pointed a trembling finger straight at Su Chen. He violently assaulted me and utterly crippled our commanding officer. Captain Lu's eyes widened in total shock as he recognized that familiar face. Jian Cheng smirked with twisted satisfaction. Please execute this criminal immediately. He thought to himself, Su Chen, you dared to cross me. Now you will pay with your life. But instead of attacking, Captain Lu smiled brightly and stepped forward. Mr. Su, I never expected our paths to cross again so soon. Jian Cheng's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Wait, what? Ina felt her entire world crash down around her. Impossible. How could a nobody like Su Chen know the elite captain? Jian Cheng stubbornly gritted his teeth. So what if they are friends? Military law is absolute. Not even the gods can save him now. Captain Lu, as a warrant officer, I officially demand his immediate execution. The captain just scoffed with a chilling smile. A warrant officer? You think you hold actual power? Listen closely, fool. Even if Su Chen erased your existence, I would have zero authority to arrest him. Jian Cheng's face twisted in pure outrage. You command the Blood Corps Glory. Are you seriously going to protect this criminal? Captain Lu leaned in with a mocking grin. Protect him. The rank Su Chen holds completely eclipses your pathetic existence. Su Chen let out an exhausted sigh. Why phrase it like that? Jian Cheng's mind was in total denial. Outranks me. How could this absolute trash possibly outrank a military officer? The captain gestured for Su Chen to reveal his true identity. With a helpless shrug, Su Chen pulled a gleaming badge from his pocket. Ina squinted at it in total confusion. What kind of cheap toy is that? Flashing garbage will not save your pathetic life. But the moment Jian Cheng saw it, the blood drained from his face. A first lieutenant insignia, Captain Lu's voice boomed like thunder. Open your blind eyes and witness true greatness. Su Chen is a first lieutenant of the Alliance. He is a legendary savior of humanity. You are nothing but a bottom-feeding warrant officer. You are not even worthy to shine his combat boots. How could a fresh academy rookie reach such a god-tier rank? This is completely impossible. His legs gave out as he collapsed to the dirt in total despair. It is over. My entire life is completely finished. Once the dust settled, the captain turned for orders. Lieutenant Su, the truth is clear. How shall we execute their punishment? After a brief exchange, the captain delivered the chilling verdict. Stealing military merits and framing a superior officer, prepare to face the ultimate penalty. Jian Chang began groveling like a pathetic dog. Su Chen, please, my cousin goes to your elite academy. He is your senior. Spare my life and I swear I will be your loyal servant forever. Aina crawled through the dirt, sobbing uncontrollably. Tian, I am begging you. Please make him show mercy. I will be your slave. Just do not let them lock me away. The arrogant crowd of survivors instantly dropped to their knees, weeping in sheer terror. Lord Su, please show us your infinite mercy. We were blind fools to ever disrespect your divine presence. A majestic lieutenant like you would never stoop to our pathetic level. We will kowtow until our heads bleed, just spare us. Su Chen did not even blink, his voice cold. Captain Liu processed this absolute trash strictly by alliance law. The captain saluted with absolute respect. You have achieved another monumental victory, sir. I will report your legendary deeds immediately. Then the hardened captain sneaked a shy glance at Zilong, his cheeks flushing bright red. He awkwardly shuffled over, scratching his head like a nervous schoolboy. Excuse me. I have a tiny request if you do not mind. Zilong crossed his arms, his aura deadly serious. Spit it out. The captain's face burned with complete embarrassment. Could you possibly log into your female avatar so I can admire it? A murderous aura instantly exploded from Zilong's body. Get the hell out of my sight. Rejected, the elite captain sulked away in pure defeat. Soon our heroes finally arrived at the grand metropolis. It was time for Tian to part ways. Su Chen, my academy registration awaits. Farewell. But Su Chen suddenly called out, freezing her in her tracks. She turned back, a soft smile gracing her lips. Just call me Tian. Su Chen's eyes narrowed with absolute certainty. That demonic beast was specifically hunting you down, was it not? Tian stiffened her heart, skipping a massive beat. How in the world did you figure that out? His analytical mind had caught every detail. During the chaos, every single deadly tentacle locked solely onto our position. She let out a heavy sigh, finally dropping her guard. You were right. I was its primary target. Without your divine intervention, my fate would have been completely sealed. Su Chen's curiosity burned even brighter. But why would the dark forces target you specifically? Tian's voice dropped to a solemn whisper. Because I am the blood daughter of Wang Longxiang. That legendary name sent a massive shockwave straight through his core. Wang Longxiang. She turned away, leaving behind one final chilling warning. Getting too close to my destiny will only drag you into an abyss of danger. Goodbye. Li Lei scratched his head, completely lost in confusion. Wang Longxiang, why does that name sound like a forgotten legend? Zilong stepped forward, his expression dead serious. He is the immortal Longxiang, one of the 12 supreme marshals defending all of humanity. He commands the ultimate Longxiang vanguard deep within the abyssal war zone. His absolute ruthlessness and godlike power literally strike terror into the hearts of the demonic horde. Honestly, besides Su Chen himself, there's no human warrior the savage gods despise more. Su Chen rubbed his chin, the puzzle pieces finally locking together. So, that is the hidden truth. I never imagined Tian held the bloodline of a supreme marshal. Zilong's eyes narrowed with deep suspicion. It makes zero sense. Why would royal blood travel completely unguarded? And why enroll in a garbage second-rate school like Sky Spirit Academy, especially when her sword mastery is already at a godly level? Suddenly, Yu gasped, staring at her screen in pure horror. Papa Su, something is horribly wrong. With trembling hands, she shoved the device toward him. You need to see this right now. Su Chen's blood instantly ran cold as he read the catastrophic headline. The words flashed like a devastating curse. Supreme Marshal Wang Longxiang has officially fallen in combat. Her voice shook as tears welled in her eyes. The entire Hunter network is exploding with the news. They are saying the invincible Marshal was slaughtered in the Abyssal Zone 3 days ago. A sudden deafening blast instantly shattered the silence. Zilong immediately recognized the intense sound. It was an Alliance signal flare. Only absolute emergencies ever triggered this. Every eye nervously locked onto the massive broadcast screen. The news anchor's voice aggressively trembled with devastating sorrow. We bring heartbreaking news to all of humanity. Grand Marshal Longxiang, one of our 12 legendary human marshals, has tragically fallen on the abyssal battlefield. A grand memorial for the hero would soon be held in the Dragon capital. Li Lei froze in absolute paralyzing disbelief. He actually died. This was humanity's very first marshal to fall against the alien races, the absolute highest-ranking military casualty in history. But Su Chen sensed something entirely different. Does this not feel completely off to you guys? Zilong caught on immediately. It is undeniably strange. The marshal fell 3 days ago, and the internet is already losing its mind. Yet the Alliance is only making it public right now. Plus, the official statement was incredibly vague. Zero details about the specific cause of death or how a powerhouse fell. Meanwhile, Yue Chan desperately choked back devastating tears. Father, she swore silently, I absolutely swear to carry on your magnificent legacy. No matter what it takes, Pushing through the tragedy, the squad arrived at the magnificent academy gates. After surviving countless brutal trials, they had finally reached the legendary Tienjing Academy. Let's get registered first, Su Chen eagerly urged. Then we will find a way to heal Zilong. But Zilong suddenly pointed at a distant figure. Hey, take a good look at those security guards over there. Li Lei intensely narrowed his eyes. Unless I am completely blind. Is that Wei Ti Hui? The entire squad rubbed their chins in perfect comedic synchronization. It is definitely him. Humiliated Wei Ti Hui snapped with blazing red cheeks. Have you stared long enough? Su Chen raised a highly curious eyebrow. Wei Ti Hui, why are you working security here? The boy's face dropped into absolute misery. I totally bombed the National Awakening exams. I failed to get into Tianjing Academy. Li Lei aggressively scratched his head in sheer confusion. So you missed Tianjing, but with your insane combat power, destroying any Tier 2 academy should be a complete breeze. Wei Ti Hui's eyes violently burned with unwavering resolve. My only absolute destiny is Tianjing Academy. The only woman my heart chases is Senior Murong. If I cannot walk these halls as a student, then I will fiercely guard its gates. Su Chen absolutely refused to entertain this ridiculous melodrama. Such epic ambition. You keep guarding that gate like a true champion. We are heading inside now. The guard passionately shouted back with blazing defiance. Su Chen, my ultimate destiny powerfully reaches the heavens. I yield to absolutely no one. One day, this lowly guard will violently turn the tides of fate. I will definitively crush you. The squad smoothly merged into a massive winding queue. Campus staff loudly directed all the newly awakened freshmen to properly maintain their lines for official registration. Moments later, Yue finally reached the instructor's desk. Thank the heavens, our turn at last, Li Lei sighed. Suddenly, Tian Fei violently shoved her aside. Move it, peasant. Teacher Duan, urgently process my elite enrollment first. Yue's temper instantly flared at the unbelievable disrespect. Are you completely blind? Why are you aggressively shoving me? The arrogant youth scoffed with supreme toxic contempt. I confidently ordered you to step aside, so you better obey. She stubbornly stood her ground, radiating pure defiance. Why the hell should I move? Go wait in the absolute back. Tian Fei violently smirked with overwhelming entitlement. Because I am a prestigious academy legacy descendant. Yue absolutely refused to quietly back down to this tyrant. I do not care about your stupid legacy. Even if you were my own biological son, you still cannot disrespectfully cut the line. Smack. A vicious blinding slap brutally struck her face before she could react. Murderous aura exploded around Tian Fei. Filthy mouth. You deserve a beating. Seeing his teammate assaulted, absolute fiery fury ignited within Li Lei. I will violently crush him. But Su Chen tightly gripped his comrade's arm. He coldly turned to the instructor. Teacher, he just assaulted a student. Are you seriously going to completely ignore this blatant violation? Teacher Kiming confidently adjusted his glasses without a shred of guilt. Tian Fei has violated absolutely zero academy regulations. Li Lei's blood boiled. Are you fully blind? He blatantly cut the line. The teacher coldly emphasized his highly biased point. He explicitly stated his legacy status. Li Lei aggressively pointed at his leader. What kind of garbage privilege is that? Our brother Su over here is the supreme national awakening valedictorian. The arrogant noble violently burst into highly obnoxious laughter. A national exam valedictorian. You pathetic country bumpkins have no idea where you are. Every single ordinary piece of trash around here was a top-tier valedictorian. Somewhere. Valedictorians are practically completely worthless here. Teacher Qming aggressively crossed his arms. Tian Fei, properly educate these totally ignorant freshmen. Otherwise, they might actually think I am playing favorites. The noble violently sneered, dripping with supreme unearned superiority. Open your pathetic little ears and intensely listen. The elite hierarchy of Tianjing Academy is strictly divided into 3 absolute tiers. The supreme first tier completely belongs to the Heavenly Palace elites. They are practically myths. The second tier belongs to glorious legacy descendants. We carry the pure bloodlines of legendary academy masters and elite families. We enjoy ultimate free admission. We never even needed your pathetic little exams. And that absolutely precious valedictorian title you worship, that automatically strictly places you at the very bottom. You are nothing but the lowest, most insignificant trash here. Ding! A familiar blinding blue screen instantly materialized before Su Chen's eyes. The Supreme System had just issued a brand new awakening quest. Objective: completely dominate Tianjing Academy and make the host's name legendary. Tian Fei violently barked like a superior absolute master. Has reality finally crushed your tiny pathetic brains? Now rapidly step aside. But Su Chen calmly aggressively stepped forward, demanding absolute undeniable clarity. Teacher Duan, let me firmly ask you something directly. Is this blatant hierarchy between normal students and legacy descendants an official academy law? The instructor deeply frowned, completely trapped. Well, officially, absolutely not. The noble aggressively leaned intensely forward, smirking incredibly maliciously. It is an absolute supreme unwritten law of power, you complete idiot. Every single conscious person here totally understands it. Wham! Su Chen's hand aggressively moved like devastating lightning, violently slapping the noble. No official rules yet, you arrogantly bark like a dog. Tian Fei completely staggered, his universe totally shattered. You actually violently hit me, Su Chen pointed incredibly coldly. Get in line, trash. Absolute massive shockwaves completely ripped through the entire freshman crowd. He actually violently dared to strike Tian Fei. That crazy guy belongs to the incredibly powerful Hong Awakened family. Who on earth is this absolutely insane newcomer? His mysterious name is completely missing from the elite freshman rankings. He must be an absolutely ordinary commoner who somehow passed. Teacher Qiming deeply sighed with absolute incredibly helpless frustration. Was that violent escalation really necessary? A lowly basic commoner provoking a mighty legacy descendant is pure absolute suicide. Fiery blood dripped from Tian Fei's mouth as his terrifying aura exploded. Whichever utterly pathetic hand just touched my elite face, violently chop it off immediately. Swoosh! Su Chen ruthlessly aggressively aimed a devastating second slap. Chop this, you absolute ridiculous clown. The arrogant noble miraculously barely dodged the heavy strike. Su Chen violently smirked with pure, highly sarcastic mockery. Oh, quite impressively fast. Tian Fei's blazing eyes violently burned with absolute demonic fury. You worthless street garbage. You arrogantly dare challenge my ultimate authority with such weak tricks. Bam! Su Chen surprisingly launched a brutal kick straight to his fragile skull. Li Lei cheered with absolute ecstatic joy. Serves him perfectly right. His incredibly empty brain desperately needed that massive reboot. Terrifying, searing heat instantly erupted from Tian Fei's completely shattered pride. He was actually a powerful elite, summoner blazing, completely ferocious flames violently entirely swallowed the absolutely shocked surrounding space. The fiercely panicked surrounding freshmen completely retreated in absolute, totally screaming terror. A fire attribute warrior class. Their incredibly explosive burst damage is absolutely legendary. This is a complete disaster. He violently provoked the worst absolutely possible target. Even fiercely among the elite legacy bloodlines, his destructive combat power sits at the absolute peak. Tian Fei furiously lunged forward, unleashing a devastating flame-engulfed fist. Let me violently show your incredibly pathetic, valedictorian title. The absolutely insurmountable power gap. Su Chen extremely casually tilted his totally relaxed body, effortlessly, perfectly dodging. Frustrated beyond absolute belief, Tian Fei violently, fiercely roared. Su Chen flawlessly, amazingly danced through every single blazing punch, his chilling tone completely dripping with absolutely freezing contempt. Utterly, perfectly brainless. You cannot absolutely perfectly even graze a single tiny hair on my body. Is this the incredibly legendary power gap you arrogantly bragged about, supreme legacy bloodline? You are strictly nothing but an absolute, completely pathetic joke. The utterly entire courtyard stood absolutely perfectly, frozen jaws completely hitting the floor. Holy divine systems. That was unbelievably massively epic. He purely just verbally, totally decimated an elite, powerful noble. This new absolutely bold guy has completely massive guts. Tian Fei has incredibly never suffered such catastrophic humiliation in his entire privileged life. He has completely lost his mind. Tian Fei roared, dual fireballs igniting in his palms. You are dead meat. You have successfully provoked my killing intent. I will burn you to ashes right here, blazing tornado. A devastating fire vortex instantly engulfed Su Chen. Watching the raging inferno, his two teammates screamed in panic. Brother Su. The bystanders shook their heads in pity. With flames that intense, not even his bones will remain. He brought this upon himself. A mere freshman trying to show off. Tian Fei sneered with absolute arrogance. Acting tough, now you are nothing but scattered ashes. Teacher Qiming interjected coldly. Stop staring. Get back in line and continue your registration. But as the smoke cleared, Su Chen stood there completely unharmed. I called you garbage. Was I wrong? He mocked effortlessly. Tian Fei's eyes widened in absolute shock. What the hell? Where did my blazing tornado go? Only Su Chen knew the truth. His summoned donkey's spatial ability was incredibly overpowered, instantly absorbing all the flames that dared to approach. Tian Fei was utterly dumbfounded. How on earth did this punk pull that off? Why did his ultimate fire strike just vanish? Even Qiming grew suspicious. What exactly is this freshman's class? Su Chen waved his hand casually. My turn to attack. Seeing the opponent was just a donkey, Tian Fei scoffed in disdain. What can a pathetic mule possibly do to me? The donkey charged straight ahead. Tian Fei leaped up to dodge, cursing, trash summoner. But boom, a brutal kick from the beast's hind legs slammed right into him. What Tian Fei crashed face first into the dirt, a massive bump, swelling on his head. Su Chen smirked coldly. The last guy who said that to me is already pushing up daisies. Tian Fei gritted his teeth, reassessing the situation. A dual beast summoner. Fine, I underestimated you. But so what? Before he could even finish bragging, the donkey's rear end was already right in his face. Tianfei's face flushed with fury and panic. What? There is another one. Wham! A vicious hoof strike shattered his glasses into pieces, and as a bonus, the beast delivered a devastating double kick with both hind legs straight to his face. Tianfei was absolutely humiliated. What kind of freakish summoner was this, who in their right mind forms a contract with 3 donkeys? Su Chen pressed his blade against Tianfei's neck. Still want to look down on me? The freshman's jaws dropped to the floor. They never expected the elite Tianfei to actually lose. The last time a common student dared to publicly beat down an academy noble was Senior Muron. And now she is a legendary Heaven's Mandate student. Are you seriously comparing this guy to Senior Muron? You're giving him way too much credit. Yet Tianfei stubbornly continued to curse. Su Chen delivered a ruthless slap across his face. Listen closely. My name is Su Chen, but if you prefer, you can just call me Daddy. Tianfei glared fiercely. Su Chen, right? Stop acting so damn cocky. You think holding a knife means you have won. You would not dare actually touch me. Su Chen gladly obliged. Then let us test that theory. Before things could escalate further, Quming finally intervened. Stop at once. Su Chen, release him immediately. Hearing this, Tianfei let out a victorious laugh. You idiot, I told you that you could not do anything to me. Su Chen looked up completely baffled by the teacher's command. Quming ordered with heavy authority. Have you caused enough chaos? I said release him. Su Chen questioned coldly Teacher Quming when I was being burned alive just a moment ago. Why did you not tell him to stop? Quming felt his absolute authority being challenged. Are you daring to question me? A lowly freshman like you has the nerve to question me. Su Chen's eyes darkened with pure hostility. This arrogant attitude again. Is this truly the standard of the Skywhale Academy? The teacher roared back. I have entertained you enough. Do not run your mouth in my presence. Refusing to back down, Su Chen pressed on. In front of this entire crowd, are you really throwing away all fairness? As an educator, do you not feel even a shred of shame? Quming declared without a single ounce of hesitation. I do not know the meaning of the word shame. I only know that in the cruel world of awakened ones, everything is dictated by absolute power and background. At Sky Whale Academy, commoners simply have no right to speak. Su Chen's face grew dangerously dark. Pressing his blade even closer to Tianfei, he murmured, hearing you say that everything makes perfect sense now. Quming scoffed, a stubborn fool like you will never survive in this world. These harsh words sent a chilling wave of whispers through the freshman crowd. Do ordinary students really have zero human rights here? I thought getting into Sky Whale Academy was a golden ticket to the top. Turns out we are just stepping into the absolute rock bottom of the awakened society. A crushing sense of powerlessness washed over them. Seizing the distraction, Tianfei glared at Su Chen, with murderous hatred blazing fire erupting around his fists. He lunged forward like a madman. I will kill you. Su Chen stood perfectly still, a chilling smile forming. I was waiting for you to say that. Where was this guy getting his confidence? This sheer humiliation. If I do not rip you apart today, how can I ever show my face among the noble heirs again? So what if you are a summoner? I refuse to believe I cannot slaughter you in close combat. In response, Su Chen pulled his arm back for a devastating counterpunch. Perfect positioning. I have been holding this fully charged strike in for way too long. Bam! A monstrous punch buried deep into his stomach, leaving Tianfei completely paralyzed with shock. When his entire body was blasted into the air by a raging tornado of fire, Teacher Quming watched in absolute horror. Impossible. He instantly summoned an earth wall. Block it. He desperately tried to stop the incoming inferno, but crack. The heavy stone shield shattered into a million pieces. A fiery shockwave crashed directly into Quming's chest. How is this possible? The overwhelming force sent the teacher flying backward through the air. Su Chen grinned wildly at his masterpiece. Now that feels incredibly satisfying. The surrounding freshmen stood frozen, their jaws completely unhinged. Is he really just a freshman? A group of upperclassmen rushed over to investigate. What on earth is going on here? What caused such a massive explosion? The crowd could only stare in pure awe. Strong. He is unbelievably strong. How can he possess this kind of power? He literally just enrolled, yet he crushed a noble heir and absolutely humiliated a teacher. This guy is going to become an absolute legend overnight. Becoming famous like this might be a death sentence. Everyone knows how terrifying the noble faction's influence is inside the academy. Suddenly, someone squinted. Wait a second, does this guy look super familiar to anyone else? I remember Senior Murong announcing she had a boyfriend. Does he not look exactly like the guy in the rumors? You are totally right, the resemblance is uncanny. Someone go confirm it. Another student gasped. No need to confirm anything. His name is Su Chen. It is definitely him. That is the bastard who stole my goddess Murong away from me. Even if he turned to dust, I would still recognize him. Ding. The system chimed in. Congratulations, you have achieved the milestone of gaining widespread notoriety at Sky Whale Academy. Your name is now known to all. Congratulations on receiving a special item. The Blade of Happiness. Su Chen blinked in total confusion. What the hell is a Blade of Happiness? The item description quickly popped up. The Blade of Happiness is a single-use consumable. One blade is automatically generated every 7 days. Initial reward includes 10 complementary blades. Each blade possesses the absolute power to physically sever the 2 family jewels of any adult male target. A giant bead of sweat rolled down Su Chen's forehead. A divine castration tool. I knew this damn dog system would never give me anything completely normal. Meanwhile, in a highly tense 4-person meeting, Madame Han broke the heavy silence. Miss Murong, our Sakura district has completely run out of patience. If your side refuses to make a move, we will forcibly open that ancient ruin ourselves. In Song, representing the Bong faction, chimed in aggressively. Our patience is also exhausted. You must give us a definitive answer today. But Murong Ju did not yield a single inch. Baying, both of you need to understand one crucial fact. That ancient ruin has always belonged exclusively to our dragon district. Miss Hannah smirked. It might belong to your faction, but we hold the key now. There are 3 total. Sakura Sector and Apex Sector each claim 1. Only your dragon sector failed. Blame your own pathetic weakness. She sneered mockingly. How did you acquire those 2 keys? Do you not already know? Miss Hannah offered an ultimatum. However, we got them. It proves our absolute superiority. You have exactly half a month left. If you cannot secure that final key, I will personally unlock that ancient ruin. Before departing, she threw back a warning. Farewell, Morgana. Remember, 15 days is your absolute limit. Mia clenched her fists in fury. What should we do now? This is purely infuriating. Are we really letting outsiders raid our dragon sector ruins? Morgana demanded updates. Still, 0 clues on the final key. Mia shook her head. Nothing yet. But the Lawson family hunted for it. However, their young master died unexpectedly during the human trials, halting everything. Morgana frowned. A prestigious awakening family perished in standard human trials. Mia blinked in confusion. Is that weird? Morgana narrowed her eyes. It is a massive anomaly. Elite awakening families bypass exams to directly enter Celestial Academy. Dig into exactly why the Lawson heir took the basic human trial. Mia skipped off happily. You were brilliant, boss. I am on it. Left alone, Morgana calculated the shifting tides. The human trials were completely over. Even though Seth lacked a designated class, his overwhelming performance meant dominating the Celestial Academy entrance was guaranteed, judging by the timeline he had arrived. Meanwhile, outside the gates, Seth was utterly wrecking his opponent. Mr. Clark roared in sheer fury. Was that intentional? He provoked me, so my fist slipped. Theo lay battered but still spat venom. You arrogant trash, you are totally dead meat. If you survive in Celestial Academy, I will surrender my status as a man. Seth smiled coldly. Let me grant that wish with a blissful strike. Theo looked confused. Suddenly, an agonizing crunch echoed from his lower half. He collapsed, writhing. My jewels, they are utterly destroyed, Seth declared ruthlessly. Mission accomplished. You are no longer a man. The surrounding students gasped in pure horror. Theo's manhood was completely erased. I did not see anything, but I feel terrified. Seth moved too fast to track Theo, shrieked his desperate command. Mr. Drake. The Vance family demands you execute this bastard. Mr. Clark cowardly shouted his reprimands from a safe distance. Seth assaulting peers and injuring faculty violates absolute campus law. Follow me to the disciplinary office. You face immediate expulsion. Seth stood unyielding. On what grounds? Theo clearly initiated this clash. The teacher scoffed. Because I command it. Explanations are unnecessary. This blatant corruption ignited Seth's blazing anger. I refuse. Mr. Clark snarled his threat. Who cares what a trash-tier student thinks? Come quietly, or I will use brutal force. Seth flipped him a deeply disrespectful middle finger. You absolute idiot. That defiance shattered the teacher's ego. You dare insult a prestigious Celestial Academy instructor. Seth unleashed his verbal counterattack. Garbage like you calls yourself a mentor. Mr. Clark charged forward recklessly. You are dead. I am expelling you right now. Just as the teacher readied his physical strike, a chilling voice demanded peace. The crowd erupted in shock. It was the legendary senior Morgana. Why is the campus goddess here? Are she and Seth actually connected? Mr. Clark demanded answers. Morgana, I am disciplining a rookie. Back off. She glared dangerously. You dare touch my man? Seth stood there completely speechless. Well, that was dangerously direct. The revelation instantly shattered every fanboy's heart. Did my ears glitch? Senior Morgana has a boyfriend. My life is completely over. Seth must die. The furious teacher warned her. Do not forget the hierarchy, Morgana. Her arrogant aura never wavered. So when I belong to the apex tier? Mr. Clark gritted his teeth for one final question. Will you really fight for Seth? Morgana nodded coldly. Absolutely. Powerless against her rank, the teacher dragged Theo away. We are leaving. Theo swore bloody vengeance. This is far from over, Seth. Let us see how long you hide behind women. Walking away with the senior, Seth nodded. Thanks for the sudden rescue. She waved it off casually. No thanks needed. It was purely selfish. You are now officially my fake boyfriend. It brings you massive trouble, but effectively shields me from annoyances. Seth chuckled dryly. Then I retract my gratitude completely. Morgana paused. Any pressing questions? Otherwise, I am heading out. Seth brought up the system mechanics. Celestial Academy is the Dragon Sector's pinnacle. Why such an extreme class divide? How is this hierarchy fair? She revealed the dark truth. The Academy is ruled by the human elite faction. Seth frowned at the unfamiliar term. Morgana sighed. Never heard of the elites. Makes sense, you lack the clearance. Understand this, to survive Celestial Academy, you must prove overwhelming strength. Evolve from a trash-tier novice into a supreme elite. Seth asked with genuine curiosity. Are you part of this supreme elite faction? She shook her head. I do not quite qualify yet. He pointed toward a heavily wounded Zion. Last question. My sworn brother is severely injured. Is there a system recovery method? Morgana offered a quest tip. The campus hides a Flora Sovereign Realm. Harvest a snow spirit mushroom to fully heal any damage. Seth's eyes sparked. Let us conquer this Flora Sovereign Realm. She issued a grim warning. That realm is a brutal 3-star difficulty zone, as mere level 2 rookies stepping inside is pure, unadulterated suicide. Your immediate mission is the Class Star Tower. Farm experience and rank up first. Arriving at the monolithic structure, the party gazed up in absolute awe. So this is the warrior class spire. The warrior path is incredibly popular. Look at this massive player queue. Leon stepped up confidently. Seth, us 3 warriors will raid this tower together. Seth could only caution them. Stay highly vigilant in there. Moments later, the trio stumbled out battered. Seth rushed over. What happened? You all look half dead. Leon groaned in utter defeat. The difficulty is insane. Class advancement is a literal death trap. No wonder high-tier awakened are so incredibly rare. Not everyone survives this brutal system. Derek coughed up blood. It was a total slaughterhouse. The players behind us never respawned. They definitely perish inside. Seth finally grasped the terrifying reality of the awakening path. True power demanded blood. Zion lowered his head in deep shame. Honestly, without me deadweighting the party, you two might have actually cleared it. His 2 companions offered quick reassurance. Zilong, this is not on you. Even without your involvement, surviving that trial was absolutely impossible for us. Exactly. Your warning let us evacuate in time. 1 second of hesitation and we would have been monster food. Just then, a challenger strolled out of the tower, beaming with sheer pride. I cleared the stage. Did you guys finally rank up too? It took 2 agonizing days of grinding, but I finally broke through to the 2-star rank. It was an absolute nightmare. Su Chen stepped forward to ask. Brother, how did you manage to clear it? The man scoffed. Do not even ask. I spent 2 grueling years forging this black gold hammer. It literally doubled my combat power. That is the only reason I managed to conquer the stage and rank up. Hearing this, Su Chen casually smirked. So clearing this trial is not actually that difficult. With a swift motion, Su Chen pulled a shimmering breastplate from his spatial ring. Zilong gasped in shock. Is that young Master Lu's divine armor, using overpowered gear to carry you through the trial? Talk about an effortless victory. The main character then summoned an entire herd of donkeys. Take this divine armor. I am also lending you 30 beasts to act as your ultimate meat shields during the run. Li Lei blinked in pure confusion. Wearing the divine armor makes sense, but can we seriously drag these donkeys into the dungeon? Su Chen just waved his hand dismissively. Both gear and beasts count as external combat assets. Just walk in with them. The system will definitely allow it. Watching the trio march into the portal alongside a donkey brigade nearby, challengers rubbed their eyes, convinced they were hallucinating. Did we walk into the wrong zone? Is this not the specific awakening tower for summoners? No, we are in the right place. The location coordinates perfectly match. I have never seen a summoner control an entire army of actual donkeys before. This must genuinely be their exclusive domain. Let us hurry and find the warrior tower instead. Minutes later, Li Lei strutted out of the portal, glowing with absolute excitement. Brother Su, we cleared it. Reading his ecstatic expression, Su Chen smirked. Your rank advancement was successful. Li Lei confidently flexed his newly awakened muscles. A total success. I am not even exaggerating right now. After stepping into the 2-star realm, my base stats feel like they have multiplied by 10. The power surge is insane. Yue eagerly chimed in. As an armored warrior, my physical defense has evolved tremendously. This is a complete qualitative transformation. Su Chen nodded in deep satisfaction. Since you are all powered up, let us immediately head toward the Medicine King dungeon. The dungeon entrance was completely swarming with eager awakeners. Li Lei whistled in sheer amazement. Look at this massive crowd. The Medicine King instance is definitely a top-tier farming zone. Several academy students were gossiping nearby. Why is this specific territory overflowing with challengers today? Did you forget? The legendary spiritual herbs inside this zone have finally reached full maturity. This is literally a once-in-a-decade phenomenon. The absolute level cap for this dungeon is restricted to 3 stars. Right now, practically every elite 3-star awakener from the academy has gathered here. Even some reckless 2-star novices are trying to join the hype. What can a 2-star possibly achieve? This is a hardcore difficulty raid. Sending low ranks inside is literally just feeding the monsters. Right in the middle of their heated debate, a battered and bloody party staggered out of the portal. The waiting crowd erupted into absolute shock. That is Team Vanguard. They got kicked out. Their core members are all peak 3-star veterans. They are a highly renowned combat squad. Judging by their miserable state, they definitely failed the raid again. This is actually their third consecutive wipeout. The surrounding awakeners shivered in creeping terror as they whispered. The system labels this zone as hardcore difficulty. However, because the decade-old divine herbs are currently blooming, the dungeon's baseline danger level has dynamically mutated. I am genuinely terrified that the current scaling has officially breached the Nightmare class. Charging into a Nightmare tier instance is basically signing your own death warrant. If even seasoned veterans like Team Vanguard got completely decimated, we stand zero chance. Let us just pack up and leave. Analyzing the threat, Su Chen made a swift decision. This domain is way too lethal. Since you three just barely scraped into the 2-star bracket, I will solo this dungeon raid myself. Li Lei nodded in grim understanding. You are right. Following you inside would only turn us into massive burdens. Zilong chimed in with deep concern. Su Chen, if things go sideways, immediately evacuate. Healing my fatal injuries can definitely wait. Relax, I know what I am doing, he confidently assured them. As he merged into the massive crowd, a familiar voice suddenly called out his name. Shuang Yan and her elite squad approached through the chaos. Su Chen, I never expected to cross paths with you here. Are you planning to challenge the Medicine King raid too? Su Chen calmly nodded. Yeah, what a bizarre coincidence. Standing nearby, Du Tianyi narrowed his eyes, demanding a proper introduction. Shuang Yan immediately stepped forward to bridge the gap. Senior brother Du, this is my former classmate from the Intermediate Academy. His name is Su Chen and his combat prowess is genuinely terrifying. Turning back to the main character, she continued eagerly. Su Chen, allow me to introduce our second-year upperclassman. This is Senior Du Tianyi. He is a peak 3-star awakener who founded this phenomenal combat squad. His base stats are overwhelmingly powerful. The arrogant senior offered a highly condescending reminder. Every single prodigy who manages to graduate into Zenith Academy thinks they are completely invincible. Back in their hometowns, they were treated like absolute legends. However, the moment they step foot into Zenith Academy, their brilliant halos instantly shatter. They realize they are nothing more than utterly average background characters. Junior Su, I strongly advise you to humble your mindset right now. It will drastically improve your survival rate within this academy's harsh hierarchy. Su Chen raised an amused eyebrow. Tell me, Senior Du, are you one of those privileged legacy kids raised inside the academy? Du Tianyi crossed his arms, practically radiating pure aristocratic arrogance. You have a remarkably sharp eye. I suppose my overwhelmingly superior aura makes it obvious that I am completely different from you commoners. Su Chen mockingly played along. Oh, definitely. That blindingly arrogant aura matches perfectly with every single legacy brat I have utterly crushed into the dirt before. Catching the heavy dose of pure venom in his voice, the senior stood there completely paralyzed by rage. Two of his lackeys instantly exploded in defense of their leader. You insolent little punk, do you even realize what you just said? Stop sprouting such delusional garbage. A pathetic bug like you could never even scratch a noble legacy student. It looks like somebody is absolutely begging for a brutal reality check. Du Tianyi coldly raised a hand, faking a magnanimous posture. Stand down. These ignorant freshmen are exactly like newborn calves rushing blindly at tigers. I fully understand their sheer stupidity. There is zero need to stoop to his pathetic level. Once the brutal reality of this academy grinds his bones to dust, he will learn how to beg on his knees. Desperate to diffuse the crushing tension, Shuang Yan rapidly changed the subject. Su Chen, are you truly heading straight into the Medicine King trial? He casually nodded. That is the plan. She blinked, scanning the chaotic area behind him in confusion. Where is the rest of your party? Su Chen shrugged flawlessly. I do not have a party. I am diving into this hellscape entirely solo. Shuang Yan instantly frowned, completely horrified by his suicidal strategy. Going in completely alone, that is basically a guaranteed death sentence. The two aggressive lackeys sneered forcefully, inserting themselves back into the conversation. Is this trash actually brain damaged? A lone wolf thinks he can devour the entire Medicine King domain by himself. What an absolute joke. Judging from the insane garbage spilling out of his mouth, this guy is drowning in his own delusional arrogance. Relying on a clown like him would be a fatal mistake. Du Tianyi adjusted his collar, projecting an aura of fake benevolence. Shuang Yan, if you are truly concerned about your pathetic old classmate, he can join our elite vanguard. I am a highly forgiving leader. I will overlook his previous disrespect. Taking the hint, she extended a hopeful invitation. Su Chen, please join our formation. Venturing into the abyss together guarantees we can watch each other's backs. But the main character instantly waved them off with zero hesitation. Hard pass. My schedule is way too packed to babysit you guys. Man Ye and Ji Feng, the two bootlicking goons, exploded at his sheer disrespect. This ungrateful worm is literally brain dead. Du Tianyi shook his head dismissively. Xuan Yan, save your breath. Even the wisest words cannot pull a doomed ghost back from the grave. With your peerless awakening talent, you are destined to ascend into the Academy's elite inner circle. Do yourself a favor and permanently cut ties with bottom-feeding trash like him. She firmly shook her head. Senior brother Du, the list of awakeners I genuinely respect is incredibly short, and Su Chen is one of them. His true combat potential is absolutely terrifying. He is far more monstrous than any of you comprehend. The arrogant leader just sneered back. It truly seems my dear Shuang Yan severely lacks real-world dungeon experience. Skywell Academy was a sanctuary for hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who did Su Chen think he was? A mediocre commoner like him didn't even deserve to breathe the same air as the Academy's elite bloodlines. Just step inside and watch Team Heaven, one, steal the show. We will show him the gap between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already breached the secret realm. No wonder it was the Medicine King domain. The rich scent of spiritual herbs hit him instantly. Spiritual herbs cost an absolute fortune in the outside world, yet they grew like wild weeds in here. He decided to farm as much as possible. But the moment Su Chen reached out, the herb mutated into a roaring man-eating blossom. He instantly activated his signature bucket dash to retreat. Without his insane agility stats, the ambush would have been fatal. This Medicine King domain was a literal death trap. The demonic plant roared, desperate to devour its prey. Su Chen's aura flared as he channeled his power. A fully charged strike, multiplied by 5, absolutely obliterated the mutant plant. He exhaled a sharp breath. Threat eliminated, time to resume his harvesting grind. Suddenly, another squad spotted him. Look at that absolute clown over there, one of them mocked. Hey brat, what on earth are you doing? Su Chen blinked in confusion. Gathering spiritual herbs, why is there a problem? The group burst into cruel laughter. No problem at all, keep going, these herbs are practically priceless, so pick as many as you can. They whispered among themselves. What an idiot, he is definitely a clueless newbie. Su Chen quietly eavesdropped on their chatter. There is a Medicine King herb up ahead, let us check if we can secure it. If Team Blondie captures a Medicine King, our prestige at Skywale Academy will skyrocket. A senior named Xing kindly warned him. Junior, you really shouldn't waste your time picking these low-tier spiritual weeds. Su Chen looked completely lost. She sighed and revealed the brutal truth. The domain has a strict system restriction. Every student can only extract a maximum of 3 herbs. Cold sweat rolled down Su Chen's face. There was an inventory limit, no wonder those blonde jerks were laughing. How could Murong Liulian fail to mention such a critical quest detail? Xing continued her explanation. That is why elite students only hunt for the Medicine King. It is an ultra-rare treasure that is insanely difficult to conquer. Because once you pick 3 items, the system locks your extraction slots. Even if you leave the secret realm and return, your previous harvest record cannot be erased. Su Chen stood frozen in shock. Then I am doomed. I already picked 3. Suddenly, panic screams echoed from behind. Several students were sprinting for their lives, relentlessly hunted by a demonic lotus. The rainbow lotus seeds were ripe, triggering its deadly guardian golems. We need to retreat right now, but a vicious vine suddenly pierced straight through a student's chest, leaving the survivors trembling in absolute terror. This monster's aura is terrifying. It is at least a 3-star boss run. But before they could even take 3 steps, massive vines erupted from the earth, sealing their escape routes. Their faces drained of all color. We are dead. It trapped us. Another student gritted his teeth. We have to risk it. If we snatch the rainbow lotus seeds, it severs the mother plant's core connection, and the golems will self-destruct. Driven by desperation, the duo charged. Instantly, the lotus petals snapped shut into a tight bud. The attackers stared in horror. Its defensive form was active, both their glowing swords aimed directly at the sealed blossom. But the petals acted like an impenetrable fortress, unleashing a shockwave that sent them flying. Despair washed over them. The lotus possessed a 4-star defensive rating. It was completely unbreakable. Spiked vines ruthlessly lunged from their blind spots. The terrifying appendages skewered their chests without mercy, leaving only echoes of their final agonizing screams. Witnessing the massacre, Su Chen swallowed hard. So securing a Medicine King was practically a suicide mission. Xing nodded grimly. Exactly. To this day, not a single squad has ever managed to conquer one. The surviving students frantically chose a different path. The Rainbow Lotus's attack and defense are flawless. It is impossible to raid. Retreat to another sector now. But 3 massive vines violently whipped toward them. One guy shrieked in pure panic. We are doomed. The golem's agility stats are way too high. At this rate, we won't even have time to trigger the exit portal. Suddenly, a coward pointed at Su Chen. Lure it toward that clueless idiot. Use him as human bait to buy us time. The trio immediately sprinted their way. Xing's eyes widened in terror. Team Blondie is dragging the aggro to us. Run. Su Chen and Xing dashed backward with everything they had. But suddenly the earth beneath them began to sink. Xing gasped in horror. This is bad. The ground is turning into quicksand. Someone cast an earth-binding spell. Su Chen glared furiously at the approaching trio. Did you scumbags do this? The three blondes ran past them with mocking grins. Sorry, idiot. Just consider it your honorable sacrifice to block the monster's attack for us. Absolute fury erupted in Su Chen's eyes. His voice dropped to a terrifying chill. You worthless scumbags. You are courting death. Standing beside him, Xing unclipped her combat whip. Junior, you need to evacuate first. Su Chen was stunned. Me, leave first. Xing's expression hardened. I will hold the line against the golem and look for an opening to escape. He flatly refused to retreat. As a man, how could he let a woman sacrifice herself? We fight together. She lashed her whip, desperately arguing. Listen to me. You are a freshman with low stats. It is my duty as your senior to protect you. The quicksand has already nerfed our speed. If you do not run now, neither of us survives. Her blazing whip struck the golem's vine, but it didn't leave even a single scratch on its bark. Xing felt a chilling despair. My full power strike did absolutely zero damage. Hurry and go. But thick vines had already formed an inescapable cage around them. Their only exit was straight through the blooming lotus. Su Chen sighed, dropping his stance. We could not leave even if we wanted to. Xing froze completely. This was a catastrophic nightmare. The three treacherous cowards stopped running. They stayed to observe the rainbow lotus for future raid intel. Silently hiding behind a distant log they watched. Suddenly, a brutal vine coiled back, launching a deadly strike toward its trapped prey. Xing took the devastating impact, crashing heavily onto the dirt. Su Chen instantly rushed to support her. Senior, are you all right? Darkness clouded her eyes. I am afraid our journey ends right here. But Su Chen's eyes burned with unyielding confidence. Not necessarily. Those blondes mentioned earlier that securing the seeds disables the mother plant's attacks. Xing coughed up blood, desperately warning him. It is useless. The seeds are shielded by 4-star armor. It is mathematically impossible for us to break. But Su Chen fearlessly charged forward anyway. We will not know until I try. The blonde leader sneered from his hiding spot. Look at that trash trying to play hero. He actually thinks he can harvest the seeds. His lackey smirked. Even veteran elites failed, marching to his own death. What an absolute moron. The golem's razor-sharp vine stabbed towards Su Chen's head. He instantly triggered his bucket dash skill. He blurred away, leaving the spike to crater the ground. The cowards gasped. He actually dodged the mother plant. That bucket he is holding must be a high-tier agility artifact. Let us loot it the second he dies. Meanwhile, Su Chen danced through the battlefield flawlessly, dodging a barrage of lethal spikes raining from above. The spectators were dumbfounded. His luck is insane, he actually reached the core lotus. It does not matter. Even senior students cannot shatter that ultimate petal defense, let alone a pathetic first-year weakling. Arriving before the glowing blossom, Su Chen anchored his stance. He activated his charged strike skill. Raw kinetic energy swirled around his fist before he slammed it directly into the armored bud. The violent recoil launched Su Chen backward through the air. He skidded to a halt, gritting his teeth. Damn it, my charging time was too short. I lacked the sheer damage output to pierce 4-star armor. The hidden cowards laughed hysterically. This guy has completely lost his mind. What an arrogant, fearless fool, soloing a nightmare-tier dungeon encounter like this. It would be a miracle if he did not die. Watch out, Xing screamed from behind. Facing the deadly spikes, Su Chen froze for a split second. He had no choice but to take a massive gamble. Su Chen approached the sacred lotus, leaving everyone utterly speechless. What the? The glowing petals detached on their own. Su Chen commanded coldly, return to me. The massive lotus pod shrank perfectly into his palm. Got it, he grinned triumphantly. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of thorns erupted toward them. The three thugs panicked entirely. What the hell did that brat just do? He actually grabbed the 7-glow lotus seed. Xing's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. It really worked. Su Chen inhaled the soothing fragrance. Truly worthy of the medicine king, just a single sniff purified his soul. Boiling with intense jealousy, a thug complained. Boss, are we really letting some useless freshman steal the medicine king so easily? I cannot accept this. Give the order, boss. Let us teach him a lesson. Sensing danger, Xing urgently warned. Junior, hide the 7-glow lotus seed right now. As Su Chen tucked the treasure away, the system chimed. Ding, limit reached. You have harvested 3 spiritual herbs. Further collection is denied. He stared blankly at his hard-earned ultimate prize. What was that? The gang leader stepped forward, mocking him. So your inventory is completely maxed out, finding the medicine king but failing to extract it. This is absolute comedy. Hand over the 7-glow lotus seed, little brat. Su Chen scoffed coldly. You scumbags just tried to kill me and now you expect a free handout. The boss sneered darkly. You are physically incapable of taking the medicine king outside. Returning later is completely pointless. Without us, what exactly is your master plan? Su Chen casually tossed the priceless treasure backward. I will just feed my donkey. The boss roared furiously. Feed your donkey, you arrogant little punk. Suddenly, a majestic donkey materialized. He was dead serious. Pointing a trembling finger, the leader raged. You filthy brat, if you feed that to a beast, I will slaughter you. Su Chen chucked it backwards. Watch me, you absolute idiot. The boss grabbed his hair in sheer horror. Stop right now. The donkey's massive jaws clamped down on the divine lotus. Sing's eyes widened in absolute shock. What? A legendary medicine king. Devoured by a simple farm animal, burning with murderous intent, the trio charged forward. You wasted a priceless divine artifact on a mindless beast. Die. Ding. The system's mechanical voice echoed loudly. Alert. Your summoned donkey consumes spiritual herbs. Evolution successful. All baseline stats have massively increased. Blazing hellfire erupted around the beast. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a devastating sonic shockwave. Su Chen smirked victoriously. Totally worth it, another glorious evolution. What an amazing power boost. Crush him. Tear him apart, the boss commanded violently. Su Chen chuckled with supreme confidence. I finally understand how this game works. The thugs lunged, blinded by their utter disbelief. Kill the donkey lover. Instantly, Su Chen opened his summoner dimension. An entire stampede of fiery donkeys materialized out of thin air. The boss froze in absolute terror. What in the boss? Are those all his personal summons? Damn it, who holds thousands of contracted beasts, trampled relentlessly by the glowing herd? The thugs could only scream in utter agony. Somebody save us. Su Chen turned to his stunned senior. Care to join me, Xing? Still in shock, she nodded immediately. Sure. They mounted the alpha donkey, fully escorted by a legendary stampede. Xing asked in pure bewilderment. Su Chen, are these beasts all yours? Yep, all mine, he admitted casually. Then what exactly is your awakened class? I am completely jobless. Xing scoffed in complete disbelief. Stop joking. You manipulated a divine lotus and summoned a massive magical army. Those are god-tier abilities. Even elite awakeners could never pull off such an overwhelming feat. Blocking their path was a vicious horde of demonic treants. Su Chen raised his hand ruthlessly, flattened them all. The deafening stampede instantly crushed the demonic plants into total dust. Patting his mount's sturdy neck, he grinned darkly. Alpha, command your squad to devour every single herb here. Roaring majestically, the Alpha unleashed its troops to feast upon the sacred valley. Xing watched nervously. Su Chen, are you seriously letting them consume absolutely everything? He shrugged without a single care. It is a waste otherwise. Besides this, dungeon's spiritual plants will eventually respawn. Xing sighed in sheer admiration. I have never witnessed such an insane playstyle. You're practically stripping this entire dungeon bare. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Chen's mind. By the way, senior, why are you raiding completely solo? Her expression darkened with bitter frustration. Because absolutely zero parties would accept me. Su Chen tilted his head. Why not? It is my awakened class. Su Chen blinked. Your class? Did you awaken an incredibly weak profession? She immediately shook her head. Not at all. I would never have entered Sky Whale Academy with garbage tier stats. My class is actually Dragon Knight. This revelation completely baffled him. A Dragon Knight, that is a legendary super tier class. Why would every guild reject such devastating power? Xing lowered her gaze miserably. Because I simply cannot find a dragon. Su Chen nearly choked. Huh, she sighed heavily. To unlock my true combat potential, I actually need a living dragon mount. But dragons are practically extinct. The brutal truth finally clicked in his brain. A legendary Dragon Knight without an actual dragon. She revealed her tragic solo mission. That is why I risked entering alone. I must locate the mythical dragon saliva grass. Its divine aroma is supposedly capable of luring a wild dragon. This is literally my final desperate hope. Meanwhile, Tienjing's elite squad sensed a strange anomaly. Captain, something feels completely wrong here. He narrowed his eyes sharply. What is the situation? Nanye reported with heavy frustration. We marched for hours. Forget finding the medicine king, we haven't spotted a single basic spiritual weed. Tienjing's expression grew serious. This is highly unnatural. Another anxious member chimed in. Could the recent surge of awakeners have completely wiped out the entire dungeon's ecosystem? Impossible, Tienjing scoffed dismissively. Nobody risks their life for trash herbs, especially with the strict 3-item limit. He boldly commanded them forward. Meanwhile, a golden screen flashed before Su Chen. Ding, system alert, your summoned beast devoured a supreme spiritual herb, evolution successfully achieved. Su Chen gasped in sheer awe. Holy crap, this dungeon is an absolute goldmine. Every single beast in my army has successfully evolved. Ding, another notification brilliantly illuminated the area. Army evolution complete. Congratulations, you unlocked the ultimate group skill. Rolling Donkey. Su Chen helplessly facepalmed at the ridiculous name. Rolling Donkey. Are you absolutely kidding me right now? The system description quickly expanded. Skill type, area of effect. Requirement. A minimum of 10 summoned donkeys to activate the deadly formation. Scale damage multiplies infinitely with higher army numbers. Effect utterly crushes all targets in its destructive path. Bonus grants an automatic 100% critical damage boost against all plant-type enemies. Su Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Honestly, that sounds extremely overpowered. In a dungeon crawling with aggressive flora, this is simply flawless. Suddenly, a massive treant stomped aggressively toward them. Xing panicked entirely. Oh no, an elite treant. One single strike will completely obliterate your low-tier summons. We need to retreat and take a detour immediately. These elite monsters are terrifyingly brutal. Engaging is pure suicide. Facing the towering threat, Su Chen smirked fearlessly. Why run? Let us crush this overgrown weed into absolute dust. Perfect time to test my rolling donkey skill. 10 blazing donkeys charged forward, curling into devastating fireballs. They smashed violently into the treant's vital core. It actually worked, Su Chen cheered triumphantly. But tragically, the monster barely flinched, easily swatting the beasts away. Xing bit her lip anxiously. Your low-level beasts are completely useless. That elite monster possesses impenetrable bark armor. It will not go down easily. Su Chen maintained his absolute composure. His summons weren't weak at all. It just needed overwhelming numbers. 50 of you charge. A barrage of flaming donkeys barreled forward. In a flash, they blasted right through the treant's torso. Tienjing's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. The massive monster was reduced to just a head as the blazing stampede ruthlessly rolled on. Tienjing finally voiced her swirling suspicions. I think I figured out your hidden class. You are a storyteller, aren't you? Su Chen just shook his head with a sigh. A storyteller again. You aren't the first to guess that, but my class is something else entirely. She desperately defended her logic, but only a storyteller could bend reality so bizarrely. Suddenly, an intoxicating aroma drifted through the air, instantly catching Su Chen's attention. What is that heavenly scent? Tienjing's eyes lit up with renewed excitement. That is the aura of the dragon saliva grass. It is right up ahead. But her excitement shattered upon seeing the blockade. 5 towering treants stood as unyielding guardians. There are 3 king-tier herbs over there, including the dragon saliva grass, but those 5 monsters are blocking the path. Those botanical guardians are absolute nightmares. Even a 3-star strike team couldn't breach their defense. Unfazed, Su Chen didn't hesitate for a single second. He instantly summoned a stampede of 500 beasts. The fiery avalanche of summons crashed into their targets. The ancient treants were instantly obliterated into splintered wood. Tienjing seriously began to question reality itself, completely pulverized. He annihilated elite monsters with a single strike. Su Chen, are you truly just a first-year student? His tone carried absolute, unshakable confidence. Fresh out of the box, 100% authentic. Her gaze was completely swallowed by awe. What a monstrous genius. If you actually conquer this Herb King realm today, your name will only be second to Mirong Liulian in Academy history. This grand praise actually left Su Chen bitterly annoyed. Wait, I am still only second to Mirong Liulian. That girl must be terrifyingly overpowered. Standing before the glowing spiritual plant, Tienjing was overwhelmed by surging emotions. I cannot believe my eyes. The legendary dragon saliva grass is right in front of me. Su Chen swiftly divided the spoils of war. Senior Duan, the dragon saliva grass belongs to you. I will take the other 2. Deal. Tienjing quickly waved her hands. But I did not contribute anything to the battle. All 3 of these king-tier herbs should rightfully be yours. I am essentially robbing you blind. I swear I will never forget this life-changing favor. He replied with humble grace. Senior, you are exaggerating the situation. You risked your very life to protect me earlier. This treasure is nothing but what you truly deserve. She knelt reverently to harvest the spiritual plant. To think fate would actually bless me with the dragon saliva grass. I had completely abandoned all hope of finding it. Su Chen then sought out critical system intel. Senior Duan, inside this specific hidden realm. Do the Herb King spawn in fixed geographical locations? She shook her head, revealing the realm's mechanics. Not at all. Their spawn points shift unpredictably. Furthermore, this entire zone only contains 7 king herbs in total. We have already secured 4, leaving only 3 undiscovered. His mind quickly processed the strategic puzzle, so securing the Snow Lingji requires sweeping the entire dimension. Su Chen instantly turned to his lead summon with a command. Spread the word. Have the entire herd scour every inch of this realm, track down the herb kings, and devour all normal herbs along the way. Meanwhile, in another sector, Namia felt an eerie chill. Something is severely wrong here. Forget finding spiritual herbs, why hasn't a single demonic beast crossed our path? Qi Feng chimed in with deep suspicion. I distinctly remember the 7-colored lotus spawning just ahead. Countless elites failed to claim it. Yet now the Herb King has completely vanished without a trace. Tianyi narrowed his eyes at the empty landscape. I fear some catastrophic anomaly has struck the realm. But hey, this works out perfectly for our squad. We can farm our way forward with 0 resistance. As for Su Chen, he had stepped into a frozen wasteland. A violent shiver racked his entire body. The frostbite in this zone is absolutely brutal. Tienjing analyzed the atmospheric anomaly with certainty. A temperature drop this extreme guarantees a king herb is nearby. It is highly likely the legendary snow lingji you need. But this frozen domain was guarded by a savage ice colossus and a strike team was currently fighting for their lives. Against it, Zhangji desperately barked orders at his crumbling vanguard. Unleash all fire arts, melt that abomination down to puddles, blazing arrays of scorching flames blasted toward the giant. Tienjing's voice trembled with underlying dread. That is a colossal ice colossus. A peak elite monster. Its baseline stats dwarf the treants we faced. The beast suddenly manifested a massive avalanche sphere, sending it hurtling toward the helpless squad. Two party members shrieked in pure terror. Brace yourselves. That glacial boulder will crush us into paste. The colossus shook the earth with every thunderous footstep, making the awakened humans look like mere insects. Absolute despair crushed their spirits. We are dead meat, somebody save us. At that critical moment, Su Chen unleashed his power. His blazing summons curled into meteors of fire and charge. The overwhelming kinetic force instantly knocked the colossus back. The surviving party members gasped in shock. What kind of divine intervention was that? Such terrifying firepower, the ice colossus was actually forced onto the defensive. The relentless inferno radiating from the charging beasts rapidly melted the invincible monster into a steaming puddle of water. Zhangji roared with sudden ecstatic relief. It was completely vaporized in an instant. His subordinate collapsed, gasping for air. We actually survived. Who saved our lives? The arrogant noble stepped forward, offering a formal martial salute. I owe you my deepest gratitude for intervening, brother. May I know the illustrious name of my savior? The response he got was a cool, apathetic Su Chen. Zhangji immediately jumped to aristocratic conclusions. Ah, the prestigious Su family of elite awakened classes. It is an absolute honor to meet you. I am Bai Zhangji, heir to the illustrious Bai bloodline. Su Chen mercilessly shot down the noble pleasantries. My last name is Su, but I have zero connection to your fancy awakened families. But the noble's ego immediately spun a new narrative. Not from the prime families. Then you must be the secret disciple of one of the Academy's legendary deans. Su Chen massaged his temples at the sheer delusion. Wrong again. Zhangji's smile faltered in utter confusion. Not that either. Then you must be a commoner who grinded to elite status, ultimately earning the title of a core academy descendant. Su Chen finally decided to shatter the guy's worldview entirely. I am not some core descendant. I am literally a first-year freshman. The entire strike team recoiled as if struck by lightning. What did you just say? That is mathematically impossible. How could a non-descendant utterly crush an ice colossus? A rookie with that kind of devastating combat power. Without elite backing, he shouldn't even have the stats to scratch that boss. Utterly bored by the drama, Su Chen turned his back. If there is nothing else, I am leaving. Zhangji hastily threw out a condescending recruitment pitch. Hold on, Su Chen, you may just be a commoner, but your combat potential is highly satisfactory. Become my subordinate. Su Chen paused, his voice dripping with icy amusement. Become your subordinate. The lackeys instantly started hyping up their boss. Listen here, rookie, this is your golden ticket to the top. Serve him and you are guaranteed a core descendant slot. Drop to your knees and call him boss, count your lucky stars. Zhangji puffed out his chest with sheer arrogant superiority. Meeting Bai Zhangji is your greatest fortune. Swear your absolute loyalty right here, right now, and I will grant you the honor of being my brother. Su Chen stared at the narcissist with sheer exhaustion. Are you mentally ill? Zhangji's arrogant smirk vanished into boiling fury. Excuse me, Su Chen repeated himself with absolute disdain. I said you have a brain disease. Stay far away from me. I don't have time to cure your stupidity. Watching his fading silhouette, a lackey gritted his teeth. Boss, that brat's arrogance is off the charts. A filthy commoner daring to disrespect a core descendant. He is practically begging for a death sentence. Zhangji's eyes flashed with venomous malice. Shadow him. Meanwhile, Tienjing offered a grim warning to her savior. Su Chen, those core descendants have notoriously fragile egos. You completely humiliated him in front of his vanguard. He will definitely seek brutal retaliation. Su Chen couldn't care less about their petty political games. Core descendant, what a joke. They think a fancy title elevates them to godhood. They are nothing but delusional parasites stroking their own egos. Just then, a radiant spiritual glow pierced the sub-zero blizzard. Even from a distance, Su Chen's eyes locked onto the prize. The legendary king tier herb, the snow lingji, had revealed itself. He clenched his fists as a triumphant smirk crossed his face. The ultimate target is finally within my grasp. But the very next second, massive glacial plates erupted from the earth, interlocking in a flash to form an impenetrable colossal ice cube. Seeing the absolute defense mechanism, Tienjing's anxiety spiked. The snow lingji triggered its self-preservation protocol. Shattering that degree of magical permafrost will be nearly impossible. However, Su Chen's eyes burned with unyielding resolve. I don't care what stands in my way, that snow Lingji is mine. He instantly triggered his ultimate summoning circle, 500 beasts deployed. A split second later, the blazing meteorites launched into a world-shattering charge. The Stampede crashed into the ice. Meanwhile, Bai Zhanji lurked in the shadows, realizing he was one step too late. Once the snow spirit mushroom forms its frost shield, claiming it becomes an absolute pipe dream. Even a 4-star awakened professional couldn't put a dent in that frozen barrier. Su Chen rubbed his chin. This ice was tough. 500 summons weren't enough. His eyes gleamed with wild determination as he summoned 1,000 more donkeys for an all-out assault. Bai Zhanji snapped his fingers, ordering his lackeys to hunt the brat down. It was time to show him the absolute authority of the Academy's elite. Their arrogant chatter abruptly stopped. Bai Zhanji scowled, demanding to know what that rumbling sound was. Suddenly, a chaotic stampede of donkeys charged toward them. The elite's jaws dropped in pure shock at the sheer numbers. The beastly tide trampled the arrogant elites flat before throwing their entire weight against the frost shield. Cracks spider-webbed across the ice. Su Chen's eyes lit up. The overwhelming strategy was actually working. Xing watched in absolute awe. His summons were completely heaven-defying. The sheer kinetic force multiplied exponentially with every beast added to the wave. Boom! The impenetrable ice shattered into a million glittering shards. Su Chen ordered the final push. Meanwhile, Bai Zhanji's crew groaned on the ground, heads spinning. They had nearly been crushed to death by mere farm animals. Snapping out of his daze, a panicked lackey pointed ahead. The divine snow spirit mushroom had just been snatched by that lowly freshman. Su Chen smirked. Senior Duan, my inventory limit is maxed out. Mind grabbing that for me? Sing cheerfully agreed. Bending down gracefully, she carefully harvested the legendary herb. Bai Zhanji's aura flared with furious humiliation. He charged forward, fists clenched. You worthless commoners, do you really think you have the right to claim a divine treasure? But Su Chen's reflexes were lightning fast, grabbing the loot and falling back. Bai Zhanji roared with killing intent. Su Chen, I will give you one final chance. Submit to me now. Hand over the divine herb. Hearing this sheer audacity, Su Chen's expression darkened. I just saved your pathetic lives, and this is how you repay the debt. The arrogant young master scoffed coldly. Trash like you exist only to serve the elite bloodlines. Sky Whale Academy and humanity itself survive purely because of supreme geniuses like us. Kneel and become my dog or die. In response, Su Chen coolly raised his middle finger. You absolute idiot. Bai Zhanji's blood pressure skyrocketed. You dare insult a noble. Without hesitation, Su Chen unleashed his ultimate skill, full power strike. Their fists collided with an explosive shockwave. Bone snapped as the young master shrieked in agonizing pain. My arm. Bai Zhanji gritted his teeth, his pride utterly shattered. You dare rebel, slaughter him, unleashing his true awakened form. The arrogant elite and his goons swarmed forward with deadly intent. Su Chen's patience finally snapped. His eyes turned ice cold. It has been a long time since I was this pissed, Dai. His iron fist perfectly struck the young master's chest. What a terrifying force pierced right through Bai Zhanji's defenses. His awakened form instantly shattered, reverting him to base state. He stared at his wound in sheer unadulterated disbelief. You actually dared to kill me. Su Chen stood like an immovable mountain. Fool, you dug your own grave. The surviving lackeys froze their souls, trembling in absolute terror. Bai Zhanji is dead. A mere commoner slaughtered, an elite noble panic consumed them as they scrambled away like terrified rats. This was a heaven-shaking scandal unprecedented in centuries. This guy is a total lunatic. Run. Watching them flee, Xing sighed heavily. Su Chen, I fear you have just triggered a massive calamity. Su Chen crossed his arms fearlessly. He wanted my life, so I took his. What calamity? She replied grimly. The Bai family holds immense power among awakened professionals. They will hunt you. Even worse, shedding elite blood means the entire inner circle of the academy will now view you as a mortal enemy. Yet Su Chen's expression remained perfectly calm. Let them come. I do not seek trouble, but I never fear it. Blood for blood. Hearing his resolve, Xing finally smiled brightly. No matter what storms await, I will stand by your side. Su Chen cut the emotional moment short. Let's move. We still have 2 more herb kings to claim. Meanwhile, Tianyi's elite squad strolled arrogantly through the mystic woods. Suddenly, the purple-haired member spoke up. Senior Du, if we keep this pace, we will actually clear this dungeon flawlessly. He smirked, sinister ambition flashing in his eyes. Isn't that exactly what we want? Even without the Herb Kings, surviving this supreme realm is an epic achievement. Our squad will become living legends. Noticing Shuang Yan's silence, Tianyi turned to her with concern. Shuang Yan, what is on your mind? Her voice was ice cold. My intuition tells me these massive dungeon anomalies are directly connected to that freshman Su Chen. He forced a laugh, his tone dripping with sheer mockery. Connected to that trashy noob, you are overestimating him way too much. Shuang Yan countered sharply. I am stating pure facts. I found fresh donkey hoofprints marking the earth. Tianyi froze, a sudden realization hitting him like a truck. Hoofprints. The elites scoff arrogantly. That loser is lucky just to be alive. How could he possibly alter a dungeon's fate? One even sneered. If I cross paths with him, I will grind his bones to absolute dust. Soon, Su Chen and Sing Sing reached their destination. The treasure was found, Sing Sing warned him. This herb king is protected by razor-sharp spiritual thorns. Harvesting it will be hell. Instantly, Su Chen sent out a test summon. The poor beast was ruthlessly pierced, turning into a pincushion of deadly thorns. She gasped in alarm. You lost a summon. Dead beasts cannot be revived. Su Chen's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. This was the very first time one of his summons actually died. Anxiety gripped Sing Sing. We have looted enough top-tier treasures. If this boss is too dangerous, let us abandon the dungeon. It is not worth wiping our squad here. However, Su Chen refused to back down. We try again. A crazy idea formed in his mind. Since we cannot extract these supreme herbs, I will just feed them directly to my summons. The moment the beasts consumed the divine roots, their eyes blazed with terrifying crimson light. A monstrous aura began to erupt from their trembling bodies. Ding! The system chimed. Your alpha summon has consumed spiritual medicine and triggered an evolution. New innate skill unlocked evolutionary power. Su Chen scratched his head, thoroughly confused by this alert. An evolution? What the heck is evolutionary power? Suddenly, the alpha threw its head back and unleashed a deafening roar. The chaotic herd instantly snapped into perfect military formation. Su Chen watched in absolute bewilderment. What was the alpha planning? A blinding surge of supreme energy pulsed from the leader, directly chaining into the ranks of normal beasts ahead. Miraculously, peak-level auras exploded from each one. The realization hit Su Chen like lightning. The alpha was forcefully triggering mass evolution across his entire army. The system screen violently flashed again. System alert: Alpha has activated evolutionary power. The beast horde is now splitting into unique elemental classes. They are mutating into entirely different, terrifying new paths. 10 summons have successfully mutated into magic berserkers. Fire element unlocked. Skill acquired: Flame Burst. Hearing this insane power-up, a savage grin spread across Su Chen's face. The real game had just begun. Fascinating, Trent realized. So this is the true power of evolution. He could mutate his ordinary beasts into entirely different magical classes. This meant his bizarre squad could perfectly adapt to any battlefield scenario. A wicked smirk crossed his face. Once fully awakened, this beast herd would become an unstoppable, highly specialized army. Just picturing that overwhelming power made his blood pump with absolute excitement. The beasts unhinged their jaws. Blazing hellfire erupted from their mouths, creating a devastating barrage that blasted straight toward the legendary sovereign root. Stella stood completely paralyzed by shock. A synchronized ranged attack using fire-breathing summons. She gasped. Trent, your beasts are absolutely defying all logic. The sovereign root cracked open. As the smoke cleared, a glowing lotus emerged. Trent leaped up and snatched the prize. Another legendary herb secured. Without hesitation, he tossed it to his lead beast. Keep eating, keep evolving. The lead beast roared to the heavens. After devouring the divine herb, the entire herd snapped into a flawless combat formation. Their aura was suddenly terrifying, engulfed in raging, unstoppable flames. The system interface flashed. Innate skill activated: evolutionary path. Right before their eyes, 10 beasts began rapidly mutating into the ultimate heavy tank class. Trent grinned, absolutely thrilled. Tank class beasts perfected. Thick, impenetrable armor plating sprouted across their bodies, radiating absolute physical defense. Soon the duo arrived at a rocky cliff where a mystical glowing dandelion bloomed. That is it, Stella cheered excitedly. The final sovereign herb. If we secure this, we officially conquer this hidden realm. Nobody has cleared this dungeon in over a century. You will become a living legend. But Trent's eyes narrowed sharply. Watching the herb float menacingly in mid-air, he knew this boss would not go down easily. Let me test its defenses, Stella yelled, leaping up. Her whip cracked furiously, but phased right through the herb without a scratch. Stunned by the miss, she stubbornly launched a second strike. In response, the boss immediately retaliated. A deadly barrage of piercing thorns shot toward her. Watch out, Trent screamed in terror. Instantly, a tank beast tackled her out of harm's way. Its heavily armored body absorbed the lethal barrage, the deadly thorns shattering against its indestructible scales. Stella gasped for air. That was a dangerously close call. Thank God your beast blocked that, or I would be dead. Trent inspected his armored summon in total awe. Its defensive stats were insane, a direct hit from the dungeon boss, and it did not even leave a scratch. Stella gritted her teeth. This sovereign herb's passive trait. It must be immune to all physical damage. Basic attacks will not even leave a dent on this thing. Trent analyzed the grim situation. Overpowering raw strength was fine, but invulnerability mechanics were an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, Tyler's crew arrived on the scene. Wait, this trash is still alive. Nathan sneered with absolute disgust. Just pure dumb luck. The dungeon glitched out earlier, causing most of the high-level monsters to simply vanish. Chase pointed at the glowing prize, ecstatic. Boss Tyler, look, a sovereign herb. Tyler's eyes burned with intense greed. An authentic sovereign class item. We crawled through this hellhole for hours and finally struck the ultimate jackpot. Listen up, Trent, Tyler barked arrogantly. That divine herb belongs to Team Zenith. Now Trent merely shrugged calmly. If you can claim it, be my guest. Completely oblivious to the boss's deadly mechanics, Tyler scoffed. Smart move, kid. His lackeys blindly mocked. At least the newbie knows his place. Act arrogant again and we will gladly beat some respect into you. Serena approached, finally piecing the puzzle together. Trent, did your beasts devour every single divine herb in this entire hidden realm? He nodded nonchalantly. She sighed, completely unfazed. Figured as much. Only you would pull off something so crazy. Meanwhile, Tyler rallied his squad. Move out. This is Team Zenith's ticket to ultimate glory. Secure that herb immediately. Two lackeys charged forward with explosive speed, but their hands grasped nothing but empty air. Stumbling, they looked around in absolute confusion. What on earth? Why can we not touch it? Suddenly, the boss brutally retaliated. A storm of deadly thorns erupted instantly, impaling both guys like pincushions. Tyler stared in sheer horror, completely unable to process the bloody slaughter. What just happened? Both lifeless bodies crashed violently against the dirt. Nathan rushed to check their pulses, trembling. Boss Tyler, they are both dead. Trent spoke with chilling indifference. Even Zenith's idiots should realize. This boss is no joke. Suddenly, Chase screamed in pure agony as a stray thorn pierced his chest, sending him collapsing backward into the dirt. Panic consumed Nathan's face. Boss, we are completely screwed. This herb is cursed. It is immune to damage but hits like a truck. We cannot win this. Forget the loot, we need to retreat right now. Stella tugged at his sleeve urgently. Trent, we need to fall back too. But he remained unnervingly calm. Wait, Stella, I need you to strike at once. She stared at him, utterly bewildered. Trent's eyes locked with hers. If you trust me, just land one slash on that herb. Having witnessed his system's miracles before, Stella's hesitation vanished, replaced by absolute faith. All right, let us do this. Gripping her battle cleaver, she charged the boss, screaming, strike. Tyler laughed mercilessly. We just proved physical attacks miss. What an absolute moron. Slash. The blade bit deep into the spiritual roots. Stella cheered wildly. I actually hit it. The surviving Zenith member's jaws dropped in utter disbelief. How the hell did her attack connect? Trent smirked knowingly. As expected, his system's assist strike bypassed all evasion mechanics. It guaranteed a 10% true damage hit regardless of the target's invincible status, an absolutely flawless exploit. He turned to Serena. Your turn, give it a slash. Grabbing a cleaver, she dashed forward. Boom. The second strike landed perfectly. Suddenly, the boss violently detonated in mid-air, condensing its pure essence into a glowing divine pearl. Holy crap, Trent gasped. She triggered a critical hit. The assist skill actually hit the hidden one-shot probability. Serena actually killed it, Nathan stammered in pure panic. The boss is dead. What kind of glitch was that? Is her hidden combat power really that terrifying? As she landed, Tyler rushed over, practically drooling. Serena, did you secure the loot? She opened her palm, revealing the pearl. This is its true core. The magical energy pulsing from this is absolutely overwhelming. Despite doing absolutely nothing, Tyler demanded arrogantly, hand it over right now. Serena slowly walked forward. Tyler smirked thoroughly, convinced she was obeying him. Give it here, babe, and I will reward you handsomely. I will fast-track you into the elite academy circles. Ignoring him completely, Serena tossed the pearl directly to Trent. Here yours. Tyler completely froze. Excuse me, Tyler exploded. Why the hell did you give our prize to him? Serena stared back coldly. Because it rightfully belongs to him. Tyler's face twisted in uncontrollable rage. His on what grounds? You two were the ones who killed the boss. Serena sighed at his blinding stupidity. We merely acted as Trent's system proxies. Without his absolute hit and damage multipliers, my attack would have phased right through it. He spat back furiously, refusing to accept reality. A proxy/skill. Do you think I am a complete idiot? She shrugged off his raging tantrum. Believe whatever you want. Tyler pointed a trembling finger at her. Serena, retrieve that core right now or you are permanently blacklisted from Team Zenith. Serena scoffed with absolute disdain. Like I would ever want to join. Tyler snarled. Fine, consider this bridge burned. Desperate, he turned his manipulation towards Stella. Hey newbie, you helped kill it. Demand your rightful share. But Stella rolled her eyes with zero hesitation. I just triggered Trent's skill. That loot is 100% his. He instantly recycled his pathetic bribe. Steal it back and you get a spot on Team Zenith. Stella snorted hard pass. Nathan gritted his teeth, visibly fuming. Boss Tyler, these trash-tier students are totally disrespecting us. What is our next move? Tyler decided to teach them the academy's strict hierarchy. Striding arrogantly towards Seth, he demanded, listen here, punk, hand over the Herb King right now. Seth smirked, and if I refused, Tyler's aura turned openly hostile. then you will perish inside this Herb King dungeon. The Academy will not punish a noble bloodline for crushing a commoner. Seth mockingly dangled the radiant herb. In that case, this precious Herb King. Tyler smirked triumphantly. Smart choice, hand it over and kneel for mercy. Instead, Seth ruthlessly shoved the divine herb into his donkey's mouth. I would rather feed a literal beast than trash like you. Tyler ground his teeth in pure fury. You bastard, Nathan screamed in absolute disbelief. Have you lost your mind? Feeding a legendary Herb King to a donkey, you damn brat, do you even realize what you just did? Trembling with murderous rage, Tyler roared, You piss me off. That was an insanely priceless divine artifact. I have never witnessed such colossal stupidity in my entire life. Seth gleefully poured oil on the fire. Priceless, I have already harvested 7 Herb Kings and my donkey just ate 5 of them. Are you mad? Tyler scoffed in utter disbelief. Keep bluffing, trash. You barely snatched one with outside help. If you truly gathered 7, Tyler Vance, will take your last name. Cole. Seth casually agreed. Deal. Welcome to the family, Tyler Cole. Driven completely insane by the mockery, he roared. Kill him. Suddenly, the shimmering teleportation gate materialized right before them. Nathan gasped in shock. Boss Tyler, it is the Herb King dungeon exit portal. That means the trial is finally clear. Tyler glared with venomous hatred. Consider yourself lucky, punk. I will annihilate you once we get outside. Let us move. Clearing this divine dungeon will become Team Tyler's most legendary achievement. Chloe frowned in frustration. What a shame. Tyler's squad left first. The glorious title of first clearer should have belonged to you. Seth smiled calmly. Relax. Nobody can steal this dungeon clearance glory from us. The dungeon entrance plaza remained packed with spectators. Leo muttered curiously, why has boss Seth not emerged yet? Suddenly, the massive portal erupted, its swirling vortex glowing with intense magical energy. The massive crowd instantly buzzed with shock. What is happening? The Herb King dungeon is reacting. Look at that blinding aura. Could someone have actually conquered this hellish trial? Impossible. Who could possibly survive against those terrifying guardian beasts? Every single eye locked onto the shimmering gateway, hearts pounding with overwhelming anticipation. Did someone genuinely beat the system? Which elite noble squad pulled off this miracle? Ever since the Herb King dimension descended, not a single awakened soul has survived its depths. Daisy beamed with unwavering faith. It has to be boss Seth. Nobody else possesses that kind of godly power. 2 figures confidently emerged from the light and the crowd gasped. It is Tyler Vance's elite squad. Team Tyler actually conquered the ultimate dungeon and created a legend. Tyler Vance truly lives up to his noble bloodline. Nathan puffed his chest with extreme arrogance. Boss Tyler, we crushed the trial. From today on, our squad's name will echo across the entire world. Tyler smirked like a reigning king. Chloe and that foolish girl failed to recognize greatness, completely blind to the legendary destiny they just missed out on. Instantly, Tyler became the glorious center of the Academy's worship. Captain Tyler, is your god-tier squad still recruiting? I will do anything to join you guys. Please tell us how you destroyed the dungeon boss. He shamelessly soaked up the glory. Calm down, everyone. As Academy nobles and humanity's absolute elite, my squad merely achieved the supreme greatness expected of our bloodline. If you were wondering how we crushed this deadly realm, let us just say it was all thanks to my flawless strategic genius and overwhelming strength. But the flashing system panel delivered a brutal, invisible slap across his smug face. System alert, Herb King, Dungeon Conquerors, Seth Cole and Stella. The awestruck crowd collectively dropped their jaws. What the hell? Standing with his back to the portal, Tyler remained entirely oblivious, still basking in his fake stolen glory. Our majestic squad maintains impossibly high standards. We do not accept trash. Only the absolute top-tier awakened prodigies of this academy can even dream of joining us. Whispers of absolute shock rippled through the mob. Team Tyler did not clear it. Who on earth is Seth Cole? Stella is a sophomore, but that name Seth sounds weirdly familiar. Tyler's arrogant smirk vanished into a dark frown. What are these peasants muttering about? Nathan shakily pointed at the glowing hologram. Boss, look at the sky. Tyler's jaw hit the floor. What, Seth? How is this even possible? We clearly exited the portal first. Why is the system crowning Seth as the champion? Stepping out of the light, Seth smirked coldly. Because I conquered every single Herb King. Tyler vehemently rejected this nightmare reality. Are you dreaming, trash? The system must be glitched. But a server-wide announcement instantly shattered his pride. Alert, Seth Cole has secured all divine herbs, achieving the legendary first clear. The entire spectator crowd was paralyzed by this monumental, earth-shattering revelation. What? All the legendary divine herbs? The brutal truth struck Tyler like a divine thunderbolt. Did that bastard actually devour all 7 mythical roots? Seth flashed a devilish grin. Hey Tyler, remember to change your last name to Cole today. Nathan's mind completely shattered under the weight of reality. I refuse to believe this lie. How could a pathetic normal student achieve a god-tier milestone that even elite nobles failed to reach? Thousands of eyes locked onto Seth in pure, unadulterated worship. Oh my god, harvesting even one root is borderline impossible, but he dominated all 7. Someone quickly hack his background data. Could Seth be a hidden monster from the Heavenly Mansion? Highly likely. Besides Senior Morgan, all their members are terrifyingly elusive phantoms. Only a heavenly genius could pull off this absolute miracle. Wait, I remember now. Is not Seth the maniac who publicly humiliated the noble heir Hunter Vance? But Seth is merely a rookie. He has 0 heavenly ties and 0 noble bloodline in his veins. Absolutely overpowered. A mere freshman plundered 7 god-tier herbs. Are you kidding me right now? Another student excitedly interrupted. Hold on, I have a way more explosive scoop to drop. Seth's most terrifying, earth-shattering identity is being Senior Morgan's secret boyfriend. Every single male student froze in absolute despair. What the goddess Morgan actually belongs to this crazy, overpowered rookie? No way, I absolutely object to this cursed union. Exactly. Even if he devoured 7 divine roots and conquered the impossible trial, he is still light years away from deserving our supreme goddess. Seth remained utterly speechless. Damn, mentioning Morgan turns these guys into rabid beasts. Tyler suddenly redirected his greedy, bloodshot eyes towards Seth. You are still hiding more divine herbs, right? Seth casually extended his hand towards Stella, senior hand over the snow reishi mushroom. Without questioning his motives, she instantly placed the legendary glowing artifact into his waiting palm. The mob stared at the radiant mushroom with absolute drooling reverence. The legendary snow reishi. This ultimate artifact can resurrect the dead, cure any curse, and unlock unimaginably miraculous system buffs. If only that god-tier loot belonged to me. Tyler's greedy obsession completely hijacked his sanity. Seth, hand it over now, and I will graciously pardon your previous suicidal disrespect. Seth answered with a devastating lightning-fast slap across his face. Here is your pardon, trash. Clutching his heavily swollen, bleeding cheek, Tyler screamed in humiliating agony. I am a noble heir. Seth unleashed a brutal second strike. I only crush arrogant noble heirs. Tyler choked on his own blood, panicking. I belong to the Supreme Vance family. A catastrophic third slap connected instantly. You are a coal now, son. Blazing fury erupted. Tienjing swore vengeance against this absolute disrespect. He roared, I will make you regret crossing me for the rest of your miserable life. A searing flame aura engulfed his entire body. The crowd gasped. The Flame Warrior class is terrifyingly overpowered. Tienjing is leagues above Tien Fei. Su Chen is in critical danger. He charged forward like a raging inferno. Know your place, you filthy commoner. But his arrogance was instantly met with a devastating punch right to the face. Teeth shattered as Su Chen blasted him across the courtyard like a ragdoll. The onlookers were absolutely stunned by this instant defeat. Su Chen smirked, wow, what a massive difference. Elite Academy heirs are just trash. Nanyi checked his fallen comrade before hauling him away. He spat a final threat. Su Chen, you are dead meat. This is far from over. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious study room, 2 powerful figures were deep in conversation. Magister Huo spoke up, esteemed principal, how should we distribute the sovereign herbs from the mystic realm? Principal Tian had a plan. 3 for the Heavenly Palace students, 2 for our top academy elites. But what about the final 2? Magister Huo suggested gifting the last 2 to the prestigious Luo and Song noble families. The principal nodded in absolute agreement. They are the 2 greatest awakened bloodlines in the Dragon District. It makes perfect political sense. He finalized the scheme. I will secure a grand spatial mage immediately. We will forcefully breach the dungeon to harvest all 7 sovereign herbs. Principal Tian smirked. Do it. Elite boss monsters guard those treasures. Ordinary Tienjing Academy students stand 0 chance. Suddenly, a panicked subordinate burst through the doors. Principal emergency, something catastrophic happened in the herb realm. He assumed the worst. Did foolish students throw their lives away attempting the boss trial? Magister Huo scoffed. Just delusional commoners overestimating their pathetic power levels. Trash, who do not know their place. True noble heirs would never be so reckless. But the subordinate trembled. No, sir, a student actually successfully harvested a sovereign herb. Magister Huo was utterly shocked. Impossible. Principal Tian kept his cool. Which specific herb was taken? The messenger gulped nervously. Actually, sir, every single one is gone. Both elders froze in disbelief. What? Magister Huo barked coldly. Do you realize what nonsense you are spouting? The subordinate bowed deeply. Grand Magus Huo, I swear it is true. All 7 sovereign herbs were cleared out by one student named Su Chen. Principal Tian stroked his beard in deep thought. This is absolutely absurd. Which elite awakened bloodline does this Su Chen belong to? The next revelation hit them like lightning. Su Chen has no noble background. He is just an ordinary student and, even worse, a mere freshman. Magister Huo exploded. Ridiculous. Am I losing my mind, or are you? You mean a trash-tier freshman soloed the sovereign trial and looted all 7 legendary herbs? He had no logical explanation. Grand Magus, please verify it yourself. The Mystic Realm system broadcasted it for everyone to see. Principal Tien immediately mobilized to witness this anomaly. Meanwhile, a digital blue screen popped up. System quest triggered. Achieve the milestone of dropping out of Tienjing Academy. Be the very first student to voluntarily leave. Su Chen cursed out loud. You trash system, are you serious right now? What kind of twisted suicidal garbage quest is this? This makes absolutely zero sense. I fought tooth and nail to enter the most prestigious academy in the world, and now you want me to quit. Are you glitching? He sighed heavily. I am so doomed this time. What a scam of a system. This objective is literally impossible. Shaking off his frustration, Su Chen handed the glowing snow spirit fungus to his battered comrade. Zilong, consume this holy medicine. It will instantly heal your shattered core. His friend gratefully accepted it, but suddenly an overwhelming pressure descended. Halt! Magister Huo and Principal Tian landed from the sky. The surrounding crowd of students instantly bowed in sheer terror and respect. Greetings, Principal Tian. We pay our deep respects to Grand Magus Huo. The Magister stared in greedy awe. The snow spirit fungus, a true sovereign herb. Principal Tian locked his piercing gaze on the boy. Are you Su Chen? The boy stood tall. Yes, Principal. Magister Huo narrowed his eyes with intense suspicion. Did you really extract all 7 sovereign herbs from the dungeon? Su Chen looked back at them with sharp caution. I did, the old man demanded aggressively. Then where are the remaining 6? Su Chen shrugged casually. They got eaten. Magister Huo roared, echoing across the courtyard. Eaten? Who dared to consume them? Su Chen answered without missing a beat. My donkeys ate them all. The 2 supreme elders completely froze, their brains short-circuiting. The Magus gritted his teeth. Are you playing games with me, boy? Su Chen explained calmly. System restrictions blocked me from bringing them out, so my summons had a feast. Blazing fury erupted from Magister Huo. Such a blasphemous waste of heavenly treasures. Absolute madness. Brat, do you have any idea the priceless value of those herbs? Principal Tian intervened. Enough. The damage is done. Su Chen, hand over that snow spirit fungus immediately. Su Chen frowned completely, rejecting the absurd demand. Principal, why should I surrender my own hard-earned loot to you? Principal Tian let out a dark, condescending chuckle. Su Chen, I am the supreme ruler of Tienjing Academy. How dare you question my absolute authority? But Su Chen stood his ground firmly. Principal, I already gave this item to my brother to heal his critical wounds. Magister Huo sneered viciously. You foolish peasant, do you not comprehend that the principal's word is absolute law? Zilong panicked and whispered, Su Chen, just give it to them. My injuries can wait. The principal stroked his white beard, smiling with smug satisfaction. It seems your little friend understands how the real world works. Su Chen negotiated. Principal, you can have it. But only if you personally cure my brother's crippled state right now. Principal Tian scanned the boy's spiritual core. Impossible. His foundation is shattered. No magic can fix such deep-rooted damage in a short time. He will just have to wait 10 years for the next dungeon cycle. Su Chen's eyes turned icy. 10 years. Sorry, but my brother cannot afford to wait that long. I will absolutely not hand this over to you. Magister Huo's voice dropped to a terrifying growl. Boy, do you understand the fatal mistake you are making. Sensing the murderous tension, Su Chen commanded sharply, Zilong, eat it right now. His friend hesitated in sheer terror while the spectating students whispered in shock. Is Su Chen completely fearless, defying the academy head? He is a dead man walking. His awakened career is totally ruined. Ignoring their whispers, Su Chen pushed harder. Swallow it now. Trusting his brother with his life, Zilong nodded. Fine. He consumed the treasure, and a blinding holy aura immediately surged through his veins. Magister Huo erupted in pure wrath. Are you begging for death? Stop him immediately. But Principal Tian blocked him. Grand Magus, relax. Why waste your divine anger on a pathetic commoner? Childish rebellion is entirely expected. Senior Sister Duan bravely stepped forward. Please, Principal, do not punish Su Chen. He was only acting out of loyalty to save a life. Let me take the blame. But Su Chen blocked her path. Senior Sister Duan stepped back. Do not lower yourself. The principal coldly smiled. Oh, I am not angry. Su Chen is a student of Heaven's Might Academy. He's my disciple. How could I possibly unleash my wrath upon my own student? Let's go. Notify Tianfu Academy and the elite professionals of the Luo and Song families. Tell them Su Chen claimed the Medicine King's legacy. There's nothing left to distribute. Zilong tensed up completely. Su Chen. The principal's final words dripped with murderous intent. He's deliberately turning you into the public enemy of all those elite geniuses and powerful families. Li Lei cursed furiously. Damn it, Heaven's Might Academy is utter trash. From top to bottom, they're nothing but a bunch of absolute scumbags. Su Chen replied calmly. It's fine. He knew the damn system had predicted this perfectly. It seemed his time at Heaven's Might Academy had finally come to an end. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy exploded around Zilong. He actually stepped off his wheelchair. I'm standing, I can finally stand. Su Chen immediately asked him, how does your body feel now? Transforming back into her stunning female form, she boasted proudly. My professional skills feel completely evolved from the inside out. Li Lei's jaw completely dropped in absolute awe. Holy crap, that's insane. Su Chen caught a whiff of an intoxicating scent. Bro, you smell incredibly good. 3 days later, Li Lei complained with massive frustration. Damn it, it's been 3 whole days. Heaven's Might Academy completely abandoned us. Not a single instructor is willing to teach us anything. Zilong chimed in. It's exactly as expected. We publicly humiliated the principal. He won't strike directly, but the rest of the academy is kissing his boots. We are definitely their prime targets now. Su Chen announced with a relaxed grin. 3 days have passed. Everyone is fully rested, so it's time to make our move. Yu gasped. Move out. But where to? He replied with burning excitement. Since nobody will guide us, I'll lead you to level up. Let's go sweep every single dungeon in Heaven's Might. Walking together, they chatted about the disciple ceremony happening in 7 days. When that time comes, the Academy's elite instructors will review the freshmen's recent achievements. That's how they'll select their personal disciples. If no one accepts us, we're screwed, Li Lei scoffed. Who cares? There isn't a single decent teacher here anyway. If they won't teach, forget them. Zilong pointed out a fatal flaw. To train in the abyssal battlefield, an instructor's guidance is mandatory. Without a teacher, our path is blocked. Su Chen calmed them down, one step at a time. First, we conquer the hidden realms. Hearing this, Zilong replied quickly. I checked the data. Heaven's Might has exactly 7 spatial nodes, the absolute highest among all elite academies. That's why Heaven's Might ranks number 1. You already conquered the Medicine King's realm. Now there are only 6 legendary dungeons left to clear. Yue chimed in with crucial intel. I heard a rumor. Clearing all 7 realms unlocks a top-tier special reward from the Academy's hidden vault. His curiosity spiked. What kind of special reward? Yue whispered back. Inner Circle disciples can only challenge nightmare-level dungeons. Su Chen frowned. Becoming an Inner Circle disciple is the actual prize. Yu nodded seriously. Exactly. Dominating all 7 realms on nightmare difficulty guarantees your absolute promotion to the elite Inner Circle. It seems no ordinary student has ever achieved this impossible feat. Therefore, a massive uncrossable chasm exists between Inner Circle elites and regular academy trash. Normal students can grind to become outstanding disciples, but breaking into the Inner Circle, that's basically defying the heavens. Hearing this, Li Lei spat in disgust. Heaven's Might Academy is an absolute eyesore. They're deliberately separating professionals into a rigid caste system. As they approached the 6 spatial gates, all eyes instantly locked onto Su Chen. Look at Su Chen, it's actually him. That arrogant punk just won't lay low. He's definitely here to conquer another realm. Zilong declared. We're here. The dungeon entrance is dead ahead. Hongdang whispered to his boss. Young Master Lang, that's Su Chen, he sneered. Is your intel solid? Don't hit the wrong target like last time. The lackey swore confidently. It's absolutely him. That brat is Su Chen. He's already an infamous legend across Heaven's Might Academy. Young Master Lang led his squad forward. Let's move. He dared to steal Murong from me. I'll shatter his skull. Before entering, Su Chen asked cautiously, are there any entry restrictions? Zilong shook her head. None. The minimum requirement is a 2-star profession. The absolute highest difficulty is hell, so you can enter without worrying. Just as Su Chen stepped up, the arrogant jerk blocked his path. Hey brat, Su Chen casually walked past young Master Lang, slapping him instantly. Get out of my way. The rich kid stood paralyzed in sheer disbelief. What just happened? Hongdang panicked. Young Master Lang, that blind fool just fatally disrespected you. Hearing that, his fury erupted like a volcano. You bastard, freeze right there. Su Chen turned around with an annoyed glare. Are you barking at me? The young master sneered, seeking blood. You little punk, do you even know who I am? Su Chen ruthlessly delivered a second resounding slap. Why the hell would I care who you are? The young master looked completely, utterly dumbfounded. Where am I? Who am I? The stinging pain broke his reality. The surrounding students gasped in sheer horror. Good heavens, did Su Chen just openly slap young Master Lang? As an Inner Circle elite, Lang's background vastly crushed Tienjing's. He's a direct descendant of the Song family, one of the 2 legendary professional dynasties. Su Chen is truly an absolute madman. He isn't afraid of offending the gods. Boiling with murderous rage, the young master roared. In my entire life, nobody has ever dared strike my face. Su Chen immediately delivered a 3rd devastating slap. Well, now it's the 2nd time. Young Master Lang laughed maniacally in pure fury. Excellent. Li Lei tapped his temple mockingly. Getting beaten and cheering? Did those slaps literally scramble his brain? The rich kid roared his final threat. Tell me, how do you want to die? Su Chen just turned toward the portal, completely ignoring the screaming trash. A glowing system panel instantly materialized. Heart of machinery. Please select your difficulty. 4 tiers appeared. Easy, hard, elite, and hell. Without hesitation, Su Chen locked in hell mode. The party of 4 dissolved into digital light. Hongdang screamed in panic. Young Master Lang, Su Chen is escaping. His eyes burn with vengeance. Move out, we're hunting him inside. Staring at the glowing panel, the lackey trembled. Young Master Lang Su Chen just activated Hell difficulty. The young master froze in absolute shock. Hell difficulty? Are those idiots begging for a gruesome death? Trash like them dare to challenge Hell mode. Two underlings sneered with supreme arrogance. Young Master Lang, we definitely don't need to risk entering Hell difficulty, right? Those pathetic peasants can't even afford teleportation stones. Once they step inside, it's a one-way trip to the grave. Their survival rate is absolute zero. Exactly. Even in nightmare mode, parties are scattered across parallel dimensions for training. Entering wouldn't even guarantee we cross paths. There's literally no reason to match his suicidal Hell difficulty run. His habitual arrogance flared up instantly. What are you cowards, fearing I guarantee the Lang squad is packed with elites? I want to crush Hell difficulty right now. Young Master Lang actually locked in Hell mode. The crowd erupted into absolute chaos. Hell mode. It had been ages since anyone dared to challenge that nightmare. But his squad was legendary. As the absolute strongest team in Sky Whale Academy, they genuinely had the firepower to conquer this brutal difficulty. As for Su Chen, rumor had it he only survived the Medicine King realm through pure blind luck. Everyone was absolutely certain he would fail miserably here, maybe even paying with his life. Su Chen and his team took their first step into the Hell mode dungeon. Their jaws dropped. Instead of a wasteland, a highly advanced futuristic metropolis loomed before them. Zilong felt his blood boiling with excitement. If they just smashed through this main street, the mechanical heart dungeon would be cleared. But the moment they spawned, a horde of steel beasts blocked their path. Su Chen immediately took command. Watch out, the mech swarm is here. We push through at top speed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his blazing donkey Stampede to lead the charge. The monstrous beasts trampled the robotic swarm into absolute scrap metal. Su Chen and his crew rode the wave of destruction, leaving a trail of shattered steel in their wake. Li Lei was absolutely hyped. Following Su Chen meant steamrolling every obstacle. This power trip was insane, Zilong pointed ahead. We are almost at the finish line. Suddenly, Yueyu's danger instinct screamed. A colossal mechanical foot crashed down from the heavens. She shrieked at the top of her lungs, "Scatter right now." The shockwave of the brutal stomp sent them all flying. Su Chen stared up in sheer disbelief. What in the world is that? Before this towering titan, they looked like mere ants. Li Lei was paralyzed with terror. This mech is ridiculously huge. Zilong gripped his weapon. This is it. The final boss of the mechanical heart beating. This thing is going to be pure hell. The steel giant flared with apocalyptic flames and roared. Pathetic mortals. You have ignited my wrath. Now prepare for total annihilation. Su Chen stayed ice cold, unleashing his flaming rolling donkey technique. The fiery beasts crashed into the boss's legs but left zero scratches. Su Chen gritted his teeth. Its defense is insane. This hell boss is totally built different. The colossal boss raised its giant palm, unleashing a devastating barrage of homing missiles. The overwhelming firepower blasted the summoned beasts into thin air. Yueyu screamed a warning. Su Chen instantly activated his armored donkey skill. Three heavily plated beasts formed an impenetrable shield tanking the explosive blast. But Su Chen knew they needed a real strategy fast. You dare destroy my summons. Dead beasts do not respawn, and losing more was not an option. He had to find this titan's weak point immediately, or they were all doomed. Suddenly, Zilong activated his rage form. His aura exploded as he stepped up. Let me handle this. Su Chen looked at him intensely. Are you absolutely sure about this? Zilong nodded fiercely. I read the strategy guides. To kill this nightmare, we have to shatter the core inside its head. I am the only one fast enough to pull it off. Su Chen, you have carried us this entire time. Now it is our turn to fight. As Zilong leaped into the air with his heavy axe, the boss scoffed mechanically. Meaningless bugs. The giant's arm shifted gears, firing another massive warhead straight at him. Li Lei screamed, "Watch your back." Mid-air, Zilong twisted and swung his axe directly at the missile. A blinding explosion engulfed the sky. Using the shockwave, Zilong grabbed onto the steel giant's plating. He dangled dangerously, clinging to the boss's massive frame. Yueyu watched in absolute awe. That was way too close. Zilong is pushing himself past his limits. Scaling the metallic titan, Zilong rushed straight toward the back of its neck. His eyes lit up as he found the glowing core. Target located. Li Lei cheered wildly. He actually did it. Zilong raised his battle axe high. Time to smash you to pieces. But defying all logic, the mechanical head instantly spun 180 degrees. Zilong froze in sheer horror. What the hell? A swirling vortex of devastating energy began charging inside its jaw. Did not expect that, did you? A massive shockwave blasted him out of the sky. Su Chen desperately summoned a beast, catching Zilong just before he crashed into the brutal pavement. Rushing over, Su Chen asked urgently, "Are you still breathing?" Covered in bloody scrapes, Zilong coughed. "I am alive, but this hell mode boss is an absolute monster to deal with." The boss raised its colossal hands, unleashing a storm of micro-missiles. The sky turned dark as an endless barrage rained down. Li Lei cursed out loud. Damn it, how are we supposed to dodge a literal curtain of fire? Yui's eyes glowed with system light. 17 meters to the left now, the squad dashed blindly, trusting her call. Explosions instantly carpet-bombed their previous spot, leaving only their tiny safe zone intact. Su Chen smirked with pride. Flawless call, Yue. She wiped her sweat and replied, my enhanced senses let me predict the exact impact trajectories. But the second wave of missiles already locked on. Li Lei panicked. Incoming again, sprint 9 meters forward, Yue commanded. The team lunged, escaping death by a mere fraction of a second. Li Lei was absolutely stunned. This is crazy. If your skill levels up anymore, you will literally be seeing the future. But Zilong knew playing defense would get them killed. Gripping his axe, he vaulted off a debris pile, narrowly evading a fatal giant swipe. Slipping between the massive mechanical palms, he successfully landed back on the Titan's neck. This time, he did not hesitate. He swung his weapon with maximum force, but the boss's head snapped backward again, its metallic voice dripping with mockery. Useless effort. Li Lei watched in pure despair. Are you kidding me? Does this freak have absolutely zero blind spots? The mech's jaws opened to fire a point-blank warhead. Game over, mortal. Instead of dodging, Zilong shockingly dove straight into the metallic beast's throat. The boss's glowing eyes widened. What Su Chen screamed in panic, Zilong, even Li Lei, was absolutely speechless at the insane suicide play. Holy crap. He actually threw himself into the jaws of death. The steel titan roared furiously. Then die. But suddenly, massive dents started bulging from the inside of its metal skull. Zilong was ripping it apart from within. The giant violently clutched its head. You filthy parasite, get out of my core. But the back of its skull suddenly ruptured. With a final desperate screeching roar, the mechanical head detonated into a spectacular explosion. Stepping out of the burning wreckage, the warrior had completed his impossible mission. Li Lei jumped with joy. We did it. The final boss is dead. Yu smiled brightly. Zilong, you are an absolute legend. Flames continued to devour the Titan's corpse. Suddenly, a glowing blue system window materialized. Congratulations on clearing the Hell Mode Mechanical Heart Dungeon, calculating your exceptional combat performance. Overall, rating S, rank reward distributed. 1 God-slaying point per member, and the exclusive artifact Mechanical Heart. Li Lei was practically shaking with hype. God-slaying points. I never dreamed I would actually earn such a god-tier currency in my lifetime. Zilong smirked and revealed the truth. My intel says this Mechanical Heart is astronomically rare. It only drops on a first-time clear and exclusively on Hell Mode. Su Chen leaned in with intense curiosity. So what kind of broken stats does it give? Zilong explained perfectly. It forcefully upgrades and evolves skills, but there is a catch. It strictly binds to mechanical class users only. Who here fits that exact description? All eyes slowly turned to Li Lei. He blinked in total confusion. Wait, I am an Azure Mech Warrior. Does that actually count? Zilong tossed the glowing core straight into his hands. This mechanical heart was destined for you, kid. Li Lei instantly tried to hand it back. No way, this artifact is way too priceless. I have not done enough to earn this. But Zilong firmly pressed it against his chest. Take it and become stronger. Out of the 4 of us, only you can handle this. But he refused to accept it. We should sell this divine relic. I'm just an ordinary warrior. I definitely don't deserve this. Besides, I haven't even contributed anything yet. At this point, Su Chen had to step in. Why are you talking such nonsense? You're a core member of this team. Increasing your strength is your biggest contribution to us. Hearing this, Li Lei couldn't argue anymore. Brother Su, I understand. I'll accept this power. I will definitely increase my strength to fight solo just like Zilong. Good. Now use this mechanical heart. The surging energy from the mechanical core slowly fused into his body. Yu anxiously asked about his condition. How does it feel? Every single muscle on his body bulged tightly. He replied, I feel like I'm about to transform. She frowned and transform. Explosive energy violently erupted from Li Lei in all directions. He instantly turned into a massive hammer. Su Chen was utterly stunned by this development. Turned into a hammer. What is going on? Zilong helplessly held his forehead. Perhaps Li Lei's compatibility with the mechanical heart wasn't perfect. After using it, he actually triggered a bizarre mutation. Inside the hammer form, Li Lei called out, Brother Su, I feel absolutely terrifying right now. He sighed in relief. You can still talk. Seems like it's not a major issue. Su Chen grabbed the hammer's handle. Let me test just how strong you've become. His arm holding the hammer raised high. Take this, Su Chen forcefully hurled Li Lei straight toward a distant building. Demolish that massive structure. The hammer's face smashed into that solid wall, but absolutely nothing happened afterward. He froze in disappointment. The damage output doesn't seem very impressive. Suddenly, huge cracks violently spread. The entire building collapsed, sending thick smoke and dust blindingly into the air. All 3 stared wide-eyed in sheer disbelief. Yui gasped in absolute admiration. A single strike leveled that entire building to the ground. This is truly overpowered, strong to a terrifying degree. She continued. Moreover, this hammer's attack is incredibly bizarre. It acts like a devastating internal strike. There's no visible damage on the surface, perfectly designed to inflict lethal internal wounds on enemies. Stepping out from the thick smoke, Li Lei swore, "From now on, I am your weapon. No need to pity me. Just swing with all your might. I will help everyone crush our foes refreshingly." Su Chen awkwardly coughed. "You seriously need to use better phrasing." The four safely exited the teleportation gate only to find a massive crowd gossiping around them. "Holy crap, look, Su Chen's squad is out." "What's so surprising about that? They definitely brought an escape stone inside. When you fail the realm, you naturally get kicked out. Lasting this long in there, these freshmen aren't too bad." Suddenly, the realm system notification viciously slapped them right across the face. "Congratulations to Zilong, Su Chen, Yue, and Li Lei for clearing the Hell difficulty Mechanical Heart realm." The crowd was utterly paralyzed with horror. What the heck? They cleared it. On Hell difficulty, Li Lei grinned joyfully at their dumbfounded reactions. I absolutely love seeing this hilariously pathetic look on their faces. The four vanished into the second teleportation gate, advancing into the Hell difficulty skeleton swamp. Su Chen unleashed his rolling donkey horde to brutally sweep through the undead skeletons. He sighed in deep relief. Compared to the Mechanical Heart, the skeleton swamp is infinitely easier, Zilong confirmed. Indeed, out of the Heavenly Whale Academy's 7 spatial realms, the Mechanical Heart is definitely the hardest. Next in line is the Medicine King realm. The remaining 5 realms should be a complete walk in the park. Minutes later, the donkey horde aggressively breathed fire, scorching this dungeon's boss. Su Chen commanded, "Wait, once the boss is burned down to half health, everyone land a finishing strike for me." The 3 excitedly charged forward, blades in hand. "Got it." 3 incredibly sharp slashes ruthlessly struck the boss. Uao calculated, "We cleared it. It seems it only took us 5 minutes." The squad steamrolled completely forward, conquering the remaining 4 dungeons in a single breath. Half an hour later, Li Lei shouted refreshingly, "We beat the final hell level. This feels absolutely amazing." The academy students thought their eyes were deceiving them. "Am I going crazy? If I'm not entirely mistaken, is this the 6th consecutive hell realm that Su Chen just conquered?" Someone shakily replied, "You're not wrong. Including the Medicine King realm from earlier, he has completely conquered all 7 spatial nodes in the Heavenly Whale Academy. What's more, all on Hell difficulty." Everyone gasped in profound terror. "This is unbelievably scary. If you told me that monster is just a freshman, who would ever believe it?" The Heavenly Whale Academy is about to experience a massive upheaval, most likely following Murong. Another supreme genius of Tian Fu is about to rise. Young Master Lang's squad finally emerged, their bodies completely covered in brutal injuries. "Hurry up and support me, my leg." A few members groaned. "Thank goodness we ran fast, otherwise we would have truly died in there." Hell difficulty is simply not something that a normal human can ever challenge. I bet even in 100 years, no one will be able to successfully challenge it. Seeing him, Lang revived his arrogant attitude. "Su Chen, you didn't die inside. How the heck did you get out?" The gossiping students quickly noticed. Young Master Lang is out. Looking at the Heavenly Wolf Squad's pathetic state, they obviously failed their challenge. Yet he remained arrogantly proud of his run. "What are you punks making a fuss about? So what if we failed? Our Heavenly Wolf Squad survived in there for a whole hour before using our escape stones. Unlike this utter trash, Su Chen, claiming to challenge Hell difficulty, they probably just pretended to enter, then instantly used an escape stone to run right back out. They are the true pathetic losers here." Su Chen viciously grabbed the finger, pointing right at his face, and mercilessly crushed it tight. That index finger instantly swelled up, accompanied by young Master Lang's agonizing scream. "Damn it, that hurts like crazy," Su Chen asked coldly. "Which blind eye of yours saw me fail?" Refusing to believe it, he cursed at Su Chen. "Stop faking it, not fail. You think a worthless piece of trash like you could actually beat Hell difficulty?" The uninjured finger on his other hand was suddenly crushed by Su Chen. Young Master Lang's face turned deathly pale from the pain. "You bastard. You did it again, curse you. This young master will make you kneel down and beg for mercy today." Right at that moment, a system announcement echoed. Su Chen cleared the Hell difficulty Mechanical Heart, achieving an S rank. He was absolutely paralyzed by this brutal truth. What, he actually cleared it? The next gate flashed its announcement. Su Chen cleared the Hell difficulty Skeleton Swamp, achieving an S rank. Young Master Lang trembled violently. Skeleton Swamp on Hell difficulty, he beat that too. Another gate's notification popped up. Su Chen cleared the Hell difficulty Savage Beast Forest, achieving an S rank. His arrogant mind completely shattered into a million pieces. There's more. That is absolutely impossible. The remaining 3 dungeon gates suddenly lit up too. Don't tell me he actually annihilated every single Hell difficulty dungeon. It was the absolute truth, as a rapid sequence of notifications blasted out. Hell difficulty cleared. S rank, S rank, S rank. Young Master Lang's legs buckled completely. Kneeling on the ground, he muttered in sheer despair. All 7 major Hell dungeons completely conquered. He thought to himself in absolute terror, how could anyone in this world actually achieve such a monstrous feat? No wonder Murong chose Su Chen. The realization hit him hard. This kid is an absolute monster. The goddess made the right choice. I've been completely crushed. Su Chen's gaze was ice cold. Do you yield, young master? Lang nodded numbly. I yield. Su Chen smirked with his savage demand. Call me daddy. Lang's face went deathly pale. A glowing system prompt materialized, dropping a pristine token. Congratulations, Su Chen, you have shattered the Sky Whale Academy record, conquering the hell-tier difficulty of all 7 spatial nodes. Reward granted, Core Disciple status. Catching the golden token, Su Chen just chuckled softly. Core Disciple, huh? Suddenly, Master Huo Zhen arrived on the scene. Someone cleared the hell-tier spatial nodes. Who accomplished such a feat? A trembling finger pointed forward. It was Su Chen. Huo Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. This brat again. The surrounding crowd erupted into shocked whispers. He's the first commoner ever to reach the Core Disciple ranks, becoming a Core Disciple. I'm so jealous. His future resources and academy connections will completely leave us in the dust. You rookies have no idea what that title actually means. The true power of a Core Disciple isn't just about the present. It's about their terrifying future. Graduating with that rank guarantees a spot among humanity's absolute elite. Huo Zhen looked at Su Chen with greedy eyes. This Grand Magus sees your raw potential. Apologize publicly right now and I will forgive your transgressions. I'll even accept you as my personal disciple. The entire courtyard gasped in pure shock. Did you hear that Grand Magus Huo Zhen wants Su Chen as his direct disciple? That's an even greater honor than the Core Disciple title itself. We just have to accept it. Su Chen is a heaven-defying monster. Even after disrespecting Master Huo, the old man still craves his talent. But Su Chen simply scoffed. Apologize, exactly, what did I do wrong? The sheer arrogance left everyone completely speechless. Is he seriously talking back to a Grand Magus? Huo Zhen's face twisted in fury. You fed the legendary king of medicine to a completely useless student. You squandered a priceless divine treasure. How dare you say you aren't guilty? I conquered the hidden realm. I claimed the ultimate prize with my own strength. Su Chen's voice echoed like thunder. It belonged to me. And using it to save my sworn brother's life. How is that a waste? Huo Zhen trembled with blazing wrath. So you refuse to repent? Su Chen didn't flinch. I did nothing wrong. The old man nearly blew a blood vessel. Fine, I've never met a brat so incredibly arrogant. Listen closely, Su Chen. Earning that token is just the first step. To officially enter the core ranks requires a unanimous vote from every current core disciple. A wave of dread washed over the crowd. It's completely over for him. Master Huo is intentionally setting a trap. Su Chen already made bitter enemies within the core ranks. There's no way he survives this vote. Why didn't he just swallow his pride? He has no powerful backing. Instead of securing a legendary master, he just dug his own grave by offending the very top brass. Gritting his teeth, Huo Zhen issued a booming command. Summon every single core disciple of the Sky Whale Academy, bring them here at once. Moments later, the elite seniors descended from the sky. I reject Su Chen's ascension, the first one sneered. Tianfei stepped forward with venom in his eyes. I absolutely refuse his entry into the core ranks. The third senior cast a murderous glare. My vote is a hard no. This animal slaughtered Bai Zhanji inside the hidden realm. The mighty Bai clan is already hunting him down. They will tear him limb from limb. Granting him core status is a direct insult to their noble bloodline. Tianyi stepped out of the shadows, smirking viciously. That little street trash dared to attack me once. Over my dead body will he wear the core uniform. Like a tidal wave, the remaining elites shouted in unison. We reject him. Rejected. We don't let stray dogs into our sacred halls. Denied, vetoed. Huo Zhen crossed his arms with a triumphant sneer. Well, Su Chen, you heard the verdict. Not a single soul supports your ascension. But suddenly, a solitary hand shot up into the air. It was young Master Lang. I give Su Chen my full approval. The Grand Magus frowned in total bewilderment. Young Master Lang, have you lost your mind? But Lang just lifted his chin with newfound respect. Master Huo, with his monstrous combat power, having Su Chen join us would be our greatest honor. Tianyi barked from the back of the crowd. Lang, are you insane? He stole Murong from you. He literally just beat you to a pulp, and you're actually defending this trash. Lang just shrugged it off completely. What can I say? His fists beat the utter respect into me. Annoyed, Huo Zhen slammed his staff down. The majority rules. Su Chen, your application is officially denied. Su Chen looked up with a chilling smile. Master Huo, from the very beginning, you've made one fatal miscalculation. The old man froze, unnerved by the boy's absolute calm. The protagonist's voice dripped with icy mockery. All of you arrogant fools actually believed I was begging to join your little club. You thought this title was some kind of supreme blessing to me. But the brutal truth is, your core status means absolutely nothing to me. I never had the slightest desire to join your pathetic ranks in the first place. Since the day I set foot in Sky Whale Academy, every core disciple I've met has been nothing but absolute garbage. Tianfei's aura exploded in violent rage. You arrogant insect, you've just declared war on the entire elite division. Crack. Su Chen crushed the golden token into mere dust. Keep your worthless title. Huo Zhen's jaw practically hit the floor in shock. He destroyed the divine token. Watching from afar, Li Lei clenched his fists in awe. Damn, my boss is incredibly badass. You insolent brat, I'll tear you apart, the Grand Magus roared. The furious seniors immediately drew their weapons ready for a slaughter, but suddenly, an apocalyptic rumbling shattered the sky. Pure panic instantly gripped the entire courtyard. What in the world is happening? The ground is shaking violently. Is it an earthquake? Then someone pointed toward the horizon in sheer terror. That's no earthquake. Look up there. A massive swirling spatial tear was ripping apart the fabric of reality. A dungeon gate is materializing right outside the city walls. A new spatial node is breaking through. How dare the monster races open a rift this close to our academy? Do those alien beasts have a death wish? Don't they know our territory is literally crawling with absolute powerhouses? Principal Tienjing's voice boomed across the campus. Code Red Emergency, all junior students are placed under strict lockdown. Huo Zhen immediately rallied his aura. Everyone at the 5-star realm or higher, follow me to the front lines. The old man glared back at Su Chen with cold killing intent. Duty calls, brat. Count yourself incredibly lucky today. With a flash of magic, Huo Zhen launched himself toward the monstrous rift. The arrogant seniors sneered one last time before flying off. You dodged a bullet today, Su Chen. But declaring war on the core faction was your fatal mistake. Your days are numbered. Ignorant trash. We'll make you beg for death later. As they vanished, a mysterious pulse of cosmic energy swept past, and Su Chen suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching his head in blazing agony. Li Lei's eyes lit up with sudden realization. That intense aura. Su Chen is breaking through star rank. Yue gasped in absolute delight. If my calculations are right, Big Brother Su is ascending straight to the 4-star realm. This is a literal miracle. Most students at Skywhale Academy spend their entire lives trying to reach 4 stars, and he's achieved it in his very first year. Zilong gripped his weapon tightly. Once we crush the hell tier of the 6 great dungeons, we need to trigger our awakenings too. We can't let Su Chen leave us completely in the dust. But Su Chen just frowned deeply as the pain faded. 4 stars, what's the point of this rank up? My physical stats haven't changed in the slightest. Time skipped forward as the dust settled. Li Lei's squad rushed over, beaming with pride. Su Chen, all 3 of us successfully awakened to 3 stars. Yue flexed her newfound magical aura. Reaching 3 stars is the true gateway to becoming a legendary powerhouse. After my latest star rank upgrade, every single stat in my body surged with phenomenal power. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke his concentration. Su Chen startled, he turned to face Wei Tihu. What are you doing here? The guy did not waste any time. I am here to join your squad. Let us conquer the realm of fallen gods together. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, completely baffled. Join my squad, conquer the realm of fallen gods. Man, I have absolutely no idea what you are babbling about. Wei Tihui scoffed. Are you seriously living under a rock? Remember that massive spatial distortion that ripped open outside the city walls a few days ago? You definitely saw it. Li Lei chimed in. Yeah, we saw it. The shockwaves were insane. The dean and every powerhouse above 5 stars rushed over. Wait, are you saying that spatial rift is the realm of fallen gods? Wei Tihui nodded grimly. Exactly. The Alliance officially named it the Realm of Fallen Gods. And guess what? Its gates are completely wide open. Right now, the Alliance is pushing the absolute strongest Academy squads to dive straight into the abyss. Any team under 5 stars can enter and stack up some serious military merits. Elite teams from every academy are practically chomping at the bit to raid it. Su Chen frowned, processing the rules. Why strictly squads, though? Can single players just enter the dungeon themselves? Absolutely not, Wei Tihui explained. That realm is a pure death trap. It has not even stabilized yet, but they are already allowing anyone under the 5-star rank to test their luck inside. This is completely unprecedented. Once the spatial turbulence fully settles down, experts predict this place could evolve into a legendary 9-star secret realm. And if a 9-star dungeon undergoes a mutation, well, if those terrifying abyssal monsters manage to break out, the resulting bloodbath would be absolutely apocalyptic. The Alliance leaders suspect this is a sinister scheme orchestrated by the outer gods. We need to conquer the dungeon before its core fully materializes and prevent a future catastrophe. Li Lei turned to him, eyes shining. Brother Su, are we doing this? Su Chen smirked with confidence. Hell yeah, let us go. Those military merits were ridiculously hard to farm. His mind raced with calculations. I am currently a captain. Just a little more merit and I will secure that major promotion. Once I hit that rank, those arrogant aristocratic families will not dare to mess with me anymore. Wei Tihui's eyes burned with fierce determination. I am entering that deadly realm with you guys. This is its first ever activation. You know the rules of a virgin dungeon: run hidden treasures and epic encounters are everywhere. Su Chen suddenly changed the subject. Wei Tihui, what is your current star rank? Taken aback, he blinked. 2 stars. Why? Su Chen stared at him like he was insane. Why? You are a 2-star rookie trying to crash a 5-star death zone. Are you literally begging for death? Wei Tihui clenched his fists, completely unfazed. I do not fear death. True power is found in extreme danger. I need to grow stronger. A high-tier dungeon like this is my golden ticket to changing my destiny. Su Chen rejected him instantly. No way. I am scared. Frustrated, Wei Tihui snapped back. Scared of what exactly? Su Chen, I clearly misjudged you. I did not think you were such a pathetic coward. Su Chen chuckled darkly. I am scared you will drag my team down into an early grave. Wei Tihui choked on the harsh truth, frantically promising, I swear I will not be a burden. If we hit a dead end, I will end my life before dragging you down. Su Chen had to admit the guy was a cold-blooded maniac. Meanwhile, at the Thunder God's majestic sanctuary, an envoy bowed deeply. Lord Thunder God, you summoned me. The deity rumbled. How is Su Chen progressing? The scout quickly reported. He has officially enrolled in Tienjing Academy, and he has been causing absolute chaos lately. The Thunder God's eyes sparked with intrigue. Absolute chaos, you say? The envoy wiped his sweat. He did not just harvest all 7 Genesis medicinal kings from the herb realm, he absolutely obliterated the hell-tier difficulties of 6 other major dungeons. The deity threw his head back and laughed. Excellent, I knew my instincts about that kid were dead on. This cursed demonic zone has finally stabilized. We will not be seeing any outer gods descending for a while. Post some guards here. I am making a little trip down to Tianjing Academy. Stunned, the envoy dared to ask, My lord, what business do you have at the academy? The Thunder God smirked. I am taking Su Chen as my personal disciple. The envoy's jaw practically hit the floor. What? A legendary 9-star powerhouse wants to take on an apprentice, and a mere freshman at that. This news would send absolute shockwaves through the entire awakened world. Su Chen had truly struck a once-in-a-millennium jackpot. Go make the preparations the deity commanded. Back at the academy, as Su Chen geared up for the raid, Murong suddenly blocked his path. Su Chen, come here for a second. He paused, raising a brow. Senior, what is going on? She crossed her arms, cutting straight to the chase. Have you heard the rumors about the realm of fallen gods? Su Chen nodded casually. Just heard about it. Murong narrowed her eyes, reading his mind. You are going, aren't you? He didn't hide it. Just want to test the waters. Heard they are handing out military merits and god-tier loot. Her expression tightened. Do not go. That place is no fit for a freshman. But if you want to throw your life away, suit yourself. Seeing him unfazed, Murong sighed in defeat. Are you seriously that stubborn? You are dead set on going. When Su Chen gave a firm nod, she shoved a glowing artifact into his hands. Take this. He caught it in total bewilderment. Wait, a skill scroll. Murong nodded with a huff. Exactly. I promised to get you a rare classless skill book, and I always pay my debts. Su Chen was so thrilled he completely lost his filter. Senior, you treat me so incredibly well. Do not tell me you have actually fallen for me. She shot him a death glare. Do not flatter yourself, idiot. I just bet way too much money on your future, so you cannot die early. He offered a nervous chuckle. Well, thanks anyway. Murong's tone turned dead serious. Listen closely. This is an unsealed skill scroll, so the skill you roll is totally random. But rumor has it, if you want to pull a high-tier class skill, you need to use a luck shard. It is a mythical divine fragment that rarely drops in the abyssal battlegrounds. That thing can crank your luck stats straight through the roof. Su Chen scoffed. A luck shard. Where am I supposed to find that? And if someone had it, who would even sell it? She nodded in agreement. True, they are virtually impossible to find. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Speechless, he mumbled. Gee, thanks a lot. Back in his dorm room, Su Chen examined the scroll. He was not lacking firepower, but having more skills is always a massive advantage. Who would complain about free power? Suddenly, a scorching sensation rushed through his veins. Why am I burning up? It was the antique box his uncle had given him, the very heirloom his parents left behind. Before, those ancient sealing talismans made it completely impossible to open, but now the seals have just crumbled away. Heart-pounding, Su Chen slowly pried the lid open to unveil its hidden secrets. A radiant crystal-like gem magically floated into the air. He gasped, struck by sheer awe and ecstasy. Talk about insane timing. I cannot believe my parents actually left behind something this legendary. Without a second thought, Su Chen absorbed its raw energy. Smirking, he grabbed the skill scroll. The luck shard is fully integrated. It is time for the ultimate pull. With a surge of strength, he ripped the seal apart. A blinding light burst out, revealing a universal classless skill. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the S-rank skill, Corpse Explosion. Su Chen could not hold back his absolute shock. Holy crap, not only is it an S rank, but it is one of the most broken offensive skills out there. That luck shard was no joke, Corpse Explosion. The name alone screamed pure devastation. I definitely need to find some fresh monster corpses to test out this ridiculous firepower. Soon after, the squad arrived at the swirling vortex of the spatial gate. Wei Tihui stared in absolute awe. So this is the true entrance to the realm of fallen gods. Zilong shivered as he marveled at the sight. It is terrifyingly majestic. Just standing here, you can feel a suffocating invisible pressure crushing down on you. The stern gatekeepers stepped forward, demanding their squad's name and full registration details. Li Lei turned back. Brother Su, our squad needs a name. You decide. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he declared God Slayers. Li Lei's blood pumped with excitement. God Slayers. That sounds insanely badass. We will wipe out every alien god threatening humanity. The gatekeeper interrupted. All member data is successfully registered in the system. Every cadet entering the fallen god realm receives 3 military merit points, the system announced. Additional points will be calculated based on your combat contributions inside the dungeon. Li Lei grinned wildly. 3 merit points just for stepping inside. Isn't this reward system a little too generous? Zilong frowned, sensing a trap. Merit points are incredibly rare. They represent absolute power and status. The Alliance only awards them for massive sacrifices to humanity. This generosity is extremely suspicious. You think it is a blessing, he warned. Consider it blood money. It just proves that the fallen god realm is a devastating death trap filled with unimaginable horrors. Bihui nodded firmly. Su Chen is right, but I absolutely will not back down. Li Lei's aura flared with determination. I am actually getting fired up. With my hammer transformation, I am invincible. Why should we fear anything? Yueyu smiled with absolute blind faith. As long as we follow Su Chen, how dangerous could it really be? Zilong chuckled in agreement. This is the perfect chance for the God Slayers to become legends. Let us move out. Suddenly, a voice called out. Su Chen looked back in surprise. Sister Duan, you came to the front lines too. She smiled softly. I already secured the Dragon Whisper herb. Since the Fallen God realm is basically a weakened 9-star dungeon, the chances of encountering a legendary dragon here are massive. I am risking it all. As the massive gates opened, cadets surged forward like a tidal wave. Let us go. Even 3 merit points are worth dying for. The Genesis squad will conquer all. Team Tomato is definitely cracking the top 10 leaderboards this time. Get out of the way. The unstoppable Skywhale Academy Vanguard is coming through. You weaklings cannot even compare to our pureblood disciples. Arrogant taunts sparked explosive arguments across the plaza. So what if you are from Sky Whale? Our Heavenly Martial Academy fears no one. Heavenly Spirit Academy fights for the glory of humanity. Charge. Amidst the chaotic battle cries, Bihui calmly analyzed the battlefield. The Alliance launched a full mobilization for this expedition, offering heaven-defying bounties. Every major academy in Dragon City dispatched their elite forces. Zilong gasped at the overwhelming scale. There must be thousands of squads, tens of thousands of awakened ones here. Suddenly, a massive shadow swallowed the sky. A colossal flying warship descended, carrying a young man, radiating a suffocating majestic aura. The crowd erupted in absolute awe. The heavenly carrier. The chosen one has arrived. Li Lei squinted, confused. Who is that arrogant guy? Bihui's expression turned dead serious. Tienjing. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Who is he? Bihui quickly explained. Sky Whale Academy possesses 3 legendary heavenly blessed cadets. Besides Murong, Lu Lian, the other absolute monster is Tienjing. His sheer power is terrifying. I have always considered him my ultimate rival. True to his words, the surrounding awakened cadets were losing their minds. The heavenly carrier looks so epic. My idol Tienjing already reached the 5-star realm. I cannot believe he joined the Fallen God expedition. Su Chen watched the sky. Is that massive battleship his awakened class ability? Bihui nodded grimly. Exactly. Tienjing awakened the ultra-divine mechanist class. That dreadnought is his signature construct. Legends say a single blast from its main cannon can obliterate a god. As the steel behemoth pierced through the portal, the desperate cadets stampeded after it. Hurry, form up behind the heavenly carrier. Sticking close to Tienjing guarantees our survival. Wait for me, idol. Charge. Su Chen gathered his aura and leaped forward. Our turn. Let us move. The God Slayers dove into the swirling dimensional rift, landing heavily on solid ground moments later. Zilong scanned the desolate horizon. Endless wasteland and no sign of the others. The system must have randomized our teleportation coordinates upon entering the dungeon. Meanwhile, inside the Alliance High Council chamber, absolute supreme beings gathered in heavy silence. The Dragon Sector leader finally spoke. Does anyone object to the Fallen God Realm operation? Elder Qin tapped his smoking pipe against the table. Leader, is this ruthless strategy truly appropriate? A cloaked warlock sneered from across the room. You know exactly how deadly that zone is. This is the only logical move. The old man shot back with dripping venom. Easy for you to say. You hide in safety while sending kids to die. The warlock slammed the desk. Elder Qin, what is that supposed to mean? Elder Qin did not even blink. Nothing complex. I just wanted to insult you. The warlock roared. Do not push me. I do not fear your old bones. Granny Meow stepped in. Enough, the portal is open. Fate is sealed. Fighting amongst ourselves changes nothing. Another counselor agreed softly. The fallen god realm is practically a death sentence, but destiny rewards the bold. It is the ultimate crucible to forge supreme transcendence. Sacrifices are the price of absolute power. The dragon leader finalized the decree. Then we observe and wait. When the time is right, we shall combine our supreme auras to seal the fallen god permanently. Disgusted Elder Qin turned his back on the council. You hypocrites can play God all you want. This old man is going to sleep. The warlock immediately started whispering poison to the leader. This is the highest strategic council of humanity. As a core pillar, Elder Qin's arrogance is absolutely unacceptable. The leader sighed heavily. His anger is justified, but humanity's survival hangs by a thread. Sometimes tactical sacrifices are necessary. Granny Meow nodded coldly. Offering the weak to the fallen god realm to temper a few true powerhouses is the only way to stop this apocalypse. It hits three birds with one stone. Elder Qin simply lacks the vision to see the grand chessboard. A suited man adjusted his tie with elitist pride. For a guardian of humanity, his enlightenment is severely lacking. Back in the desolate wasteland, Su Chen's squad marched on. This dungeon is ridiculously massive. We have been walking for hours without spotting a single soul. Suddenly, Yui's eyes went wide as her danger sense screamed. Something is coming. Li Lei spun around, gripped by panic. From where? Her face drained of color as the very earth beneath them began to tremble violently. Boom! A monstrous centipede demon violently erupted from the sand. Zilong instantly summoned his battle axe, his muscles bulging as he unleashed a devastating downward cleave. A single brutal strike sliced through its armor, dropping the massive beast completely dead. Zilong landed smoothly, wiping his brow. Thank heavens. That nightmare beast was strong, but nothing we cannot handle. But the moment he turned his back, the mangled corpse twitched and viciously lunged forward. Zilong, behind you, Su Chen roared, but it was too late. Zilong froze, unable to dodge the lethal ambush. In a flash of destiny, their mystic donkey companion leaped in, absorbing the crushing blow. Zilong staggered back, his mind reeling in pure shock. Impossible, I literally split it in half. Enraged, he unleashed a flurry of devastating axe strikes. Die and stay dead. The mangled beast finally collapsed into a motionless heap again. Yu activated her sensory skill, exhaling sharply. Its core is shattered, no heartbeat. It is definitely dead this time. The words barely left her lips when the demon hissed and resurrected once more. Li Lei's jaw dropped in absolute horror. It is reviving again. The terrifying truth finally hit Bihui like a truck. This is the true horror of the fallen god realm. The monsters possess infinite immortality. Brother Su, we need to retreat. This is an unwinnable battle. Su Chen just smirked, a confident glint in his eye. No retreat. We just kill it again. Leave this to me. Trusting his captain absolutely, Zilong stepped back. Do it. Seconds later, the beast was slammed back into the dirt. Su Chen kept his eyes locked on the corpse. Yu verify its status one more time. She scanned it instantly. Absolutely dead, zero heartbeat, completely drained of life force. A predatory smile crept across Su Chen's face. Perfect. Everyone fall back. As his teammates retreated, his inner mana surged like a roaring ocean. Let us see the true devastating power of my S-rank extraction skill. Su Chen formed a hand-seal corpse explosion. In a flash, the demonic beast shattered into dust. Li Lei froze in absolute shock. It blew up. Wei Tihui stood entirely pale. What kind of god-tier skill was this? Yue cheered with absolute certainty. They are not reviving this time. The monsters are completely wiped out. Su Chen smiled, fully satisfied. Corpse explosion truly was a tyrannical S-rank skill. Walking further ahead, they suddenly spotted a brutal monster massacre. I do not want to die. Somebody save me. Zilong frowned with high alert. This makes the fourth entire squad we have seen wiped out. Wei Tihui narrowed his eyes in deep worry. For most teams trapped in this desert, these demonic beasts are an absolute nightmare. Without escaping in time, utter death is guaranteed. The fallen god's secret realm was truly ruthless. Seeing fresh human prey, the monsters lunged to attack, but Su Chen showed zero mercy. He instantly unleashed corpse explosion. In one brutal blast, two more demonic beasts were completely wiped from existence. Su Chen urged his team forward. Let us move. There is no treasure in this desert. We need to leave. Suddenly, Wei Tihui spotted a flying carpet high above. He frowned in suspicion. Flying carpets are incredibly rare. Could it be a divine artifact? Divine artifacts can only be obtained in the abyssal battlefield. Up above sat three figures. Yue-chan alongside an unfamiliar boy and girl. Li Lei scratched his head in confusion. Why does that girl look so familiar? Zilong quickly reminded him. That is Yu-chan, Dragon Elephant King's daughter. We met her on the train. From high above, she had already recognized their squad. It really was them. But Su Chen's group immediately noticed the terrifying horde of monsters chasing the trio. Li Lei cried out in pure terror. How did they drag so many demonic beasts here? From the sky, Yue Shan frantically waved. Su Chen, he just smiled and greeted her back. Long time no see, you entered this realm too. She ignored the greeting and shouted urgently. Su Chen, get on the flying carpet right now. These monsters are immortal. They are impossibly hard to fight. Yanzi looked extremely worried. Captain, they have 5 members. This carpet can only carry 6 people. Max, it will be way too crowded. Su Chen shared the same thought and reassured them. Do not worry about us. We can easily slaughter these beasts. Yue Chen panicked completely. Absolutely not. We dragged these monsters here. How could we just abandon you? We will fight right by your side. Wei Tivui smiled in deep admiration. Her sense of honor is truly impressive. Not bad at all. By now, the demonic horde crashed down upon them. Yue Chen instantly summoned her glowing sword. With just one blinding strike, she slashed 3 monsters entirely in half. Zilong gasped in pure awe. As expected of the ultra-powerful sword immortal class, she has grown completely terrifying since we last met. She quickly turned back. Su Chen, get your squad on the carpet. We will fight and retreat. The monsters are about to resurrect. He just smiled and attacked with absolute confidence. No need for that corpse explosion. In an instant, all the fallen beast corpses were completely erased into nothingness. Yu Chen froze in absolute horror. What was that? Her 2 companions stood completely paralyzed in shock. The 5 monster corpses were obliterated into pure dust. Absolutely terrifying power. She could not help but admire him deeply. To effortlessly handle such unkillable beasts, it seems I was worrying for nothing. Moments later, after cleaning up the battlefield, Su Chen gave a gentle warning. Yue Shan, this fallen god's secret realm is extremely dangerous. Stay highly vigilant. She smiled sweetly and waved goodbye. You guys stay safe too. Once I finish my core mission, I will definitely find you again. Wei Tiwei stood silently, staring at their fading silhouettes with a heavy blush. This girl is truly incredible, and the name Yue Chen sounds so beautiful. Su Chen watched his simp behavior utterly speechless. Have you actually fallen in love already? Su Chen had been leading the vanguard for 3 hours straight. They were finally about to escape this endless desert. Suddenly, Yue sensed a strange shift in the air. There is movement ahead. Turns out another awakened squad was heavily surrounded. Li Lei squinted at the fierce battle against the demonic beasts. Wait, those uniform emblems. They look like students from Heavenly Whale Academy. Wei Tihui crossed his arms with sharp observation. They must be after that mysterious pool. And those beasts are fiercely guarding it. Right now, the Heavenly Whale squad was sweating bullets. These monsters simply could not be killed. Approaching the divine water was entirely impossible for them. A frantic member turned to their captain Lin Jiao. Dragging this fight out is completely useless. Sooner or later, these demonic beasts will bleed us completely dry. She gritted her teeth in deep frustration. Fall back for now. We need to gather more awakened fighters to steal this azure divine water. Just then, they finally spotted Su Chen's approaching squad. Wait a second, Captain. Somebody is heading our way. Li Lei quickly asked for orders. Su Chen, should we head over and check out the situation? Lin Jiao immediately called out. Su Chen, how about we join forces? He looked slightly taken aback. You actually know me, she nodded with absolute certainty. The legendary freshman causing a massive storm across the academy. Of course I know you. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Lin Jiao, a third-year senior at Heavenly Whale Academy and the mighty captain of the Radiant Light Squad. And these elites are my trusted squad members. Su Chen frowned with a calculating gaze. What exactly are you guys doing here? She quickly pointed out the hidden treasure. See that glowing pool behind the monsters? That is a sacred spring. It generates azure divine water, which heavily reinforces the physical stats of any awakened class. Previously, such god-tier treasures only appeared in 9-star secret realms. It is unimaginably precious. All the money in the world cannot buy it. We can totally form an alliance to snatch this azure divine water together. He listened with rising curiosity. How exactly do we cooperate? Lin Jiao laid out her strategic master plan. It is incredibly simple. These monsters cannot be killed. You guys simply draw their aggro while my team seizes the opening to steal the divine water. Li Lei burst into highly sarcastic laughter. As expected, terrible intentions. Do you seriously think we are brainless idiots? We tank the deadly beasts while you safely steal the heaven-defying fortune. A Heavenly Whale member glared with extreme arrogance. We are graciously giving you a chance. Do not push your luck. If Su Chen's combat power was not decently acceptable, do you honestly think we would ever team up with mere freshmen? Li Lei roared back without a single ounce of fear. Who even wants your trash alliance? We can easily seize that treasure all by ourselves. The Heavenly Whale squad sneered in deep contempt. You truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Spouting such ridiculous arrogance, Lin Jiao chimed in with a cold warning. Su Chen, these demonic beasts are practically invincible. A single squad simply cannot obtain that divine water. But he refused to back down an inch. A temporary alliance is fine, but your team handles the beast aggro while my squad secures the divine water. Surprisingly, she agreed without a single second of hesitation. This bizarre attitude completely stunned him. How strange. I only tested her boundaries, yet she actually agreed so easily. With the battle pact finally sealed, Lin Jiao locked her gaze on the demonic horde. She loudly commanded her squad, "Let us move. The monsters are turning completely violent again." She fearlessly led her fighters into the fierce clash. "Hold off the monsters, but do not kill them." Her squad roared in unison. "Understood." Lin Jiao yelled her final reminder. Su Chen, hurry up and snatch that divine water. He sprinted forward without a single trace of hesitation. "Let us go. Move fast." Moments later, they successfully reached the glowing mystic lake. Zilong beamed with absolute joy. This is definitely no ordinary water. Just taking a single breath near it instantly refreshes the entire soul. Lin Jiao scanned the chaotic battlefield. "How is the setup? Is the distance perfectly aligned?" Her squad member reported back. "It is perfect. We can activate the skill now." She instantly barked a ruthless command. "Seize this perfect timing to grab the azure divine water, then evacuate this place immediately." The member rapidly nodded. "Understood." He immediately cast his hidden high-tier magic, Spatial Swap Array. At that exact same moment, Su Chen ordered his team to gather the water, but Yue suddenly stopped him. "Hold on." He froze in absolute confusion. "What is wrong?" She frowned, her eyes filled with deep terror. "Extreme danger approaches. I can clearly sense an unfathomably terrifying primordial beast slowly awakening right beneath this pool." Zilong instantly went on high alert. A massive hidden opportunity wouldn't be this easy to claim. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle materialized beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, their positions were completely swapped with Lin Jiao's squad. The Sky Whale team cheered in ecstasy. "The teleportation worked. We just perfectly traded places with those fools." Lin Jiao burst into maniacal laughter. "The divine water is finally ours." Meanwhile, Su Chen's group panicked as monstrous beasts completely surrounded them. What the hell just happened? Zilong swung his massive axe at a lunging monster. Cold sweat dripped down Li Lei's face. "How did we suddenly end up over here?" The realization hit him. Lin Jiao had played them. They swapped coordinates with us. Blazing fury instantly consumed him. "Those treacherous snakes. You absolute pieces of garbage, you really dare to mess with us. I will wipe out your entire bloodline." The Sky Whale members only scoffed. "Did you idiots really think we would kindly hold off the beasts while you claimed the divine water? How pathetic. Today, your seniors will teach you a brutal lesson about the true sinister nature of human greed." Lin Jiao urgently commanded her team. "Ignore those dead men walking, grab the divine water." Before anything else goes wrong, the Sky Whale members were trembling with pure excitement. "With these divine drops, our physical stats will evolve multiple tiers. Our combat power is about to double." But as they reached out, the divine water instantly evaporated into thin air. Their jaws dropped in absolute sheer terror. What? Lin Jiao froze in total disbelief. What is happening? Why did the pool dry up? Her squad watched in sheer horror as the ground violently bulged. Something terrifying is coming up. Boom! A colossal, terrifying centipede monster exploded from the earth. The crowd screamed in pure despair. "It is the flying centipede." Lin Jiao roared in absolute fury. "The monster swallowed our divine water. Kill it to trigger the drop." But in a split second, the demonic beast devoured one of her members whole. The entire group went pale with horror. Sam was wiped out instantly. Such overwhelming power. Watching the bloodbath, Li Lei burst out laughing. "Serves you right. Instant karma." Lin Jiao's squad desperately scrambled away. "The flying centipede is a literal boss. We don't have the stats to defeat this monstrosity." She screamed out a frantic command. "Damn it. Fall back now." Li Lei mocked them ruthlessly. "You cowards, do not run away. I thought you wanted this ultimate reward." Lin Jiao spat back viciously. "Stop acting so smug. You are all trapped down there too. You are dead meat. Not even your corpses will remain." Su Chen's squad was indeed still surrounded by the monstrous horde. Su Chen quickly ordered, "Clear these mob monsters first." Zilong charged to the front line, his axe swinging. Su Chen locked onto the fallen monster bodies. "We can finally detonate these corpses." He signaled his team to fall back. "Get far away from here. The chain explosion of these corpses will be utterly devastating." He formed a hand seal. Skill activation, corpse explosion. Instantly, the bodies detonated, sending massive shockwaves across the entire desert. Wei Tihui shielded his face from the blinding dust. "That is completely insane. To think simultaneous corpse detonations pack such legendary firepower. The explosive damage multiplier actually stacks." But the moment the smoke cleared, a fierce monster charged right at his face. Yue screamed a warning. "Watch out." Caught completely off guard, the beast slammed right into them. The colossal boss let out a terrifying earth-shaking roar. Zilong gripped his weapon, sweating bullets. The flying centipede. "This boss only spawns in 4-star dungeons. I never expected to face an overpowered beast this early." Suddenly, the monstrous boss unleashed a deafening shriek. In a flash of dark aura, the exploded subordinate monsters instantly respawned, fully surrounding them once again. Li Lei furrowed his brows in total shock. They revived. How can they respawn after being blown to absolute pieces? Zilong sharply analyzed the battlefield. This must be the flying centipede's passive skill. The boss is already stupidly overpowered, and now it can indefinitely revive its mob monsters. We are in deep trouble. As the terrifying centipede boss lunged forward, Su Chen shifted into a combat stance. Step back, let me handle this. He launched himself at the beast. Fully charged punch, but impossibly the ultimate strike hit empty air. Su Chen stood completely dumbfounded. What dodge that Wei Tihui urgently reminded him. The flying centipede is infamous for its supreme agility stats. Basic physical attacks will never connect with its hitbox. Zilong leaped into the sky for a lethal strike, but the cunning demonic beast slithered away, making his heavy weapon slice through nothing but air. Li Lei watched in mounting despair. Every single attack is being completely evaded. Not even Zilong can land a solid hit. With a mere flick of its tail, the beast sent Zilong crashing down. Zilong swiftly stabilized his footing and roared, "Run away. This raid boss is way beyond our current level limits." However, the team remained hopelessly trapped inside the monster encirclement. Yui's face lost all its color. There are too many mob beasts. With the boss's insane speed stat, escaping is totally impossible. Right then, Wei Tihui was viciously knocked down. He shrieked in absolute terror. "Somebody save me." Li Lei sprinted over to back him up. "Get the hell away, damn it, Wei Tihui. Why are you just freezing up? Use your class skills to fight back right now." He scrambled to his feet, totally defenseless. "I cannot counterattack at all. The cooldown on my class ability is not ready for activation yet." Zilong turned to his trusted comrade. "Su Chen, you need to retreat first. At least one of us must survive this raid." But Su Chen had absolutely no intention of fleeing. "Zilong, hold the boss's aggro for a minute. We will wipe out the mob monsters first and try another strategy." Without a single second of hesitation, Zilong vaulted into the sky. In just a few breathtaking moments, the relentless swarm of subordinate beasts was completely annihilated. Meanwhile, Zilong was engaged in an intense, deadly tug-of-war. Su Chen locked onto his position and roared. "Zilong, lure the flying centipede over to these monster corpses." Acting as the perfect bait, Zilong instantly dashed over. Understood. Falling right into the lethal trap, the boss chased him toward the dead bodies. Su Chen instantly triggered his ultimate ability. Now corpse explosion. This time the massive raid boss was violently dragged into the devastating inferno. Su Chen smirked with absolute confidence. With an area of effect blast this massive, there is no way you can dodge. The devastating shockwave sent the beast crashing down in agony. Li Lei pumped his fist in wild excitement. That monster could not dodge. It took massive damage from the blast. The massive boss thrashed wildly, violently struggling to survive. Yu frantically urged the entire team. "Finish it off right now. Its HP regeneration rate is insanely fast." Su Chen charged forward without a hint of hesitation. Fully charged punch, he smashed his fist directly into its ugly face. Wei Tihui watched nervously. "Is the boss finally dead?" Zilong quickly stepped up with a grim warning. "Su Chen, blow up its corpse immediately. We cannot let it trigger a revival skill." Su Chen nodded sharply. "I almost forgot. Everyone clear the blast zone right now." Deep within an ancient mysterious courtyard, a terrifying entity sat in meditation. It possessed a human body, an avian head, and razor-sharp claws. Suddenly, its glowing eyes snapped open. "I have been awakened. To think human awakened classes could unleash such a devastating strike. It seems the quality of the challengers entering this time is exceptionally high. Excellent. After feasting on human flesh and blood for countless ages, my physical vessel is nearly complete. I am only missing 3 fingers before I return to my absolute peak power. Tremble in despair, I shall be the very first divine god to descend upon the human realm in a perfect body. You will all grovel at my feet, starting with me. Humanity will plunge into an eternal dark age." Meanwhile, Su Chen's system interface flared to life. Slaying the boss-tier flying centipede had earned him 5 massive military merit points. Epic loot dropped from the boss, a resurrection token, glazed divine water, and the wind flash skill scroll. Seeing the glowing rewards, Li Lei completely lost his mind. That centipede was a nightmare, but this tier of loot made the hellish battle worth it. Wei Tihui spoke with absolute gravity. "That token can revive any fallen, awakened inside this dungeon. The drop rate for that is practically 0, yet fate actually smiled upon us today. Even 9-star elites dream of getting this." Zilong laughed. "Su Chen, you landed the killing blow. The boss drops belong entirely to you." Yu nodded firmly. "Exactly, Daddy Su deserves every single piece." But Su Chen had zero intention of hoarding the treasures. "I will hold onto the revival token for emergencies. As for this wind flash scroll, it is clearly an agility-boosting mastery technique. Zilong, you are the perfect fit for this. Take it." Zilong caught it, utterly stunned. "This is an A-rank scroll. The skills it unlocks are priceless. I cannot just take this." Su Chen's gaze turned dead serious. "Just take it, learn it immediately. The fallen god realm is brutally unforgiving. We need every ounce of power to survive." Hearing those words, he finally stopped refusing. The moment he crushed the scroll, wind aura surged through his veins. Li Lei leaned in, bursting with curiosity. "Well, how does it feel?" In a flash, Zilong demonstrated his newly awakened power, blurring into a phantom. My baseline speed just multiplied by 10, he cheered. If we face that boss again, I could dodge its strikes flawlessly. Seeing his success, Su Chen shifted the team's focus. Time to use the glazed divine water. But he paused, suddenly confused. Wait, how exactly are we supposed to consume this? Internal and external refinement, Wei Tihui explained like a true veteran. Drink a portion first to reinforce your internal organs, then bathe in the rest. This dual process will forge our flesh from the inside out. Instantly, Wei Tihui's spiritual pressure skyrocketed. Li Lei stared in absolute shock. Are you kidding me? Just one sip, and his entire body is glowing. Is the buff really that insane? A moment later, Li Lei rubbed his glowing stomach. I am completely stuffed, Wei Tihui roared with hearty laughter. Same here, it is finally time for the body refinement bath. As the squad soaked in the divine pool, Li Lei sighed in awe. My muscles feel like tempered steel, yet my body is incredibly light. Zilong nodded deeply in agreement. This divine water truly lives up to its legendary name. Our physical defense has easily doubled. This overwhelming effect easily rivals the king-level herbs we consumed back then. Yui Wei playfully tossed her hair, eyes sparkling. My skin feels absolutely flawless now. Daddy Su, look at me. Do you think I have gotten even prettier? Wei Tihui leaped out of the water with explosive force. My physique has broken through its absolute limit. Thanks to this divine cleansing, my raw physical strength alone can now crush standard warriors. Soon after, the entire team finished their awakening bath. This stroke of fortune was mind-blowing. The overall combat power of the Night God squad had multiplied entirely. Li Lei clenched his fists, overflowing with newfound confidence. Leveling up in this fallen god realm is insanely fast. I cannot wait to hunt down our next epic treasure. Suddenly, Su Chen held up a hand. Hold on. There is still half a pool of divine water left. We cannot waste a single drop. With a thought, he summoned his donkey mounts to drink the glowing liquid. Sensing the heaven-defying energy, the beasts drank greedily. Suddenly, one of them hit an evolution breakthrough. It leaped into the sky as massive wings erupted from its back. The system chime donkey activated its innate talent. Evolutionary power, 10 donkeys just sprouted wings, unlocking the flight ability. Su Chen smirked in deep satisfaction. That divine water was definitely worth it. The donkey squad had successfully evolved. Just then, the leader of the pack began mutating, sprouting sharp horns and blazing mystical tattoos across its hide. Su Chen gasped. The main donkey is triggering a second awakening. It transformed into a draconic beast with a blazing, fiery body. Wei Tihui was utterly captivated. What a majestic war pet, Li Lei nodded, feeling its suffocating aura. Brother Su, your beast just shattered its mortal limits. Right on cue, a system notification echoed in Su Chen's mind. Your donkey consumed the divine water and evolved into a Tier 1 spirit beast. He stood there completely bewildered. A spirit beast. The donkey actually transcending its species. But wait, what kind of class system is this? As far as I know, no awakened class has an evolution path for spirit beasts. Suddenly, his newly evolved majestic pet opened its mouth. Hey bro. Su Chen stared in absolute horror. What the hell? It can actually speak. Li Lei jumped back in terror. Brother Su, did your pet become a demon? The beast simply replied, nice. Wei Tihui scratched his head in total confusion. What kind of bird language is that? The war pet dramatically sighed. Damn it, Su Chen face-palmed, utterly speechless. Sure, it learned human speech, but it only speaks in pure brainrot. The 5-man party finally left the scorching desert, stepping into a vast grassland. As they walked, Zilong broke the silence. I have a burning question. Does anyone actually know the clear conditions for this fallen god realm? Wei Tihui shrugged helplessly. No clue. This realm is an anomalous spatial fracture. We will just have to figure out the survival rules ourselves. Yu scanned their surroundings, her instincts flaring. Guys, does this place feel entirely wrong to you? Su Chen's guard instantly went up. It is way too quiet. She nodded, explaining her grim realization. Exactly. My senses are enhanced way beyond normal limits, yet I cannot hear a single sound here. Even the wind is dead silent. Zilong instantly drew his weapon. Such an unnatural phenomenon screams danger. Stay on high alert. Just then, Wei Tihui spotted something through the eerie fog. Look dead ahead. Su Chen narrowed his eyes at the bizarre landscape while Li Lei perked up with reckless excitement. It was a dense forest with strange silhouettes hanging from the branches. Could it be another epic treasure drop? He urged the squad forward to investigate, but a sharp voice suddenly called out to them. Yu ground her teeth in absolute disgust. Su Chen, it is that two-faced snake Zhao Lu. She crossed her arms, speaking with insufferable arrogance. Su Chen, it seems our fates are still intertwined. Crawl back to my side and I might just let you be my backup lover. Su Chen let out a cold, mocking sneer. Call me your daddy. Even with his severed arm, Li Lingxiao barked like an arrogant guard dog. You are just as foolishly stubborn as before. Do you not realize Lulu is now the #1 genius of the Apocalypse Academy? The elite faction practically worships her. Being her backup is a blessing you could not earn in 3 lifetimes. Su Chen looked at him with pure, unfiltered pity. Li Ling Xiao, you truly are the supreme king of all simps. Meanwhile, other awakened candidates had reached the tree line. Look over there, what is hanging from those branches? They squinted at the dangling shadows, greed clouding their judgment. It looks like high-tier spirit fruits. This fallen god realm is an absolute goldmine. Hurry and claim them. Li Ling Xiao quickly turned to his master. Lulu, let us move. This trash team is not worthy of competing with you. But back on Su Chen's side, the entire squad's faces drained of color as they got closer. What the hell? A chilling horror gripped his heart. Damn it, Li Lei trembled in pure terror. Oh my god, those things hanging are human corpses. The candidates panicked in sheer dread. Why are dead, awakened strung up like meat? They are all slaughtered. A terrifying nightmare lurks in this forest. Yue screamed a sudden, desperate warning. Watch out, spatial fluctuations detected in the air. Su Chen sprinted, roaring at the top of his lungs. Fall back now. But his comrades and the other candidates stood frozen like statues. Panic gripped him. Why are you just standing there? Run. He glanced back, his blood running cold. Their eyes were completely rolled back, hollow and lifeless. Damn it, he realized. An unseen force had hijacked their minds, completely stripping away their sanity. Wait, why am I immune? He thought. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. His teammates were sleepwalking straight into the dark forest. This is disastrous. Stepping into those woods meant certain death, just like the victims before them. I have to stop this. Su Chen blocked their path, grabbing Ying Zilong by the shoulders. Snap out of it, wake up. But Zilong violently shoved him aside, marching forward blindly. Nearby, Xiao Lu was also trapped in the trance. Suddenly, a mystic grimoire materialized, instantly shattering her hypnosis. That was close, she gasped. Without the Book of Destiny, I would be a goner. Meanwhile, Su Chen was losing his mind. Damn it. Shouting does not work and physical force is useless. Xiao Lu strolled over, smirking. Why are you stopping them? Su Chen glared, his fury rising. Are you insane? If I do not interfere, they will literally walk to their graves. She pointed upward with a wicked grin. Their sacrifice might actually bless us. Look up. Bizarre crimson, gourd-like fruits were sprouting from the branches. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. The trees are bearing fruit. Adjusting her glasses, Xiao Lu chuckled darkly. If my instincts are right, that is the legendary blood god tree. It only spawns in 8-star dungeons or higher. It drains the life force of fallen awakeners to bloom. These blood god fruits grant massive boosts to mental power. For a mage like me, they are absolute divine treasures. Su Chen shot her a look of pure disgust. What a twisted class. This venomous snake cared nothing for human life, seeing only her own twisted gain. Yet she stood there entirely unapologetic. Listen, Su Chen. In this awakened era, a true professional uses any means necessary to climb to the absolute top. These ripening fruits are a heaven-sent miracle. Stop interfering. Su Chen scoffed, ignoring her vile logic. Too bad, I am completely classless. With a burst of aura, he summoned his newly leveled-up flame donkeys. Burn these demonic trees to the ground, Su Chen commanded. Xiao Lu lunged forward, panic flashing in her eyes. Su Chen, do not you dare. The beasts unleashed a torrent of scorching fire, instantly engulfing the cursed forest in thick, choking smoke. Xiao Lu ground her teeth in raging fury. You bastard, you just ruined a legendary opportunity. If you want to play hero, then die, she shrieked. Without hesitation, Su Chen delivered a brutal, resounding slap. The strike left her stunned, utterly speechless. Who do you think you are? He barked. Cradling her swollen cheek, Xiao Lu gasped. You hit me, whack. Su Chen delivered another devastating slap to even things out. A ranged mage casting spells right in my face. You were literally begging to get smacked. Humiliated and enraged, Xiao Lu frantically demanded, give me my magic staff right now. Instead, Su Chen swung his hand again. Here is another serving of reality. She screamed in pure rage. You used to be my pathetic simp. Su Chen unleashed a relentless combo of slaps. Still blind to your actual situation, huh? Desperate, Xiao Lu chanted rapidly. Book of Destiny, silent fire, spirit, grant me the ultimate flames of absolute destruction. But Su Chen was not going to just stand there. Charged power punch, he roared, unleashing a devastating strike. Casting in melee range again, you never learn. Terrified, she instantly switched to playing the victim. Please stop, I actually still have feelings for you. Su Chen glared, absolutely disgusted. What is this garbage, begging for your life now? Xiao Lu pleaded. Just remember our happy memories together. Do you not miss what we had? Yes, I made mistakes, but my heart still belongs to you. Let us start over, please. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his danger sense tingling. This witch is plotting something. Suddenly, 2 rotting hands burst from the soil, gripping his ankles. Xiao Lu stood up, laughing maniacally. I was just stalling for time. My spell is finally ready. Let us see you escape this, Su Chen. Without missing a beat, Su Chen activated another skill. Boom. The undead arms instantly exploded into a shower of gore. The color drained from Xiao Lu's face. Impossible, Su Chen smirked casually, kicking away the rotting debris. Just fragile corpses, nothing to fear here. Frantic, she wove a series of dark hand seals. Wraith reincarnation, more grotesque ghouls clawed their way out of the earth. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. You murdered all these people just to use them, did you not? She did not even try to hide her sinister truth. I consumed their destinies to fuel my own ascension. Becoming stepping stones for my ultimate glory is their highest honor. Su Chen instantly triggered his corpse explosion skill. Boom. The three undead monstrosities were obliterated in a flash of deadly energy. Trembling in sheer terror, Zhao Lu shrieked, "What did you just do to my minions?" Su Chen closed the distance, landing a brutal punch right to her face. "You psychotic witch, I am ending your reign of terror today." Crawling backward in absolute panic, she whimpered, "You would not actually kill me, right?" Looming over her like a grim reaper, Su Chen's eyes were utterly void of mercy. "Dead wrong. I am going to end you." She forced a pitiful tear. "So our love truly means nothing anymore." His patience shattered, Su Chen lunged forward with a deadly dagger. "Die, you manipulative trash." Still trying to stall. Suddenly, Li Lingxiao snapped out of his trance. "Do not touch my Xiao Lu." He threw his own body in the path of the lethal blade. All around them, the other candidates collapsed, clutching their aching heads. What happened? That was a terrifying nightmare. We were completely brainwashed. The trees are in ashes. Someone saved us from becoming mere fertilizer. Bizarrely, Li Lingxiao spat a hidden gun straight out of his mouth. Su Chen. "Stay away from Zhao Lu." Go to hell. Staring down the barrel of that unexpected weapon, Su Chen's face went completely pale. The exact millisecond the trigger was pulled, Su Chen activated his barrel roll skill, desperately diving out of the firing line. What the hell? He has no hands, but he fired a gun with his tongue. Li Lingxiao is truly the ultimate simp. He literally trained his tongue for this. Shielded by her obsessed meat shield, Zhao Lu finally finished her spell. "Agile wind spirit, carry me away to the sanctuary of no return." As she floated away, she mocked him. "Su Chen, your monstrous growth rate actually surprises me. If you crawl back to me now, I will generously make you my #1 backup lover." Revolted Su Chen shouted back, cutting to the chase. "Collecting backup lovers every single day? Does this sick obsession have something to do with your Book of Destiny?" She looked down at him with absolute godlike disdain. The Book of Destiny wields unimaginable cosmic power. It paves the path to godhood. Trash like you could never comprehend its majesty. But Su Chen remained ice-cold, piercing through her lies. "I bet that grimoire boosts your power every time you sacrifice someone, does it not?" Caught off guard, she grabbed Li Lingxiao and hastily fled. "Just you wait, I will crush you before you can strike again." Su Chen furrowed his brows tightly, clenching his fists. Her silence was all the confirmation he needed. He was spot on. Ying Zilong approached, his expression grim. "It seems your terrifying deduction was absolutely correct. The Book of Destiny is one of the 3 legendary mage artifacts. It is shrouded in profound mystery. Nobody truly knows the horrifying depths of its true capabilities. Zhao Lu walks an evil path. If she is allowed to grow her power, she will become a catastrophic threat to us all." Suddenly, the surrounding candidates noticed something miraculous. "Everyone, look at these. Are these the mythical blood god fruits? The demonic branches are completely reduced to ash, yet these magical fruits are still hanging perfectly intact. There is not a single burn mark on them. These fruits permanently amplify mental stats. For any mage, this is a heaven-defying legendary encounter, but their excitement was quickly shattered by a grim realization. Wait a second, these treasures are not fully ripe yet. Someone explain the situation. These blood god fruits are completely unripe. Fully matured ones only spawn in 8-star dungeons. They belong to the legendary Medicine King tier. These low-grade fruits are basically worthless. The group turned to leave. What a pity. Unripe blood god fruits aren't just useless, they are absolutely lethal poison. Li Lei rubbed his head in frustration. Such a massive waste, a single ripe fruit could fetch an astronomical price outside. Finding nothing else, Zilong urged the team to move on. Suddenly, Wei Tihui stopped them in their tracks. "Wait a minute, gather as many of those blood god fruits for me as you can." Confused, Li Lei asked what he was plotting. "You literally cannot eat these unripe things," but Wei Tihui just grinned with absolute confidence. "Cut the nonsense and hurry up. Today, I will grant you all a legendary stroke of fate." Li Lei scratched his head in sheer bewilderment. What kind of crazy scheme was this? Still, they followed his orders, stacking the blood god fruits into a massive crimson mountain. Staring with heavy suspicion, Li Lei issued a warning. "Listen, Wei Tihui. We busted our backs harvesting all these. If you are messing with us, I am shoving every single one up your backside." Undeterred, Wei Tihui picked them up with a smirk. "Now witness a true miracle." He activated his fusion skill. Yui gasped in shock. "Holy crap, 2 fruits just merged into one. How is that possible?" Zilong's eyes widened in pure excitement. It is not just a simple merger. The tier of the blood god fruit actually leveled up. To be exact, it is rapidly approaching full maturity. Wei Tihui laughed with overwhelming arrogance. You've got a sharp eye. Su Chen instantly figured it out. Wait, is your innate talent actually item synthesis? Wei Hui nodded, revealing his deepest secret. Exactly, it is my hidden talent. I can fuse two identical items into one superior version. Li Lei was completely blown away. Such a skill actually exists. This is absolutely magical. Yu lit up with wild anticipation. Does that mean, with your synthesis ability, we can actually create a fully mature blood god fruit? He nodded vigorously, grabbing two more pieces. Spot on, a semi-finished blood god fruit materialized instantly. Zilong practically shouted, I can smell the fragrance. It is about to reach perfect ripeness. Wei Hui fused another pair without hesitation. Keep it coming. Finally, the ultimate product emerged. Zilong cheered wildly as brilliant aura erupted all around them. It is fully ripe, a genuine mature blood god fruit. He held it up to the awestruck group, who once the first bite, Li Lei confidently thumped his chest. I will be the guinea pig to test for side effects. But Su Chen immediately blocked his path. Hold on. Wei Hui, can you fuse it again? The synthesis master looked utterly bewildered. Keep fusing, you mean creating an even higher tier blood god fruit? Su Chen nodded firmly. Exactly. A person can only consume one in their lifetime. We must maximize the effects. We are eating only the absolute best. Wei Hui replied without a single ounce of hesitation. All right, watch this. He prepared two mature fruits for the ultimate test. In a flash, a blinding golden radiance exploded from his hands. Yu stared at the brilliant glow in pure awe. It actually worked. Two mature fruits became a high-grade treasure. Zilong nodded intensely. The color is not the only thing that changed. Its aura is completely different now. I have consumed Medicine King items before. My instincts are screaming. This golden blood god fruit has already reached the legendary Medicine King tier. Li Lei gasped sharply. On par with a Medicine King, just thinking about it made his blood boil. People would literally murder each other for this outside, but Su Chen simply smirked. We are just getting started. Keep going. Wei Hui relentlessly pushed his synthesis power to the absolute limit. Finally, he forged a bizarre fruit shaped exactly like a five-pointed star. Dripping with cold sweat, he trembled. 8 consecutive fusions. I hit the absolute limit. I cannot fuse it anymore. Li Lei observed it closely. It looks kind of ordinary now. Besides the weird shape, I cannot sense any aura at all. Wei Hui confidently declared, this is undoubtedly a heaven-defying treasure. The highest limit for anything I have ever fused was 3 times. This fruit survived 8 fusions. It must have returned to its most primordial state, hiding an unimaginable world-shaking power. Hearing this, Li Lei's eyes burned with determination. Then let me eat it, Su Chen quickly warned him. Li Lei, think carefully. This thing has far surpassed the Medicine King tier. His gaze remained completely resolute. I know. But in our line of work, entering the abyssal battlefield means facing certain death anyway. I absolutely refuse to miss any chance to grow stronger. The moment he swallowed it, an explosive aura erupted from his entire body. Tears of pure joy streamed down his face. My spiritual power is literally doubling. This extreme clarity feels amazing, Su Chen asked with concern. Are you all right? Blood gushed from his nose as he cried. Brother Su, I am totally fine. Yue panicked. You are bleeding heavily. Li Lei decisively wiped the blood away with a giant grin. I feel fantastic. But the moment those words left his mouth, he collapsed onto the ground, dead to the world. Su Chen was left completely speechless. Fortunately, he regained consciousness shortly after. Zilong asked with a very serious tone, Are you actually okay now? Li Lei flexed his muscles, feeling absolutely zero side effects. Instead, his mind was supernaturally sharp. He felt like he could stay awake for 3 entire days. Su Chen nodded in deep satisfaction. Looks like he handled the spiritual surge perfectly. This evolved fruit is safe to consume. Moments later, Wei Hui finished his synthesis session. That is enough. 1 supreme fruit for each of us. We will auction the rest for a fortune. Without a shred of hesitation, everyone swallowed their portions. Let's eat. Instantly, the entire team collapsed unconscious, leaving only Su Chen standing there in sheer disbelief. Such incredible benefits, but eating it instantly knocks you out cold. A bewildered Li Lei asked from the sidelines. Brother Su, why have you not collapsed yet? Su Chen looked equally confused. Yeah, why am I completely unaffected? Li Lei hurriedly asked. How are you feeling right now? He answered honestly. It tasted delicious. My mind feels incredibly sharp. In fact, I could easily eat another one right now. Li Lei grew instantly anxious. Brother Su, a professional awakened, can only consume 1 in their lifetime. A second one might literally destroy your body, but Su Chen just waved it off casually. Do not worry about it. I am completely jobless anyway. Some time passed and he remained completely conscious. He confidently declared, See, still perfectly fine. It seems being a jobless awakened actually has its hidden perks. So Su Chen refused to stop. If that is the case, let's keep eating. 2 entire hours later, the squad finally woke up while Wei Hui was sweating buckets from continuous fusion. Are you seriously still eating? You already devoured 30 high-grade fruits. Su Chen swallowed the final piece fearlessly. As long as it does not kill me, I am eating it. I can feel it deep within my core. With every fruit, my body is undergoing a massive evolution. I need to see the final transformation. The very second those words left his mouth, a terrifying mutation began. A majestic spectral tower materialized directly above Su Chen's head. Wei Tihui gasped in absolute shock. That is a spiritual tower. Yui Wei looked completely bewildered. What exactly is a spiritual tower? He hurriedly explained the legend. I read about this in ancient texts. A spiritual tower connects directly to the ultimate star tower. Awakeners who possess a professional star tower are even rarer than legendary 9-star powerhouses. Suddenly, Su Chen clutched his head and screamed in pure agony. Everyone jumped in absolute terror. Brother Su, what is happening? Meanwhile, Elder Qin walked home in deep thought. Did the fallen god dungeon truly descend just to harvest human bloodlines? Why does my heart feel so incredibly restless? His loyal butler bowed respectfully. Welcome back, Elder Qin. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, the old man asked. Why is the house so quiet? Where is my granddaughter? The butler panicked. The young miss entered the fallen god realm. Elder Qin froze in sheer terror. What I gave strict orders to keep her out of that cursed place. The butler confessed helplessly. She snuck out, sir. We couldn't stop her at all. He furrowed his brows. Who is Meow Meow with that Murong Liulian girl again? The butler quickly reported. Miss Liu is away from the academy. The young miss went completely alone. Elder Qin's heart sank heavily. Alone, has she lost her mind? Does she have any idea how terrifying the fallen god realm truly is? This won't do. That realm is far too unstable. I must contact the Supreme Star Tower. Meanwhile, inside the realm, Su Chen sat meditating. Li Lei asked curiously, Brother Su, what's wrong? Wei Tihui stopped him. Do not disturb him. The spirit tower is an existence beyond our reach. It won't bring Su Chen any harm. Zilong was completely lost. The spirit tower. Never heard of it. How do you know Wei? Tihui explained calmly. I told you already. I read about it in an ancient manuscript. Zilong pressed further. Which book? I want to read it too. He turned away, deflecting the question. I don't remember. I forgot. Li Lei whispered to Zilong. He forgot. I swear Wei Tihui is hiding a massive secret. At that very moment, a violent tremor shook the spirit tower. One of the dimensional gates began to warp fiercely. The one who entered was Su Chen. He frowned, scanning the mysterious area. Where am I? Walking toward a majestic throne, he muttered. Is this my mindscape, or was my consciousness teleported here? Countless radiant gates revolved around a colossal tower. This ancient structure radiated an incredibly unique divine aura. Could this be the legendary Supreme Star Tower? Perhaps the blood god fruit triggered a breakthrough, bringing me here. Yet the true nature of this mysterious domain remained unknown. Does each gate of light represent someone worthy of entering? I can't figure it out right now. I will investigate later. Time to head back. Just as Su Chen vanished, Elder Qin materialized. He took his seat heavily. With the terrifying calculation power of the Supreme Star Tower, I should be able to deduce something. Suddenly, Elder Qin noticed something shocking. Wait, am I seeing things? 1, 2, 3, 12, 13 gates of light. The number increased by 13 thrones. The 13th throne has finally manifested. Who broke their shackles? The Sakura Emperor, the Desert Magus, the Wolf God, or the Blood God? Why was there no worldly disturbance? Though no one reveals their true faces here, identities can be guessed. The sudden emergence of a 13th throne. This is absolutely unprecedented. At that moment, the adjacent gate flared violently. Someone was coming. A heavily cloaked figure stepped through. Perfect timing. Arriving before the official throne gathering. To the newcomer, Elder Qin was also shrouded in mystery. Haven't you noticed? A 13th throne has been born. The cloaked figure gasped in pure shock. What? A 13th throne? Who ascended to the 13th seat? Why wasn't there any heavenly sign? Meanwhile, back in reality, Su Chen opened his eyes. The group rushed over. Brother Su, how do you feel? He stared at his hands, overwhelmed by the strange sensation. It felt like stepping into an entirely unknown realm. Wei Tihui strictly warned him, never speak of the spirit tower to anyone. Su Chen looked deeply suspicious. Why not? The man's gaze was deadly serious. No questions. Take everything that happened today to your grave. Do not breathe a single word of this. Li Lei's suspicion piqued. Wei Tihui is absolutely hiding a dark secret from us. Elsewhere, a trio ventured deep into a cavern, stepping off their flying carpet. Is this the place? Yan Zi checked her radar. Yes. The tracker shows maximum divine energy here. The fallen god is inside. Yue Tian's eyes blazed with vengeful resolve. Father, today I will avenge you. She turned to the others. Both of you stay back. I will face him alone. Her companions immediately protested. Yue Tian, we fight together. She issued a grim warning. That is a literal god inside. He slaughtered my father. Going in means almost certain death. Fan Tu stepped forward with unwavering loyalty. General Long Xiang sacrificed his life for humanity. Just like you, we carry the general's dying will. Yue Tian hesitated, but Yan Ji slammed her fist over her heart. Everything for humanity. Moved by their fire, she finally nodded. All right. For humanity, let's move in. Take these aura-concealing pills, one for each of us. It will help us close the gap silently. Fan Tu swallowed the pill and asked, Yue Tian, what are our actual odds of winning? She replied with ironclad confidence. Before his death, my father left behind a divine relic. If I can just get close enough, I am 80% sure. He quickly suggested a strategy. Should we bring out the relic now and coordinate a flawless attack plan? She shook her head firmly. Not yet. The fallen god would instantly sense its aura. But don't worry. My father traded his very life for this. Once we strike, victory is practically guaranteed. Yanji's eyes filled with deep reverence. General Long Xiang was truly the absolute pillar of humanity. He sacrificed everything to give us a fighting chance. Fan Tu's expression turned intensely sorrowful. A true legend. The general bought us this one method to slay a god with his own blood. She let out a heavy sigh. He was the supreme human marshal I respected the most. A true powerhouse who actually protected the weak, unlike those selfish elites. Yue Tian's face twisted with pure disgust. Since his death, the populist faction has been completely crippled. We have no voice left in the alliance. The entire High Council is now monopolized by corrupt elites. Meanwhile, Su Chen's party arrived at a desolate wasteland. Li Lei scanned the eerie surroundings in panic. Dragon Valley. That name sounds totally ominous. Are there actual dragons here? Zilong quickly shot down the idea. That's completely impossible. According to Alliance archives, the ultimate apex predators known as dragons haven't been seen in centuries. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar ripped through the air. Yu's face completely paled. What was that sound? It's terrifying. Cold sweat poured down Li Lei's face. With an aura that violently oppressive. Are dragons actually real? Just then, the group spotted a chaotic stampede, fleeing for their lives. Run shockingly, Su Chen gasped, recognizing Sing Sing among them. Someone screamed in absolute horror. Watch out, they're right behind us. A monstrous swarm of demonic bugs violently engulfed the slowest runner. He was completely buried alive. Somebody save me. In sheer desperation, one of them activated a defensive skill, diamond armor. Come at me, I refuse to believe you. Filthy bugs can pierce my diamond armor. But the endless beast tide was utterly overwhelming. The bugs effortlessly corroded his shield, causing agonizing pain. How is my absolute defense failing? Struggling was completely futile. Get off me, get away. He was tragically devoured by the sea of demonic insects. Li Lei stared in absolute disbelief. What the hell are those monsters? This is a nightmare. They can tear right through a defender's heavy armor. Wei Tihui realized it first. These are multi-fanged dragon lice. He spun around in absolute panic. Wait, dragon lice, Zilong stepped up, his expression grim. Legend has it they're parasitic familiars. Wherever these parasites swarm, a true dragon beast is nearby. Wei Tihui's fear instantly morphed into burning excitement. Then the rumors are real. A legendary dragon is actually sleeping here. Yu scanned the horrifying swarm. The dragon lice are charging. Everyone fall back immediately. Meanwhile, Xing was trapped by the monster horde. A lethal crisis. Suddenly, twin blasts of hellfire shattered the front lines. Su Chen had arrived to cover her. Get over here now. Without a second thought, she broke through the gap. Fortunately, as the group retreated from the cliffs, the monsters held back. Zilong finally exhaled. We are safe for now. It seems those dragon lice are terrified of leaving the valley. Xing approached them, panting hard. Thank the heavens, you showed up. Su Chen's gaze darkened with curiosity. Sister Duan, is there truly a dragon lurking in this valley? She shook her head with a heavy sigh. I haven't used the dragon's breath herb yet, nor have I seen it myself. I cannot be 100% certain, but the probability of finding a dragon here is overwhelmingly high. After hunting for a mythical beast for so long, they finally had a concrete lead. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Just how bad is the situation inside that canyon? Is it really that deadly? A cold shiver ran down Sing's spine. Beyond deadly. The sheer volume of those parasites is utterly terrifying. And the swarm we just faced, merely the tip of a monstrous iceberg. Right at that moment, another faction stormed onto the scene. Rumor has it a dragon beast spawned here. Is it real or fake? A fully matured dragon guarantees absolute invincibility. Taming one means ascending straight to the heavens. Li Lei observed the escalating chaos. Scores of awakened professionals are swarming this location. Wei Tihui furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. Once news of a mythical beast leaks, absolute madness will consume everyone. After all, this is a literal ticket to absolute power. Yet before anyone could rush the valley, a wall of blinding flames blocked their path. What the hell is this? Where is this scorching heat coming from? Why did the air just turn into an oven? Someone in the crowd gasped in terror. Look over there, a high-tier fire attribute awaken is approaching. Everyone turned to see a formidable girl with blazing crimson hair. Hong Jiao had arrived. Xing instantly recognized her aura. She was an elite close combat fire mage reigning as a top powerhouse at Skywhale Academy. Tianfei arrogantly led the way, shoving people aside. Move out of the way, trash. We represent Skywhale Academy. A legendary mythical beast isn't something you pathetic weaklings deserve to claim. Han Jiao glared coldly at the cowardly crowd. Why hasn't anyone pushed forward? A junior from the academy bowed respectfully. Senior Han, the valley is swarming with dragon lice. It is absolute suicide to rush in. Multiple high-level awakened have already been slaughtered inside. Without batting an eye, she unleashed her fiery mana. A colossal blinding fireball erupted forward, instantly incinerating the parasite horde into ashes. The crowd stood completely paralyzed by her overwhelming might. She truly lived up to her explosive reputation. Han Jiao was an absolute monster. Mages naturally possess devastating attack power, but combining that with a destructive fire affinity made her utterly unstoppable. Nearby, Tianfei's eyes locked onto our main character. Su Chen, you filthy dog. To think I would find you crawling around here. Su Chen offered a mocking smirk. Eunuch Tien, it has been a while. The emasculated villain screeched in humiliating rage. Su Chen, you ruined my manhood. Today, I will personally crush your skull. He frantically turned to Hong Jiao. Cousin, that is the bastard who robbed me of my dignity. Slaughter him right now. Her piercing gaze finally shifted to him. So you are Su Chen. He stood perfectly unfazed. In the flesh. Hong Jiao curled her lip in pure disgust. You reek of absolute garbage. I despise your very existence. Su Chen simply shrugged, his aura calm. Sounds like a personal problem. I didn't ask for your approval anyway, so deal with your own insecurities. Her eyes widened, completely choked by his sheer audacity. Tianfei crossed his arms with obnoxious pride. Damn, you really think highly of yourself, you bastard. Who the hell are you to demand my cousin's attention anyway? Regaining her icy composure, Han Jiao sneered viciously. The fact that Murong Lulian chose you as a boyfriend is her greatest, most humiliating mistake. But Su Chen didn't even flinch, instantly firing back. Keep your nose out of my business. Since she picked me, does that mean she considers you entirely beneath her? Furious, Hong Jiao ignited a massive magic circle. Today, I will erase her greatest stain from this world. Su Chen braced his stance, completely ready to clash with this lunatic. But suddenly, the very earth began to violently quake. Tianfei stumbled backward in sheer terror. An earthquake? What the hell is going on? A lackey screamed as shockwaves exploded from the deep canyon. In a heartbeat, a colossal spike-covered appendage erupted violently from the crushed earth. Holy crap, what is that monstrosity? The surrounding examinees shouted in absolute awe. What else could it possibly be? A tail that massive? It has to belong to the legendary dragon. A true mythical beast was actually sleeping inside. But just as quickly as it appeared, the terrifying spiked tail vanished back into the jagged cliffs. The crowd stood completely dumbfounded. It retreated, so the legends of earth-shattering dragons were completely real. The beast is currently in deep hibernation. Tianfei frantically urged his cousin. Senior, it is fast asleep. This is our golden once-in-a-lifetime chance to tame a divine beast. Driven by pure greed, Hong Jiao soared forward. Move out. We are claiming this prize. Shielded by his powerful cousin, Tianfei spat a final threat. Listen to me, trash. If you dare follow us inside, my cousin will burn you to absolute ashes. Su Chen merely chuckled, casually slipping his hands into his pockets. Relax, I am not stepping foot in there. Tianfei scoffed with arrogant victory. Good. Know your damn place. Deep within the bloody gorge, Han Jiao unleashed absolute carnage, hellfire, heavens burning. The parasitic horde was instantly incinerated into falling ash. Emboldened, Tianfei rallied the elite academy students. Slaughter everything. Push forward. The greedy followers charged eagerly into the slaughter zone. Let's go. Stick close to Senior Hong with a high-tier fire mage leading the vanguard. Those oversized worms are basically target practice. Safely outside, Li Lei turned to our hero. Brother Su, are we seriously just sitting this out? Su Chen flashed a calculated, knowing smile. Why the rush to die? Sister Duan already warned us about the astronomical parasite numbers. Let those arrogant fools act as our human shields. Right on cue, blood-curdling screams echoed from the darkness. Somebody save us. The proud Skywhale students came sprinting out in absolute terror. Help me. Tragically, many were violently swallowed by the raging monster wave. Tianfei barely escaped, yanked through the air by Hong Jiao. Faster, cousin, faster. Only when they crash-landed outside the canyon did his trembling stop. That was a living nightmare. The parasites are stacked like literal mountains. How is anyone supposed to clear that out? Yu gasped completely, horrified by the carnage. Pure devastation. Over 100 awakened elites charged in and only 2 made it out alive. The utterly useless Tianfei clung to his cousin in despair. What the hell do we do now? It is physically impossible to reach the mythical beast. The swarm is invincible. Han Jiao gritted her teeth in furious determination. We find Tianjing. Her cousin froze. Tianjing, he could definitely obliterate this zone. But would he ever agree to an alliance? Igniting her blazing wings, she shot back into the sky. No mortal warrior can resist the temptation of a legendary dragon. Watching the chaotic retreat, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with cold calculation. The bait has cleared the path. It is finally our turn. Sing clenched her fists in lingering dread. Su Chen, the swarm barely took a hit. Isn't storming in now pure suicide? He merely smiled, his aura radiating absolute confidence. Sister Duan, can the dragon's breath herb lure the beast completely out of hiding? Sing shook her head in defeat. The dragon grass scent was too weak to reach the beast. Su Chen immediately formulated a crazy backup plan. If they could not lure the dragon beast, they would lure the horde instead. Xing gasped in pure disbelief. Luring the horde was basically suicide. Those monsters were exclusively drawn to the dragon beast. They would never leave the canyon willingly. Smirking confidently, Su Chen pointed straight at Li Lei. Trust me, he's far more appetizing to them. Moments later, Li Lei sprinted out, chased by a massive tidal wave of monsters. Holy crap, Su Chen, save me. Su Chen instantly summoned his fire Qilin. The newly evolved winged beast materialized before them in a blaze. Scrambling onto its back, Li Lei laughed triumphantly as they soared into the sky. Catch me if you can, you brainless mutts, Sing watched with her jaw dropped. The entire canyon of monsters had actually been lured away. I have never seen such an insane strategy. Seizing the perfect opening, Su Chen signaled the charge. Move out and locate the target. Soon they entered a desolate wasteland. Yu halted her steps, her voice tense. We are definitely in its territory now. The ambient aura here is overwhelmingly oppressive. Wei Tiwi turned pale, pointing wildly ahead. Look at the sheer size of that thing. Before them lay a colossal slumbering dragon. The legendary beast was breathtakingly majestic. Su Chen murmured in absolute awe. What a terrifyingly dominant presence. Seeing its true form up close, its invincible reputation is entirely justified. Zilong stood frozen in fear. It is completely asleep, yet its mere spiritual pressure is suffocating. Su Chen glanced back. Dan Ji as a dragon knight. Can you actually tame a titan like this? Xing replied nervously, her confidence wavering. I am honestly not sure. I never expected its power level to be this astronomical. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime fate. I refuse to back down. Suddenly, someone caught a gleam of light. Look at those glowing crystals scattered around the beast. Do they not emit a strange mystical energy? Wei Tihui rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing analytically. That aura is extremely unique. Could those be the legendary, ultra-rare skill upgrade stones? Yu trembled with mounting excitement. The energy signature matches perfectly, if those are really upgrade stones. We are about to become unfathomably rich. Su Chen grinned widely. Forget wealth, upgrading our skills will multiply our combat power exponentially. Zilong eagerly leaped forward. I will grab one to verify. Snatching the nearest glowing gem, he returned with absolute certainty. Bingo. These are definitely skill upgrade stones. Wei Tihui pumped his fist in sheer ecstasy. Incredible. This divine fortune rivals even the mythical blood god fruit. Honestly, the sheer tactical value of these upgrade stones completely eclipses whatever benefits the blood god fruit could provide us. A sudden realization struck Sing. It all makes perfect sense now. The beast is deliberately sleeping here, fiercely guarding this hoard of evolution materials. These artifacts could drive any awakened hunter completely insane. To most professionals, these stones are vastly more tempting than the dragon itself. Zilong lunged forward again. I am looting every single one of these gems. Su Chen immediately hissed a harsh warning. Watch your steps. Do not wake the sleeping calamity. Meanwhile, inside the spirit tower, Elder Qin issued a dire command. Supreme Star Tower, calculate when this fallen god dungeon will finally collapse. Insufficient processing resources. Calculation failed. The old man staggered back. What did you just say? Insufficient resources. That is completely unprecedented. This proves the current fallen god dungeon is far more sinister than the Dragon District ever imagined. Even the Supreme System cannot process its variables. Refusing to accept defeat, he forcefully submitted the query again. Yet the mechanical voice remained stubbornly cold. Insufficient processing resources. Calculation completely impossible. Elder Qin trembled in absolute dread. Still rejected, but I have literally poured the entire district's magical reserves into the core. Desperate, he turned to the shadowy figure beside him. Fourth throne, lend me your energy reserves immediately. The figure casually obliged. Ninth throne. Just remember that you owe me a massive favor for this. As both supreme authorities merged their power, the system finally glowed. Commencing absolute calculation. Elder Qin exhaled a heavy breath of pure relief. It is working, but the system violently chimed again. Departure time incalculable. Initiating deep deduction mode, the fourth throne stiffened in alarm. This extreme protocol has rarely been activated, only triggering when humanity faces total annihilation. It seems this specific descent of the fallen god is infinitely more complex and dangerously volatile than ever before. Minutes later, the chilling verdict echoed. Deduction fully complete. The fallen god dungeon will permanently remain on Earth. Both absolute rulers froze in apocalyptic horror. What? Say that again? Elder Qin slammed his fists down. Supreme Star Tower explained permanently remain. The cold voice replied seamlessly. This marks the fifth historical descent of the fallen god's territory upon humanity. The true master of this realm, the fallen god, has devoured enough human flesh and souls across 5 cycles to perfectly reconstruct its divine vessel. During this descent, he shall completely enslave the mortal realm, unleashing catastrophic world-ending ruin. The fourth throne gaped in pure terror. You mean, the fallen god is bringing the apocalypse? Elder Qin clenched his fists, his aura flaring with rage. Damn it, I knew this anomaly was suspicious, but I never imagined the consequences would mean absolute human extinction. The Star Tower continued its grim report. Ancient deities like wild gods and fallen gods possess bodies too overwhelmingly dense to naturally cross into our dimension. However, this specific deity suffered catastrophic injuries eons ago. By transforming its shattered form into a dungeon, it successfully bypassed the dimensional barrier. After centuries of cannibalizing elite human hunters, its divine body is fully restored. It will become the first true god to physically walk the human realm. Elder Qin paced frantically, his heart hammering. Cursed fools. The public blindly believes these dungeon breaks are just massive loot drops for power leveling. We traded countless lower-rank lives just to forge a few elite powerhouses. We thought humanity was evolving, when in reality we were just fattening up a world-ending parasite. The fourth throne grimly added. 5 bloody cycles. We birthed many legends, but that exact blood sacrifice birthed a complete god. We are standing on the brink of total annihilation. Elder Qin pleaded with burning desperation. Fourth throne, regardless of your sector's politics, you must unite with the Dragon District to stop this deity. The mass ruler hesitated. I must return and convene an emergency council immediately. Do you not understand? The elder roared fiercely. This transcends the Dragon District. Humanity's entire survival is hanging by a thread. Swallow your territorial pride and recognize the true existential threat. The fourth throne finally nodded solemnly. Message received loud and clear. With a sharp turn, he vanished into a swirling dimensional portal. Dropping his secretive guise, Elder Qin clutched his chest in agony. Little Mia is still trapped inside that death zone. Her survival chances are practically zero. Meanwhile, Yue Chan's trio infiltrated the inner sanctum. The ancient deity awaited them. Cold sweat drenched Wen Tu's trembling body. You are right. I can physically feel the crushing absolute gravity of its divine aura. Yue Chan whispered a chilling warning. Stay perfectly silent. My father warned me, this god slumbers here to heal. If we awaken it prematurely, we are instantly dead. Creeping deeper into the darkness, they spotted a solitary meditating silhouette. Yanji's face drained of all color. Is that really the fallen god? My body will not stop violently shaking, Wen Tu frantically urged. Yue Chan, strike now. This spiritual pressure is tearing my soul apart. I cannot hold on. Yue Chan instantly summoned her ultimate artifact. The fallen god was still asleep. This strike would guarantee his death. Father, your daughter will finally avenge you. But before she could unleash the weapon, a blade pierced Yue Chan from behind. Her face paled in sheer agony, completely paralyzed by the shock. Yue Chan slowly turned only to realize the attacker was her own comrade. What? Clutching her bleeding wound, she gasped. Wen Tu, why? Why would you do this? Yanji shrieked in absolute horror. Wen Tu, have you lost your mind? He just smirked, snatching the divine artifact from her grasp. Yue Chan, a pathetic insect like you dares to strike the fallen god. How laughable! Wen Tu immediately dropped to his knees in deep reverence. Almighty fallen god, I am Wen Tu of the fallen cult. I bow before my supreme deity. The monstrous entity let out a sinister chuckle. You did well, my loyal slave. Yan Ji charged forward in blazing fury. So you belong to that demonic cult, I will end you. But instantly the deity raised its hand, unleashing a twisted dark energy that manifested as cursed chains. The mystic binds locked onto Yan Ji, dragging her relentlessly toward the monster. She only had seconds to scream. Yue Chan, run away right now, but the fallen god abruptly clenched his fist. A devastating explosion engulfed Yan Ji, instantly crushing her entire body. Her life force was violently drained into the beast. The fallen god stood up with deep satisfaction. Such a magnificent flavor. Even after devouring tens of thousands of awakened humans, I am still absolutely addicted to mortal flesh. Yue Chan roared with burning hatred. You disgusting monster. The deity finally recognized her. Ah, you are the daughter of Wang Longxiang. He possessed incredible strength. What a pity he perished. Do you wish to serve me? Yue Chan trembled with infinite rage. In your nightmares, you slaughtered my father. I want nothing more than to tear you into pieces. The fallen god laughed, shaking his head. No, no, no. You are entirely mistaken. While I did strike Wang Longxiang down, the brutal truth is he was ultimately betrayed and murdered by your own human race. Those words struck her like lightning. Betrayed by his own people? What exactly are you talking about? The monster offered a dark bargain. Submit to my rule and I shall reveal the entire twisted truth. I require fiercely loyal servants to conquer the mortal realm. Just then, when Tu desperately chimed in, Lord Fallen God, I am your absolute most devoted slave. The entity rejected him with pure disgust. Silence. A traitor to humanity holds absolutely no concept of loyalty in my eyes. Hearing this, the cultist sprang up in complete shock. What? Yue Chan burst into bitter laughter. That is the ultimate fate of a traitor, destined to be despised everywhere. The fallen god pressed on. Speak. What is your final choice? Surrender to me or face death? She pointed fiercely at the kneeling coward. I will submit, but only if you slaughter this trash. First, I despise humanity's traitors more than anything else. Wen Tu scrambled to beg. Almighty God, please do not listen to her lies. I am your true believer, your slave. The monster leaped from the altar, violently lifting Yue Chan by her throat to deliver a chilling warning. You possess no right to bargain with me. Defy me and you perish. Even a slight squeeze from the fallen god made her cough up blood. The entity menacingly summoned dark vines closer. Excellent. I just devised a far more entertaining game. Something infinitely better than simply ending your life. Suddenly, the thorny vines pierced directly into Yue Chan's flesh. The fallen god spoke with pure malice. Do not utterly despise traitors. Then I shall mutate your body into a demonic beast. I will turn you into the very abomination humanity hates most. I want to see how you face them. Let us find out if you can still hate me then. Wen Tu forced a smile, offering the artifact. Lord Deity, this is Wang Longxiang's supreme weapon meant to destroy you. The monster raised an eyebrow in mockery. The apocalyptic thunder. I never expected Wang Longxiang to possess such a terrifying killing formation. This could genuinely inflict damage upon my divine form. The traitor immediately continued kissing up. Such a catastrophic hazard. It would be best if your grace confiscated it. It would be disastrous if another hero stole it. But the fallen god had a twisted idea. Discarding it would absolutely ruin the fun. You will hold on to this apocalyptic thunder. Wen Tu stared in utter disbelief. What, I should hold it? The demonic entity firmly confirmed. Precisely. You will bring this weapon directly to humanity's strongest elites. We will use their own ultimate trick against them. Let those arrogant mortals taste the devastating wrath of the apocalyptic thunder. Would that not be a glorious spectacle? Those words sent him into a frenzy of praise. Your brilliance is unmatched. Upon my return, I shall obliterate a 9-star powerhouse in your name. The monster sneered instantly, dismissing the pathetic ambition. How incredibly short-sighted. What is a mere 9-star insect to me? If you want to unleash destruction, target the Thunder God, the Blood God, wipe out those God-tier awakeners from humanity's 12 mysterious thrones. Wen Tu bowed deeply, fully accepting the command. Understood. I swear to fulfill your divine mission perfectly. Suddenly, the entity surged a massive stream of dark aura directly into his body. Trembling with excitement, Wen Tu felt the dark energy coursing through his veins. This is incredible. My power level has multiplied immensely, the fallen god explained. That is the corrupted chi I have bestowed upon you. It grants you true immortality. Consider it a divine reward for your unwavering loyalty. The cultist instantly dropped to his knees. Thank you, Almighty Lord, long live the fallen god. Zilong returned, holding the glowing crystal core. We have successfully acquired all the upgraded skills. Bihui cheered with pure excitement. Hurry up and level up your skills. I cannot even begin to imagine how ridiculously overpowered we are going to become. Suddenly, Yueyu's anxious voice cut through their celebration. Hold on a second, do you guys notice how terrifyingly quiet it got? Sing immediately sensed the chilling anomaly. The deafening snores of the dragon beast had completely vanished. As it turned out, the massive titan was already awake, glaring down at them. Bihui cursed in absolute panic. Holy crap, the gigantic boss just woke up. The mythical beast unleashed a wrathful, earth-shattering roar. The sheer aura pressure forced the entire party backwards. Yueyu frowned in profound terror. This is insane. Just a single roar was enough to blast us all away. He panicked. What do we do? Should we fight? Zilong dashed forward without hesitation. But the dragon beast casually blocked him with a single claw, brutally smashing him into the dirt. Bihui desperately shouted to stop him. The power gap is too massive. Defeating this thing is completely impossible. Staggering back to his feet, Zilong immediately agreed. Retreat. The combat strength of this monster completely shatters our comprehension. Drenched in cold sweat, Yueyu gasped. We knew it was highly dangerous, but nobody expected this level of godlike power. Just at that critical moment, the colossal dragon beast spread its wings and took flight. Su Chen urgently summoned his donkey squad. The magical donkeys charged forward, acting as an impenetrable vanguard shield. However, they stood zero chance against the devastating dragon breath. He ground his teeth in absolute alarm. Damn it, the entire vanguard just got incinerated to ashes. Is there truly no strategy to counter this absolute nightmare? Bihui turned pale. We are doomed. We totally lack the method to tame dragon beasts. Yueu was on the absolute verge of an emotional collapse. I doubt we can even escape alive this time, stepping to the absolute front line, Sing commanded. Everyone get out of here, I will stall it. Su Chen immediately rejected the idea. Boss, it is totally useless, we retreat together. Her eyes burned with sheer sacrificial resolve. If we all run, we will all definitely die. Listen to me and escape. I will attempt to tame this beast myself. Even if I perish, I will absolutely have zero regrets. But right at that desperate second, a massive warship descended from the sky. Standing arrogantly on the bow were Tianjing and Hong Zhao's elite squad. Sing gasped in utter shock. The sky carrier. He actually showed up. Tian Fei furiously pointed a finger. Su Chen, you dare steal our dragon beast. Su Chen merely smirked, rubbing his chin. These fools arrived with perfect timing. Hong Zhao crossed his arms arrogantly. You weaklings get lost immediately. Su Chen instantly turned back and whispered, Boss, let us run now. We will generously gift this dragon to them. Her eyes held lingering reluctance, but Su Chen flashed a calming smile. A dragon beast was no ordinary prey. Even an elite like Tianjing lacked the power to tame such a monstrous creature. Our moment will come, he whispered. For now, we fall back. Hearing this, Sing Xing finally reined in her blazing ambition. Watching them retreat, Tianqing's arrogant voice echoed across the battlefield. Listen up, you trash. This legendary beast is far beyond your worthless reach. Scram within 10 seconds or face absolute slaughter. Su Chen had zero interest in inviting a death wish. We move out, he commanded. Our current stats are too low to hijack this raid. Let them play the heroes. Wei Tihui ground his teeth in burning frustration, posturing in front of us. One day I will make him pay in blood. Meanwhile, the massive dragon beast roared, radiating pure killing intent, yet Tianqing's gaze remained locked onto the retreating squad. So that coward is Su Chen, Tianqing sneered. A few threatening words and he scurries away. I cannot fathom what Murong Liu Lian sees in such a pathetic, spineless rat. Taming this mythical beast was his one-way ticket to claiming Murong Liu Lian's heart. His blazing eyes shifted to the colossal monster. I know you possess human-level intellect. Bow your head right now and submit to your new master. But the apex predator gave zero damns about human arrogance. With a devastating tail whip, it launched Tianqing into the stratosphere. He crashed headfirst into the crater, instantly knocked completely out cold. Han Zhao and her comrade froze in absolute shock. Snapping back to reality, her battle aura erupted. Charging forward, she unleashed her ultimate skill, the apocalyptic hellfire sphere. Yet the mighty beast did not even flinch. It unleashed a terrifying roar, instantly shattering her magical attack into worthless sparks. Han Zhao watched in pure horror, her confidence turning to ash. A blinding shockwave of energy slammed into her, sending her flying like a broken doll. Tian Fei's face drained of color. Damn it. 2 of Heavenly Whale Academy's top 5 elites completely wiped out in a single strike. How were they supposed to fight this? No wonder Su Chen backed down without a fight. That cunning bastard had played them all for absolute fools. Suddenly, maniacal laughter erupted from the crater. Tianqing snapped back up, eyes completely bloodshot. Your overwhelming power only fuels my excitement. Aerial mothership lock on to target maximum firepower. Instantly, a massive array of heavy artillery materialized in the sky. Trembling aboard the vessel, Tian Fei screamed in absolute terror. Watching from a safe distance, Xing Xing gasped in awe. A single blast from that celestial warship could obliterate a mountain, and its fully charged barrage could instantly vaporize a 9-star awakened master. Assuming, of course, that a supreme 9-star warrior would be stupid enough to stand perfectly still and take the hit. But Tianqing's ruthless command echoed out. Obliterate it. In a heartbeat, dozens of magical warheads rained down, drowning the beast in an ocean of explosions. Adrenaline surged through Tian Fei's veins. This overwhelming destruction proved why he was crowned one of the Academy's 3 great prodigies. Facing such catastrophic firepower, absolutely nothing could survive. Dragging herself back up, Han Zhao sighed in relief. Thank the heavens for Tianqing's devastating backup, otherwise they would have been dragon food. Tianqing threw his arms wide open. I don't care how legendary your stats are, absolute power dictates who bows today. Throughout heaven and earth, my will is absolute law. Witnessing this cringeworthy speech, Wei Tihui cracked his knuckles in blazing annoyance. The sheer arrogance of this guy, he was literally begging for a brutal reality check to the face. Clasping his hands behind his back like an undefeated emperor, Tianqing sneered at the crater. Where is your ferocious pride now, beast? Crawl to my feet and become my vanguard for the abyssal battlefield. But as the smoke cleared, the mighty dragon beast emerged completely unscathed. Before Tianqing could react, the colossal predator lunged forward with lightning speed. Hong Zhao's squad shrieked in absolute panic, acting cool only to become monster bait. Between those massive razor-sharp fangs, Tianqing desperately struggled to resist. Someone save me, he screamed. Han Zhao immediately sprang into action, barking rescue orders, but her blazing fireballs were instantly swatted away, washing her in a wave of crushing despair. Her ultimate max-level attack couldn't even scratch this raid boss. Raising its massive head, the nightmare creature swallowed the young master whole, silencing his agonizing screams forever. Demonic vines pierced violently through Yue Chan, mutating her into an abyssal beast as she wailed in agony. The pillar god crossed his arms. My flawless masterpiece. A beastly roar suddenly echoed into the cavern, instantly grabbing his attention. Hearing that sound, the pillar god smirked with wicked satisfaction. My majestic draconic mount has finally awakened from its slumber, he sneered. And these filthy humans actually dare to dream of taming it. Utterly hilarious. With a flash of spatial magic, he vanished from the abyss, leaving Yue Chan utterly alone in the darkness. Back on the blood-stained battlefield, Tian Fei fell to her knees in sheer hysteria. Cousin, that absolute monster just swallowed Mingri Tianqing alive. Cold sweat drenched Hong Jiao's face. We are doomed, it's completely untamable. Suddenly, a bizarre glowing sphere shot right out from the beast, resembling a giant metallic egg. The awakened students stared at the bizarre orb in utter disbelief. What in the system was that? Did the legendary boss just drop an egg? Out of nowhere, the sphere blasted open, and a thoroughly enraged Tianqing launched himself into the sky. Seeing him miraculously alive, Tian Fei's jaw literally hit the floor. It was actually Mingri Tianqing. As his boots slammed into the dirt, Hong Jiao instantly bombarded him with questions. Mingri Tianqing, did that nightmarish beast literally just poop you out? His face contorted with supreme humiliation and disgust. Pointing a trembling finger at the glowing capsule, he snapped. That was my elite escape technique. That iron sphere is a divine tier defensive artifact, gifted by the headmaster. It guarantees absolute invincibility in fatal moments. Buying into this supposedly epic evasion tactic, Tian Fei threw her hands up in pure worship. That's overpowered. To possess an artifact so legendary that even an apex predator can't digest it, forcing it to violently excrete you out. That blunt phrasing instantly shattered Tianqing's fragile ego. His eyes glowed with murderous intent. Bury this disgusting detail. If a single word leaks out, I will slaughter you all. Terrified by his terrifying killing aura, the student raised his hands in surrender. We swear on our system stats. My cousin and I will keep this dark secret. Refusing to be the only targets of his rage, Tian Fei desperately pointed at Su Chen's distant squad. But those spectators over there saw absolutely everything. Consumed by the need to erase his catastrophic humiliation, Tianqing's aura exploded as he charged toward them. Dealing with those low-level trashes is painfully simple, he growled. I'll just silence them permanently. Watching the pathetic spectacle, Wei Tihui burst into brutal laughter. Everyone knows academy brats carry overpowered life-saving talismans, but getting dumped out of a boss's rear end, that is an absolute first. Suddenly, Yue's combat senses spiked. Heads up, squad. Those humiliated lunatics are charging straight for us. Smashing into the ground right before Su Chen's party, Tianqing unleashed his tyrannical pressure. Gouge out your own eyes and sever your tongues, right now, he commanded. Do it, and I might just spare your pathetic lives. But before he could even draw his weapon, a suffocating god-level aura descended. The corrupted pillar god materialized out of thin air. So you are the pathetic insect attempting to tame my glorious mount. Enraged by this sudden interruption, Tianqing channeled all his mana into a devastating punch. Where the hell did you crawl from, freak burn? Yet against an abyssal deity, his supreme strike was absolutely nothing. With casual disdain, Pillar God caught the glowing fist with a single hand. Then, with a sickening crunch of shattered bones, he effortlessly twisted the prodigy's arm like a fragile twig. A soul-tearing agony instantly overwhelmed Tianqing, forcing a blood-curdling scream from his lungs. Witnessing this horrifying display of absolute power, Wei Tihui's battle instincts scream in terror. Stay on extreme guard, this new boss is on a completely different level. Beside him, cold sweat rolled down Yue's trembling face, utterly frozen in sheer dread. It's not just about being on a different level, Su Chen muttered. Noticing Yue's paralyzed state, he quickly turned to her. Zhang Yue, what is your tracking skill picking up? Her body completely gave out, collapsing to the ground. An endless suffocating terror and absolute darkness radiated from him. The overwhelming fear paralyzed me, making it impossible to fight back. Moments later, Yue's words left everyone completely stunned. He was the ultimate powerhouse, far surpassing even the dragon beast. Hearing this, the crowd screamed in sheer disbelief. What? Piecing together her claims, he frowned and revealed a terrifying truth. The only existence within the fallen god realm powerful enough to eclipse the dragon beast, possessing an aura that makes people tremble at a mere glance, could only be one entity. Beside them, Zilong gritted his teeth, glaring at the monster before him. The fallen god. Staring at the majestic yet terrifying figure, his voice trembled. Legend says this entire secret realm was originally created by the fallen god himself. Hearing Zilong's words, Sing broke into a cold sweat, noticing a fatal flaw. Divine beings like him never descend to the mortal realm in their true forms. Why is he here? This defies all known laws. Taking in the group's frantic whispers, Hong Jiao stared in absolute horror. Are you really the fallen god? Amused by her panic, a twisted smile crept onto his face. Honored mage, do you wish to kill me? Terrified beyond reason, Hongjiao instantly turned and fled. I don't want to. Watching her desperately run away, the fallen god simply waved his hand. But I want to kill you. A surge of pure magical energy blasted Hongjiao, sending her crashing violently out of the sky. Witnessing this devastating casual strike, Tianfei trembled like he was looking at an absolute monster. Such unfathomable power, is this the true pressure of a divine being? Suddenly, the fallen god slowly turned his head, flashing a sinister, blood-chilling grin right at him. Crushed by the overwhelming divine aura, Tianfei dropped to his knees, begging for his life. Disgusted by this pathetic display, the fallen god scoffed in absolute mockery. You are nothing but trash. A second later, he raised his hand high and commanded with booming authority. Come here. Answering its master's call, the legendary dragon beast unleashed a deafening roar in the distance. It flew over instantly, leaping high into the air. Standing proudly atop the dragon beast, the deity declared, "Today I shall lead you to obliterate humanity." Looking up at the god in the sky, Xing trembled uncontrollably at the sheer power. It really is his true form. The ultimate catastrophe for the human race has finally arrived. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Huogan crossed his arms with deep suspicion. Elder Qin, did you summon us all here just to spout this nonsense? Ignoring his arrogant attitude, the old man firmly doubled down. Every word is the absolute truth. The true body of the fallen god has descended. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this desperate. But treating it like a joke, Granny Meow crossed her arms in clear disdain. The true form of a god descending, Elder Qin, have you gone completely senile? Everyone knows a deity's true body possesses far too much overwhelming power. It's basically impossible for them to enter our realm. Fully aware of this unwritten rule, Elder Qin calmly maintained his composure. You are absolutely right. However, years ago, the fallen god accidentally damaged his divine vessel, so he transformed into the secret realm itself, using this loophole to invade the human world. He then revealed the realm's terrifying secret. The demonic vines are his core life support. By absorbing flesh and blood for years, his divine body is slowly regenerating. We must stop him right now. Yet Huo Gan just scowled aggressively, challenging him. You have zero proof. Why should anyone believe your crazy theories? Realizing his words alone couldn't convince this stubborn crowd. Elder Qin stroked his beard and let out a heavy sigh. Fine, I'll stop hiding it. I'm laying all my cards on the table. I am the mysterious 13th throne. Laughing as if he just heard the ultimate punchline, Tianjing bluntly mocked him. Nice joke, old man. The whole world knows there are only 12 thrones of power. If you want to scam us, at least make up a believable lie. Unbothered by their childish insults, he suddenly summoned his legendary treasure tower into the sky. There were exactly 12 in the past, but a new throne was recently established. The moment the magnificent tower materialized above, Granny Meow gasped in sheer shock. Is that the legendary spirit tower? Even Tianjing stared upwards, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Are you truly one of the supreme thrones? Watching their arrogant expressions crumble, Elder Qin's face turned deadly serious. Do you finally believe me now? We must stop the fallen god before his complete resurrection, or it will be too late. But standing in the back, Huo Gan crossed his arms, refusing to cooperate. So what if you are the 13th throne? A true god descending to our world. It's still a completely ridiculous fairy tale. Even Granny Meow joined the rebellion, aggressively pointing her finger at Elder Qin. We all know your precious granddaughter is trapped inside. Are you just making up this insane crisis to save her? Accused so shamelessly, his patience snapped. Pointing furiously at the foolish crowd, he roared, You are all a bunch of ignorant fools. Insulted right to his face, Hu Gan's own anger ignited like wildfire. How dare you curse at us? Realizing these stubborn idiots were hopeless, Elder Qin blasted his explosive aura straight toward the sealed portal. Fine, I'll tear it down myself. I don't need your useless help. Seeing cracks form on the towering gate, a surge of hope lit up his heart. The entrance can be broken, there's still time. Meanwhile, deep inside the realm, the fallen gods sensed the spatial tremors. It seems the human powerhouses outside have figured it out. They want to force their way in and stop my divine descent. Refusing to let those pathetic mortals ruin his grand design, he immediately issued a cold command to his dragon beast. Go block the entrance right now. This deity just needs a little more time to fully recover. Obeying its master without hesitation, the mighty beast roared and charged violently toward the spatial rift. At that exact moment, outside, Elder Qin gripped a massive battle axe with both hands. Channeling immense momentum, he unleashed a devastating, earth-shattering slash forward. Break open for me. Witnessing the horrifying, destructive power of that strike, Tianjing was left completely speechless. A giant axe warrior, Elder Qin actually possesses one of the most brutal combat classes. Even Huo Gan broke into a cold sweat as the terrifying truth hit him. Not only is he a supreme throne, but he's also a peak-level berserker. This old man has been hiding his true strength all along. With an imposing mountain-like stance, he brought the heavy axe down in a direct explosive arc aimed right at the barrier. Watching his ultimate attack land, a wave of triumph washed over him. The portal is finally breaking, billowing smoke and fierce flames violently poured out from the fractured gate, but a second later the magical energy simply vanished, leaving nothing but faint embers and dark smoke drifting from the void. Instantly grasping the grim reality, Elder Qin's eyes widened in absolute shock. Oh no, the spatial channel is repairing itself. Suddenly, a heavy footstep echoed beside him. Aiming his glowing weapon directly at the recovering portal, the dragon-slaying guild master stepped forward, proposing a joint assault. Startled by his decisive action, Huogan hesitated. Are we seriously going to trust him? Ignoring the cowardly doubt, the guild master made his move, blasting a brilliant wave of azure magical energy from his scepter. Left with no other choice, Huogan summoned his magical sphere. Beside him, Granny Meow channeled her inner Kai, and together they unleashed their ultimate awakening skills. All three devastating streams of power surged aggressively toward the sealed gateway. Watching the magnificent collision, the guild master spoke with absolute confidence. Combining the supreme strength of all five of us, we can definitely shatter this fallen god's domain. But before the three ultimate strikes could even reach the gate, an invisible force intercepted them, triggering a massive mid-air explosion. Tienjing froze in absolute shock, his mind racing. What just happened? What kind of monster blocked our combined assault? Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the secret realm, shaking the very heavens. Recognizing that terrifying sound, Huojian's jaw dropped in pure disbelief. A dragon beast. It was actually a legendary dragon beast. His face instantly turned ashen, his heart sinking into his stomach. The dragon beast was the fallen god's personal mount. They were totally inseparable. This proved the fallen god was definitely hiding inside the realm. Beside him, Tianjing gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. The dragon beast's physical defense is absolute, with it guarding the entrance. Forcing our way in is completely impossible. Even Granny Meow was losing her mind with extreme anxiety. Then what do we do? Just stand here and watch the fallen god restore his divine power. Staring blankly at the giant gate, Huojian trembled at the nightmare approaching. We are doomed. If a deity goes on a rampage, humanity will be completely wiped off the map. Hearing the pathetic whimpers from behind, Elder Qin glared over his shoulder. You useless fools are finally starting to regret this. If you had just listened to me and attacked earlier, the realm's entrance would already be shattered. The old man heavily sighed, turning his face away in bitter disappointment. Elder Qin, you can blame our incompetence later. We must figure out how to stop the fallen god's true descent. Actually, the elder already had a crazy strategy. They needed a 9-star spatial archmage to forcefully shatter the realm's dimensional barriers. Hearing this desperate backup plan, Granny Meow crossed her arms in full approval. That is a solid strategy, but 9-star spatial mages are mythically rare. Does the Dragon Zone even have such an overpowered player? Suddenly, the Dragon Alliance leader spoke up from the crowd. We do. Frowning in deep confusion, Huojian immediately questioned him. Who is it? Why do not I know about this hidden expert? Before the stunned crowd, the leader raised his hand and revealed the ultimate truth. It is me. The revelation struck like a thunderbolt, making Huojian scream in shock. Leader, you are actually a dual-awakened spatial and light archmage. Even Elder Qin smirked with a heavy hint of mockery. As the elite leader of the Dragon Zone, you sure hid your true stats well. Why not take off that mask and show us your real face? But the Alliance leader coldly ignored the taunt and changed the subject. Time is running out. Let us begin. Who is entering first? His demanding question was met with dead, awkward silence from the trio. Well, about that. Seeing them actively avoiding eye contact, Elder Qin whipped around his aura, flaring with absolute rage. You cowardly trash. Are you not the elite faction, the absolute peak of humanity? Yet you were too paralyzed by the fallen god's aura to even step inside. Insulted to his core, Huojian pointed a shaking finger at him. Elder Qin, do not push it. If you are so brave, you go in. The old man scoffed at the pathetic challenge. Fine, I will go. But when I do, you had better call me your granddaddy. Boiling with rage, Huojian pulled his hood down and scoffed. I am not wasting my breath on you. Slowly turning back, Elder Qin addressed the Alliance leader. Do it. Teleport me inside. As the leader aimed his staff, a glowing teleportation magic circle locked onto Elder Qin. Let the operation begin. But suddenly, the magic circle shattered into pure light right before Elder Qin's bewildered eyes. Witnessing the system failure, Tianjing completely panicked. What on earth is happening? Why did the teleportation fail? Under their confused gazes, the Alliance leader gritted his teeth. The system rejected it. Elder Qin's level is way too high, so I cannot forcefully bypass the realm's restrictions for him. From behind, Granny Meow crossed her arms in dismay. Then what is our backup plan? He shot her a highly exhausted glare. It is simple. We send someone with a lower level than Elder Qin. Realizing they had zero excuses left, Huojian nervously looked at the other two. Who's going first? Then he immediately played the victim card with a heavy sigh. I am just a squishy mage with zero close combat skills. You guys go ahead. But Tienju was even more shameless, instantly pointing at Granny Meow. Ladies first. The old woman absolutely lost her mind. Bullshit. You so-called men should take the front lines. Watching this pathetic game of hot potato, Elder Chin sighed in utter disgust. Every single one of you is a cowardly, selfish parasite clinging to life. No wonder the Heavenly Whale Academy is rotting from the inside out thanks to your leadership. The Alliance leader's patience finally snapped, summoning 3 portal gates right beneath their feet. Shut up. All 3 of you are going in together. Blinding spatial light engulfed them, leaving them just enough time to scream out. Leader, wait a damn minute. In a flash, all 3 were forcefully teleported away. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Wei Ti Hui stared at the towering fallen god. Can we even run from that boss monster? Crushed beneath its suffocating aura, Yue barely managed to whisper a warning. Do not make any sudden moves. The fallen god has not noticed our low levels yet. A single glance from him would instantly delete us. But right on cue, the monstrous deity slowly turned its terrifying gaze toward them. Cold sweat drenched Xing's face as she panicked. He locked onto us. Glaring down at Su Chen's party, the god's voice boomed with absolute arrogance. You mortals possess some prime quality flesh. It seems you found some legendary fortune in my domain. Your blood and meat will make the perfect sacrifice for my restoration. Refusing to be monster food, Su Chen instantly summoned his flying spirit beasts into the sky. Watching the majestic mounts carrying Su Chen's party away, the fallen god grinned with twisted amusement and prepared to flash step right in front of them. Scene transition, Su Chen charged forward like an absolute war god, unleashing a full-powered devastating punch. Zilong and Exing flank him perfectly, launching a coordinated strike. But their ultimate skills shattered like fragile glass against the fallen god's absolute defense. Yueyu's heart sank into total despair. It is completely useless. The fallen god possesses a divine body. Our attacks deal literally 0 damage to him. The deity raised its massive hand. Come here, dissolve into my bloodline and achieve true immortality with me. A terrifying gravitational force ripped through the sky, totally destabilizing their flight path. The party plummeted from the heavens, crashing brutally into the earth below. Wei Ti Hui violently cursed out loud. Damn it all, we are totally finished. The epic legendary saga of the great Wei Ti Hui is ending before it even started. Yu tearfully reached her trembling hand towards Su Chen. Su Chen, I hope I meet you earlier in our next life. But Su Chen remained absolutely unfazed. Why are you panicking? We are not dead yet. The fallen god sneered down at his prey. True, you are breathing. But right now you are nothing more than walking corpses. Suddenly, Su Chen roared out his ultimate skill. Blade of Euphoria, critical castration strike. With a vicious slash, 2 bloody orbs dropped to the ground as divine blood geysered uncontrollably. The towering god slowly looked down at his crotch. My family jewels. They are gone, he stared in sheer mind-breaking disbelief. How is this system glitch possible? How could a lowly mortal bypass my divine absolute defense? Su Chen flashed a crazy adrenaline-fueled grin. Run Wei Ti Hui's brain completely short-circuited. Did he just castrate a literal god? What kind of insane legendary tactic was that? Su Chen wildly yelled at Wei Ti Hui, stop lagging and run. The fallen god clenched his fists in blazing, humiliating fury. Damn you bugs. Suddenly, 3 mysterious silhouettes erupted from the ground, radiating pure murderous intent. Principal Tianju pointed directly at the fallen god. Your reign ends today. The deity's eyes blazed with absolute fury. You insolent mortals, every single one of you will perish. He scoffed at the massive threat. You dare curse us. The only one dying here is you. But before the words fully left his mouth, the fallen god vanished and reappeared right in front of him. Principal Tianju's eyes went wide. What a devastating blow sent him flying instantly. Who do you think you are? Am I talking to you? With a sickening thud, the principal crashed into the solid earth. Tianjing screamed in absolute panic. Principal, are you entirely okay? Tianju coughed up blood. Tianjing, you are still here. Save me right now. The principal forced a stern, unyielding tone. Do not panic. The 3 of us can definitely slay this fallen god. Suddenly, the massive deity lunged directly at them. You little rats are not escaping. Granny Meow turned sharply to Huo General. His aura is far too oppressive. We must strike together. A deafening roar suddenly shattered the air. Freeze. The fallen god smirked maliciously. Fine then. Those little worms cannot escape this secret realm anyway. I will obliterate you 3 first, then consume them to replenish my ultimate divine body. Granny Meow roared, unleashing her absolute ultimate attack. Principal Tianju's aura exploded upward. Let me show you the true devastating wrath of a 9-star human powerhouse. The fallen god just frowned slightly. How utterly annoying. I will just use you all to vent my rage. The trio roared in perfect unison. Kill. But in a flash, the god's fist slammed directly into the principal's face. Granny Meow was also sent flying like a broken doll from a single backhand. Terror gripped her rapidly beating heart. Can none of us even withstand one casual slap? Tianjing watched in absolute horror. Principal, are you still alive? Battered and completely bruised, Tianjing slowly raised a trembling thumbs up. I am completely fine, I was just testing his divine strength. Meanwhile, the survival group sprinted desperately forward. Wei Tiwi cheered loudly. It looks like the fallen god isn't chasing us. Yu let out a heavy breath. I cannot believe we actually survived that absolute monster. Zilong's expression remained incredibly grim. Do not celebrate just yet. We are still completely trapped inside this secret realm. Su Chen literally sliced off the deity's family jewels. He will definitely hunt us down. Su Chen just casually scratched his head. Those divine jewels were not even that big. Wei Tiwi stared at him like he was looking at a ghost. Su Chen, why are you carrying those things around? Throw them away, Su Chen grinned. That would be a massive waste. This is genuine divine flesh. Do you want to take a quick bite? Wei Tiwi practically jumped straight out of his own skin. Get lost. Do not make me violently sick. Su Chen casually juggled the glowing orbs. You guys just do not recognize absolute treasure. This is the absolute flesh and blood of a deity. It holds far more power than any hidden legacy in this realm. Are you sure nobody wants it? The entire group pinched their noses in pure disgust. Get that away from us, you absolute freak. Su Chen sighed and tossed them backward. Whatever. Let the donkey have a nice snack. The massive donkey opened its jaw and swallowed both glowing orbs whole. Instantly, it let out a blood-curdling shriek. You absolute bastard, Su Chen chuckled incredibly awkwardly. Is the energy kickback really that strong? The donkey glared at him furiously. What on earth did you just feed me? Suddenly, a glowing system panel appeared. System alert, your beast has consumed divine flesh. Evolving into a Tier 2 spirit beast, Su Chen pumped his fist. I completely knew it would work. The donkey screamed again in agonizing pain. Ah, you absolute menace. Su Chen's eyes sparkled brightly, like he struck pure gold. The evolutionary effects are actually this intense, it is still mutating. System alert, evolving into a Tier 3 spirit beast. System alert, your beast has continuously consumed divine flesh. Evolving into a Tier 4 spirit beast, Su Chen was practically vibrating with intense excitement. As completely expected, the fallen god is the ultimate cheat code of this realm. Just a tiny piece of divine flesh triggered 3 entirely consecutive evolutions. The donkey let out a thunderous bray, instantly transforming into a heavily muscled, majestic beast. Zilong swallowed hard. The completely oppressive aura radiating from that donkey is genuinely terrifying. Wei Tihui looked like he just got struck by roaring lightning. I think that donkey is actually stronger than me now. System alert, your beast has unlocked the ultimate special skill. Spirit Sense. Su Chen grinned from ear to ear. Those divine jewels were completely worth their weight in solid gold. The donkey actually unlocked a brand new magical ability. Meanwhile, Granny Meow's face was pale with deep despair. The power gap is absolute, we cannot beat him. What do we do? Tienjing collapsed heavily to his knees. We are completely doomed. These 3 legendary 9-star experts look like absolute beginners in front of the fallen god. They had 0 chance. The fallen god let out a deeply disappointed sigh. You 3 are incredibly weak. It seems only the legendary divine tier warrior of your human race can actually make my blood violently pump. Now merge entirely into my divine flesh. Huo Zhen roared at the top of his lungs. Run. Suddenly, the fallen god completely froze, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated disbelief. He slowly looked down at his own lower half. What? Where are my jewels? His face twisted into a mask of pure horror. My divine jewels. Someone actually ate them. He stood there completely paralyzed. How is this even possible? What kind of absolute psycho eats something like that? Granny Meow paused, completely baffled by his sudden emotional breakdown. What is wrong with him? Huo Zhen shook his head blankly. I have absolutely no idea. It looks like someone stole his precious family jewels. The fallen god unleashed an earth-shattering roar. I will personally tear you all limb from limb. The sheer killing intent nearly suffocated the heroes. Principal Tianju's face rapidly drained of all color. Oh no. He is completely enraged now. Huo Zhen crashed heavily down beside them. We need to negotiate. There is absolute 0 chance we can outrun him. Granny Meow gritted her teeth fiercely. We do not have the absolute qualifications to negotiate with a god. The deity's agonizing scream wildly echoed across the entire realm. Chopping them off was completely one thing. I could have just magically reattached them, but you actually completely ate them. No god in history has ever suffered such absolute humiliation. Huo Zhen blinked in deep confusion. Wait, why did he just fly away? Granny Meow wiped the cold sweat from her brow. He is rapidly hunting down whoever stole his missing parts. Clearly, they were extremely precious to his supreme being. Principal Tianju grimaced. What is our next move? We absolutely cannot defeat him. Huo Zhen looked entirely grave. We wait for the human gods outside to forcefully intervene. Granny Meow. Use your special ability right now. Order every single awakened professional in this realm to hide and wait for rescue. Her expression turned completely grim as she forcefully channeled her immense mana. She broadcasted her magical voice across the entire dimension. All human professionals heed my absolute command. Her voice wildly echoed like violently rolling thunder. I am a 9-star powerhouse, General Meow. The fallen god has fully awakened. He completely cannot be defeated. Everyone must immediately scatter and hide. The scene violently shifted. Su Chen was buzzing with massive curiosity. Hey donkey, what exactly does your spirit sense skill entirely do? The magical beast snorted proudly. Oh, it is quite simple. I can track down legendary treasures just by using my incredibly sharp nose. Su Chen's eyes lit up. So it is basically a supreme treasure radar. The donkey suddenly gasped loudly. I smell something right here, boss. It is the extremely good stuff. Su Chen pointed rapidly forward. Let's go instantly check it out. The donkey stomped its heavy hooves deeply into a patch of dirt. It is entirely buried right under here. Wei Tihui immediately dropped to his absolute knees. Stand back, I will rapidly dig it up. He furiously clawed at the dirt with absolute manic energy. I found something. His entire face lit up with pure, unadulterated anticipation. There really is a hidden treasure exactly down here. Suddenly, his face turned completely chalk white. He let out a horrifying shriek and violently threw the object entirely into the air. Yu violently covered her nose in rapid disgust. That absolutely smells completely vile. It was literally a steaming pile of Earth's spirit rabbit droppings. These low-level beasts had a bizarre habit of completely burying their waste because it smelled so intensely atrocious. Wei Tihui screamed furiously at the magical beast. You stupid donkey, is your nose even remotely reliable? My bare hands are entirely forever tainted. The donkey completely ignored his absolute meltdown, rapidly running away toward the entirely next spot. General Meow's voice shattered the silence, commanding absolute attention. All human awakeners heed my command. I am a 9-star powerhouse, General Meow. Her urgent transmission continued. The fallen god has awakened. We cannot win, scatter, and survive. Zilong gritted his teeth. So even 3 9-star legends cannot defeat this monstrous deity. Su Chen stepped forward with a grim expression. Hurry, we need to hide. As their group rapidly descended toward the lower levels, a heavy realization weighed on his mind. My only trump card against the fallen god is a single perfect strike. But against such terrifying power, we will only get one chance to draw our blades. And the odds of actually slaying a divine being with just one hit are practically zero. Making his decision, Su Chen warned them. If the fallen god attacks, we will instantly turn to ash. Our only hope is to completely evade its absolute hunting radius. Suddenly, a terrifying voice echoed from behind. Surrender your mortal bodies, wait there, and accept your death. Su Chen's blood ran cold. The fallen god was already here. Su Chen urgently commanded the group. Split up right now. Zilong immediately refused. We cannot. If we scatter, that monster will definitely target you first. He quickly analyzed the grim reality. If it catches us, staying together just means a complete team wipeout. Splitting up gives everyone a chance to survive. Sing cried out in panic. Su Chen mercilessly cut off any arguments. Not another word. His eyes flashed with resolve. I have my own life-saving skills. I can escape much easier on my own. Hearing this absolute confidence, Wei Tihui could only clench his fists and turn away. Su Chen, please survive. Without hesitation, the rest of the team instantly dashed in opposite directions. Meanwhile, deep inside the forest, Meow Meow was sprinting for her life. The fallen god actually woke up, she muttered. I should have just trained at the Abyss battlefield with my wife. After escaping for miles, Meow Meow finally spotted a dark, secluded cavern ahead. A perfect hiding spot. I will just lay low in there. But before she could enter, a voice echoed out. Excellent, there is a treasure here. Su Chen emerged from the shadows, scolding his Kirin pet. You better be reliable this time. Meow Meow placed her hands on her hips, eyes narrowing. Are you Su Chen? He nodded simply. That is me. She furiously pointed at him. You shameless homewrecker. Su Chen looked utterly confused. Homewrecker, what on earth are you talking about, Meow? Meow crossed her arms, glaring at him with intense judgment and burning jealousy. You are having an affair with my wife. If that is not being a homewrecker, what is? Su Chen felt like lightning just struck his brain. Hey, stop framing innocent people. I am having an affair with your wife. You are a girl and you have a wife. And who exactly is she? She declared proudly. Murong Liulian is my wife. Su Chen hopped off his Kirin, swearing loudly. Damn it. Is Murong Liulian seriously that wild? Hearing his insult, Meow Meow ground her teeth in pure fury. My wife belongs only to me. You are not allowed to steal her. Su Chen just rolled his eyes and casually walked past her. I am going into this cave to hide. The fallen god could track us down at any second. She quickly chased after him, yelling at the top of her lungs. Hey, do not ignore me. Did you hear what I said? Soon both of them slipped into the dark cavern. After a long, exhausting explanation, he sighed. Do you finally understand? Murong Liulian and I have absolutely zero connection. She completely made up the fact that I am her boyfriend. Meow Meow frowned thoughtfully. Liulian has a very stubborn personality. Once she decides on something, she never changes her mind. What can I do to make her give you up? Su Chen gave her a deeply helpless look. That sounds like a you problem. It has nothing to do with me, and I am definitely not getting involved. Meow Meow suddenly lowered her voice. If Liu Lian absolutely insists on being your wife. She proudly puffed out her chest. Then I will just become your wife too. Su Chen's brain completely short-circuited at this bizarre logic. She clapped her hands in pure excitement. If we are both your wives, I can follow Liu Lian everywhere. Our relationship will grow even closer. Is not my genius plan absolutely flawless? Su Chen felt a massive headache coming on. This girl was somehow even more completely unhinged than Mirong Liu Lian. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire cavern, freezing them in their tracks. Meow Meow instantly sensed a sinister demonic aura ahead. Su Chen lowered his stance. Move forward quietly. Deeper inside the cave, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. Wang Yuchan was collapsed on the ground, clutching her head as brutal plant tentacles pierced right through her flesh. Why is this happening to me? From the shadows, Su Chen and Meow Meow observed the horrifying scene. What kind of monster is that? Even Su Chen could not identify it. I have no idea, but for some weird reason its aura feels strangely familiar. Yue Chan continued to thrash, unleashing agonizing screams that echoed endlessly through the dark abyss. Meow Meow swiftly drew an enchanted arrow, pulling her bowstring taut with lethal precision. That monster seems to be having a total breakdown. This is the perfect chance to strike. Su Chen instinctively reached out. Wait, hold on. But it was too late. I cannot wait, she declared as the deadly arrow blasted directly into Yu Chan's mutated wing. The mutated girl snapped her head toward them, unleashing a terrifying, deafening roar. Su Chen's eyes widened in sheer shock. Meanwhile, Meow Meow leaped into the air. Direct hit. Let us finish it off. However, Yu Chen's demonic wings propelled her upward with explosive speed. Meow Meow gasped in pure disbelief. How is it moving that fast? Yu Chen raised her mutated claws, preparing a devastating counterattack. Meow Meow panicked, screaming for her life. Crap, save me quickly. Yu Chan's voice twisted into a demonic growl. Die. Su Chen dashed forward like a lightning bolt, roaring loudly. Stop right now. The monster instantly froze, stammering with a glitching voice. Su Chen, he halted in his tracks. You are Wang Yuchen. Tears of blood streamed down Yu Chan's corrupted eyes as she tragically called out his name. Having barely escaped death, Meow Meow dropped back down to the safety of the ground. She hid behind Su Chen, trembling in absolute terror. You actually know this terrifying monster? Su Chen stared in disbelief. Yue Chen, what exactly happened to you? She clutched her head in pure agony. I am just a monster now. Yue Chen collapsed to her knees, her face twisted in heartbreaking despair. Struggling against her own mutating mind, she begged, Run away, leave me behind to die. Seeing her devastating sorrow, Su Chen stepped forward with a gentle tone. Yu Chen, how could you be a monster? You are the proud daughter of humanity's great Marshal Wang Longsheng. That name pushed her into an absolute emotional breakdown as she wailed into the darkness. Father Su Chen gently reached out, wiping the bloody tears from her corrupted face. Slowly regaining a shred of her sanity, she looked up with extreme confusion. Tell me what is going on. Why are you here? This place is the actual lair of the fallen god. Hearing that terrifying revelation, both Su Chen and Meow Meow felt their souls practically leave their bodies. Wait, what? Meow Meow grabbed her head as if lightning had just struck her brain. We are doomed. We are so dead. We ran for our lives only to hide directly inside the fallen god's own bedroom. Su Chen calmly offered reassurance. The most dangerous place is the safest. The fallen god will never detect us hiding here. After a heavy silence, Yu Chen whispered softly. I have told you everything. That is the devastating truth. Meow Meow wiped her tears after hearing the tragic tale. You poor thing. You tried to slay the fallen god, but were betrayed and corrupted into a monstrous entity. When he asked about her future plans, her response was instant. Su Chen, please kill me. I am neither human nor ghost anymore. This terrifying, murderous instinct inside me is completely out of control. Yue Chan stared down at her trembling hands in absolute despair. If I stay alive, I will only bring catastrophic ruin to humanity. Su Chen stepped forward firmly, gripping her wrist. Kill you? Are you joking? His eyes blazed with resolve. I will never kill you. Instead, we will fight side by side and utterly obliterate the fallen god. Yue Chan stammered, her voice shaking. But look at what I have become. Su Chen did not flinch. Does that even matter? Who cares what you look like? Meow. Meow cheered enthusiastically from behind. It does not matter at all. He analyzed her situation logically. You are still trying to protect humanity. That proves that no matter how your body mutated, your noble soul remains completely intact. Su Chen clenched his fist, radiating unwavering determination. As long as your human heart remains, you can carry on your father's legacy. You can still protect mankind. Despite his fiery words, doubt still clouded Yue Chan's beautiful eyes as she belittled herself. Can a monster like me really fight for humanity? Su Chen chuckled warmly. Absolutely. Meow Meow bounced around excitedly. You can definitely do it, big sister. Su Chen placed a comforting hand on Yue Chan's shoulder. Keep your chin up. I will fight right beside you. Her warrior spirit instantly reignited. I understand now. Thank you, Su Chen. Suddenly, a terrifying, thunderous roar echoed through the entire cave. Puny human insect. This is the fallen god's secret domain. There is absolutely no escape for you. Su Chen's blood ran cold as pure panic set in. The fallen god is already closing in. Is there any possible way left to defeat that absolute monster? Yue Chan urgently explained. Pan Tu stole the divine artifact meant to slay him. If we reclaim it, we might actually stand a chance at wounding the fallen god. Su Chen's mind raced with dreadful anxiety. Just wounding him. We cannot kill him outright. Yue Chan shook her head grimly. We could have before, but his divine powers are almost fully restored now. A one-shot kill is virtually impossible. Meow Meow crossed her arms, sighing heavily. If only the master could enter here, he could definitely wipe out the fallen god. Su Chen snapped his head back, eyes flashing with extreme tension. I fear nobody else is getting in. A massive dragon beast materialized in the distance. Su Chen observed the terrifying creature. The fallen god's personal dragon mount has completely blocked the only exit to this secret domain. Yue Chan urged them forward. Let us move. We cannot just wait for death. We must hunt down Pan Tu and reclaim that lethal artifact. Su Chen instantly summoned his flame fowls. Hold on, didn't you mention some legendary treasure here? We must find that epic loot before leaving. Yue Chan analyzed the massive structure. The fallen god uses this ancient tree to absorb the domain's energy. Destroying it will definitely deal a massive blow to his recovery. Without hesitation, the flame fowl opened its beak wide and chomped down viciously on the colossal trunk crunch. However, the devastating recoil instantly shattered every single one of its teeth. The flame fowl wailed in absolute agony, tears streaming down. Holy crap, that bark is ridiculously hard. Yue Chan pointed sharply at the trunk. This is the foundation of his regeneration. Destroying it will not be that simple. The moment she finished speaking, Su Chen rocketed forward. He channeled his explosive aura into a single devastating punch, smashing the trunk. The colossal ancient tree immediately swayed violently under the impact. Yet the bark did not suffer a single scratch, leaving him utterly baffled. I really cannot deal any damage to this tree. Meow. Meow confidently raised her hands. Let me try. She unleashed her magic, murmuring. Absolute softening of all matter. A dazzling wave of pure mana poured out from Meow. Meow's palms blanketing the towering ancient tree in a breathtaking firefly-like radiant glow. In a split second, the indestructible trunk turned as flexible as worn rubber, dramatically drooping to the right. Su Chen's jaw dropped in pure shock. Good heavens, did the tree just wilt? Even the flame fowl craned its neck, mesmerized by the bending wood. Yue Chan pointed sharply. The structure is completely softened. You can chew it up now. Hearing this, the creature immediately summoned its fiery chicks. Feast your eyes, my babies. This is a massive buffet. Devour it all. The fiery flock immediately swarmed the ancient bark like starved predators. Meow Meow giggled triumphantly. Well, is my softening skill incredibly overpowered or what? I can literally make anything turn completely soft. Su Chen laughed helplessly. I have to admit that is one exceptionally weird but terrifyingly powerful ability. She strutted up to Su Chen, her voice utterly teasing. That is not all. I can also make absolutely anything turn incredibly hard. Su Chen's eyes lit up brightly. Make things hard. A wicked, highly devious smirk crossed his face. I have an insanely bold idea, but before his imagination took flight, Meow Meow violently punched his face, sending blood flying. You absolute pervert. Su Chen clutched his bleeding face, totally bewildered while holding back tears. I just wanted you to fortify my skin and clothes. Why am I a pervert? Meow Meow turned beet red, wishing to hide away. Fortifying clothes and skin, I totally thought you meant. Su Chen crossed his arms, barking back. Meant what? Is your brain made of absolute mush? Meanwhile, the ferocious flamefowl swarm had completely devoured the towering tree. A blinding light suddenly burst out instantly, catching Su Chen's attention. Wait, the tree is gone, but it left behind a pulsing blood orb. Inside the glowing sphere, a grotesque blood mass shifted. Meow Meow leaned closer, shivering. That looks absolutely demonic. Yu Chen analyzed it carefully. It looks like a living organism is still pulsating. Suddenly, the leading flame fowl let out a massive victorious squawk. We found the legendary treasure. The rest of the fiery chicks chirped wildly to celebrate their epic loot drop. Su Chen stroked his chin, his mind racing with suspicion. Damn it, this pet is completely unreliable. How is this a divine treasure? It honestly looks more like a cursed demonic entity. Yue Chan's expression hardened with terrifying realization. This object must be incredibly vital to the fallen god. He hid it in the heart of his domain. He absolutely cannot be allowed to keep it. Su Chen's eyes turned deadly cold. Then let's obliterate it. Meanwhile, outside the secret domain, the fallen god froze in horror. What, the ancient tree I used to harvest human blood is destroyed? His demonic mind reeled in absolute shock. How is that physically possible? That sacred bark was indestructible. Furious, the fallen god launched himself into the sky. Damn it, I was only a fraction away from fully restoring my divine power. With the tree shattered, my flawless divine reconstruction has been brutally severed. Curse them. He crashed down violently outside the cave. My divine embryo is still incubating under those roots. Absolutely nothing can happen to it. The fallen god's bloodlust exploded to apocalyptic levels. Whoever dared to do this, I will personally drag you through the most agonizing, soul-crushing torture in all of existence. Back inside, Yue Chan launched relentless attacks at the blood orb, but to no avail. Useless. Like the ancient tree, this thing is completely indestructible. Meow, meow, panicked. Crap. This object is naturally soft, so my magic is completely useless. Su Chen spun around rapidly. We cannot destroy it. Fine, then we are hauling it out of here. Suddenly, the fallen god exploded through the cave entrance. None of you are going absolutely anywhere. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat in sheer panic. Holy crap, he got here fast. Meow Meow trembled under the crushing pressure. His dreadful aura is too overwhelming. Can we even escape? The monster lunged forward, extending razor-sharp demonic claws toward her. It is you again. Not only did you ruin my divine body, you also shattered the ancient tree that fueled my power. This deity will make sure you beg for death. Su Chen violently snatched the pulsing blood orb and roared loudly. Run! The fallen god charged after him furiously. Filthy human insect, get your disgusting hands off my divine embryo. Su Chen smirked as the very fabric of space warped around him. In a flash, he completely vanished into the void. Zui Shen was left absolutely stunned. What the heck? He just disappeared. From the spatial rift, Su Chen's voice echoed out. Get in here. While Meow Meow stood frozen, Yue Chan forcefully dragged her into the portal. The two girls' silhouettes instantly dissolved into the dimensional space. Zui Shen froze in sheer disbelief. He vanished. Is this some legendary spatial magic? Huo Ji burst into hysterical tears of laughter. You clueless idiot, you do not get it, do you? Triggered by the massive disrespect, Zhui Shen lunged forward for the kill, but Huo Ji instantly slipped away. Later, loser, Zhui Shen's entire body erupted with terrifying killing intent. Damn you, he roared with demonic fury. Brat, get out here right now, Zhu Shen screamed in pure frustration. You little rat, no matter where you hide, you can never escape the Zhu Shen mystic realm. I will personally tear you limb from limb. The scene shifted to a desolate desert dimension. A giant worm was trembling and squirming uncontrollably. Boss, I swear I really cannot squeeze out a single tear. Wu Xiang viciously slammed into the beast. If you cannot cry, I will beat you until you bawl. Wu Xiang ruthlessly pummeled the giant worm without mercy. Cry for me, I need to harvest your tears. The beast wailed in absolute agony. Boss, stop hitting me, I am crying, is this not enough? Wu Xiang sighed heavily. How boring. The tears of a stupid worm like you hold zero absolute value. The worm grumbled in total confusion. Boss, you literally beat me to tears countless times a day. How is this even fun for you anymore? Suddenly, Su Chen materialized from thin air, clutching the blood orb. Wu Xiang jolted back in sheer shock. Someone actually entered this dimension. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Right behind him, Yue Chan and Meow Meow stepped through the rift. Meow Meow gasped in awe. The dragon horse's body actually holds an independent dimension. This is pure magic. Hiding here, Zui Shen will never find us. The giant worm watched them utterly mind-blown. Boss, you are not blind. Real humans just breached this space. Su Chen casually raised a hand. Long time no see, Wu Shang. Wu Shang roared with raging fury. You brat, you dare show your face here. Giant worm bite his head off. Obeying the command, the massive beast lunged forward. Su Chen immediately raised his palm to stop it. Hold on. A confident smirk played on his lips. Wu Xiang, I came here to negotiate a deal with you. Wu Xiang scoffed with overwhelming anger. You think you have the right to bargain with me, locking me in this miserable void for so long? Do you have any idea how I have been living? He vented his massive frustration. Never seeing the sun dying of extreme boredom, I could only pass the days torturing this pathetic worm. The giant worm suddenly burst into pathetic tears. Do you know how I have been living? Never seeing the sun dying of extreme boredom and getting brutally beaten every single day. Su Chen raised both hands defensively. Calm down, guys. I came here today to finally set you free. Wu Xiang narrowed his eyes in shock. Since when are you so kind-hearted as to release me? Su Chen raised a single finger. As long as you agree to my terms, you get your absolute freedom. Wu Xiang immediately grew suspicious. Hold up, something is not right. Wu Xiang sneered knowingly. You are definitely in deep trouble, kid. Otherwise, why would you drag two little girls into this hellhole just to bargain with me? Su Chen's eyes widened slightly as he cursed in his mind. Damn it, this overpowered entity is not going to be easily fooled. Wu Xiang continued his sharp deduction. That little girl just loudly bragged that Su Chen could never find you here. You cowards fled into my domain to escape an overwhelming disaster. Am I right or am I right? Without hesitation, Wu Xiang commanded. Giant worm, devour him. The terrifying beast lunged again with its jaws wide open. Suddenly, a delicate hand shot forward. Yue Chan dashed ahead, blocking the massive monster as she shouted, "Get lost." In a split second, the beast was blasted backward by her devastating attack. It trembled in absolute horror. That unique aura, we are from the exact same bloodline. Yu Chan tightly clenched her glowing fists. I am a human. Who would share a bloodline with a disgusting monster like you? Her brows furrowed deeply as heavy tension filled the air. Wu Xiang ruthlessly smacked the back of the worm's head. Stop wasting your breath. Tear them all to bloody shreds. Snapping out of its daze, the beast slithered violently towards Su Chen. I have not tasted fresh human flesh in ages. Right then, Su Chen calmly pulled out a glowing blue gemstone. Wu Xiang, take a good look at this. The monstrous worm kept charging its foul jaws, snapping aggressively. But Wu Xiang abruptly dashed forward. Stop right there. He closely inspected the mesmerizing gem. It was breathtakingly mystical, radiating a flawless, brilliant glow, a crystallized tear of such absolute perfection. This is the very first time I have witnessed something so divine. Su Chen casually tossed the gem in his palm, secretly grinning. Thank goodness I secured a tear from Wang Yuchen earlier. It perfectly baited Wu Xiang just as I planned. Wu Xiang analyzed the treasure intensely. This tear holds the aura of humans, the essence of demons, and the divine breath of gods. It is a completely unparalleled artifact in this world. Where did you get this? Su Chen clenched the stone tightly. Do you want it? He agreed without a single second of hesitation. I want it. I deeply desire it. Su Chen confidently laid out his terms. If you want it, agree to a soul contract, pledge your absolute loyalty to me, and I will grant you freedom along with this divine tear. Suddenly, Wu Xiang burst into maniacal laughter, leaving Su Chen utterly baffled. What exactly is so funny? Wu Xiang's tone dripped with dripping sarcasm. I am laughing at your pathetic ignorance. You absolute frog in a well, I am Wu Xiang, the supreme embodiment of miracles and omnipotence, the absolute crushing force over all tangible things, and the ultimate peak no mortal life form can ever touch. You are nothing but a low-tier life form. You cannot even control your own pathetic freedom, yet you arrogantly dare to demand a soul contract with a supreme being like me. Su Chen crossed his arms, his voice turning deadly serious. Cut the dramatic nonsense, or our negotiations end right here. Wu Xiang smirked with extreme arrogance. My life dimension is infinitely higher than yours. A soul contract is literally impossible. Su Chen replied with a deadpan expression. Speak in English, please. Wu Xiang sighed, explaining. To put it simply, I am not an organic life form like the humans or magical beasts you naturally understand. I am an inorganic cosmic entity, a supreme miracle forged by the universe itself. Since I am not a living soul, making a spiritual contract is fundamentally impossible. A cunning idea sparked in Su Chen's mind. Then how about you promise to do 10 favors for me? Wu Xiang immediately countered the offer. 3 favors, absolute maximum. Su Chen chuckled softly. Deal, Wu Xiang demanded greedily. Hand over the tear now. Staring at the flawless gem floating before him, Wu Xiang practically drooled with joy. Such heavenly bliss, I can finally possess such an immaculate piece of art. Just like my own supreme existence, this is a true masterpiece of the creator. Su Chen rested his chin on his hand, calculating his next move. I gave you the divine tear. Now we will just hide here for a bit while I deeply consider my 3 demands. Without skipping a beat, Wu Xiang coldly dropped a death sentence. Kill them all. Instantly, the giant worm lunged for their throats. Su Chen cursed out loud in pure rage. You, treacherous son of a bitch, you broke your word. Wu Xiang burst out laughing. I keep my promises perfectly. Su Chen pointed aggressively and roared. Favor number 1. You are strictly forbidden from attacking me or my companions. Instantly, Wu Xiang yelled out. Freeze. The massive worm locked in place, stopping inches from Su Chen's face. Wu Xiang proudly announced. Now that is more like it. Favor number 1 is officially completed. Su Chen gritted his teeth in sheer anger. Wu Xiang, you are an absolute dirty dog, Wu Xiang smugly reminded his minion. Giant worm, remember this clearly. I cannot lay a single finger on them. Taking the hint, the beast launched another deadly strike. Understood, boss, so I will do the killing, Su Chen shouted desperately. Favor number 2, force the giant worm to sign a soul contract with me, Wu Xiang screamed once more. Halt! The ferocious beast froze mid-air like a heavily glitched robot. Wu Xiang casually ordered. Go sign the contract. The giant worm cried out in total dismay. Boss, no, I want to keep serving under your legendary command. Wu Xiang brutally reassured his minion. Relax. Just sign the contract for now. Once this brat inevitably dies, you will return as my loyal attack dog. Su Chen felt an overwhelming wave of dread. Damn it, this bastard Wu Xiang is way too sinister and cunning. He burned through 2 favors already. What a massive loss. Suddenly, a crimson streak of blood erupted from the colossal worm hovering directly in front of Trent. Celeste recognized it immediately. It was a beast's blood contract. A monster produces only one drop in its entire lifetime. Unless its master dies, it will eternally serve and be absolutely bound by the one who claims it. The massive worm sneered. Listen well, brat. You might be my master now, but I am of the noble insectoid race while you are just a filthy human. I am only submitting because my boss ordered me to. Trent calmly pressed the blood drop against his forehead. A radiant smile crossed his face. Contract complete. This connection feels entirely different from controlling those mere donkey beasts. Those low-level monsters were like my own limbs obeying my every single command. I can summon this giant bug anytime, but I cannot fully dominate its mind. Trent gazed up at the colossal creature plotting silently. It seems I will have to thoroughly break this arrogant worm's spirit later. Suddenly, absolute shock washed over the monster. What is this? The massive worm trembled violently. How is this possible? Zero smacked the giant bug hard. Why are you acting so terrified? The creature was completely paralyzed with fear. His aura, it absolutely terrifies me, the giant worm stammered. It is an overwhelmingly noble presence radiating an absolute and supreme majesty. Hearing this, Trent felt utterly confused. Why would my aura carry such a terrifying unique pressure? Could it be linked to that mysterious divine white embryo? The giant worm asked in total disbelief. Just who exactly are you? Where did you get this imperial aura that outshines both the sun and the moon? A smirk tugged at his lips. You are not worthy to know. Still want to act tough in front of me. The giant worm instantly groveled, weeping pitifully. Please forgive me, I should never have disrespected your greatness. From now on, I will obey my master's every command. Trent rubbed his chin in deep thought. To think I suppressed this giant beast so easily. That divine embryo must possess a truly legendary origin. Meanwhile, ominous smoke swirled in another dimension as the fallen god tore fiercely through the void. Furious, it could not track down even a single trace of that cursed brat's aura. How did that mortal do it? Even a supreme human spatial magic deity could never escape without leaving a single trace behind. The fallen god gathered its dark resolve. Unacceptable. Even if my divine body crumbles, I absolutely cannot lose the holy embryo. I have no choice but to force that little rat out into the open. It crossed its arms over its chest. In the name of the fallen god, I shall completely obliterate this entire secret realm. The deity roared. This is the absolute boundary of my fallen domain. Its apocalyptic voice violently shook the entire dimension. In a quiet sector, a group hiding behind a massive boulder whispered, "The fallen god will definitely never find us in this hidden spot." They believe that surviving until outside powerhouse experts arrive to rescue them would mean total victory. Suddenly, the fallen god's terrifying roar shattered the silence, making everyone's blood run completely cold. The trio jumped up in absolute panic. What is happening? Without hesitation, they spun around and sprinted for their lives. Run away. Frantic footsteps echoed as they desperately dashed away. Suddenly, the earth violently quaked. A terrifying gravitational pull dragged one of the boys downward. In an instant, he plummeted into a bottomless chasm, screaming in sheer terror, "Please somebody save me." But his two companions coldly ignored him, running frantically to survive. We are doomed. This entire secret realm is completely collapsing. Suddenly, the deity's thundering voice exploded from above. I am the fallen god. I will now completely annihilate this entire secret realm, leaving absolutely nothing but the central core intact. It unleashed an earth-shattering roar. If you pathetic bugs wish to live, gather at the central zone immediately. A survivor panicked. The fallen god is bringing the apocalypse. What do we do? His companion pointed desperately ahead. Head there now or we die instantly. Facing the god might still be a death sentence, but dying later is better than perishing right now. The surrounding sky twisted into an abyss of darkness. Dragon Sector Commander and Elder Quinn observed nervously from an external dimension. He realized the angry deity was literally destroying the realm. Extreme dread darkened the Elder's face. It is over. We cannot save anyone trapped inside. Damn it all, daring to murder my precious granddaughter, this old man will absolutely slaughter a god. Back with the group, Mia asked anxiously. Did you guys feel that terrifying disturbance outside? She focused her intense gaze. The outside world is collapsing and all your fellow humans out there are already dead. Celeste stated grimly. That mad god is definitely trying to flush us out of hiding. Trent coolly snapped his fingers. Then let us go out and greet him. With those words, the trio warped into the turbulent dimension. In a flash, Trent, Mia, Celeste, and Zero materialized perfectly amidst the chaotic destruction. The remaining survivors were fleeing in sheer madness. Run faster. The realm's destruction speed is too overwhelming. Only reaching the central zone can save our worthless lives now. Celeste watched in pure horror. This collapsing realm will likely bury an entire generation of our Dragon Sector's finest geniuses. This is a devastating, irreplaceable loss for humanity. The fallen god continued patrolling the crumbling skies, searching frantically. Suddenly, it paused, its menacing eyes glowing with unholy fire. I finally sensed that wretched brat's energy. Just as the deity swooped down like a predator, a mysterious power violently pierced through the fabric of space. Trent spoke up. Zero, you already know your second task. He issued a chilling command. I want you to completely slaughter the fallen god. Zero dashed forward without a single ounce of hesitation. No problem, boss, I will be right back. Mia looked bewildered. Is that little Rubik's Cube actually capable of fighting a literal god? Trent fell into a profound silence. Honestly, even I cannot see through Zero's true limits. Its combat power is immense and shrouded in absolute mystery. But suddenly, something crashed violently from the heavens above. It was Zero. The cube had clearly been brutally defeated, thick smoke pouring heavily from its battered geometric form. Trent was deeply stunned. At that exact moment, the fallen god descended majestically from the sky, reaching out its imposing hand. You little rat, hand over my divine embryo immediately. Zero growled with intense bitterness. You oversized birdman, bouncing its blocky body back up with pure rage. How dare you lay a finger on a magnificent existence like me? The deity looked utterly baffled. What kind of pathetic trick is this? Zero immediately triggered its cloning technique. Formless and completely invisible, the fallen god's eyes flared with explosive killing intent, forcefully bursting out of Zero's chaotic illusion. Mia observed grimly. It seems the cube is hopelessly outmatched here. Celeste was trembling with profound anxiety. The fallen god is overwhelmingly powerful. A single casual strike from him could instantly obliterate a legendary 9-star powerhouse. Zero loudly declared, I am the supreme enigma. You are nothing but a low-tier lifeform, yet you dare challenge my omnipotent miracles. The deity sighed in total disbelief. You weird little toy spout more arrogant nonsense than a true god. Calling me a low-tier lifeform, you are actually making me laugh. Zero blitzed forward with blinding speed. Watch closely as I turn completely invisible and beat you to a pulp. The fallen god scoffed coldly. Absolutely ridiculous. Zero charged forward, oozing with explosive killing intent. But then the arrogant deity suddenly froze in utter disbelief. Huh, Zero taunted mockingly. How is that? Have you finally experienced my miraculous and majestic greatness? But suddenly, a terrifying arc of energy slashed out of nowhere, cutting right across its geometric body. The fallen god unleashed glowing threads of energy tightly binding Zero mystic light prison. But the cube instantly shifted directions. I dodged. Zero spun its body rapidly. I completely dodge it. The cube cheered loudly. A binding spell. For a lowly life form, you actually have some skill. The pillar god gathered devastating power in his hand. To use a human phrase, drop the act. Total annihilation comes next. A surging wave of aura was hurled straight at Nexus. The energy exploded outward like a blazing hellish inferno. Mia stumbled backward. Watch out. Luna threw her hands up, blocking the overwhelming pressure. Such fierce flames, this rivals a forbidden fire tier spell. Mia was certain the cosmic cube would be reduced to ashes. Yet Nexus burst into manic, ecstatic laughter. The pillar god growled, still playing the fool. He channeled a terrifying surge of power, now genuinely enraged. The pillar god unleashed a direct strike at Nexus, creating a massive, spiraling shockwave of spiritual energy. Instantly, Nexus was sucked right into the devastating vortex. An earth-shattering explosion violently rocked the heavens. As the thick smoke cleared, Nexus emerged completely unharmed. These cheap tricks merely tickle. Put your back into it. The pillar god froze in sheer disbelief. Impossible, that was one of my absolute strongest attacks. Seth, meanwhile, stood there utterly bewildered. While the cube's offensive power was leagues below the pillar god, its defensive capabilities were completely unmatched. Nexus floated upward, making a bold declaration. I am a supreme existence. I will never be defeated by anyone. Kiss my rear, and I might forgive your profound ignorance. The pillar god raised a hand, stopping him. You remind me of a certain legendary artifact. Nexus panicked. Damn it, did you actually guess right? The pillar god unleashed heavy chains tightly binding Nexus. This deity shall imprison you. I will slowly dismantle you to see if you truly are that sacred item. He erupted into maniacal laughter. What an unimaginably great fortune. This deity can finally ascend to the next stage. The pillar god violently swung his arm. Trembling in pure terror, Nexus screamed, Kid, Seth, hurry up and save me. Seth immediately summoned Blaze. The cosmic cube has fallen. Retreat into the flame dimension first. Seeing himself being dragged into a void, Nexus shrieked in absolute dread. Seth, save me right now. This old monster is going to dismantle me. Seth reached out helplessly. I'm sorry, there is nothing I can do. But suddenly a tiny cube darted straight towards Seth, leaving him deeply confused. What is this? Then Nexus's voice echoed. This is my true spirit. Form a contract with me and save me. The pillar god smirked with immense arrogance. Acting so desperate, it seems this deity's guess was 90% correct. By obtaining you, I could even abandon this entire divine realm. Get in. Seth firmly grabbed the cube, completing the contract as a radiant smile crossed his face. Success. The cosmic cube is finally bound to me. Though it feels incredibly unique, Nexus squealed frantically. Summon me quickly, Seth roared. Contracted beast cosmic cube return. At the very last possible microsecond, Nexus's spiritual energy shot upward, narrowly escaping. Seth clenched both his fists tightly. I did it. The cosmic cube has been successfully summoned directly into my body. The pillar god roared in blazing fury. You ruined my grand plan again, brat. Do you have any idea how fast I can end your miserable life? From within the dimension, Mia screamed out, Go the pillar, God gathered devastating might. If I let you escape again, I do not deserve the title of God. Seth turned around roaring. Execute the plan, hit him with one strike. Luna wildly swung her massive blade. I have been ready for ages. Mia also charged forward, gripping her sword. I am joining too, the pillar god chuckled darkly. Your foolishness has literally driven me to laughter. You actually dare to attack first. Did you truly think you could harm me? But before he could even react, Luna's heavy blade mercilessly cleaved into his shoulder, leaving the pillar god absolutely stunned. What on earth? Almost instantly, Mia's blade plunged violently deep into his chest. The pillar god's jaw dropped in absolute horror. How is this even possible? Blaze also channeled an overwhelming burst of power. The pillar god panicked. I am actually bleeding. Those two strikes just obliterated 20% of my divine body. He roared in furious disbelief. Their power levels are clearly pathetic, so how could they possibly injure me, heavens above? Why is this happening? Dusting her hands, Mia smirked. Seth, we actually wounded a god. Now I completely understand why Lily chose you to be her boyfriend. Seth glanced back seriously. My ability is incredibly overpowered, yes, but it only worked because the pillar god lowered his guard. He continued grimly, if he takes a defensive stance, we would not even get a single chance to launch an attack. Luna nodded in solemn agreement. Exactly. The next time we cross paths with a god, he will not show mercy, and one single strike will definitely obliterate us. The pillar god glared at the empty space, shaking with boiling rage. Seth, that filthy little maggot ran away again. Damn it all. This deity will force you out of hiding, he declared with venomous hatred. The exact second you show your faces, I will slaughter you all without a shred of hesitation. Shifting focus to the volcanic dimension, the entire surviving crew had gathered. The god's secret realm had completely collapsed, leaving behind nothing but this desolate, barren wasteland. Skylar rubbed his chin in deep thought. There is nowhere left to hide. The pillar god wants to slaughter us all in one strike. Elder Morgan firmly concluded. To merely kill us, the god would not waste this much effort. He definitely has an ulterior motive. Zane asked in sheer panic. What in the world is happening right now? Will the 9-star powerhouses outside come to our rescue? Suddenly, the pillar god descended, roaring like thunder. Absolutely no one can save you. He crossed his arms over his chest, growling fiercely. A mere demonic bird dares to spout such arrogant nonsense. The pillar god violently smashed an attack into the ground. Boom. A massive, devastating explosion erupted beneath the crowd. Zane trembled in terror. What kind of godlike strength is this? The person beside him gasped in horror. His mere words decide life and death. Could he actually be the legendary pillar god? The god viciously commanded, every last one of you kneel. Crushed by the overwhelming, suffocating aura, everyone forcefully dropped to their knees in pure dread. The pressure was terrifying, so scary. This is absolutely a true deity. Ray anxiously looked around the chaotic scene. How strange. Why cannot I find Brother Seth anywhere? With his insane abilities, he definitely should be fine. He gritted his teeth extremely hard. Now that the realm has collapsed, where could they possibly run to? The pillar god raised his voice, making a chilling announcement. Your survival now entirely depends on a single human boy. Everyone exchanged looks of shock and deep confusion. Our lives depend on a mere human. Who is it? Who possesses such heaven-defying capabilities? Elder Morgan narrowed her eyes. It seems the god captured us specifically to bait this person out. But who exactly could it be? The pillar god coldly revealed the truth. His name is Seth. Upon hearing that, the entire crowd gasped in unbelievable shock. What Seth? Elder Morgan frowned in confusion. Wait, you guys actually know him? Skylar shot her a quick, serious glance. Of course we do. That kid is a notorious first-year student from the prestigious Apex Academy. She immediately pressed further. Just a first-year student, why would a god be hunting him? Logan spoke up. That part is a complete mystery. But this student is extremely reckless, causing tons of absolute chaos back at Apex Academy. Stella let out a massive sigh of relief. It seems Seth is perfectly fine. Otherwise, the god would not be searching for him. Suddenly, the crowd looked up and roared, What the hell? If you are hunting Seth, what does that have to do with us? Fierce protests immediately erupted from the kneeling crowd. Seth provoked you, so why execute us? They shouted loudly, creating massive chaos. The pillar god suddenly let out a piercing, demonic, and terrifying laugh. Unexpectedly, 2 glowing orbs dropped down into the terrified crowd below. Luna gazed upward in sheer horror. 1 second, one brutal execution. The fallen god is forcing us out. Su Chen let out a heavy sigh. This was an absolute nightmare. Is there even a way to fight back? She asked, clutching her head in utter despair. Just scratching him was already a miracle. Throughout the bloody history of human warfare, something like this is incredibly rare. Yue Chan stated, her voice dripping with absolute grim reality. We are mere mortals trying to slay a divine being. The power gap is simply an impossible abyss. I've got absolutely nothing. Suddenly, Meow Meow hesitantly raised her hand. I might have one crazy idea. Su Chen instantly turned his gaze toward her. What kind of plan? Meow Meow looked incredibly conflicted, frantically waving her hands. Actually, never mind, it is practically impossible anyway. But Su Chen wasn't giving up, gently pushing her to just spit it out. Gathering every ounce of her courage, Meow Meow finally revealed the desperate strategy she had formulated. Our only shot at survival is dragging those god-tier powerhouses right into this fallen god's secret realm. But the massive barrier is completely locking them out. She emphasized that there was exactly one bizarre loophole to bypass the seal. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his anticipation peaking. Tell me. Meow Meow dropped the bombshell. We hijacked the personal spatial channels of the 12 thrones. Hearing this utterly insane proposal, Yue Chan frowned in absolute bewilderment. The spatial channels of the 12 thrones, wouldn't that require an actual god-tier throne holder to be trapped inside this realm with us? Meow Meow quickly nodded, confirming her harsh realization. Exactly. He once told me that every powerhouse among the 12 thrones can open a personal gateway into a very specific shared dimension. She broke down the legendary mechanics step by step. The 12 thrones can freely step into each other's spatial channels. However, Yue Chan immediately shattered that hope with grim pessimism. That is a complete dead end. Where on earth would we find a god-tier expert in here? Meow Meow helplessly shrugged, repeating her earlier warning. I told you it was basically a useless idea. Yet on the other side, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with intense calculation. This wasn't hopeless at all. A confident, dangerous smirk crept across his face. He absolutely loved this wild strategy. This is actually brilliant. It is completely undetectable. We could ambush the fallen god before he even knows what hit him. Meow Meow crossed her arms, shooting him a completely baffled side glance. What is the point of hyping it up? We still cannot actually pull it off. Yet Su Chen declared with absolute certainty that they could pull it off. She glared at him in pure annoyance. Stop joking. But his unshakable confidence proved he was serious. With a crisp snap, a brilliant miniature golden tower suddenly materialized. Yue Chan locked her widened eyes onto the floating artifact. What on earth is that? A shocking realization suddenly struck her mind. Wait, could this actually be the legendary spirit tower? Meow Meow gasped, covering her mouth in pure astonishment as she verified the impossible. Yes, that is the exact same spirit tower I saw him use before. Standing behind them, Yue Chan's mind raced with overwhelming suspicions. Su Chen, are you secretly a god-tier powerhouse? But the young man immediately shut down the rumor. Not even close. Hearing this flat denial, Meow Meow was left staring at him in utter jaw-dropping confusion. Without divine power, how do you possess the spirit tower? Meanwhile, down in the ruined landscape below, the terrifying fallen god hovered menacingly in the crimson sky. Your 1 minute of grace is over. Su Chen has yet to show his face. He raised a single sinister finger, declaring with absolute godlike arrogance, 60 of you insignificant ants will now pay with your lives. Panic instantly swept through the terrified crowd as they begged for mercy. Fallen god, you cannot slaughter the innocent. Su Chen has absolutely nothing to do with us. But the deity simply ignored their pathetic cries, snapping his fingers. Boom! Dozens of victims instantly detonated into bloody mist, spreading absolute terror. Blood drenched the chaotic battlefield. The fallen god paused, flashing a sadistic, bone-chilling smirk at the survivors. How fun! Let us restart the bloody countdown. Cold sweat poured down the faces of the trembling survivors, their hearts pounding in pure dread. This was an absolute massacre. This monster defies all logic. To a fallen god, we are literally just bugs. If Su Chen stays hidden, he will wipe us all out. Huo Gan trembled violently, his voice cracking in total panic. What do we do? The Reaper's scythe is hovering right over our necks. Granny Meow turned sharply toward the desperate crowd, her voice laced with grim finality. If we want to survive this hellscape, we must force Su Chen out. Cutting back to the hidden trio, Yue Chan stared blankly at the horrifying scene, her voice trembling. The slaughter has already begun. Su Chen's brow furrowed deeply, the tension in the air skyrocketing. It is time to bring those god-tier heavyweights onto the board. Meow Meow quickly stepped up from behind. Su Chen, that man holds the 9th throne. You can use your Supreme Spirit Tower to directly establish a mental link. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a glowing artifact and pressed it into his palm. This is my personal token. Flash this to him, and he will know you are telling the absolute truth. Su Chen gripped the token tightly, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Understood. In a flash of blurring motion, he instantly shifted to a secluded mental dimension, charging forward. Coming to a sharp halt, he unleashed his commanding aura, Supreme Spirit Tower. Establish a direct link with the 9th throne immediately. A robotic voice confirmed the connection protocol as a massive surge of divine energy violently erupted. Su Chen's eyes shot wide open in pure shock. His entire body froze in place as a terrifying sensation washed over him. Wait, something deep inside my core is being rapidly drained away. It was horrifyingly clear. Activating the Supreme Spirit Tower demanded a devastating equivalent exchange of life force. Deep within a mist-shrouded dimension, Elder Qin gritted his teeth with blazing fury. Listen here, fallen god. If you dare touch my precious granddaughter, I will gladly burn my remaining lifespan to wage a bloody war. Suddenly, he froze in shock. Cold sweat rolled down the old veteran's weathered face. The newly ascended 13th throne is actually trying to establish a psychic link. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, rematerializing inside the Golden Tower's spiritual realm draped in a pitch-black cloak. Seeing Su Chen, the legendary elder gasped in absolute awe. You are the newly ascended 13th throne. How are you impossibly young? Having already deduced the man's identity, the young awakener smirked. Elder Qin, you can drop the ominous black cloak act now. The Supreme Grandmaster violently flinched, staring back in sheer disbelief. How do you know my true identity? The youth calmly turned his head, projecting an overwhelming confidence. My name is Su Chen. I am just a freshman at the Heavenly Whale Academy. Hearing this absurd revelation, Elder Qin's brain completely short-circuited. What did you say? The god-tier powerhouse stood frozen, refusing to believe his own ears. A mere freshman? Are you playing some kind of sick joke? Completely unfazed, Su Chen simply raised his hand, revealing the crucial token Miao Miao had entrusted to him. Still highly suspicious, the elder fiercely scrutinized the glowing object. The moment his eyes locked onto it, absolute recognition flashed across his face. This was Miao Miao's token. He stepped closer, utterly baffled. How did my granddaughter's precious treasure end up in your hands? Su Chen did not waste a single second, rapidly breaking down the crisis. Miao Miao gave it to me herself. She swore that this artifact would make you trust me. Ripping off his shadowy cloak, the legendary senior furiously connected the dots. Miao Miao is currently trapped inside the fallen god's deadly realm. If you manage to acquire her personal token, do not tell me. Su Chen gave a grim nod. Bingo, I bypassed the dimensional seal straight from inside that apocalyptic death trap. Elder Qin furiously stroked his beard, his mind blown into pieces. This is unprecedented. A mere brat who hasn't even reached god tier awakened the legendary spirit tower. But Su Chen sharply cut through the elder's awe, diving straight into reality. Elder Qin, we are out of time. The situation is critical. Without missing a beat, he laid out the desperate battlefield conditions and issued his audacious command. That insane fallen god is currently executing innocent awakeners in a relentless bloodbath. You need to rally every single god-tier powerhouse immediately. You are all following me straight back into the abyss. However, Elder Qin heavily lowered his head, his face shrouded in dark hesitation. Gathering the other god-tier monarchs on such short notice is nearly impossible. Su Chen's brow furrowed into an angry scowl. Why? This is literally a do-or-die battle for humanity. Elder Qin reached out, his expression grim. Humanity was entirely fractured. Most of the throne authorities already knew about the Dragon Zone's crisis, yet their absence proved one terrifying truth: they had all chosen to stand by and watch them die. He bluntly voiced his darkest suspicions. I suspect there is a traitor among the divine-level warriors. I trust none of them. Out of options, Su Chen turned to Elder Qin. Then what is our move? The elder stepped up, punching Su Chen's chest firmly. I will follow you and fight the fallen god to the bitter end. Stunned, Su Chen double-checked. Are you absolutely sure? Elder Qin already had a master plan. If we launch a sneak attack while the fallen god has not fully recovered, we have a 50% chance of victory. Su Chen shook the old man's hand, sealing their desperate alliance. Deal. I will create the opening for your strike. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of energy materialized. Miao Miao and Yue Chan immediately shot glances toward the anomaly. Su Chen and Elder Qin emerged from the portal. Seeing the elder, Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with sheer relief. Elder Qin opened his arms, warmly reassuring the girls. Miao Miao, thank heavens you are safe. Su Chen turned around, his expression tightening with tension. It is almost time. I need to head out. Yue Chan clenched her fists, volunteering instantly. Su Chen, I am coming with you, but he remained incredibly calm, gently warning her, you do not need to risk your life. Yue Chan's resolve was unbreakable. The divine path reshaped me, it will not kill me easily. An extra fighter means a higher chance of winning. Scene transition inside the fallen god's secret realm. Hovering high above with arms crossed, the deity arrogantly declared, time is almost up. Pointing forward with twisted excitement, it announced, 60 more of you are about to die. The terrified crowd sobbed, screaming in absolute despair. Su Chen, who is Su Chen? Get out here now, do you have any conscience? If you hide, we all die in your place. Hearing this, Li Lei snapped back in blazing anger. Nonsense, the fallen god is the one slaughtering us. What does this have to do with Su Chen? A young man collapsed to his knees, his spirit utterly shattered. Where is Su Chen? I beg you, come out. Only you can save us from this nightmare. At that moment, Tienjing stood up, barking an absolute command. Su Chen, as the headmaster of Tienjing Academy for the lives of every student and teacher, I order you to surrender immediately. The other students eagerly rose to their feet in agreement. The headmaster is right, Su Chen, show yourself. They raised their hands, chanting in unison, come out. Li Lei frowned, turning away in sheer disgust. These absolute idiots are beyond saving. Moments later, the fallen god raised its hand. Flashing a sadistic smirk, it ruthlessly declared, die. With a single snap of its fingers, the crowd wailed in terror. Suddenly, Su Chen's voice echoed through the chaos. Hold on, at last he descended onto the battlefield alongside Yue Chan. With an icy glare, Su Chen announced, I am here. The crowd instantly erupted into panicked whispers. That is him, that is Su Chen. He is an outrageously arrogant freshman from Tianjing Academy. They muttered in deep resentment. We knew he was trouble, but who expected him to enrage a fallen god? Hovering above the deity reveled in its twisted victory. Little brat, I finally forced you out of hiding. Li Lei's face lit up, his eyes practically blazing with renewed hope. Meanwhile, Zhu Bihui gritted his teeth, dreading the catastrophic disaster about to unfold. Su Chen should not have shown up. The fallen god will not let him escape now. Hooking a finger with a menacing grin, the deity commanded, Little brat, perish. Suddenly, Su Chen raised a hand to halt the attack. Fallen god, wait. But the deity was completely out of patience. Screw waiting. This god will not give you another single chance. A colossal wave of devastating aura engulfed the entire area. Seeing this, Yu Chan panicked. Su Chen Li Lei looked up in sheer terror, screaming at the top of his lungs, Brother Su. Su Chen is dead. Boiling with fury, Yue Chan spread her wings and charged. I will kill you. Suddenly, a mysterious glowing token materialized in midair. She instantly recognized the legendary artifact, a resurrection token. In a flash of light, Su Chen reappeared, hovering effortlessly in the sky. Granny Meow crossed her arms in awe. This kid's luck is insane. He actually possesses a resurrection token, an item even 9-star powerhouses dream of. Huo Qian simply scoffed, completely unimpressed. So what? He still dies today. The fallen god lunged at him, declaring ruthlessly, Then this god will slaughter you again. Let us see how many extra lives you actually have. Su Chen summoned the holy fetus, issuing a deadly threat. Fallen god, if you kill me, I will destroy the holy fetus right now. Hearing this, the deity sneered with absolute disdain. Know your place, you arrogant insect. The holy fetus is utterly indestructible. Do you really think you can shatter it? Suddenly, the divine artifact completely vanished from Su Chen's hands. Su Chen smirked, throwing the ultimate challenge right back. Then I will make it vanish forever. Once I die, my personal storage dimension locks permanently. You will never ever get it back. The fallen god froze, utterly speechless. Remaining completely calm, Su Chen clarified his true intentions. Fallen god, I am not threatening you. I just want to negotiate. Boiling with rage, the deity levitated the entire crowd into the air. You think a mortal like you deserves to negotiate with me? The vicious fallen god issued a tyrannical ultimatum. Hand over the holy fetus or I slaughter them all. Yet Su Chen maintained his ice-cold composure. Fallen god, your cheap threats mean absolutely nothing to me. Showing zero mercy, it instantly crushed those hostages in midair. Without a second thought, the fallen god forcefully dragged another massive group of victims into the sky. Tears streaming down their faces, the terrified captives screamed, Su Chen, are you trying to get us all killed? Tell the fallen god to stop immediately. In response, the deity mercilessly snapped its fingers again. Their shattered bodies plummeted, pooling into horrific puddles of blood around him. The survivors below looked up in soul-crushing terror. This fallen god truly massacred humans without blinking an eye. It does not even see us as living beings. The deity extended its bloody hand, fiercely demanding the holy fetus. From the back, a weeping girl desperately begged for her life. Su Chen, I am begging you. If you want to die, die alone. Do not drag us down with you. The panicked students frantically pressured their leader. Headmaster, please say something. Tianzhu immediately turned around, making a shameless demand. Su Chen, for the sake of everyone here, I expect you to voluntarily sacrifice yourself. Hearing this absolute hypocrisy, Su Chen furiously fired back. Why should I be the one to die? Did I actually do something wrong? The headmaster exploded in anger, shamelessly pointing fingers. Your crime is opposing the fallen god and dragging us into your mess. Granny Meow quickly poured gas on the fire, barking, Brat, stop struggling. You are destined to die anyway, so leave a path of survival for the rest of us. Witnessing this disgusting betrayal, the other students instantly piled on. Leave us a way out. Su Chen stopped fighting the fallen god. Just go die quietly. Tianzhu spoke up again, his face masking a hypocritical concern. You see, everyone here is begging for you to just die. Standing nearby, Li Lei couldn't hold back his rage. To hell with all of you, you can go die, but Brother Su won't. Beside him, Yue Chen pressed her hand against her chest. I stand with Su Chen, she declared fiercely. Your cowardly words are a disgrace to humanity. Zilong gripped his blade tight, issuing a lethal threat. Whoever wants Su Chen dead, I will slaughter them first. Xing Xing and her trio stepped forward, their auras blazing. We will follow Brother Su until the very end. Su Chen flashed a cocky smirk at Tianzu. Well, Principal, it seems I still have loyal allies. The old man glared back with pure venom. They are merely a foolish minority. Suddenly, Huo Zhen raised his hand high, his voice booming across the battlefield. Whoever believes Su Chen should sacrifice himself, raise your hand. Instantly, a massive sea of hands shot up without hesitation. Huo Zhen spun around, gesturing wildly at the massive crowd. Do you see this, Su Chen? If you willingly accept death, Tianjing Academy will memorialize you as our savior, but if not. Before he could finish his pathetic speech, Su Chen interrupted with a cold laugh. If not, then what? Huo Zhen pointed a trembling finger, his voice completely unhinged. If not, you are a traitor to humanity. Tianjing Academy will erase your entire existence. Keeping his hands casually in his pockets, Su Chen shrugged with absolute indifference. Fine by me. Go ahead and erase it. Unable to hold back, Tianzhu roared in frustration. Su Chen, will you stubbornly doom us all? Yue Chen stepped up, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Who says he is alone in this Tianling Academy will fight side by side with Su Chen. The principal furrowed his brows, his face twisting with absolute disgust as he spat poisonous words. A monstrous freak like you has no right to speak in the presence of humans. Ignoring the insult, Yue Shan stepped forward, her voice echoing with raw authority. Students of Tianling Academy, I am Wang Yue Shan. Those who stand with Su Chen rally behind me. A massive shockwave rippled through the Tianling students as her true identity was finally revealed. She is Wang Yueshan, the daughter of the Dragon General. How did she become this corrupted? Yueshan pressed her hand over her beating heart, her spirit unwavering. No matter what this body has become, I possess a human soul, and I will bleed for humanity. If you trust me, I will stand by my side. Moved by her breathtaking conviction, a massive wave of students broke rank, marching proudly to stand behind Su Chen. Tianling Academy fights for the true path. We unconditionally pledge our lives to Wang Yuechan. Our academy will never betray a comrade to save our own skin. A warm smile graced Yue Chen's face as she looked at him. Su Chen, our Tianling students might not be the absolute strongest, but our unyielding resolve is second to none. Hearing this, Su Chen flashed a genuine, brilliant smile. You are all true warriors. Meanwhile, standing in the distance, Huo Zhen was seething with uncontrollable fury, cursing them out. Damn you all, you arrogant fools. While the pathetic humans bickered below, the fallen god hovered menacingly in the sky. A dark, twisted grin stretched across its face. How highly entertaining. This deity absolutely adores watching you pathetic mortals tear each other apart. Seeing an opening, Granny Meow suddenly shouted a desperate proposal from below. Mighty fallen god, since these rebels dare oppose you, you should slaughter them all. The entity raised a single finger, its sinister laugh echoing. This deity was planning exactly that. Sensing the devastating shift, Su Chen immediately stepped forward to intercept. Hold on, fallen god. The holy embryo, I can hand it over. With a devilish smirk, Su Chen pointed straight at the cowardly elders, setting his trap. Make those shameless hypocrites kneel, call me grandpa 3 times, and beg for their pathetic lives. Tianzu's face turned violently purple as he roared. Su Chen, you dare. Su Chen chuckled, his eyes glowing with mockery. Whether I dare or not isn't up to you. High above, the fallen god found the idea utterly fascinating. A brilliant proposal. I want to see this. Panicking, Granny Meow desperately tried to reason with the monster. Fallen god, we are your loyal servants. You cannot listen to his lies. The demonic entity cut her off with chilling apathy. Does that even matter? To me, all of you are nothing but insignificant insects crawling in the dirt. Now do exactly as he says. Refusing to throw away her pride, the old hag attempted one last desperate negotiation. Fallen god, please reconsider. We are elite 9-star powerhouses. We possess supreme dignity. Its patience completely exhausted, the fallen god's eyes flared. With zero hesitation, it snapped its fingers. In a blinding flash, Granny Meow violently exploded into a mist of blood, leaving absolutely nothing behind. A cruel, bloodthirsty grin formed on the god's face. Bargaining with this deity, you truly wish for death. Witnessing that terrifying slaughter, the remaining 2 grandmasters immediately dropped to their knees in sheer terror. Huo Zhen violently slammed his head against the ground before Su Chen, screaming in panic. Su Chen, please spare my life, the young hero chuckled, tilting his head with dangerous amusement. What did you just call me? Furious at this ultimate humiliation, the elder gritted his teeth, hissing a pathetic warning. Su Chen, do not push it. I am a 9-star master. An absolute existence you could never reach. Without mercy, Su Chen delivered the ultimate verbal beatdown. To me, you are nothing but steaming trash. Huo Zhen's aura erupted with blinding rage. You court death. Su Chen merely let out an icy laugh and glanced at the sky. Fallen god, bless this fool with a finger snap. The cosmic being's eyes lit up with sadistic joy as it raised a hand. Gladly. Terrified out of his mind, Huo smashed his forehead into the dirt. Grandpa Su Chen, I was utterly wrong. Spare me. Su Chen looked down at the trembling coward with absolute disgust. What a pathetic grandson. Huo kept banging his head, completely discarding his pride. Yes, I am your pathetic grandson. Please do not kill this worthless dog. Suddenly, the fallen god tilted its massive head toward the remaining crowd. And what about the rest of you? Understanding their grim reality, the masses instantly dropped to their knees, screaming in unison. Grandpa Su, spare us. Only Tianzhu stubbornly refused to bend the knee. He suddenly stood tall, roaring with desperate pride. I am Ba Tianzhu, as the Grand Principal of Tianjing Academy. How could I ever bow to a mere student? I possess supreme dignity and national honor. Witnessing Tianzhu's majestic and unyielding stance, several students from Tianjing Academy looked up at him, their eyes practically glowing with intense reverence. As expected of our supreme principal, he bravely defends the absolute last shred of our academy's honor. Standing face to face with Su Chen, Tianzhu shamelessly attempted to strike a final deal. Su Chen, retract your previous insult and I shall accept you as my personal core disciple. How about it? Su Chen casually dug his pinky into his ear, completely unbothered. Zero interest. Forcing down his humiliation, the principal hissed out. Must you completely destroy our ties? What could you possibly gain? Su Chen flashed an arrogant smirk. Pure entertainment. Tianzhu trembled with catastrophic fury, grinding his teeth as he spat venom. Fine. Just you wait. Once we return to the academy, I will make you pay. Before the old fool could breathe, Su Chen coldly pointed at him. Fallen god. He just threatened my life. Erase him. The demonic deity's lips curled into a terrifying smile, oozing absolute confidence. A trivial matter. Tianzhu's face instantly drained of color, cold sweat soaking his body as he wailed. Wait, no. He instantly collapsed to his knees, utterly paralyzed by the shadow of death. Lord Su, spare my wretched life. Su Chen, you are truly my grand ancestor. I was dead wrong. Please treat me like invisible dirt and let me live. Forcing a miserable smile, Tianzhu offered his absolute surrender. Do not kill me. From now on, I am your obedient grandson. I will do absolutely anything you command. Su Chen clapped his hands together, his face plastered with a mocking grin. Ah, principal, such legendary backbone you have. Right then the fallen god descended, demanding its promised prize. Little rat, they followed your every command. Hand over the divine embryo right now. Bring it closer, and I'll claim it myself. Suddenly, Seth raised his hand, halting the advance. The fallen deity reached out impatiently. Brat, what kind of trick is this? Just toss the embryo here. Seth smirked, his eyes flashing with defiance. What's wrong? Is a mighty deity actually afraid of me? The fallen deity scoffed in absolute fury. Ridiculous. A divine being fearing a mere insect. Seth boldly stepped forward without hesitation. Fine, I'll bring it to you. Leo's eyes widened in sheer panic, while Luna frantically reached out to stop him. Seth, don't do it. Turning back, Seth offered a reassuring smile. It's okay, just stay right there. Meanwhile, Tyler turned around, a smug grin plastered across his face. Well, how was my acting just now? Hector flashed a thumbs up, totally impressed. Flawless performance. It didn't look fake at all. You totally played the perfect nephew. Tyler chuckled, returning the compliment. Your act wasn't too shabby either. With their goal secured, Hector gloated. We completely fooled Seth. Once we escape, I'll tear that brat apart. But Tyler gritted his teeth, predicting a much darker fate. There's no way he survives. The fallen deity will crush Seth like a bug right here. The monster extended its menacing hand. Hand it over. Seth clutched the divine embryo tightly against his chest. You promise you won't kill me, right? The deity didn't even try to hide its killing intent. I will slaughter you. Seth scratched his cheek, forcing an awkward smile. Well, that was brutally honest. The fallen deity scoffed with overwhelming arrogance. Why would a god lie to a pathetic insect like you? Seth raised the divine embryo, pretending to surrender. Fine. Just please spare my friends' lives. But the moment it secured the prize, the deity's sinister smile returned. Rest assured, boy. I plan to slaughter every single one of your friends. Seth had anticipated this exact betrayal. He raised his arm and roared. Strike now. He unleashed a devastating punch, but the deity didn't even flinch. Seth's eyes widened in sheer shock. Basic combat skills were completely useless against a divine entity. The fallen deity raised a finger, its voice dripping with malice. Time to meet your maker. Watching from afar, Hector grinned maliciously. That arrogant brat was finally dead. But suddenly an overwhelming aura exploded from behind as Elder Quinn warped onto the battlefield. The fallen deity was violently knocked back, completely caught off guard. What the hell? Hector and Tyler stood frozen in utter disbelief. Elder Quinn stepped forward, his majestic aura suppressing the entire zone. Fallen deity. It's been a long time. Black blood dripped from the monster's mouth as its eyes narrowed. You're that god-tier human. Elder Quinn, aren't you? Wasting no time on small talk, the Elder unleashed a devastating shockwave. Seth smirked, completely thrilled. The ultimate sneak attack was a massive success. Cold sweat drenched Tyler's face as he pointed in terror. How did Elder Quinn get inside? Hector was just as clueless and terrified. I thought the barrier blocked him out. Elder Quinn mercilessly chained his divine abilities together, leaving the monster zero room to breathe. Seth watched the blinding explosions with intense anticipation. Did we actually kill it? Yuna's face was pale with extreme tension. It's impossible to tell. I've never witnessed a clash between two god-tier legends before. Suddenly, a bone-chilling laughter echoed through the dust. The fallen deity levitated back up, completely unfazed. Elder Quinn's eyes widened in horror. You're unharmed. The beast glared down with absolute disgust. Pathetic trash. I let you land your best shots and you couldn't even scratch me. The fallen deity coated its leg in dark energy and dive-bombed at supersonic speed. Humanity's absolute strongest is nothing but garbage. Before Elder Quinn could even blink, a massive shockwave sent him crashing into the ruins. He coughed up blood, utterly devastated. Is the power gap really this insane? Even after a perfectly executed ambush, the monster's aura was overwhelming. The deity plummeted toward him, radiating absolute murder. I was going to hunt you down anyway. I'll slaughter every last human legend today. Elder Quinn's eyes flared with pure resolve. Activating his divine titan art, his physical form instantly swelled, towering over the deity like an unstoppable giant. The fallen deity launched a devastating punch forward, but right before impact, Elder Quinn's colossal form vanished entirely. He reverted to his normal size, violently coughing. What just happened? The old master stumbled backward, drenched in a cold, terrified sweat. Was my calculation completely wrong? Is this monster's true power truly this unfathomable? The deity threw a casual yet earth-shattering uppercut. You're just a slightly larger bug to me. His energy completely drained. Elder Quinn plummeted from the sky like a broken doll. Yuna screamed in absolute terror. Elder Quinn is totally out of mana. Seth stood completely paralyzed, his heart pounding. They had dangerously underestimated the fallen deity's terrifying might. Leo clenched his fists, shaking with unbridled fury. Seth, those elite cowards are absolutely shameless. They run from a real monster, but they'll gladly stab their own kind in the back. They're absolutely pathetic. Beside him, Luna was frantically trying to think of an escape plan. He's right, but what do we do now? We're trapped. Tyler crossed his arms, smirking like a complete psychopath. What do you do? That's the most pathetic question ever. You sit down and beg for mercy. Hector burst into hysterical laughter. Seth's only option is choosing how he wants to die. That monster is going to rip his soul apart. Unable to contain her absolute disgust, Yuna furiously screamed. Shut your mouths. You worthless cowards are kissing the boots of a monster while abandoning humanity. You make me sick to my stomach. Stella stepped forward, glaring with absolute fury. You disgusting traitors, how can you call yourselves elites of the Celestial Academy? You're an absolute disgrace to humanity. Hector didn't even care, waving his hand mockingly. Big words for two weak little girls. If you're so brave, why don't you go fight the god-tier monster yourselves? Stella didn't back down for a single second. Watch me. If you cowards had a spine, we'd charge together. Seth looked at her, his eyes wide with utter shock. Hovering high above the chaos, Diana shouted her desperate plan. Elder Quinn can't defeat this nightmare alone. I'll go support the true dragon so reinforcements can break through the barrier. Seth's blood ran cold as he desperately yelled out. Diana, that's suicide. Don't do it. But Stella's eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. Even if it's suicide, I have to risk everything right now. She looked up at the terrifying sky, her aura blazing. If I die fighting for humanity, I have zero regrets. Hector just rolled his eyes, utterly disgusted. What a naive idiot. She's just throwing her life away. Seth clenched his fists, his voice dripping with pure venom. At least she's fighting for our survival. You cowardly parasites are the real disgrace of humanity. Tyler aggressively stepped up, totally offended. Who the hell said I'm afraid of that monster? Seth ignored the trash entirely, stepping forward as his commanding aura erupted. Everyone listen to me right now, Seth roared, his voice cutting through the chaotic battlefield. Follow my lead. Exactly, I need you guys to strike alongside me. Leo gripped his battle blade, his aura igniting. Seth, I'm locked and loaded. Let's do this. Luna steeled her nerves, her magic flaring. Everything rested on this one final legendary strike. The squad stood united behind him, awaiting orders. Seth, what is your move? We are with you. Seth furrowed his brows, his mind racing with intense calculations. With so many people empowering my strike, each hit gains a 10% boost. Theoretically, a single blow could obliterate the fallen god. However, we only have one shot at this. High above, Stella confronted the dragon beast. She issued a fierce absolute command. I am a dragon knight. Submit to me. The creature bared its fangs, glaring with pure disgust. Insignificant mortal, you are not even worth my gaze. Refusing to back down, Stella drew her weapon. She cracked her whip with explosive force, commanding obey me. The dragon beast sneered, completely fearless in the face of death. It unleashed a devastating torrent of flames. Reacting instantly, Stella activated her exclusive class skill, Night Shield. A massive explosion erupted, forcing Stella to shield her eyes. The crowd below burst into mocking laughter, calling her a fool who was simply rushing toward her own doom. What a pointless sacrifice. Just another ignorant human. Suddenly, Seth raised his hand high into the air. Listen to my command, he roared, silencing the chaotic battlefield. Logan pointed a finger, openly sneering. Kid, quit acting tough. If you attack the fallen god and survive the next second, I will literally take your last name. Seth calmly dropped his arm and commanded strike. The deity simply watched, completely unafraid. Was this a joke? Suddenly, the fallen god's eyes snapped wide open in sheer terror. A devastating barrage of slashes crashed into its colossal body. Wounded and stumbling back, the bewildered deity screamed in absolute confusion. What is this? Before the beast could recover, another storm of lethal strikes rained down. The panicked deity thought, how is this possible? Following Seth's lead, the unrelenting assault left it completely defenseless. An earth-shattering blast violently ripped through the sky. Ray clenched his fists, cheering at the top of his lungs. We did it! Joy flashed a brilliant, triumphant smile. We actually killed the fallen god. Standing nearby, Ben was completely stunned. Did we really succeed? Down below, the surviving humans erupted into wild, deafening cheers of victory. We slaughtered the deity. We are finally saved. We won. Luna stood frozen, completely overwhelmed by the impossible reality before her. Did our ultimate strike actually work? Elder Qin stood up, utterly bewildered. God slaying. What kind of skill is this? Tienjing was equally stunned, completely baffled. How is this possible? How can a kid possess such legendary power? Suddenly, Elder Qin screamed a desperate warning. Seth, dodge. Seth was caught off guard. He slowly turned around, his eyes widening in pure shock. What in the world? Unable to evade, Seth's arm was brutally ripped off by the deity. His vision blurred as he watched his severed limb fly through the air. My arm, the fallen god, survived. It manifested as a massive pulsating mound of flesh. Moments later, the fallen god fully regenerated back to its original terrifying form. Ray stared in absolute horror at the regenerating flesh. It didn't die. The fallen god grinned with sadistic delight. Human boy, you are impressive. To think you could inflict such heavy damage upon me. Stella turned around, shouting urgently to the group. Seth is in critical danger. We must instantly shatter the secret realm's passage. She abruptly pulled out a glowing mystical herb. Catching the scent, the dragon beast paused in confusion. Huh, what is that divine aroma? Stella held it out to tempt the monster. Come here, I will give you the dragon immortal herb. The beast approached menacingly, growling a deadly threat. Hand it over or die. Stella stood her ground with fierce defiance. If you kill me, I will instantly destroy this herb. Down below, the fallen god lunged forward with razor-sharp claws. Left with zero options, Seth braced himself for the fatal impact. It is over. Suddenly, Joy flashed in front of Seth, acting as a human shield. I will not let you hurt him. She absorbed the full force of the colossal attack. Seth rushed forward in sheer panic, catching her falling body. Joy blood spilled from her lips, yet she forced a gentle smile. Brother Seth, your arms feel incredibly warm. Slowly, Joy closed her eyes and went limp. Witnessing this tragic scene, the fallen god laughed with sadistic amusement. Excellent. How pathetic that someone willingly died in your place. The monstrous deity issued a brutal challenge. Keep trying instantly. Ray threw himself into the line of fire, blocking another lethal strike meant for Seth before collapsing in agony. Heartbroken and terrified, Seth screamed in despair. Ray, the fallen god, relentlessly pressed its attack, laughing maniacally. How fun, let us play again. Zane immediately dashed forward to defend Seth. No one touches Seth, Zane declared willingly, taking the devastating hit meant for his leader. Overwhelmed by panic, Seth desperately searched his mind for an impossible solution. Damn it, there must be a way to kill this monster. This despair only fueled the creature's twisted delight. Seth, drown in the rage of your own incompetence, I will gladly watch your beloved friends perish one by one just for my personal entertainment. Unable to endure his comrades falling any longer, Seth roared in pure anguish. Enough, you cursed deity. If you want a life, take mine. The creature flexed its razor-sharp claws, taunting the entire squad. Who else wishes to throw away their life for this pathetic boy? Step forward. Ben firmly stepped up to block the next strike. Seth, only you can reverse this hopeless situation. Do not let rage blind you. Stay calm and find the winning strategy. The fallen god unleashed a ruthless blast. Another fool embraces death. The overwhelming attack blasted straight through Ben. Infuriated by their unbreakable loyalty, the deity roared in furious frustration. Who is next? This time, Luna stepped into the fatal trajectory. Seeing her defiance, the monster growled. You are my carefully engineered creation. Must you truly rebel against your creator? Luna raised her chin, her eyes blazing with absolute courage. I never pledged my loyalty to you. Therefore, this is not a rebellion. I, Luna, will forever stand alongside humanity. These defiant words instantly struck a nerve. The furious deity bellowed, You ungrateful wretch. The devastating blow struck and Luna collapsed with wide eyes. Clenching his bleeding fists, Seth desperately motivated himself. Damn it, there has to be a way, but the deity's patience was completely gone. Seth, it is finally your turn. Suddenly, another classmate lunged from behind to block the strike, crumbling to the ground as Seth watched in sheer horror. Even the fallen god was stunned by this suicidal resolve. The remaining squad united, forming an unbreakable human wall. Heavenly Spirit Academy students vow their lives. Strike down one Luna and countless more will rise. The furious entity simply could not comprehend this impossible scenario. Madness. You humans have completely lost your minds. Fine, keep coming. The fallen god slashed its massive claws, unleashing a chaotic barrage of attacks. Then all of you can die. The brutal onslaught wiped out the remaining defenders. Suddenly, Seth screamed with absolute conviction. The only way to execute this deity is through this system. Hovering high above, the arrogant god sneered down at them. What now? Who else wishes to die? Trembling, Logan threw his hands up in absolute surrender. Almighty fallen god, we are just innocent civilians. No one dares defy a supreme existence like yourself. The terrified students below quickly echoed his plea. Yes, exactly. Please spare our lives, almighty god. Those arrogant fools deserve to die. The cultists cheered for the fallen deity. Stella spun around in sheer panic. Seth was in critical danger. It was time to risk everything. She thrust the dragon herb forward as a desperate threat. Listen here, you beasts. Come at me right now, or I'll crush this herb to dust. The monster let out a vicious roar and charged. Without hesitation, Stella threw the herb directly at its gaping jaws. As the beast snapped it up, she instantly drew her glowing whip, seizing the perfect opening. The creature panicked as the whip tightly bound its massive horns. Stella launched herself high into the air. With a fearless leap, she landed directly on the raging dragon's head, completely ignoring its violent thrashing. Stella held her ground atop the beast with unbreakable resolve. She roared over the chaos. Listen up, monster. If I cannot tame you today, then I will gladly die trying. Meanwhile, a mysterious portal ripped open across the sky. Guildmaster Drake gazed up at the swirling vortex. The dragon beast retreated, he muttered. Has the fallen deity's secret realm finally opened? He immediately blasted upward, desperate to breach the entrance. Back on the ground, the fallen deity sneered with pure arrogance. This game is over. Suddenly, Elder Quinn unleashed a devastating punch from behind. Not even close. The deity snapped around furiously, choking the old man. You pathetic mortal, do I look like a joke to you? The dark god stared at Quinn like a fresh piece of meat. The flesh and blood of a divine rank human. What a glorious feast. Suddenly, the deity turned around in absolute shock. A terrifying surge of power was blasting straight toward them. The fallen deity braced itself, locking its gaze on the dust cloud. Who dares? Guildmaster Drake had officially entered the battlefield. Hector gasped in pure disbelief at the sight of him. A twisted grin spread across the fallen deity's face. Another divine rank pest. How delightful. You two will serve as the perfect compensation for my ruined plans today. Guildmaster Drake roared his absolute command. Charge with me. We kill this false god now. Thorn simply stood there paralyzed by cowardice. Seeing this pathetic hesitation, Drake erupted in absolute fury. Why the hell aren't you moving? Elder Quinn spat blood and scoffed in sheer disgust. Save your breath, master. These two cowardly snakes aren't even worth our time. Hector threw his hands up in a desperate panic. Guildmaster, we cannot win against a true god. Thorn stepped back, desperately pleading, why don't we try negotiating for our lives instead? Completely ignoring them, Drake launched into the sky like a rocket. Elder Quinn charged right behind him, aura blazing. The deity casually threw a devastating punch straight at Drake's face. You blindly overrate your own pathetic strength, it mocked. But in a flash of teleportation, Guildmaster Drake materialized right behind the god. He instantly activated his ultimate technique, Spatial Crush. An unimaginable gravitational force slammed into the fallen deity. The god crashed straight into the earth, cratering the ground. Drake slowly descended from the sky to inspect the brutal damage. He hovered over the dust cloud, whispering, is it finally dead? From a distance, Elder Quinn screamed a terrifying warning. It's not over. The fallen deity has infinite regeneration. Before the words even settled, the deity exploded upward. The god actually clapped in dark amusement. A spatial mage, truly impressive. Its demonic eyes flared with crimson light. But now, it is my turn to play. The deity mercilessly stomped Drake directly into the dirt. Watching from below, Seth felt a chill run down his spine. This is bad. Even two divine rank masters are nothing against this absolute monster. Thorn pointed an accusing finger at the boy. Listen closely, Seth. You didn't voluntarily leave the Celestial Academy. You were officially expelled, you worthless trash. Seth frowned, but his resolve burned brighter than ever. I still have an incomplete quest. Whether I survive this bloodbath depends entirely on what the system rewards me right now. Suddenly, a glowing blue screen materialized. System alert. Congratulations on unlocking a hidden achievement. You are the first student in history to formally withdraw from the Celestial Academy. Seth clenched his fists, a wild grin spreading across his face. Victory or death? It all comes down to this single pull. Another golden notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, you have acquired the ultimate skill. Royal Escort. Seth stared at the floating text, utterly confused. Royal Escort, what kind of trash skill is this? The system interface swiftly expanded with a detailed description. Within a 100-meter radius, if any target's hatred toward you reaches level 100, Royal Escort can be activated. The instructions were completely insane. Simply shout the target's name aloud. That individual will instantly teleport directly in front of you, forcibly taking a fatal blow on your behalf. Seth quickly analyzed the battlefield, his mind racing. This is purely a defensive meat shield skill. Against a god-level threat, how the hell is this going to turn the tide? High above, Elder Quinn ignited his life force. Stop holding back, burn your bloodlines, and let's slaughter this freak, Guildmaster. Drake gritted his teeth, aura exploding. My thoughts, exactly. The fallen deity rested one hand on its hip, radiating supreme arrogance. Even if you merge every single divine human on this pathetic planet, you are still nothing before a true god. The two human masters unleashed a combined apocalyptic strike, but the deity casually raised a single finger to block it. Below them, Thorn's jaw dropped in absolute trembling terror. It's too overwhelming. The gap between human peak and true divinity is just an impassable abyss. However, Hector actually smirked, finding joy in this complete disaster. Let them all die here. That way, no one will blame us for running away. Suddenly, the two masters crashed into the earth, completely defeated. The god slowly turned its piercing gaze towards Seth. And now, it is your turn to perish. Seth frantically called out, System, who the hell qualifies as an escort right now? The interface instantly projected a glowing holographic list. Within 100 meters, Thorn, Hector, and Phantom hold a hatred level of 83 toward you. All others are below 50. Seth's eyes widened as a shocking realization hit him. Phantom, isn't that the rat who stole Arthur's god-slaying weapon? That bastard is actually hiding nearby. Meanwhile, the fallen deity dove straight for Seth. Let us see who can save you now, mortal. Hector clenched his fists, bursting into sick, hysterical laughter. This arrogant brat is finally going to die. I absolutely love it, but Seth just looked up and screamed at the top of his lungs. Hector, Royal Escort, activate. Hearing his name, the cowardly man blinked in absolute confusion. Huh, Hector scoffed with utter disgust. Seth, did fear fry your pathetic brain? Me escort you? What kind of delusional garbage are you spouting? But in a flash of divine light, Hector vanished from his spot. He instantly materialized directly in front of Seth as a human shield. With a Hector scream as a godly fist rushed toward his face. No, wait, spare me. The deity's devastating punch blasted straight through Hector's chest. The coward plummeted from the sky, coughing up fountains of blood. Thorn stumbled back, completely mind-blown by the impossible scene. What kind of dark sorcery is this? Even the fallen deity lowered its fist in genuine surprise. Someone actually sacrificed their life for you. I must admit, little human, you are full of endless surprises. Thorn's brain was completely short-circuiting. This is literally impossible. Why the hell would a selfish coward like Hector ever take a fatal blow for this brat? Seth pointed a finger, flashing a devilish smirk. Don't be jealous, Thorn. I know you're just playing hard to get. Deep down, you're dying to sacrifice yourself for me too. Thorn's veins popped as he roared, absolute bullshit. I would rather blow my own brains out than ever take a hit for a parasite like you. The deity raised its glowing hand once more, totally unbothered. I will not fall for the same trick twice. Seth didn't miss a single beat and screamed, Thorn, Royal Escort, activate. Instantly, Thorn was teleported directly into the god's crosshairs. The man gritted his teeth, sweating bullets as death approached. What the hell is going on here? Su Chen smirked from behind. No need for excuses. We all know you're lying. The man turned deathly pale, desperately trying to explain. I swear, fallen god, listen to me. But the deity didn't care, landing a devastating blow right into his chest. He is right. Explanations are useless. Su Chen quickly dashed backward. Perfect. Now for the next phase, he roared, activating a terrifying skill. The two corpses instantly cracked, glowing with explosive energy. The bodies shattered. A catastrophic explosion consumed the area. Su Chen looked up completely awestruck. A 9-star powerhouse's body is truly built differently. The explosive power is absolutely legendary. The dragon-slaying guildmaster stared at the erupting power, completely bewildered. This volcanic aura. It is way stronger than our combined ultimate attacks. This kid is a total monster. Elder Qin's eyes still held deep anxiety. He feared even this wouldn't be enough to kill the fallen god. Suddenly, from within the raging storm of energy, the fallen god shot up, his voice booming. How many times have you wounded me now? Su Chen clicked his tongue. I knew it. The bastard is still alive. The guildmaster gritted his teeth, observing the enemy. The fallen god was severely injured, his very foundation crumbling. He and Elder Qin leaped into the air, roaring with absolute resolve. But before they could land a single hit, the deity flapped its wings violently, blasting them both away. Get out of my sight, it raged. Nobody can stop me from slaughtering this human. The monster crashed down like a meteor, standing right in front of Su Chen. Today, only one of us leaves this battlefield alive. Su Chen reached out, draining the spiritual aura from the fallen warriors around him. Sorry guys, I need to borrow your bodies. Instantly, another devastating explosion erupted as he screamed his command. Corpse explosion. But the fallen god was just too overwhelmingly strong. It slowly walked out from the thick smoke, exuding absolute dominance. These pathetic tricks cannot even scratch me. Just then, Meow Meow materialized from the shadows, catching him completely off guard. Su Chen, she cried out in sheer panic. Su Chen roared back at the crowd. Is anyone still breathing? I need someone to land a strike for me. Meow Meow instantly grabbed her blade and charged. Got it, Elder Qin leaped up, swinging his heavy axe. We trust you, Strike. A barrage of relentless attacks rained down heavily on the deity. Yet the monster remained utterly invincible, standing its ground with a mocking sneer. How completely pointless. I am immortal. I cannot die. Feeling ultimate despair yet, suddenly a translucent system screen popped up. Ding Fan 2's hatred level toward you has reached 100%. Meanwhile, Fan 2 was hiding like a coward behind a rock, muttering bitterly. Who does that trash? Su Chen think he is challenging a literal god. He has 0 qualifications. The fallen god is going to rip him into bloody shreds. Seeing the system alert, Su Chen's eyes lit up with wild excitement. Fan 2, defend your king. Fan 2 flinched in absolute shock. Wait, what? In a flash, an invisible force launched Fan 2 into the air like a spring. At that exact moment, the fallen god raised its colossal fist, aiming a lethal strike straight at Su Chen. Perish, you pathetic little human bug. But in that split second of life and death, Fan 2 was teleported right in front of Su Chen as a human shield. The deity raged at the sight. Are you betraying me too, my most loyal disciple? Terrified out of his mind, Fan 2 desperately tried to explain. Fallen god, wait, it is a misunderstanding. I am just an innocent bystander. But the deity was completely blinded by sheer wrath. It ignored his pleas, unleashing a devastating shockwave downwards. Die, all of you. A massive hurricane of destructive aura exploded across the entire battlefield. Clenching a sphere of pure killing intent, Su Chen grinned like a madman. Found the perfect lethal weapon. Time for the final blow, the fallen god scoffed. That might actually hurt me, but do you really think you can land the hit? Su Chen suddenly stored the orb away. Who said I was going to use this? The monster froze in deep confusion. Then what exactly are you plotting, you little brat? Su Chen instantly vaulted into the sky, channeling his inner aura as he muttered. I have never hated someone so much in my life. I have never wanted to kill someone so badly. The deity burst into a twisted, arrogant laugh. Little boy, what good is the fury of a weakling? Su Chen's eyes blazed with pure hellfire as he roared. You slaughtered my friend, fallen god. I will absolutely end you. The empty threats of a pathetic ant, the fallen god charged forward, laughing maniacally. Su Chen drew his arm back, channeling a lifetime of absolute fury, and threw a legendary earth-shattering punch right at the god. The fallen god's gigantic hand easily caught the glowing fist, mocking him relentlessly. Such a soft, pathetic punch. Did you forget to eat breakfast, human? But suddenly, the power behind Su Chen's fist multiplied, exponentially startling the monster. What is this aura? Su Chen raised his other hand and roared to the heavens. Annihilate him. The fallen god panicked. How is this even possible? The power of this strike just keeps rising. Sensing impending doom, the deity instantly spun around to escape. This is bad, I need to dodge. But Su Chen was not about to let him walk away. He unleashed the blazing fire strike forward. The blazing aura morphed into a colossal fiery falcon that locked onto the terrified deity. What in the world? The sheer pressure of this attack is freezing my movements. Down below, the guild master watched in pure shock. Just what kind of god-tier power is this? The oppressive force crashed straight into the fallen god as Su Chen's voice tore through the sky. Fallen god, taste my ultimate fist. The deity took the direct hit, screaming in absolute agony. No. Completely overwhelmed by the blast, the deity was violently slammed into the shattered earth below. Elder Qin stared at the devastating crater, completely speechless at the absolute destruction. Is this really an attack that a mere human can unleash? It is too overwhelmingly powerful. The guildmaster swallowed hard. Su Chen's innate talent might genuinely be the strongest in human history. Meow Meow whispered in awe. Su Chen. The survivors behind them were shaking with deep reverence. How is this possible? A literal god was just grounded by a human. Can a human truly possess such godlike strength? This level of terror is insane. Limping heavily out of the thick dust, Su Chen panted. Is the bastard dead yet? Suddenly, the fallen god's towering shadow emerged from behind. I told you. A human can never kill a deity. Su Chen let out an exhausted sigh. You are like a cockroach. The monster crawled out of the deep crater, smirking maliciously. Still nowhere near as stubborn as you, little human. To think a piece of human trash like you could survive my wrath for so long. And not just survive, but actually push this supreme god to such a bloody state. The corner of Su Chen's mouth curled up. Call me daddy, and I just might spare your miserable life, the deity bellowed. In your dreams, Su Chen chuckled softly. Look how triggered you are. You are totally panicking right now. The monster stood up straight, desperately reclaiming its supreme aura. This god does not panic. I will say it again, you cannot kill me. Su Chen's eyes sharpened like blades. He gathered his remaining aura into his palm and smirked. Is that so? The fallen god flinched in horror. Damn it, I completely forgot about that lethal weapon. With a swift motion, Su Chen ruthlessly hurled the glowing orb of pure death. The deity instantly launched itself off the ground, running for its life. But Su Chen shouted at the top of his lungs, Elder Qin catch. To the monster's shock, the lethal orb zipped straight toward Elder Qin instead. The fallen god was struck totally dumbfounded. What did that brat not throw the lethal attack at me? Elder Qin vaulted into the sky, perfectly catching the devastating orb of killing intent. Fallen god faced the absolute wrath of humanity. Elder Qin chased the retreating god like a phantom, slamming the explosive sphere of ultimate power directly into its back. Now, die. Instantly, the fallen god was sealed inside the sphere. He shrieked in absolute agony. No, damn it, this is the water of corruption. Desperate, the deity begged the humans. We can sign a peace treaty. This god swears to never oppose mankind again. Su Chen just sneered. A treaty? Bullshit. I just want you dead. Plummeting to the ground, the god cursed. Damn it, my divine body is heavily wounded, and this foul water is melting away my flesh. Su Chen pointed his finger, commanding the raid. Keep feeding me your power. In a flash, a storm of axes, blades, and swords rained down upon the fallen god. Blood sprayed everywhere as agonizing screams echoed through the air. When the dust settled, only a disgusting puddle of slime remained. The Dragon Alliance Master frowned. The fallen god's body is completely eroded. Is that severed head all that is left? Wanting to be certain, Elder Qin asked, is the bastard actually dead? Crouching down to inspect it, the elder muttered, it seems his life force is completely extinguished. He stepped closer. Dead or alive, I will use my spatial magic to contain him. Suddenly, Su Chen stepped forward. Let me do it. The Alliance Master was startled. Are you a spatial mage too? Su Chen turned and casually explained, I am not a spatial mage, but I do possess a spatial domain. Without another word, Su Chen raised his hand, magically transforming the fallen god into a demonic horse. He might break out of your space, but from mine he will never escape. The creature roared, sending shockwaves tearing through the void. Wiping the cold sweat from his face, the Alliance Master breathed a massive sigh of relief. We finally won. Going up against a divine being was pure hell. Elder Qin nodded in praise. Thank the heavens for Su Chen. He single-handedly turned the tide of battle. Around them, everyone dropped to their knees in absolute reverence. The fallen god is dead. Su Chen actually slaughtered a deity. Humanity can slay gods. Meanwhile, the dragon beasts unleashed a series of mournful, gut-wrenching roars. Stella looked down at the creature. Now that the fallen god has perished, forming a contract with me is your only chance at survival. Hearing this, thick tears streamed down the beast's face like waterfalls. Elder Qin was trembling with excitement. Su Chen, this is the very first time humanity has ever slain an alien god. You are the greatest hero of our dragon district. The Alliance Master was equally ecstatic. The fallen god may have been a weaker, injured deity, nowhere near as powerful as the Night God, but this still rewrites the entire history of mankind. Cheers of triumph and sheer joy echoed all the way up to the heavens. System announcement, congratulations on clearing the Doomsday Realm, the fallen god's domain. The crowd went wild. We cleared it. We beat the ultimate Doomsday Realm. The loot drops are going to be insane. But right in the middle of their celebration, a system prompt shattered the mood. All rewards from the fallen god's domain are exclusively awarded to Su Chen. Everyone froze in shock. What? Immediately, the awakened hunters began protesting for their fair share. The loot from a divine dungeon is priceless. Isn't giving it all to one guy a bit too much? Sure, Su Chen did the heavy lifting, but hogging everything completely breaks the raid rules. Hearing this, Elder Qin erupted in blinding rage. You ungrateful bastards, when you all tried to surrender to the fallen god, I wanted to slaughter you myself. But the greedy hunters fiercely fired back. We are not being greedy, we just want a small slice of the rewards. Exactly. Everyone gets a share when clearing a dungeon, that is tradition. As the tension reached a boiling point, the Alliance Master's booming voice silenced the chaos. Shut your mouths, the decision is final. Does anyone dare to object? If you do, I will personally banish you to the abyssal battlefield. Terror gripped the crowd, shutting them up instantly. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the area, leaving only the sound of the whistling wind. Elder Qin crossed his arms, veins bulging on his furious face. You contributed absolutely nothing during the fight. You even tried to surrender, yet you still dare to demand the loot. I have never seen such shameless scum in my entire life. Meanwhile, Su Chen simply stood there in silence, watching the pathetic drama unfold. Su Chen, due to your legendary performance in the domain, your adventure rating is ranked at triple S class. A hunter yelled in disbelief. Triple S again. Just hitting S class is practically impossible, let alone 3S ranks. Suddenly, the system chimed again. Congratulations, you have received 100 god-slaying points. Su Chen was genuinely startled. 100 god-slaying points. Even my best performances before only gave me a single point. Why so many this time? Elder Qin analyzed the situation. You literally slaughtered a deity this time. No wonder the point payout is so astronomical. The Alliance Master looked up in sheer awe. Su Chen is now the awakened hunter with the most god-slaying points in all of human history. His cheeks flushed with overwhelming admiration. Those points will be an absolute game-changer on the abyssal battlefield. With a stash that massive, even I am insanely jealous. Then the system delivered another jaw-dropping notification. Congratulations, you have been awarded one miracle wish. The entire crowd gasped in disbelief. A miracle wish. A reward like that actually exists. Elder Qin was practically vibrating with hype. It is a reality-bending reward. This is impossibly rare. Stroking his chin in deep thought, the Alliance Master murmured, if used correctly, this single wish could alter the entire fate of humanity. The hunters started daydreaming wildly. If it were me, I would wish to become a 9-star powerhouse instantly. I would ascend to godhood. Another chimed in eagerly, I would upgrade my skill into a forbidden art with world-destroying power. One guy actually got a nosebleed from his own fantasies. I would wish for Murong Liulian to be my girlfriend, but his delusion was quickly shut down. Alright, snap out of it, you daydreaming fools. You are not the ones making the wish. This is Su Chen's ultimate opportunity. Elder Qin turned to the young hero. Have you made your decision? Without a second of hesitation, Su Chen replied, I have. The Alliance Master quickly warned him. Su Chen, you must think this through very carefully. He stressed the gravity of the moment. Humanity might only ever get one chance like this. It must be used when it matters most. Glancing back at the battlefield, Su Chen spoke softly. My wish is simple. Resurrect every human who died fighting the fallen god today. Hearing this, the Alliance Master was completely stunned. Elder Qin turned away, stroking his thick beard with a knowing smile. I knew this kid would choose that. The Alliance Master placed a hand over his heart, a warm smile breaking across his face. Perhaps to him, those lives are what matter most, even if it doesn't instantly elevate all of humanity. Elder Qin nodded in absolute agreement. I believe Su Chen made the perfect choice. Our human race desperately needs someone who values loyalty and life above power. Watching from behind, Mia's eyes practically sparkled with overwhelming admiration. Su Chen, you are amazing, but some still scoff at the choice. What a massive waste, trading a limitless wish just to revive some random cannon fodder. A red-haired hunter scoffed. If I were him, I would have made myself the strongest being in the world. Suddenly, an intense aura erupted as Zilong materialized back into reality. He threw his head back and laughed wildly. I am alive again. Yue Chan's face lit up with absolute joy. We actually won, she cheered. All around them, fallen comrades were drawing breath again. Li Lei threw both fists into the air, screaming, Brother, Su did it. He slayed the fallen god and brought everyone back. Yue burst into happy tears, thrilled to see Papa Su alive. A massive wave of relief washed over the entire crowd. They had actually been granted a second chance at life. Tears of pure, unadulterated joy flowed freely. Su Chen was a hero truly worth dying for. Standing tall, Su Chen announced to the crowd, Everyone is incredibly good to see you all again. Wei Tihui wiped away his own tears, nodding. The feeling is mutual. Yue Chan stepped forward, flashing a breathtaking smile. Su Chen, I'm so glad you made it back to us. The Dragon-Slaying Alliance leader finally spoke up. All right, with the boss dead, this fallen god domain will collapse soon. We must leave. With a wave of his hand, a massive teleportation portal ripped open the fabric of space. Without hesitation, the survivors leaped toward the glowing gate, ready to evacuate. Meanwhile, Xing Xing stood proudly atop the colossal dragon beast, her tone turning dead serious. I will ask you one final time. Will you sign a soul contract with me? She leaped down to the ground, issuing her ultimatum. Refuse and you can rot away with this collapsing dungeon. Suddenly, the massive creature unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Understanding the beast's intent perfectly, Xing Xing turned around, a triumphant smile blooming on her face. So you accept, she asked. The dragon beast rumbled, I will submit to you, but only on one condition. She tilted her head up, fully prepared to negotiate. Using telepathy, the ancient creature bypassed the others and spoke directly into her mind. No outsiders can know about this. That is why I am projecting my thoughts. Xing Xing froze for a second, completely caught off guard by the secret. The mighty beast laid down the law. If you refuse my terms, I would rather embrace death than become your summon. Xing Xing nodded firmly. Very well. I accept your condition. Then let the contract be sealed. Suddenly, a blinding crimson orb materialized from thin air, hurtling straight toward her. Xing's entire body was instantly swallowed by the floating red sphere of energy. Watching from afar, Su Chen smirked. Looks like she pulled it off. Xing Xing shouted into the void, Dragon come. In an instant, the creature's immense life force was violently absorbed right into her core. Elder Qin threw his head back and laughed. Outstanding. This is the ultimate awakened form of a dragon knight. A true dragon master is born. The Alliance leader was absolutely thrilled. A fully realized dragon knight boasted virtually invincible combat power. As they teleported out, Su Chen stumbled slightly, clutching his head as a dizzy spell hit him. Zilong instantly noticed his shifting aura. Su Chen, did your star rating just level up again? Su Chen offered a modest chuckle. Unfortunately, I am still only a 5-star class user. Li Lei crossed his arms, his jaw practically hitting the floor. 5 stars. You haven't even graduated yet and you're already a 5-star awakened. Is there any justice left in this world? Suddenly, a system voice echoed. Human awakened Su Chen has demonstrated exceptional valor within the fallen god domain. By saving countless lives, his contribution to humanity is immeasurable. The Supreme Star Tower breaks all protocol to grant you the military rank of Major General. With that declaration, a dazzling insignia materialized right in front of him. Su Chen's eyes lit up with intense fascination. My rank just skyrocketed from captain straight to Major General. He grasped the glowing badge, a sharp smirk forming on his lips. To skip so many military tiers and be directly knighted by the Supreme Star Tower was completely unprecedented. Without warning, a powerful figure plummeted from the sky like a falling meteor. It was Principal Dong. The moment his boots shattered the ground, he demanded, "Give me a tactical sitrep. What is the situation?" The Alliance leader raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You actually came all the way back here?" Elder Qin crossed his arms, clearly skeptical. "Old Dong, the battle is already over. Are you seriously just showing up now?" Principal Dong lowered his imposing voice. Alliance leader Elder Qin. "Seeing you both here means things must be under control." The Alliance leader shook his head flatly. "We were not the ones who saved the day." Murmurs rippled through the crowd of survivors. "Who is that guy? His aura is absolutely terrifying. He has to be at least a 9-star powerhouse." A nearby man scoffed at the rookie's guess. 9 stars. You are severely underestimating him. That is Principal Dong of our legendary Sky Whale Academy. Everyone immediately turned to stare at the imposing older man in awe. He is a literal god-tier entity. Another student gasped in pure excitement. Principal Dong. He is the mythical chairman who founded the Sky Whale Academy itself. Someone pointed a trembling finger at him, whispering. His authority crushes even Director Ba Tianju. He is the true shadow ruler pulling the strings at the academy. The whispers continued. Not just that Principal Dong spends years slaughtering monsters on the abyssal battlefield. His status in the Global Awakened Alliance is absolutely untouchable. Tienjing pushed through the crowd, crying out, "Principal Dong, thank the heavens you are here. You must seek justice for our Sky Whale Academy." Principal Dong frowned deeply. "Tienjing, what exactly happened here?" The man delivered the grim report. Our director Ba Tianju, along with the 9-star Grand Mage Hu Zhen, were both brutally murdered in cold blood. Principal Dong's eyes narrowed. "Where is this fallen god? I will test his strength myself." Tianjing lowered his voice. "The fallen god is already dead." The principal was visibly thrown off. "Dead? Then hasn't their revenge already been claimed?" Tianjing aggressively pointed a finger straight at Su Chen. "Principal, the monster who slaughtered our director was not the fallen god at all." Principal Dong looked bewildered. "If it wasn't the boss monster, then who was it?" Tianjing thrust his finger at Su Chen again, roaring. "It was him." The principal's confusion only deepened into pure disbelief. "Are you seriously accusing this completely average-looking class user?" Hong Jiao stepped forward to fuel the fire. "Principal, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. This brat Su Chen maliciously caused the director's death." She painted Su Chen as nothing but a walking disaster. Tian Fei eagerly jumped into the fray, pointing accusingly. "He caused absolute chaos back at the academy. Principal, you must execute this menace immediately." Principal Dong turned slowly, his aura freezing the air. "Is your name Su Chen?" Su Chen did not even flinch, meeting his deadly gaze. "That's right." The god-tier powerhouse demanded, "Do you have anything to say in your defense?" Su Chen answered bluntly, "Those 3 were complete idiots." Hong Jiao seethed with rage. "Principal, you hear his arrogance. This punk doesn't respect you at all." Tian Fei irritably pushed up his glasses, sneering. "He is treating your absolute authority like an absolute joke." Principal Dong raised a hand, silencing them. "I am giving you one final chance to explain yourself. If you stay silent, I will assume Ba Tianju and Huo Gen's deaths were indeed by your hand." Su Chen replied with icy indifference. "They deserve to die." Principal Dong's killing intent flared. "What did you just say?" Tianjing felt secondhand fury and barked at the boy. "Do you even know who you are talking to? He is a supreme leader among humanity's elite faction. To run your mouth at the principal like that, you must have a death wish." He stormed forward, pointing aggressively. "If I wasn't weaker than you, I would have slaughtered you myself on his behalf." A terrifying smirk crept onto Su Chen's face. "You know you can't beat me, yet you still dare to step into my strike zone." Tian Fei panicked, stumbling back. "Wait, what are you trying to do?" The moment the words left his mouth, Su Chen unleashed a devastating surge of aura straight through the man's chest. I am going to kill you. Staring down at the gaping bloody hole in his torso, Tian Fei experienced absolute agonizing terror. What? His entire body convulsed in violent spasms. You actually dared to kill me. Su Chen rested a hand on his hip, mocking him coldly. You absolute moron. I butchered Ba Tianju. Did you really think you had plot armor? Hong Jiao let out a blood-curdling shriek. Su Chen, you lunatic. You just murdered my cousin. He belonged to the elite Hong family. You killed a Hong family member. Your pathetic life isn't enough to pay for this. Your entire Su family will face annihilation. Tian nodded eagerly. That is exactly right, Su Chen. But the exact moment those words left his mouth, Su Chen's figure vanished like a phantom. In a literal blink, he materialized right in front of Zhao, his fist already coiled for a devastating strike. Showing absolutely zero mercy to the opposite sex, he planted a ruthless, aura-infused punch dead in her face. The brutal impact sent Zhao flying backward like a broken doll. She crashed into the dirt, entirely paralyzed, coughing up mouthfuls of crimson blood. Su Chen turned around slowly. His eyes were blazing with pure, unrestrained murder. What did you just say? He whispered coldly. Tian froze, stammering in absolute terror. The spectating crowd watched in stunned silence. The great Tian, utterly paralyzed by Su Chen's killing intent, he was supposed to be one of the top 3 prodigies of Celestial Vanguard Academy. Yet here he was completely subjugated by a so-called ordinary student. Someone in the crowd muttered in disbelief. Sure, Su Chen's official rank is just a regular student, but is there anything normal about this monster? What kind of average student can slaughter a pillar god? Su Chen sneered with ultimate disdain. Worthless trash. Tian bit his lip so hard it bled, his pride shattered. Su Chen, who gave you the right to look down on me? Suddenly, a razor-thin blade materialized out of thin air. Su Chen casually twirled the deadly steel between his fingers. The blade seemed to hum with sinister joy. Tian's eyes widened in horror. It was the exact same divine blade used to castrate the pillar god. With a gaze as cold as absolute zero, Su Chen flicked his wrist. Consider this a parting gift. Tian scrambled backward, falling over his own feet as he screamed. No, Su Chen, wait, I was wrong. But the phantom blade had already danced through the air, slicing away his manhood in one perfectly clean strike. No, Tian shrieked, a warm puddle quickly forming beneath him. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his ruined lower half, his entire body trembling in agonizing shock. My jewels. Principal Dong simply stood there in dead silence, watching Tian grovel and weep in the most pathetic display imaginable. Principal, you have to exact justice for me. I am supposed to marry Murong Liuli. What am I going to do now? The furious principal locked eyes with Su Chen. Do you seriously think I am just thin air? Su Chen casually tilted his head. What does it look like to you? Principal Dong's brow twitched with explosive fury. Insolent brat, is that how a lowly student addresses the head of this academy? The system user delivered a ruthless reality check. That is exactly how I am. If my words hurt your fragile ears, simply stop listening. The disrespect hit the principal like a lightning bolt to the chest. Excellent, he roared, pointing a trembling finger. Listen closely, you arrogant punk. As of this exact second, you are permanently expelled from Celestial Vanguard Academy. Hearing this ultimate threat, Su Chen merely offered a cold, apathetic smirk. Mistaking his silence for fear, the principal pushed harder. Cat got your tongue, kid. Even if you drop to your knees and beg right now, it is too late. But Su Chen calmly countered, you might want to check the academy logs first, old man. Unless you want to end up looking like a total clown. The principal growled through gritted teeth. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Zhao, barely managing to stand up, coughed weakly. Principal Dong. Su Chen actually submitted his voluntary withdrawal from the academy hours ago. The old man flinched as if physically struck. He did what? Su Chen let out a dark chuckle. To the rest of these sheep, Celestial Vanguard Academy might be holy ground. He pointed a finger straight into the dirt. But in my eyes, it is nothing but a garbage dump. Principal Dong's mana flared violently. You are literally begging for a death sentence. Su Chen's smirk grew infinitely more dangerous. And what exactly are you going to do about it? The old man's aura exploded into the sky. I have lived a long time, but I have never seen a brat with such suicidal arrogance. Today, I will personally break the rules and send you to hell. Su Chen instantly shifted into a combat stance. Just try it. Principal Dong's eyes bulged with wrath. You think I will not, but in a flash, Su Chen raised his hand, the infamous castration blade locked between his fingers. The terrifying sight caught the veteran off guard. Not that cursed razor again. Su Chen lowered his hand to a lethal striking angle. If you want to spend your retirement singing soprano, feel free to make your move. Principal Dong swallowed hard, his confidence shattering. You demon. Before the clash could erupt, Elder Qin stepped into the battlefield. That is enough, kid. The elder sighed, reminding everyone that a god-level powerhouse had already fallen to this boy's hands today. Su Chen declared his ultimate life philosophy. If people leave me alone, I leave them alone. But if anyone crosses my path, I claim their manhood first and wipe out their entire bloodline second. Principal Dong seethed with suppressed rage. Su Chen's supreme arrogance invites supreme disaster. You have no idea what kind of titans you just offended. The protagonist simply turned his back on them. Save your boring lectures. If nobody is going to try and kill me, I am leaving. But fate had other bloodier plans. A booming voice ripped through the atmosphere. Who dares to murder my beloved grandson? A towering figure descended onto the scene. It was none other than Patriarch Hong. Principal Dong's eyes lit up with malicious glee at his arrival. The Hong Patriarch is here. Su Chen, your escaping days are over. The mighty Patriarch rushed to Tian's pathetic bleeding form, crying out in absolute agony. My precious grandson Jiao, pointing a shaky vengeful finger, screamed out. Grandpa, you finally made it. Su Chen slaughtered my cousin. Hearing this, the Patriarch's immense killing intent made the very ground tremble. His eyes turned black with demonic fury as he locked onto the boy. Give me one reason why you butchered my bloodline. Su Chen's answer was ice cold. Because he deserved to die. That was the final straw. The Patriarch erupted like a volcano. I will tear you apart. He charged forward, a storm of devastating mana following his wake. But before his ultimate strike could connect, Elder Qin intercepted, physically locking down the Patriarch's arm. The sudden interference left the grieving grandfather stunned. Elder Qin. What the hell is the meaning of this? Elder Qin's gaze remained rock solid. Su Chen just accomplished a legendary merit for the entire human race. I absolutely forbid you from touching a single hair on his head. But the veil of vengeance had completely blinded the Patriarch's logic. I do not care if he saved the damn world. He butchered my grandson. He snapped the only true branch of the Hong family tree. Even if the Heavenly King himself descends, I will shred this boy to pieces. Elder Qin's own aura flared in a silent warning. Your anger is clouding your judgment. If I have to beat some sense into you to calm you down, I will. Suddenly, announcements echoed from the heavens like thunder. The Luo family has arrived. The Bai family has arrived. The impending clash instantly halted. Two terrifying presences descended from the sky. It was Matriarch Luo and Patriarch Bai. The surrounding crowd almost stopped breathing. The heads of the Luo and Bai families both manifesting at once. What catastrophic event could possibly drag these hidden monsters out of seclusion? The two ancient powerhouses landed with earth-shattering weight. The Matriarch's voice sliced through the silence. Which one of you is Su Chen? Gasps rippled through the spectators. More titans looking for the anomaly, and judging by their murderous pressure, this was definitely not a friendly visit. Patriarch Bai amplified his booming voice. Where is Su Chen? Unbothered by the crushing pressure, the boy stepped forward. That would be me. The old woman narrowed her venomous eyes. Was it your hands that struck down my precious grandson? Without a single trace of hesitation, Su Chen nodded. If you mean that arrogant young master Luo, then yes. I sent him to his grave. She ground her teeth, her aura cracking the pavement. Why did you murder my heir? Su Chen offered the exact same brutal answer. Because he deserved it. Utterly insolent, the matriarch shrieked to the heavens. Beside her, Patriarch Bai calmly pushed up his glasses, masking his deadly intent. And my son, was he also a victim of your blade? Su Chen held his chin up high. Add him to my tab. The Bai Patriarch's composure instantly snapped. For what reason? Su Chen did not even blink. He deserved it too. The man thrust a threatening finger at the boy. You are literally begging the Reaper to take you. The crowd watched in absolute jaw-dropping shock. Su Chen is an absolute madman. He just openly provoked the Bai Luo and Hong families. Those are the absolute apex awakening clans in the entire dragon sector. Frantic whispers spread like a wildfire. He did not just offend them, he sparked a blood feud with no return. He slaughtered the core successors of every major faction. Principal Dong stepped forward, smirking in triumph. Su Chen, did you really think awakening a few rare skills made you an untouchable god? There is absolutely no escaping your doom today. Su Chen's lips curved into a wicked, devilish smile. If I walk out of here alive, I expect you to get on your knees and call me daddy. The sheer disrespect made the principal's blood boil. You impudent little bastard, you are dead meat. Patriarch Bai cracked his knuckles, raw energy surging. Allow me to erase this stain. But Principal Dong suddenly threw out an arm to block him. Hold on. The Patriarch looked at him, completely bewildered. Principal Dong, what is the meaning of this delay? The principal leaned in with a terrified whisper. Let Matriarch Luo handle the execution. Patriarch Bai blinked in utter confusion. Why? The old man broke out in a cold sweat. Because that demonic kid possesses an unblockable target-seeking castration skill. Cold sweat drenched Patriarch white as realization hit him. Matriarch Luo stepped forward with a sinister smirk. This brat is too easy. Let me handle him. Li Lei cheered from behind. Brother Su, we have your back. Let us take them down together. With a fierce leap, the old hag lunged straight at Su Chen for the kill. Suddenly, Elder Qin dashed forward to block her devastating strike. Stop right there. Bouncing back, she glared in confusion. Elder Qin, what is the meaning of this? He crossed his arms and declared, whoever dares touch Su Chen will answer to me. Patriarch Hong charged ahead, roaring, I will hold back this stubborn fool. Hurry up and kill Su Chen, matriarch. Luo nodded and launched herself into the air once more. But the Dragon District Alliance leader stepped in to deflect her blow. Stand down, absolute bewilderment washed over her. Alliance leader, why on earth are you protecting this little brat? He firmly stated that Su Chen had made monumental contributions to humanity and could not be executed. Matriarch Luo pointed a trembling finger. Alliance leader, have you lost your mind? You belong to the elite faction, yet you shield this ordinary trash. I belong to humanity, the Alliance leader replied with unwavering resolve. She clenched her fists in seething rage. Fine, it seems you have truly gone mad. If that is your choice, she sneered, do not expect to keep your title next term. Patriarch White rushed in from behind. I will intercept him. You go finish the job. Patriarch White, you are making a grave mistake, the Alliance leader warned. Turn back while you still can. White gnashed his teeth in fury. You dare lecture me, do not forget who backs your position. Without our elite profession families, do you think you could even be the Alliance leader? Patriarch White unleashed a furious assault. The Alliance leader gathered his aura. If that is how it is, then words are utterly useless. Matriarch Luo locked her dead eyes on Su Chen. Little brat, let us see who can save you now. Su Chen merely channeled his energy and roared. Ultimate one punch, he blasted a shockwave straight toward the wicked hag. Matriarch Luo froze in utter shock. How could a mere rookie possess such terrifying, overwhelming power? Patriarch Hong scoffed. So what if he has some raw strength? An unawakened genius is just garbage. Patriarch White nodded grimly. Exactly. We must crush him while he is young, or he will become an unstoppable disaster later. Su Chen flicked his wrist, unleashing his flying razor skill. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the air and struck Patriarch Hong right in the crotch, making him jolt in sheer terror. Patriarch Hong stood paralyzed. What, my family jewels? They are gone. Elder Qin sighed deeply. This ruthless kid. Su Chen then turned his cold gaze to Patriarch White. You are next. White panicked, throwing his hands up in defense. Su Chen, wait, we can talk this out. But it was too late. The glowing razor had already flown out cleanly, slicing right through Patriarch White's nether regions. He doubled over in agonizing pain, clutching his lower half while groaning. I will absolutely murder you, Patriarch Dong screamed in sheer horror. He is insane. This brat has completely lost his mind. The leaders of the White and Hong families were both brutally crippled by a mere kid. Dong turned and fled for his life. No, this is a catastrophic threat. I must report this emergency immediately. The surrounding academy students began whispering with mocking grins. To think that the mighty leaders of elite profession families just got totally castrated. If word gets out about this, their reputations will be completely destroyed. They stared at Su Chen in absolute awe. Su Chen is truly trying to pierce the heavens today. Patriarch White gripped his fists, his face turning an ashen gray. You wicked brat, you really are something else. Patriarch Hong chimed in with venom. Great, just great. I have seen fearless men, but never someone this absolutely suicidal. Matriarch Luo stepped up to rally their broken morale. You two patriarchs, so what if you lost your jewels? It does not drop your combat power. If anything, you no longer have any worldly attachments holding you back. She charged forward in a frenzy. Let us join forces and execute this little demon. Su Chen merely smirked. Master of stripping others, huh? With a casual wave of his hand, her garments were instantly shredded to pieces. Matriarch Luo gasped in utter horror. What in the world? The entire crowd was left completely speechless by the traumatizing view. She shrieked in absolute humiliation, spinning around and fleeing the scene in shame. Su Chen quickly pulled out some eye drops. That old fossil completely polluted my vision. Li Lei watched in pure amazement. Incredible brother Su is going all out today. First castration, now forced stripping. Elder Qin marveled as well. This Su Chen holds a legendary grudge. He always pays back in full. The alliance leader spoke up with deep concern etching his face. If this chaos continues, I am afraid the two of us will not be able to protect him at all. Just then, having thrown on new clothes, Matriarch Luo stormed back, screaming, Su Chen, you little beast, I finally have you now. He simply waved his hand again, master of stripping others. The exact same nightmare repeated as her new robes were blasted into confetti. Su Chen smiled with wicked sarcasm. You absolute fool, did you really think my system skill had a one-time use? Matriarch Luo turned and sprinted away once more. Just you wait, Patriarch Hong hastily reorganized their attack. You guys stall Elder Qin and the alliance leader, I will obliterate Su Chen myself. Patriarch White agreed grimly. Go, as Matriarch Luo said, our jewels are gone anyway, we have literally nothing left to lose. With those words, Patriarch Hong lunged forward like a rabid dog. Meanwhile, Patriarch White darted in to intercept Elder Qin. Do not even think about moving. Matriarch Luo immediately shifted her bloodlust to the remaining protector. Alliance leader dropped the delusion of saving that brat. She threatened with venomous spite. Today I will subject him to a death by 1,000 cuts, Lilei shouted at the top of his lungs. Brother Su, is it time? Need me to help land a strike? Zilong drew his weapon and chimed in. We are all fully prepped and ready for combat. Su Chen smiled fearlessly. Then bring it on. Let us have an epic bloodbath today. Patriarch Hong kept charging with murderous intent. Su Chen, you are going to die. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of azure lightning crashed from the heavens, violently stopping him in his tracks. Su Chen looked up, his eyes widening in pure shock. Patriarch Hong stumbled back in confusion. Such terrifying lightning aura, who dares interfere? The Alliance leader narrowed his eyes. An earth-shattering thunder strike like this. Could he have finally returned? Matriarch Luo gasped in disbelief. The thunder god, impossible, is he not guarding the ultimate fierce demon realm? From within the crackling rings of lightning, a majestic silhouette slowly materialized. It was indeed the legendary thunder god, radiating an incredibly oppressive and supreme aura. Patriarch White stared in total disbelief. It really is the thunder god. To think he actually descended here. The crowd gazed upward in absolute reverence. Is that really the mythical Lord of Thunder? What a genuinely monumental presence. He truly is a man akin to a divine deity. Another student added, he is humanity's #1 monstrous genius and absolute strongest fighter. I cannot believe we finally get to see him in person. He descended right in front of Su Chen, his piercing gaze locking on. Are you Su Chen? The young man replied with absolute calm. I am. The thunder god surprisingly offered a nod of praise. Not bad at all. Patriarch Hong immediately screamed his accusations. Lord Thunder, this Su Chen murdered my grandson Hong Tianfei. I absolutely must end his life today. Hearing this, the godly man turned his heavy gaze back. Su Chen, is there truth to this claim? Without flinching or hiding, Su Chen owned it instantly. That is correct. I did exactly that. Patriarch Hong pointed a trembling finger. Lord Thunder, the arrogant brat, just confessed. Step aside and let me butcher him. The thunder god furrowed his brows. Su Chen, do you have any explanation for your actions? Su Chen answered with absolute defiance. I slaughtered the fallen god. Is that not reason enough? That legendary revelation made the supreme fighter freeze, rubbing his chin in deep contemplation. The thunder god gave a sharp thumbs up. Enough. The Luo family matriarch shrieked in absolute fury. Thunder god, Su Chen slaughtered our family's true heir. This is a blood feud. Su Chen coldly pointed at himself. Let me repeat. I killed the fallen god. Bai Zhangji immediately stepped up, his voice trembling. Bai Zhangji of the House of Bai also died by his ruthless hands. Thunder god, do not interfere in this. Su Chen's eyes flared with intense killing intent as he declared once more. I killed the fallen god. Tong stepped out of the shadows. Thunder god, Su Chen was once a student of the Heavenly Dome Academy, yet he murdered the very academy director. Su Chen's chilling response remained exactly the same. I killed the fallen god. Hong glared with absolute disgust. You damn brat, is that the only thing you know how to say? Su Chen smirked calmly. That one sentence is more than enough. Bai Zhangji roared with pure hatred. Su Chen did not just murder our people. He shattered our ultimate pride. This is an unforgivable humiliation. We cannot share the same sky. Then the thunder god echoed Su Chen's exact words. He killed the fallen god. The Luo matriarch gritted her teeth in total disbelief. Thunder god, what is the meaning of this? He smiled grimly. My stance is simple. Su Chen has contributed greatly to humanity. Whoever dares to touch him becomes my eternal enemy.